Chapter 2. At the bedside, the grandfather bestows a treasure upon his grandson. Taiping nodded thoughtfully, and then, with a look of longing, said, Uncle Zhao at the village entrance mentioned that there exists an immortal atop Yunlu Mountain, not far from our village. A few years back, the serpent demon in Qingshui town was vanquished by that very immortal, soaring through the skies with remarkable grandeur. The elder chuckled at this and inquired, Taiping, do you wish to be like those immortals, to attain eternal life and transcend the earthly realm? Indeed, I do, the young Taiping responded without hesitation. Though he soon scratched his head sheepishly and added, however, Uncle Zhao said that to embark on such a path, one must possess innate spiritual bones. If you are blessed with such bones, your name will automatically appear on the immortal registry, and an immortal will personally descend to escort you to the mountain for cultivation. Otherwise, a mere mortal cannot hope to become an immortal. It was evident that Taiping's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Taiping, the elder hesitated for a moment, then gazed earnestly at his grandson, lowering his voice to ask, what if there were an opportunity that could grant you entry into the immortal registry? But it came with the peril of losing your life? Would you be willing to take that risk? An opportunity for me to enter the immortal registry? Young Taiping's expression shifted from surprise to contemplation. Grandfather, if such a chance truly exists, I would like to give it a try. After a brief pause, he lifted his head, his eyes resolute as he looked at the elder on the bed. Why? It could be life-threatening. The elder smiled gently, his gaze fixed on Taiping's innocent eyes. If I become an immortal, I could help you recover from your illness, grandfather. Taiping replied with an air of certainty. Upon hearing this, the elder was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a warm smile. Taiping, take this. With great effort, he raised his hand and handed a somewhat worn wooden box to Taiping. Grandfather? Taiping looked at the box in confusion. Since he could remember, his grandfather had meticulously safeguarded this box, not allowing anyone to see its contents. Open it, the elder urged with some difficulty. All right. Though puzzled, Taiping obediently nodded and opened the box. Inside, he found a scarlet wax pill and an ordinary yellow soybean. This red wax pill, known as the spiritual bone pill, was gifted to me by a Taoist I encountered a decade ago. Consuming it can transform mortal bones into spiritual bones, allowing your name to appear on the immortal registry. Without waiting for Taiping to ask, the elder pointed to the red wax pill and explained. Such an extraordinary elixir exists in this world? The young boy's face displayed sheer disbelief. The world is vast and full of wonders. What is a spiritual bone pill in comparison? The elder nodded earnestly. Then, if this spiritual bone pill possesses such remarkable effects, why have you not consumed it, grandfather? Taiping suddenly posed a pressing question. The Taoist said that the pill is only effective for children aged between 9 and 11. By the time I obtained this pill, I was already 63. Your father, along with your uncles, are all in their 40s. It would be of no use to us, the elder replied with a wry smile. It is evident that he harbors a sense of regret within. If given the choice, who would willingly forsake such a celestial opportunity? Furthermore, the efficacy of the spirit bone pill is limited to 6 months. Should you fail to attain the transformation into the ethereal realm as described by the sages within this time frame, you shall be deemed as mere mortal flesh, ultimately discovered by the sect, and your name erased from the celestial registry. The consequences could range from expulsion from the mountain to the complete erasure of your soul's memory, rendering you a simpleton. The elder furrowed his brow as he continued. Upon hearing this, Taiping was taken aback. Yet, after a prolonged contemplation, he nodded earnestly and gazed at the elder with sincerity, stating, Grandfather, I still wish to try. To him, entering the celestial realm and mastering the arts would grant him the ability to heal his grandfather, making the risk worthwhile. Very well. Observing Taiping's unwavering determination, the elder nodded with satisfaction. He then took the wax pill from Taiping's hand, peeled away the outer layer of wax, and personally presented it to Taiping's lips, saying, Consume it. Without hesitation, Taiping swallowed the spirit bone pill in one gulp. As it settled in his abdomen, he felt a warm current coursing through him, akin to a gentle hand caressing his entire being. However, apart from that, he felt nothing particularly distinctive. Is this truly sufficient? Taiping asked the elder, his face a mask of astonishment. In just a few days, a celestial being from the mountain will descend to fetch you. The elder replied with a smile and a nod. At that moment, his expression was a tapestry of complex emotions, both joy and apprehension interwoven. The joy was self-evident. Taiping was his most cherished grandson, and the prospect of him embarking on the path of celestial inquiry filled him with delight. Yet, the apprehension stemmed from the harsh realities of this journey, fraught with peril, where Taiping might not endure the 6 months required and could face expulsion from the sect, resulting in a tragic existence. On this arduous path through the mortal realm, one must seek out the myriad dangers of life. For how else could one hope to open the gates to the celestial paradise? The elder suddenly recalled the beggar sage, who, before departing, had uttered a profound statement. With this thought, his gaze regained its resolute strength. Guiding Taiping down this path was the right choice. Grandfather, what purpose does this bean serve? Taiping, feeling somewhat anxious, abruptly grasped the yellow bean within the wooden box. This too was left by the sage, though its specific function remained a mystery. The sage had merely suggested that should he one day be fortunate enough to enter the celestial realm, he should plant this bean in the spirit soil of the mountain. And at that time, a great opportunity would present itself. The elder weakly responded, "Cough, cough, cough." After uttering those words, he began to cough violently. "Grandfather, please drink some water and refrain from speaking." Taiping approached, concerned, and steadied the elder. "Taiping, this conversation tonight must remain a secret. You cannot tell anyone," the elder insisted, gripping Taiping's wrist firmly. "Rest assured, grandfather, I shall tell no one," Taiping affirmed with a determined nod. "In the realm of tranquility, though you possess remarkable wisdom. Dear Taiping, the world is fraught with peril, and you must tread with utmost caution." At that moment, the elderly man, whose lips were stained with blood from his cough, suddenly grasped young Taiping's shoulders with great fervor. His gaze bore into the boy's with unwavering intensity, and he summoned all his strength to exclaim, "Taiping, throughout my life, I have sought the path to immortality, yet I remain ensnared by this mortal coil. You must strive for breath. Advocate for the dignity of all mortals." With those final words, the old man stiffened and collapsed onto the bed. "Grandfather?" A chill enveloped Taiping's heart. His small, trembling hand reached towards the old man's nose, only to find no breath remained. Instantly, his eyes dimmed. I no longer have a grandfather." Taiping stood there in a daze, tears swirling in his eyes, until he could no longer contain himself and burst into sobs. Years prior, he had not wept at the passing of his parents, nor when he tumbled down the hillside while foraging for herbs. And even when he was trapped by wolves for days without food or water, he had remained stoic, for he knew he was not alone. He still had his grandfather. On this night, young Taiping lost his grandfather. That very night, a new name, Su Taiping, was inscribed upon the spirit bone monument of the Qingxian sect at the foot of Yunlu Mountain. In the village of Qingmiao, a youth named Su Taiping had manifested a spirit bone, prompting an urgent notification to the master of the seventh peak to send disciples down the mountain for his guidance. The elder, who tended to the spirit bone monument, placed a letter in the beak of a white crane. "Disciples, obey." The crane spoke in human language before spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. Chapter 3. The seventh day, the malevolent aunt sells her nephew into servitude 6 days later at the home of Su Taiping's uncle. "What? You intend to sell Taiping?" Su Erniu, Taiping's uncle, gazed incredulously at his wife. "Shoo." The plump-faced aunt raised a finger, urging her husband to lower his voice. "What do you mean by sell? This is an opportunity to serve the Bai family as a steward, something most would covet." She shot a glance of disdain at her husband. "True, but he would ultimately be bound in servitude," her husband replied, somewhat troubled. "In the Bai family, one is well-fed and well-cared for. What of servitude? Do not concern yourself. I have already accepted the deposit," she declared decisively, waving her hand. "Very well," Erniu sighed, unable to defy his wife, and nodded reluctantly. "Where's Taiping?" she inquired further. "He is still at the morning hall. Today marks the 7th day, and he wishes to keep vigil for the old man," Erniu, clad in mourning attire, replied. "The people from the Bai family are already waiting at the village entrance. Make him return at once." The aunt glared at her husband. "Have they arrived so soon?" Erniu asked, taken aback. "The young master of the Bai family is to begin his studies next month and just happens to require a page boy. Otherwise, they would not have come so swiftly. Enough talk. Hurry and fetch the boy from the morning hall." She glared at Erniu again, pressing him to act. "But today is the old man's 7th day. Let Taiping finish the night before he departs," Erniu said, scratching his head in distress. Upon the passing of Su Taiping's grandfather, the couple began to deliberate on how to dispose of Su Taiping, whom they deemed a burdensome liability. However, the second uncle still harbored some lingering affection and was reluctant to allow Taiping to depart for the Bai family as a servant before the customary mourning period had elapsed. What of the mourning period? Is silver more significant? Exclaimed the second aunt, her face a mask of exasperation as she playfully poked the second uncle's forehead. Then, with a conspiratorial whisper, she leaned in closer. Do you know how much the Bai family is willing to pay? 30 taels, 30 taels. Her eyes shimmered with avarice. Upon hearing this, the second uncle was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. I shall summon Taiping at once. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Qingyou village, Su Taiping cast a reluctant glance towards the direction of the mourning hall before beseeching his second uncle and aunt. Uncle, can we not delay until tomorrow? Taiping, serving as a household servant for the Bai family is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you do not leave now, come tomorrow, and the chance may vanish. The second aunt replied, her face beaming with a feigned warmth. You fear that if we wait until tomorrow, you won't be able to sell me for a good price? Su Taiping shot a cold glance at his second aunt. Despite spending the last few days in mourning, he was acutely aware of the coldness of human nature, and he could not be oblivious to the underhanded dealings of his uncle and aunt. The reason he did not resist was twofold. He felt powerless to oppose them, and he also believed that going to the Bai family might indeed be a favorable option, as he had no ties left here after his grandfather's demise. You child, how can you speak to your aunt in such a manner? She is only looking out for your best interests. The second uncle glared at him with disapproval upon hearing Su Taiping's retort. Stop dawdling, get into the carriage. There have been reports of rat demons lurking in this vicinity at night. We must reach Qingshiling before dark. At that moment, the steward from the Bai family urged from the cart behind Su Taiping. They are coming, they are coming. Upon hearing this, both the second uncle and aunt seized an arm of Taiping, forcibly dragging him towards the carriage. Su Taiping offered no resistance, only feeling a profound sense of desolation. Little one, take heed. This is the contract binding you to the Bai family. From this day forth, you shall be their servant, severing all ties with Qingyou village and the Su family. At the front of the cart, after Su Taiping affixed his thumbprint, the Bai family steward held up the contract, brandishing it triumphantly. Taiping replied, his expression devoid of emotion. It seemed that the elixir his grandfather had given him had lost its potency. 6 days had passed with no celestial being descending to claim him. While the steward of the Bai family conversed with his uncle and aunt, Su Taiping silently raised his head, gazing skyward. Regarding the pursuit of immortality, he felt little disappointment. For his greatest motivation to become an immortal had always been to heal his grandfather. Look, there is a white crane larger than a water buffalo in the sky. Where? Wait, it seems there are 2 people standing atop that crane. At that moment, the villagers gathered at the entrance erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Upon hearing the sound, Su Taiping, along with the steward of the Bai family and the Niujia couple, raised their heads and indeed discovered a colossal white crane soaring above them. On the back of the crane, 2 figures could be faintly discerned. Immortals? After a few moments of stupor, Su Taiping gradually uttered 2 words. They must be immortals. At that moment, many villagers began to shout excitedly. Just then, accompanied by a resounding crane call, the 2 figures descended gracefully from the sky, landing before the crowd at the village entrance. One was a man clad in a sky-blue long robe, while the other was a woman adorned in a flowing red dress. The man possessed striking features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, while the woman's delicate visage was akin to that of a celestial being, so breathtaking that the surrounding scenery seemed to pale in comparison. Forgive our intrusion, the young man said politely, bowing slightly to the crowd. I am a disciple of the Qingxian sect from Yunlu Mountain. Today, I have come down the mountain with my junior sister in search of a young lad. Upon hearing this, the residents of Qingyou village erupted in astonishment. They had not expected these 2 to genuinely be immortals from the nearby Yunlu Mountain. May I inquire if there is a boy named Su Taiping in the village? The female disciple in red also bowed to the crowd, her smile radiating warmth as she inquired. The moment she smiled, not just the men, but even the women felt their hearts flutter. Su Taiping. It must be him. He is Su Taiping. After a brief moment of shock, several villagers pointed towards Su Taiping, who stood beside the cart. Most of the villagers were familiar with one another, and given that Su Taiping's family was one of the few with a different surname in the village, many recognized him. Are you Su Taiping? The female disciple in red took a step forward, her face aglow with delight as she gazed at the young Su Taiping. Yes, Su Taiping nodded. Deep down, he had already surmised the identities of these two individuals. Senior brother, upon seeing Su Taiping nod, the young woman quickly turned to the young man behind her. The jade slip has reacted. He is the one we are looking for. The young man nodded and raised a jade slip, emitting a faint azure glow towards the female disciple. What has my nephew done? At this moment, Su Erniu, his uncle, could no longer restrain himself and inquired. Who asked you to meddle? Before Su Erniu could finish, his wife pulled him back, maintaining a distance of 5 to 6 feet from Su Taiping. Not just them, but other villagers also began to step back, keeping a respectful distance from Su Taiping. Clearly, like Su Erniu, most villagers speculated that Su Taiping must have committed some misdeed that had attracted the attention of the immortals. After all, Qingniu village was situated close to Yunlu Mountain, and tales of immortals descending to vanquish demons, though not witnessed firsthand, had certainly been heard. Chapter 4, 30 Tales. Little Taiping cuts off mortal ties. What wrongdoing? The female disciple in red chuckled lightly upon hearing the question and waved her hand dismissively. We have not descended to vanquish demons. We have come to take this young lad, Su Taiping, up the mountain. Up the mountain. The crowd, including Su Erniu, remained baffled. Su Taiping was born with a spiritual bone, his name inscribed in the celestial registry. Today, we shall escort him to the mountain and enroll him under the Qingxian sect. The young man explained to the crowd with an expression as tranquil as a still pond. Once he joins the Qingxian sect, does that not mean he shall become an immortal? Is my Su family about to produce an immortal? Upon hearing these words, Su Erniu felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, continuously murmuring to himself. The male and female disciples of the Qingxian sect paid no further heed to the villagers and extended their hands towards Su Taiping. Little Taiping, come with us, henceforth. You shall be our junior brother of the seventh peak, the young woman in red said with a sweet smile and a gentle tone. Upon hearing her voice, Su Taiping felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart, as if he had regained a sense of family. Wait. Just as Su Taiping was about to grasp the hand extended by the female disciple, his second aunt suddenly seized his arm, halting him. Two esteemed immortals. You cannot just take my Taiping away. He is the pillar of our Su family, destined to excel and bring honor to our lineage. The plump second aunt gazed at the two disciples of Qing Xian with a face full of smiles, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Hearing this, a chill washed over Su Taiping's heart. Throughout his life, his second aunt had regarded him as a burden, a harbinger of misfortune. When had she ever held hopes for him to bring glory to the family? The two disciples of the Qingxian sect, unaware of the underlying circumstances, assumed she was merely reluctant to part with Su Taiping. A mere mortal's laurels cannot be compared with our disciples of the Qingxian sect. However, since you are Taiping's aunts, this golden bowl shall serve as our meeting gift, said the young male disciple, retrieving an exquisite bowl from his sleeve and extending it towards Su Taiping's second aunt. No, esteemed immortal. Su Taiping was about to reveal the truth to the disciple when the steward of the Bai family suddenly leaped down from the carriage, grasping his arm with one hand while brandishing a contract with the other. This Su Taiping has been sold to my Bai family by his aunts. It is clearly stated in black and white. He is now a member of the Bai family, and this golden bowl rightfully belongs to us. Who wouldn't covet a gift from an immortal? Upon hearing this, the young male and female disciples of the Qingxian sect frowned in unison. Esteemed immortals, he is speaking falsehoods. I merely intended for Taiping to work for the Bai family, not to sell him into servitude. The plump second aunt, in a fit of anger, stepped forward to snatch the contract from the steward's hands. Indeed, my nephew is now a disciple of the immortals. This contract with your Bai family must be rendered void. At this moment, Su Taiping's second uncle also joined the fray, trying to seize the document. Enough, as the scene descended into chaos. The male disciple of the Qingxian sect could no longer contain himself and shouted. With his voice, an invisible pressure emanated from him, causing him to appear like an enraged tiger, intimidating Su Taiping's second aunt and the steward of the Bai family into silence. Taiping, is it true that you were sold into the Bai family as a servant? After the crowd fell silent, the red-clad female disciple of the Qingxian sect stepped forward to Su Taiping, her tone imbued with genuine concern. Su Taiping glanced at the young woman and nodded slightly. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a liberating exhilaration, as if the shackles binding him had been removed. Upon receiving Su Taiping's response, the red-clad disciple looked at him with unmistakable sympathy and pity. How can you speak so recklessly, you little ingrate? All these years. The plump woman, Su Taiping's aunt, prepared to confront him, yet the young woman in red waved her long sleeves, unleashing a gust of wind that forcefully pushed the hefty figure away. Though you may be esteemed immortals, must you not adhere to reason? The woman, evidently intimidated by the disciples' powers, attempted to argue but found herself retreating. Honored immortals, I possess a contract of servitude signed with Su Erniu, complete with black ink and a red handprint. Su Taiping is now a member of the Bai family. He and his wife cannot deny this. The Bai family's steward then presented the contract. The young disciple of Qing Xian took the document, glanced at it, and with a smirk, directed a cold smile towards Su Taiping's uncle and aunt. Is a disciple of the Qing Xian sect worth a mere 30 taels? Upon hearing the young man's words about how Su Taiping was sold for such a paltry sum, the red-clad maiden immediately pouted in indignation. You too, for just 30 taels. Sold your own nephew, and now you dare to demand benefits from us? It seems you seek punishment. The fiery young woman, always eager to champion justice, prepared to wave her sleeves once more. Spare us, my lady. Spare us. Su Erniu and his wife quickly begged for mercy. Sister, do not forget our master's admonition. The young man in green gently patted the maiden's shoulder, casting a profound gaze upon her. Although still visibly angry, she withdrew her hand at his words. Since this contract of servitude is indeed authentic, how much silver do you deem appropriate for our Qing Xian sect to redeem him? The young man in green addressed the Bai family's steward while holding the contract. This. The steward hesitated for a lengthy moment before gritting his teeth and raising 3 fingers. 300 taels. A disciple of the Qing Xian sect is valued at merely 300 taels? The youth scoffed again. He then produced a bulging cloth bag from his sleeve and casually tossed it to the steward. This. The steward opened the bag to discover it filled with gleaming gold ingots, rendering him momentarily speechless. The villagers, including Su Taiping's uncle and aunt, gasped in astonishment at the sight of the gold. Is this sufficient? The young man inquired with a smile. Indeed, it is more than enough. This gold is equivalent to 3,000 taels of silver. The steward, clutching the bag of gold ingots, nodded vigorously with excitement. Meanwhile, the faces of Su Erniu and his wife turned ashen upon hearing this. Although they were not well educated, they understood the significant difference between 3,000 taels and 30 taels. 2 celestial beings, this silver should not be given to the Bai family. We have only accepted a mere 30 taels from them. The plump second aunt lunged towards the young man, but to her surprise, he seemed to possess the ability to shift like a shadow, causing her to miss and tumble to the ground. Taiping, quickly tell the 2 celestial beings that these 3,000 taels rightfully belong to my second uncle. Upon witnessing the second aunt's failed attempt, Su Erniu stepped forward to pull Su Taiping. However, unexpectedly, Su Taiping was held back by the young girl in red, and in the blink of an eye, she retreated 4 to 5 feet. Realizing they could not succeed from this angle, Su Erniu and his wife turned their attention towards the Bai family's steward, shouting that the silver was theirs while grappling with the steward and 2 of his servants. Taiping, the bond of fate has dissipated. Do you wish to follow us to Yunlu and seek immortal destiny together? The young disciple from the Qing Xian sect tore up the contract of servitude in his hand and extended his hand towards him. Chapter 5. Crossing the Sea of Clouds. Hidden in Yunlu Mountain. Meanwhile, the girl holding Su Taiping's hand remained silent, watching him with a smile. Su Taiping glanced at the young man before him, then at the girl in red beside him, and finally at his second uncle and aunt who were still entangled with the Bai family's steward. The last flicker of hesitation in his eyes vanished. I am willing. Su Taiping nodded resolutely at the young disciples. Upon hearing this, the young man smiled broadly. Then with a wave of his sleeve, summoned a gust of wind that lifted Su Taiping and the girl in red into the air, landing them atop a celestial crane. Taiping, my name is Duga Qing Xiao, the second disciple of the 7th peak of Qing Xian sect. I am Zhao Linglong, the 6th disciple of the 7th peak of Qing Xian sect, and I shall henceforth be your little senior sister. Su Taiping greeted his senior brother and senior sister. Amidst their laughter, the villagers could only watch as the crane gradually vanished into the sea of clouds, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As for Su Taiping's second uncle and aunt, they ultimately could not overcome the Bai family's steward and his servants, leaving them with nothing but anger as they sat beneath the old elm tree at the village entrance. Cursing at the sky, Yunlu Mountain. In just a day, Su Taiping rode the celestial crane and arrived at the legendary Yunlu Immortal Mountain. In truth, the worldly Yunlu Mountain merely serves as the entrance to the Qingxian sect, much like the iceberg in the frigid sea. The visible portion above the surface often represents just a corner of the entire mass. The Yunlu Mountain you speak of in the mundane world is merely a barrier of the 7 peaks of Yunlu. The true 7 peaks are perpetually shrouded in a barrier of mist, accessible only with the guidance of spiritual birds. As they approached the summit of the cloud sea, Linglong, seated upon the celestial crane, excitedly began to introduce Yunlu Mountain to Su Taiping. Just how vast is the true Yunlu Mountain? After hearing senior sister Linglong's introduction, Su Taiping grew curious about Yunlu Mountain. The peaks of Yunlu stretch for thousands of miles, with the 7 main peaks towering over 10,000 feet high. Their area is likely not smaller than your Great Liang Kingdom. However, since the entire Yunlu Mountain constitutes a realm of its own, it appears merely as a small hill in the eyes of the mundane world. The one answering Su Taiping's question was Qing Xiao, who had been meditating nearby. Not smaller than the Great Liang Kingdom? Su Taiping's perception was once again shaken. Indeed, within the realm of cultivation, there exist numerous hidden paradises akin to Yunlu Mountain, and our Qingxian sect can merely be considered a third-rate sect. Linglong nodded with a smile. Above the 3rd tier, boom. Just as Su Taiping was about to inquire further about the cultivation world, a sudden gust of wind rushed towards them, causing the celestial crane they rode to emit a sharp, piercing cry. Junior brother, this is the barrier wind summoned by the protective mountain array. Hold tightly to senior sister's hand, or you may fall. Linglong shouted as she grasped Su Taiping's hand firmly. Understood. Su Taiping nodded and tightened his grip on her delicate hand. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic winds before Su Taiping dissipated entirely, revealing a pristine azure sky, rolling mountains, towering peaks that pierced the clouds, and floating mountains shrouded in the sea of clouds. This was the true Yunlu Immortal Mountain. Zhao Linglong stood up proudly, gazing into the distance. Brother Qing Xiao, junior sister Linglong. At that moment, a sweet, melodious voice drifted from beside them. Su Taiping turned to see a beam of azure light emerging from the clouds. Upon closer inspection, it was a tall, beautiful woman accompanied by a little girl, both gliding through the air atop a jade gourd. Sister Xian, what brings you down the mountain? Zhao Linglong waved cheerfully at Xian. Shortly after you descended, the spiritual bone steel reacted again. My 6th peak has now selected a disciple from the steel. Xian smiled at the little girl behind her. The girl, dressed in a white gown with skin as fair as jade, resembled a flawless porcelain doll from afar, truly enchanting. What a beautiful little girl! Zhao Linglong exclaimed sincerely. Congratulations. Congratulations. The 6th peak has acquired a fine talent. I fear that in the next 7 peaks grand competition, the 6th peak will emerge victorious. Qing Xiao smiled as he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Xian. At his words, Xian covered her mouth with a smile, a hint of charm subtly gracing her features. No need for formalities. Quickly introduce yourselves to Brother Qing Xiao and Sister Linglong. Xian encouraged the girl. Greetings, Brother Qing Xiao and Sister Linglong, the little girl said, somewhat awkwardly bowing to them. No need to be formal, Qing Xiao replied with a smile. Linglong then turned to Su Taiping, giving his head a gentle pat. Taiping, hurry and greet Sister Xian from the 6th peak and your future little junior sister. Among the 7 peaks, the 6th peak is the most affluent. You must be sure to curry favor with her. Greetings, Sister Xian. Greetings, Sister Wuyu. Although Su Taiping felt somewhat dazed, he still respectfully bowed to Xian. No need for formalities. No need for formalities. When you become an official disciple of the 7 peaks, I shall gift you a pei-yuan pill, Xian said with a smile. You should thank Sister Xian. Noticing Taiping's continued bewilderment, Zhao Linglong hastily pressed down on his head, prompting him to express his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Xian, Su Taiping stammered, still in a daze. Brother Qing Xiao, are you all heading to Longmen Hall? Ziyuan skillfully diverted the conversation. Indeed, before taking Taiping to the 7 peaks, we must first visit Longmen Hall to assess the spiritual bone. Qing Xiao nodded in affirmation. Then I shall accompany you, Brother Qing Xiao. Ziyuan gracefully maneuvered her flying sword to the side of the celestial crane on which Qing Xiao and the others were seated. Let us go together, Qing Xiao agreed with a nod. Hee, Sister Ziyuan, why not have you share the celestial crane with my master while I take Taiping on my sword? Zhao Linglong suggested with a mischievous grin. Zhao Linglong, are you asking for a beating? Ziyuan blushed, playfully rebuking her. Keep talking nonsense, and I might just kick you off. Qing Xiao shot a disapproving glance at the grinning Zhao Linglong. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare, Zhao Linglong pleaded, clinging to Su Taiping's shoulder. At that moment, Su Taiping felt a slight warmth on his face, as it was his first experience being embraced by a stranger. However, more than this embarrassment, he was intrigued by Qing Xiao's earlier remark regarding the assessment of his spiritual bone at Longmen Hall. Brother Qing Xiao, why is it necessary to measure the spiritual bone? Su Taiping couldn't help but inquire. Though you were personally chosen by the spiritual bone steel and may directly become a disciple of the seventh peak without examination, it is still essential to determine the type and grade of your spiritual bone, as it will benefit your future cultivation, Qing Xiao explained to Su Taiping. Little Taiping, you may not yet realize, but in the cultivation realm, while possessing a spiritual bone allows for practice, there are distinctions in both type and grade, Zhao Linglong chimed in, wrapping her arm around Su Taiping's shoulder and counting on her fingers to elucidate. In terms of types, the most common are the 5 elemental spiritual bones: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Additionally, there are rare bones such as ice, thunder, and wind. As for grades, there are 4: purple, gold, mysterious, and white spiritual bones, with the purple being the rarest, referred to as the heavenly spiritual bone, while the white is considered the least useful. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping began to comprehend. Why is the white spiritual bone deemed the least useful? He inquired with curiosity. The white spiritual bone, also known as the pseudo-spiritual bone, can indeed cultivate. But the speed is exceedingly slow. It often takes decades to break through the opening stage, making it hardly different from those without any spiritual bone, Zhao Linglong sighed. If I were to be assessed as having a white spiritual bone, would that mean I cannot become a disciple of the seventh peak? Su Taiping hesitated before posing this question. He believed that while the elixir left by his grandfather might allow his name to appear on the spiritual bone steel, it could not deceive the Qingxian sect's assessment of disciples' spiritual bones. After all, he was acutely aware that he possessed no spiritual bone. While that may be the case, Taiping, since you are a disciple selected by the spiritual bone steel, even if you do not possess the rare heavenly spiritual bone, you will at least have a golden spiritual bone, or at the very least, a mysterious one. It is impossible for you to have a white spiritual bone, Zhao Linglong asserted confidently. Sister Linglong is correct. Those chosen by the spiritual bone steel often possess golden or even heavenly spiritual bones. You need not worry excessively, junior brother, Qing Xiao added, smiling as he gently patted Su Taiping on the head. Indeed, even if one hails from the esteemed Bai Gu, there is no need for concern. Even disciples of Bai Gu may cultivate for 3 years at the base of the mountain, and should they pass the examination after this period, they too can ascend to become disciples of the 7 peaks, Zhao Linglong added with a smile. Su Taiping nodded, forcing a faint smile upon his face. Hearing that even those from Bai Gu would not be immediately cast down the mountain, he felt a slight alleviation in his heart. Moments later, at Qingxian sect, within the Dragon Gate Hall, this grand edifice, perched upon the suspended mountain, was surrounded by vibrant blossoms and rare beasts, with the path leading to the summit being exceptionally treacherous. Were it not for Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao accompanying him, Taiping feared he might take days to reach the pinnacle alone. Who approaches? As they stepped into the open space before the hall, an aged yet authoritative voice resonated from within, akin to rippling water. 7th peak, Duga Qing Xiao. 7th peak, Zhao Linglong. 6th peak, Su Zian. We pay our respects to Elder Black Dragon. Upon hearing this voice, the trio announced their identities while bowing deeply in reverence. Although Su Taiping was unfamiliar with Elder Black Dragon, witnessing the profound respect shown by Qing Xiao and the others prompted him to likewise pay his respects towards the hall. In contrast, Lin Buyu displayed an unwavering calm throughout, silently standing in place. What brings you to the hall today? The venerable voice echoed once more. Today, my esteemed junior sister Xian from the 6th peak and I have each brought back a disciple selected by the spirit bone steel. And we wish to request Elder Black Dragon to assess the spirit bones of both individuals before returning to our peaks. Qing Xiao responded with utmost respect. Enter. Came the voice again, soon thereafter. Inside the hall. Is this truly Elder Black Dragon? Upon entering, Su Taiping was taken aback by the imposing figure seated within. In the center of the hall sat an exceptionally robust man upon a grand lotus leaf, and standing before him felt akin to standing before a small hill. More intimidating was the fact that, Although clad in a silk robe of deep purple, his head resembled that of a menacing dragon from the depths of the waters. Strikingly fearsome. Elder Black Dragon's true form is that of a spirit dragon from the Xuanyang River, having cultivated for 5 centuries to attain human shape. He later followed our venerable ancestor of the Qingxian sect and became one of the protective spirit beasts of the sect. Despite his fearsome exterior, his heart is quite benevolent. You need not fear him. Anticipating Su Taiping's apprehension, Zhao Linglong hastily provided reassurance. Indeed, senior sister, I am not afraid. Su Taiping nodded, his surprise outweighing any fear he might have felt. Junior sister Xian, what a coincidence. At that moment, a man clad in white, accompanied by a richly adorned youth, emerged from beside Elder Black Dragon. Senior brother Jean? Upon seeing this man, Xian's brows furrowed involuntarily. What brings you here? Qing Xiao inquired somewhat curtly. Though unaware of the circumstances, Su Taiping could discern that both individuals harbored a clear disdain for the man before them. A few days ago, while vanquishing demons in the Tianling Kingdom, I chanced upon a young prince endowed with a spiritual bone. I took him to the mountain, intending to consult Elder Heilong regarding the nature of his spiritual bone. The man spoke with a smirk, his gaze brazenly roaming over Xian and Linglong, completely disregarding Qing Xiao. It had been years since we last met, and to my surprise, Linglong had blossomed into a young lady. With a mischievous smile, he turned his attention to Zhao Linglong, saying, if you no longer desire those captivating eyes, I could assist you in removing them right now. Qing Xiao stepped forward, blocking the man's gaze, asserting, I would like to see you try. Just as Jin Heji was about to retort, the previously silent Elder Heilong suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of peculiar golden vertical pupils. This is neither chiefing nor shoufing. This is my Dragon Gate Hall. Elder Heilong's gaze swept over the two individuals, commanding, yes. Qing Xiao and Jin Heji, you may step back. Bring forth the children for the spiritual bone assessment. As he instructed, Elder Heilong produced a dragon pearl from his sleeve. This dragon pearl was the size of Taiping's head, shimmering like crystal and resembling a transparent amber sphere, with azure halos rippling around it like water. Simultaneously, Su Taiping, Lin Buyu, and the elegantly dressed young prince approached Elder Heilong. You 3 children, step forward in turn and place your hands upon this pearl, Elder Heilong instructed, his eyes scanning Su Taiping and the others. I shall go first. Upon finishing his sentence, the young prince rushed forward and pressed his hand onto the dragon pearl. Elder Heilong furrowed his brow slightly, but said nothing further. Close your eyes and concentrate. You may open them when I call for you. With a cold command, Elder Heilong was enveloped in golden light, streams of golden energy converging from his body into the dragon pearl, which then enveloped the young prince entirely. Moments later, accompanied by a faint humming sound, the dragon pearl in Elder Heilong's hands radiated an intense golden light, while flames rose around them. A fire-type golden spiritual bone. Ha! Witnessing this spectacle, Jin Heji, standing beside Qing Xiao, suddenly burst into boisterous laughter. Although Elder Heilong displayed displeasure at Jin Heji's loud outburst, he refrained from silencing him. For the emergence of a disciple with a fire-type golden spiritual bone in Qingxian sect was indeed a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. Chapter 7. Assessing the Spiritual Bone. Su Taiping's fate with the 7 Peaks senior brother Jin. I have long proclaimed that I am no ordinary spiritual bone, the young prince declared. His eyes now open and a look of pride adorning his face upon witnessing the transformation of the dragon pearl. Su Taiping remained remarkably composed, devoid of envy or jealousy. And Lin Buyu mirrored his demeanor. Little fellow, what is your name? Elder Heilong inquired, retracting the dragon pearl while addressing the haughty young prince. I am the 9th prince of the Tianling Kingdom, surnamed Yi, and my name is Xian. I have been distinguished since childhood. Before the young man could finish speaking, Elder Black Dragon waved his hand, signaling him to step aside, evidently displeased by his haughty demeanor. Although Yi Xian felt a twinge of displeasure, he dared not voice his thoughts and reluctantly moved to stand beside Jin Heji. Come forth, Elder Black Dragon instructed, gesturing towards Lin Buyu. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Buyu took measured steps to the front and gently placed a small hand upon the dragon pearl. Witnessing this scene, Xian of the 6 Peaks felt a tightening in her chest. Despite the spirit bone tablet rarely making mistakes, there was always a chance of an exception. After all, the accomplishments in cultivation between practitioners of golden spirit bones and profound spirit bones differed significantly, not to mention the various classifications of spirit bones. Thus, it was impossible for Zi Yin to remain calm. With a subtle humming sound, the dragon pearl in Elder Black Dragon's grasp radiated a golden light once more. However, this time, the flames encircling the pearl crackled with electric sparks. It was a thunder anomaly bone, and of the golden spirit bone caliber. Upon witnessing this, even the typically reserved fairy Zi Yin could not suppress her exclamation. Congratulations, junior sister Zi Yin. A golden spirit bone thunder anomaly bone has not appeared within our Qingxian sect for centuries. Senior sister Zi Yin, you have discovered such a treasure. You must treat us all to a grand feast at Drunken Immortal Pavilion later. Qing Xiao and Ling Long chimed in, offering their congratulations. Junior sister Zi Yin, congratulations. Jin Heji also approached, albeit reluctantly, to express his good wishes. Ha! At that moment, the usually stern Elder Black Dragon erupted into hearty laughter, his voice echoing throughout the hall. With both thunder and fire, and both being golden spirit bones, our Qingxian sect has a promising future ahead. While Su Taiping observed this scene with an impassive demeanor, he quietly congratulated Lin Buyu as she passed by him. Congratulations, Sister Buyu. Lin Buyu turned to glance at Su Taiping, then nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Both exhibited a temperament that remained unfazed by praise or criticism, though Lin Buyu appeared to exude a greater sense of composure. Little one, it is your turn now. Elder Black Dragon's voice resonated once more. Hearing this, Su Taiping raised his head to meet the eager gaze of Elder Black Dragon, whose vertical pupils were filled with anticipation. Qing Xiao and Ling Long beside him suddenly grew tense, their eyes fixed on Su Taiping. Yes. After exchanging a glance with Elder Black Dragon, Su Taiping calmly nodded. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Taiping placed his hand upon the dragon pearl held by Elder Black Dragon and began to meditate. As he felt a warm energy gradually enveloping him, he soon sensed the dragon pearl quivering in his grasp. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the once transparent dragon pearl had transformed into a pallid hue, resembling the color of a carcass abandoned by the roadside. Indeed, Su Taiping murmured to himself. His suspicion confirmed. The pill left to him by his grandfather could allow his name to grace the immortal registry, yet it could not grant him the status of a true spirit bone. A stark white bone, gazing at the ivory-colored dragon pearl. My senior sister Zhao Linglong's eyes were filled with disbelief, although Qing Xiao remained silent. The expression on his face revealed that his astonishment was no less than that of Zhao Linglong. The spirit bone steel had surprisingly selected a white skeleton. The fortune of the Seven Peaks remains as consistently dismal as ever. At that moment, Jin Heji from the first peak suddenly burst into laughter, then spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. You, junior sister. Hearing this, Zhao Linglong was about to retort, but was halted by Qing Xiao beside her. Elder Black Dragon, might I request another assessment? Qing Xiao implored the elder. You should be well aware, Qing Xiao, that this pearl of mine does not err, Elder Black Dragon replied, reclaiming the dragon pearl with an air of authority. Sighing deeply, Qing Xiao responded, Alas. Ziyan, Heji, you two take this young lad up the mountain. Your presence is unnecessary here, Elder Black Dragon remarked, glancing at Ziyin and Jin Heji. Elder Black Dragon, junior brother Qing Xiao, junior sister Ling Long, I bid you farewell. Jin Heji smiled as he took the hand of Yi Xian and turned to leave. Brother Jin, our Qingxian sect would not even accept a white skeleton, would we? Such waste is certainly not welcome at our first peak. Their conversation echoed from the entrance, inciting ire in Qing Xiao and Ling Long, yet they felt powerless to respond. Understanding their discontent, Ziyin chose not to comment further and departed with Lin Buyu. Once the group had exited, Elder Black Dragon reopened his eyes. A white skeleton is unworthy of becoming a disciple of the Seven Peaks. You must either remain at the base as an unnamed disciple for 3 years, and then challenge the Seven Peak selection, or descend the mountain immediately. His gaze shifted towards Su Taiping, who stood silently in place, clearly indicating that he was expected to make a choice. Let him decide for himself, remarked Ling Long, seemingly eager to offer Su Taiping a hint, but was cut off by Elder Black Dragon. Sensing the atmosphere, Ling Long wisely closed her mouth, refraining from further speech. If I pass the Seven Peak selection, will I still be able to join the Seventh Peak and become a junior brother to you, Sister Ling Long, and Brother Qing Xiao? Su Taiping did not answer Elder Black Dragon immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Qing Xiao and Ling Long. On that matter, I can assure you on behalf of my master, If you succeed in the selection, the gates of the seventh peak shall undoubtedly be open to you. Qing Xiao stated solemnly, feeling a twinge of guilt for not being able to bring Su Taiping to the mountain. Taiping, passing the selection would certainly be advantageous. But it is exceedingly challenging, Linglong said, her expression marked with concern as she shook her head at Su Taiping. Su Taiping smiled at Linglong, then turned back to Elder Black Dragon and declared, Elder, I wish to remain at the base for 3 years of training. He would not go back on his promise to his grandfather. Upon hearing Su Taiping's decision, Elder Black Dragon nodded indifferently, then produced a jade slip and handed it to Su Taiping. Take this jade slip. Someone will escort you down the mountain and inform you of the matters you need to pay attention to next. Thank you, Elder. Su Taiping replied as he accepted the jade slip. Elder Black Dragon, this child was brought up the mountain by me. I shall be the one to escort him down and ensure his settlement. Linglong stepped forward, making her request to the elder. As a disciple of the Seven Peaks, one is not permitted to descend the mountain or meddle in affairs below. However, given that this child was guided up by you, I shall make an exception this once. Elder Black Dragon pondered briefly before he gradually nodded in acquiescence. Thank you, Elder Black Dragon. Linglong, overjoyed at having received permission, expressed her gratitude. You may not remain at the foot of the mountain for more than 2 hours, and do not attempt any tricks. While I do not concern myself with matters atop the Seven Peaks, any disturbance below, even to a blade of grass or a twig, will not escape my awareness. Elder Black Dragon issued a warning to Zhao Linglong. Rest assured, Elder, I promise I will not engage in any unnecessary actions. Linglong, caught with her intentions laid bare, stuck out her tongue and smiled as she reassured him. A moment later, before the Dragon Gate Hall, Junior sister, I must report this matter to Master. I leave Taiping's care to you. You must ensure everything is arranged properly, as it will be difficult for us to descend the mountain to find him later. Qing Xiao instructed Linglong. Do not worry, senior brother. I will manage everything perfectly. Linglong assured Qing Xiao. He nodded, then leapt into the air, stepping upon a jade flute, his figure shooting forth like a streak of light. Come, Taiping, let us first register you, and afterward, we shall find a suitable place for you at the foot of the mountain where you can both earn merit and cultivate. Linglong patted Taiping's shoulder and smiled. Earn merit? Taiping inquired, puzzled by the term. Indeed. Linglong sighed and explained to him. Disciples of the outer sect at the foot of Qingxian Mountain must earn merit each year. Only by accumulating sufficient merit can one continue to stay in the sect. Otherwise, one will be expelled from the mountain. How does one earn merit? Taiping continued to ask. Upon registration, each outer sect disciple receives a residence, several acres of celestial fields or medicinal gardens. Within the residence, they may rear livestock, and in the celestial fields, they can cultivate celestial grains or herbs, which, upon maturity, can be sold for merit coins. Linglong meticulously introduced the process to Taiping. Thank you, Sister Linglong, I understand now. This merit is akin to the currency of our mundane world. Taiping nodded in comprehension. You are not wrong in saying so. Linglong smiled, then took Taiping's hand and said, let us head to the West Wind Pavilion for your registration first, and afterward, we shall see if there are suitable tasks for you. Chapter 8. In Qingzhou Residence, Taiping bid farewell to Linglong. At Yunlu Mountain, West Wind Pavilion. This is one of the places under Qingxian sect responsible for handling affairs of the outer disciples. Fairy Linglong, the registration for this young brother has been successfully completed. Please take this copper mirror and this jade slip of transmission. An elderly man with graying hair within the West Wind Pavilion presented a wooden box containing a copper mirror and a white jade slip to Linglong. Taiping, keep this copper mirror. It serves as proof of your status as a registered outer disciple and an artifact for listening to the teachings of the elders in the future. Linglong handed the copper mirror and jade slip to Taiping. Indeed, outer disciples do not receive the personal guidance of their mentors as inner disciples do. They can only observe the teachings of the elders from the sect through the bronze mirror during the 1st and 15th days of each month. The elder from the Shifeng Pavilion added with a smile. And what of this jade slip? Su Taiping inquired, nodding as he picked up the slip. This is a transmission jade slip, containing a method for refining qi. When utilizing it, you need only to calm your mind and press it to your forehead. The elder continued. Moreover, the usage of the bronze mirror and the regulations to heed after entering the sect are all meticulously detailed within the jade slip. Once you are settled, you may commence its use, Linglong supplemented. Very well, Su Taiping nodded in agreement. Master Lu, Do you have any medicinal gardens that require supervision? Linglong turned her gaze toward the head of the sheafing pavilion. The head, Lu, appeared momentarily taken aback. In the outer sect, the most effortless means of accruing merits undoubtedly lies within the spirit herb gardens. Not only is the work light, but the merits earned are plentiful as well. Master Lu, this child is a distant relative of mine. If you could assist in this matter, I, Zhao Linglong of the Seventh Peak, would owe you a favor. Zhao Linglong stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, the expression in Lu's eyes brightened considerably. He was well aware of Zhao Linglong's status as a direct disciple of the Seventh Peak's master, whose future prospects were undoubtedly boundless. A favor from her held considerable value. Since you, Fairy Linglong, have made the request, I shall, of course, extend my assistance, Lu replied after a brief contemplation, nodding in agreement. Zhao Linglong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Su Taiping cast a grateful glance in her direction, silently committing this kindness to memory. To be candid, there is indeed an unattended medicinal garden within the mountain ranges to the west of Yunlu Mountain, which falls under our sheafing pavilion's jurisdiction. Lu gestured toward a map on the wall as he spoke, stroking his beard. The location is within the Yunk Valley, 3,000 li from sheafing pavilion, known as Qingzhou Residence. It boasts 3 acres of spirit herb garden, along with a ready-made small courtyard for your residence and cultivation. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the sheafing pavilion, a steward voiced his concern. Pavilion master, did not a cultivator report previously that there were malevolent spirits appearing at Qingzhou Residence? If we placed that young one there, and something untoward were to happen, it would be difficult to account to Fairy Linglong. He cast a worried glance at the elder, watching as Fairy Linglong and Su Taiping departed on their celestial crane. Such concerns are mere fabrications. A few disciples from the Fourth Peak have already investigated the matter and found no anomalies, Lu dismissed with a wave of his hand. Moreover, should any genuine issues arise, what does it matter if a mere outer disciple meets their end? It is fortunate if half of the new outer disciples survive their time in the mountains each year. If I were to be accountable for every demise, would I still be able to serve as pavilion master? He then shot a disapproving look at the steward. You speak true. I have been overly cautious, the steward conceded, retreating with a disgruntled expression. Another half-hour passed. Qingzhou Residence. The ethereal Fairy Linglong has arrived at the green bamboo residence. The crane, possessing the ability to articulate human speech, gently flapped its wings, ensuring a smooth descent for Linglong and Su Taiping. Once Su Taiping regained his footing, he looked ahead and beheld a tranquil little courtyard nestled within a verdant bamboo grove, where fallen bamboo leaves nearly obscured the threshold. Taiping, from now on, you must rely on yourself, Linglong remarked, glancing at the sky with a hint of reluctance. The time agreed upon with Elder Black Dragon has come. Thank you, Sister Linglong. I will strive diligently in my cultivation. Aiming to ascend to the 7th peak as soon as possible, Su Taiping declared, his youthful face revealing an unexpected determination that belied his age. I believe in you, Linglong replied, affectionately patting Su Taiping's cheek. She then produced a bone flute and a pouch from her sleeve, handing them to him. This bone flute can be used to attract nearby spiritual birds, and within this pouch are 30 merit coins provided by the West Wind Pavilion for each new disciple. Should you require any urgent items, you may spend a merit coin to have a nearby spiritual bird assist you in procuring them. However, unless absolutely necessary, these 30 merit coins should not be spent recklessly, as your medicinal garden in the backyard is likely in disrepair. You will need these coins to purchase seeds and provisions. I will not misuse them, Sister Linglong, Su Taiping assured her, nodding as he accepted the flute and pouch. Little Taiping, until fate brings us together again, take care, Linglong said with a smile, as she resumed her place upon the crane and waved farewell to Su Taiping. Goodbye, Sister Linglong, he replied, also waving. With a powerful flap of its wings, the crane soared into the sky, creating a gust of wind. Little Taiping, I hope to see you again. Linglong sighed as she gazed down at his shrinking figure. Having grown up in the Qingxin sect, she was acutely aware that those with only the white spirit bone among the outer disciples had a mere chance of 1 in 1,000 to ultimately ascend to the 7th peak, with most failing to pass the selection within the 3-year time frame. As soon as Linglong departed, Su Taiping pushed open the courtyard door and strode confidently inside, making his way to the medicinal garden in the backyard, where he halted. Just as Sister Linglong had said, the garden was indeed overgrown and neglected. Observing the weedy, desolate state of the garden, Su Taiping muttered softly to himself. However, his eagerness to visit the garden was not merely to confirm this observation. He carefully retrieved a wooden box from his bosom, from which he produced a small porcelain vial, and then poured out a single yellow bean seed. Indeed, this was the very seed his grandfather had bequeathed to him. His grandfather had said that once he reached the immortal mountain and planted this seed, he would gain a significant opportunity. Speaking softly, he crouched down and dug a small hole in the garden's soil, planting the yellow bean seed with great care. If the elixir was genuine, then this seed must be as well. As Su Taiping contemplated this, he gently covered the seed with soil, ensuring it was well concealed. Chapter 9. Planting the yellow bean. Discovering opportunities within the pods. Should I water it? He pondered aloud. Plop. As Su Taiping prepared to seek out water, the earth that he had used to cover the soybean seeds was suddenly disturbed by an unseen force. Has it sprouted? So soon? Curiously, he crouched down and was astounded to discover that the soybean he had just planted had indeed sent forth tender shoots. Not only that, but after breaking through the soil, the young plant began to grow stems and leaves at a visibly rapid pace, soon flowering and bearing fruit. In mere moments, a mature soybean plant stood before Su Taiping. This plant, towering at about 4 feet, boasted leaves so vibrant they seemed capable of dripping water, while the 3 pods hanging from it were as translucent as jade. Unmistakably extraordinary. Could the fortune his grandfather spoke of reside within these 3 pods? Intrigued, Su Taiping reached out to pluck them. Just then, a melodious voice resonated from the soybean plant. Following this, Su Taiping beheld a luminous, milky white glow, resembling mist, emanating from the plant as stems and leaves, ultimately coalescing into the figure of an exquisite fairy before him. Do not be hasty in your harvesting, the fairy said, her smile sweet as she gazed at the astonished Su Taiping. You, are you a monster or a fairy? Su Taiping stammered, finally regaining his composure, though his voice still trembled. A fairy? Perhaps once, but now, I am merely a remnant soul, surviving in this soybean, the woman reflected, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Little one, there is no need to fear. I mean you no harm and cannot harm you. I appear now simply to propose a transaction. A transaction? Su Taiping inquired, puzzled. My name is Chu Lingwe. 600 years ago, I was betrayed by an enemy, my body sealed and my soul shattered. Only this remnant soul has managed to escape, clinging to this soybean. After traveling thousands of miles, it eventually came into the possession of your grandfather, who then passed it down to you. It was only today, as you planted it in this blessed earth, that I have been granted a chance to see the light of day once more, the enchanting woman explained earnestly. If I had not ascended the mountain, would you have remained trapped within the soybean? Su Taiping asked, his youthful curiosity overshadowing his fear. Indeed, and not only trapped in the soybean, in a year or two. As the spiritual energy within the bean dissipates, my remnant soul would likely vanish as well, Chu Lingwe acknowledged, revealing her predicament without reservation. What do you mean by the transaction you mentioned earlier? Su Taiping pressed, maintaining his focus despite his curiosity. From the 3 pods on this soybean plant, could you perhaps take only one, leaving the remaining 2 for me? Chu Lingwe asked, her expression turning serious. According to your words, does that mean only I can harvest the pods from this plant? Su Taiping blinked at Chu Lingwe, his large eyes filled with wonder. Such an astute grandson. Su Jian must be able to rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. Su Taiping's words startled Chu Lingwe. She offered a wry smile and nodded, saying, Indeed. Only the one who plants can harvest the fruits. Now I understand, Su Taiping acknowledged. Since this is a transaction, what do you intend to offer in exchange, my lady? He inquired of Chu Lingwe. If you can choose but one, I am willing to impart a portion of the secrets concerning this being, along with a formula that aids the cultivation of mortal bones, Chu Lingwe replied earnestly. At that moment, her gaze clearly indicated that she no longer regarded Taiping as merely a child. Upon hearing that Chu Lingwe possessed a formula capable of assisting mortal cultivation, a flicker of joy flashed in Su Taiping's eyes. How can you make me trust you, my lady? Su Taiping continued to question with an inscrutable demeanor. I can provide you with the formula first. You may test it, and if you find it effective, we can proceed with the exchange, Chu Lingwe stated candidly. Su Taiping fixed his unwavering gaze upon her eyes, and after a lengthy pause, he nodded, saying, No need for a trial. I agree to the transaction with you. My lady, are you not afraid that I might deceive you? Seeing Su Taiping's prompt agreement, Chu Lingwe found herself somewhat perplexed.
My grandfather said that after I plant this bean, I would encounter a fortuitous opportunity. It seems my opportunity lies with you, my lady, Su Taiping replied earnestly. Chu Lingyue was initially taken aback, then covered her mouth and smiled, saying, I did not expect that you, little one, possess such eloquence. You surpass your grandfather in this regard. Are you well acquainted with my grandfather, my lady? Su Taiping suddenly inquired with curiosity. From Chu Lingyue's words, Su Taiping could faintly discern that she had indeed communicated with his grandfather. I have little time to spare. Let us discuss this bean first. Chu Lingyue deftly diverted the topic. Very well, Su Taiping nodded, choosing not to dwell on the previous question, and sat cross-legged on the ground, adopting a posture of attentive listening. The bean your grandfather previously gave you is also known as the earth store fruit. It is an exceptionally mysterious spiritual object. When planted in the celestial mountain, it absorbs the mountain's spiritual energy, allowing for the unique treasures to be nurtured within its fruit. Chu Lingyue explained directly, without any pretense. Are you implying that if this seed is buried in different celestial mountains, the resulting fruits will vary significantly? Su Taiping asked, both astonished and curious. Precisely. Chu Lingyue affirmed with a nod of approval. The spiritual energy contained within each celestial mountain is distinct, much like the diversity among humans. Thus, the fruits born of the earth store fruit, as well as the treasures contained within them, differ from one mountain to another. She elaborated further. Such a seemingly ordinary yellow bean possesses such extraordinary qualities. No wonder my grandfather deemed this a grand opportunity. After hearing Chu Lingyue's detailed explanation, Su Taiping's expression was one of sheer astonishment. His initial conjecture was that this yellow soybean seed was merely a type of treasure akin to a celestial fruit. Yet he was astounded to discover it was, in fact, a divine object capable of nurturing treasures. You plucked one of the pods and opened it. The fairy of Lingyue pointed to the 3 pods atop the vine. Chapter 10. Acquiring Spirit Crystals, the Mystery Within the Earthly Fruit. Indeed, Su Taiping complied, carefully tearing a pod from the vine and gingerly prying it open. Fairy, what is this? Upon opening the pod, Su Taiping was astonished to find not beans, but rather crystalline orbs radiating a lustrous glow. This is a spirit crystal, the crystallization of the spiritual energy inherent in this land. In your future cultivation, you may hold one in your mouth, and in conjunction with the prescription I shall provide, even the most ordinary bones can cultivate rapidly. The fairy of Lingyue stated with unwavering confidence. Is that truly so? Su Taiping could not help but exclaim. Cultivation of ordinary bones is not inherently a formidable task. However, the region you occupy on this continent has seen many cultivation lineages severed, leading to circumstances where ordinary bones are unable to cultivate. The fairy of Lingyue replied dismissively. Nodding her head, she continued, among the treasures nurtured by the earthly fruit, this spirit crystal is, in fact, the least remarkable. Unfortunately, this land is too barren, only capable of producing items of such caliber. Even if it were to grow for a longer period, it would merely enhance the grade of the spirit crystals. But it could not give rise to true magical artifacts endowed with divine abilities. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping pondered thoughtfully and then inquired, if I were to plant this seed atop the 7 peaks, would it not yield the kind of magical artifact the fairy speaks of? Precisely. If I were not merely a remnant soul, I would wish to take you as my disciple, the fairy of Lingyue remarked, increasingly fond of Su Taiping. Feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, Su Taiping awkwardly scratched his head. However, to coax more formidable treasures from the earthly fruit, apart from planting the seed in a location rich in spiritual energy like the 7 peaks, there is another task we must undertake, the fairy of Lingyue interjected. What task? Su Taiping quickly inquired. First, you must pluck the remaining 2 pods from the vine and open them, cradling them in your hands, the fairy of Lingyue instructed, gesturing to the 2 verdant pods still attached to the vine. Very well. Choosing to trust the fairy of Lingyue, Su Taiping acted decisively, unhesitatingly plucking the 2 pods and opening them. Upon doing so, he indeed discovered, as the fairy had indicated, that these 2 pods also contained spirit crystals resembling yellow beans. Fairy. Su Taiping carefully gathered his own spirit crystals and then presented the remaining ones to the ethereal figure of the fairy of Lingyue. He would not take any more than what was due to him, adhering to his promise. This display earned Su Taiping a silent nod of approval from the fairy of Lingyue, who internally commended him. At such a young age, he is cautious yet unafraid of challenges,
and he approaches tasks with a refreshing decisiveness. Indeed, he is of our kind. However, she did not convey these words to Su Taiping. Instead, she merely nodded at him and then inhaled deeply towards the handful of yellow bean spirit crystals in Su Taiping's hand. With a subtle sound of suction, Su Taiping watched as the 7 or 8 yellow bean spirit crystals in his palm transformed into wisps of purple aura, flowing into the ethereal form of the spirit moon fairy as if merging rivers into the ocean. After absorbing the purple aura formed from the yellow bean spirit crystals, Su Taiping distinctly sensed that her figure had become much clearer, no longer swaying like mist in the wind. Thank you, young friend Taiping, for granting me a new lease on life. The spirit moon fairy expressed her gratitude without reservation. There is no need for such courtesy, fairy. This is merely a transaction between us, Su Taiping replied with an expression of calm indifference, shaking his head serenely. That is indeed a valid point. The spirit moon fairy acknowledged with a nod, and then she gestured towards the withered bean plant below. Now, observe how this plant has changed. At her behest, Su Taiping looked down and was astonished to discover that the once vibrant bean plant had now completely withered, resembling a mere patch of wild grass. Fairy, this bean plant has withered. How shall we procure the seeds? Su Taiping inquired. Though surprised, he was not overly alarmed, for he trusted that this fairy must have a solution. Regarding this matter, the spirit moon fairy smiled. It pertains to the second task I mentioned earlier. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping immediately adopted an attentive demeanor, his gaze fixed earnestly upon the spirit moon fairy. Without further ado, she explained, after the earthly treasure fruit has borne its fruit and all are harvested, it will naturally wither. Even until next year, it will not bear again. To encourage it to continue bearing fruit, one must utilize the fire without roots to incinerate the withered plant, and when it is completely reduced to ashes, its seeds will emerge from within. We refer to this process as burning the seeds. The spirit moon fairy's response undoubtedly left Su Taiping in awe once more. However, more than the wonder in his heart, he was particularly intrigued by her mention of the fire without roots. Fairy, what is the fire without roots? Su Taiping asked. It seemed the spirit moon fairy had been anticipating his inquiry, for upon hearing his question, she revealed a pleased smile and proceeded to explain, the fire without roots, as the name suggests, is a flame that does not require external means to ignite. There are two types of fire without roots. One arises naturally, and the other is refined by cultivators using their true energy combined with techniques, which we refer to as true fire. The naturally occurring fire without roots is also known as spiritual fire, a divine entity that can be encountered but not sought after. Thus, the only fire without roots you might find is the true fire refined by cultivators, which is often contained within treasures and talismans. If she had merely intended to explain the fire without roots, the spirit moon fairy would not have needed to be so elaborate. It was evident that her words were meant to guide Su Taiping in his cultivation. Thank you, fairy, for your guidance. Su Taiping felt immensely enlightened upon hearing these words and immediately expressed his gratitude. So, fairy, you wish for me to seek the talisman containing the true fire, correct? He promptly confirmed with Lingyue fairy. Indeed, Lingyue fairy replied with a gentle nod. While the true fire talisman is not particularly rare, and the initial incantation of the earthly Bodhi fruit does not require a fire of high grade, given your current circumstances, purchasing one may be beyond your means. Thus, you must either cultivate your own true fire when you achieve sufficient mastery or diligently manage this herb garden until you accumulate enough merit to exchange for it. There is no need to rush. Lingyue fairy advised Su Taiping. Do not worry, fairy. I will strive to cultivate diligently and manage this half-acre herb garden with great effort. Aspiring to acquire the true fire needed for the incantation as soon as possible, Su Taiping replied earnestly, nodding his head. Chapter 11. The Gift of the Prescription. Su Taiping receives the bone-cleansing decoction excellent. Lingyue fairy smiled gently at Su Taiping. For reasons unknown, despite him being merely a lad of a little over 10 years, she felt that his resolve surpassed that of many adults, reminiscent of someone she had once known. Leaning in slightly, Lingyue fairy suddenly beckoned Su Taiping closer. Is there something else you wish to instruct? Su Taiping inquired, somewhat puzzled as he stepped forward. At that moment, Lingyue fairy extended a finger and lightly tapped Su Taiping's forehead. Before Su Taiping could react, he felt a refreshing chill penetrate his mind, followed by a white sheet appearing in his consciousness, detailing a prescription and instructions for its preparation. The bone-cleansing decoction? Such a remedy truly exists for the cultivation of skeletal beings, Su Taiping exclaimed, joy illuminating his features as he reviewed the efficacy of the prescription. Little one, do not rejoice too soon. The bone-cleansing decoction must be used in conjunction with another elixir, the ingredients of which are exceedingly precious. Thus, possessing this alone will be of little use to you, and you shall encounter challenges while soaking in the bone-cleansing decoction, Lingyue Fairy cautioned, tempering his excitement. What sort of challenges? Su Taiping inquired immediately. Without the accompanying decoction, immersing yourself in the bone-cleansing decoction will cause excruciating pain throughout your body. Akin to the torturous process of skinning, Lingyue Fairy replied solemnly. I am not afraid of pain, Su Taiping stated resolutely after considerable contemplation, shaking his head vigorously. Lingyue, though tempted to remark that he had yet to experience such torment, refrained from voicing her thoughts for reasons unknown. Today, my mood is rather pleasant. In addition to the prescription I promised you, I shall bestow upon you another gift, Lingyue Fairy said with a sudden smile, extending her hand to gently grasp something. In an instant, Su Taiping beheld strands of white light swirling like ribbons into the palm of Lingyue Fairy. When she opened her hand, 3 lustrous orbs had formed within her grasp. The moment these orbs coalesced, Su Taiping distinctly felt Lingyue Fairy's figure become considerably more transparent. Whoosh! Before Su Taiping could inquire about the nature of the objects, the ethereal Lingyue Fairy suddenly raised her hand and scattered the 3 beads, casting them into 3 distinct corners of the medicinal garden. Upon completing this act, Su Taiping heard the Lingyue Fairy softly reciting a spell. Simultaneously, pale azure light began to converge around the beads, forming a mysterious runic pattern that enveloped the entire garden. This was the lesser 3 talents gathering spirit array. While it did not compare to a true gathering spirit array, it would ensure that your half-moon medicinal garden would yield 3-fold harvests within a year. After all was said and done, the Lingyue Fairy explained to Su Taiping, her voice tinged with fatigue. 3-fold. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping's face lit up with delight. He promptly retrieved 4 yellow bean spirit crystals from his pocket and presented them to the Lingyue Fairy, saying, Fairy, please accept these 4 beans. My grandfather always taught me that fairness is paramount in trade, otherwise it cannot endure. Upon hearing Su Taiping's earnest declaration, the Lingyue Fairy could not help but chuckle softly, though she quickly adopted a serious demeanor. You are correct. Since this is a transaction, fairness is essential. However, your cultivation will greatly benefit from these spirit crystals. So consider them alone for now. When the next earth fruit bears treasures, you may return them then. Contemplating her words, Su Taiping nodded thoughtfully. Then when I repay you, we must factor in interest. I shall owe you 5 spirit crystals. Indeed, interest must be accounted for. The Lingyue Fairy replied with a playful giggle. At that moment, her figure appeared to grow more translucent, her essence noticeably weakened. Little Taiping, my current soul form is too frail. I must continue to rest and recuperate within the earth-concealing fruit for at least a month or 2. From now on, the matters of this medicinal garden and your own cultivation will depend solely on you. Please do not hinder my progress, as I still rely on the earth-concealing fruit to restore my true self, she admonished Su Taiping with a hint of jest. Rest assured, Fairy, cultivation is my own responsibility. I will never hinder your progress, Su Taiping declared with unwavering determination. Well said. The path of cultivation is indeed a personal journey. The road to immortality is long. Others may assist for a moment, but ultimately, one must rely on oneself. The Lingyue Fairy smiled with satisfaction. She then pointed to the withered bean stalk and instructed, Taiping, please go inside and see if there is a shovel. Dig up this bean stalk and bury it in a pit at the center of the garden. Understood. Su Taiping nodded and turned towards the house without hesitation. As he turned to enter, the previously gentle expression of the Lingyue Fairy suddenly shifted to one of sharp intensity. She turned her gaze towards the courtyard wall. Following her penetrating stare, one could discern a pair of faintly glowing blue eyes stealthily observing the courtyard. At the moment the Lingyue Fairy turned her head, those eyes clearly noticed her presence and swiftly retreated, rolling off the wall. Meanwhile, the ethereal figure of the celestial maiden Lingyue suddenly transformed into a whirlwind, sweeping through the courtyard with a fierce gust, sending the fallen form tumbling away from the wall. Spare me, esteemed immortal. I am but a mere specter, compelled by the Tiger Lord of Qingfeng Gorge to do harm. Before Lingyue could utter a word, a corpse-like specter, its face ashen and flesh decaying to reveal bone, prostrated itself before her. To serve the tiger is to be among your kind of scoundrels, Lingyue scoffed, swiftly delivering a blow that sent the specter hurtling away. In that moment, she seemed a different being compared to when facing Su Taiping. Wait, my strength has yet to be restored. I may not be a match for that tiger demon. Slaying this specter might invite trouble. Instead, I shall cast a charm of forgetfulness upon it, allowing it to temporarily disregard this encounter. When Taiping's cultivation matures, he can confront the tiger demon, which would serve as excellent training. Just as she prepared to eliminate the specter, Lingyue hesitated, murmuring softly, her expression brightening with joy. Chapter 12, The Copper Mirror. Su Taiping's initial lessons in scripture. With a swift motion, Lingyue pointed her finger at the specter's brow, inscribing a talisman with a milky light. As the symbol sank into its forehead, the specter stood up, expressionless, oblivious to the celestial maiden before it. It turned to leave, muttering to itself, "How did I stumble here? Never mind. I should return to report to the king. I shall tell him that another novice caretaker has arrived at Qingzhou residence. We can wait until the spiritual herbs in his garden mature before coming back to claim his life along with the herbs. Perhaps the king will even reward me with a tender heart. How delightful." As it spoke, the specter could not help but sway its head, evidently pleased with its cunning plan. Alas, though releasing the tiger back to the mountains is fraught with peril, I hope that young Taiping will one day comprehend the good intentions of his master, Lingyue murmured, watching the swaying specter depart. Although she had yet to formally take Su Taiping as her disciple and was uncertain of his willingness, this did not deter her from envisioning herself in the role of a mentor. However, she would never admit that her primary motivation stemmed from the solitude she endured for centuries within the earthly fruit, longing for amusement. The following day, Su Taiping arose early. He first tended to the medicinal garden, clearing away the weeds, and then he added a few shovels of soil over the spot where he had buried the earthly fruit. For him, the earthly fruit would be a significant support in his future endeavors within the realm of cultivation, and he could not afford to let anyone steal it. Since Lingyue had not appeared since returning to the earthly fruit the previous night, he speculated that she might not emerge for another month. After tending to the garden, he spent the morning organizing the 3 thatched cottages of Qingzhou residence. The cottages were quite rudimentary, consisting of a bedroom with merely a bed, a main room, a kitchen, and a latrine built behind the medicinal garden. During the process of tidying the kitchen, Su Taiping stumbled upon 2 rather intriguing items: a water tank that could not be emptied and a rice barrel that would yield a full tank of rice with the mere insertion of a merit coin. With both water and rice at his disposal, complemented by a piece of dried fish hanging on the wall, Su Taiping managed to resolve his first meal at Qingxian sect quite effortlessly. After dining, he used the sheets and blankets from the cupboard to make his bed, subsequently sitting cross-legged upon it as he retrieved the jade slip and the bronze mirror provided earlier by the West Wind Pavilion. When the illustrious Lingyue fairy imparted the recipe for the marrow-cleansing soup, she did so with a gentle touch to my brow. The transmission method of the jade slip also required a press against the same spot, indicating a universal technique for imparting knowledge in the cultivation realm. He quietly murmured as he grasped the jade slip. According to the head of the West Wind Pavilion, this jade slip contained a method for refining qi specific to Qingxian sect, alongside various regulations of the sect and instructions on the usage of the bronze mirror. The information conveyed through this jade slip far surpassed that of Lingyue fairy's singular gesture. As he perceived the flood of text surging within his mind, Su Taiping felt a wave of dizziness, nearly toppling off the bed. Fortunately, it was not long before the influx of new text ceased, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, he soon encountered another dilemma. The words that had entered his mind resembled books arranged on a shelf, requiring one to delve into them to see and comprehend their contents. Thus, the method of transmission from the jade slip differed somewhat from that taught by Lingyue fairy. Her gesture directly informed him how to gather and brew the medicinal ingredients, whereas the jade slip merely filled his mind with these concepts. Su Taiping took a moment to reflect on the distinction between the 2 methods, considering that the difference might stem from the content itself. He promptly reassured himself mentally, letting go of the matter, and settled down to gradually peruse the lines of text in his mind. 3 days later, after nearly 3 days of diligent effort, Su Taiping finally absorbed all the contents of the jade slip. As previously asserted by the head of the West Wind Pavilion, the slip primarily contained 3 elements: a portion of the Zhanxia Sutra, a scroll detailing the functions of the bronze mirror, and the Qingxian sect code. Throughout this period, He also managed to cultivate the medicinal garden while studying. Following the methods taught in the Jade Slip, after completing the cultivation of the land, he could gather some animal droppings and dried twigs to enrich the soil. However, this step was not urgent. Today marked the first day of the month, designated for Elder Xiang's lecture, which focused on the Tsanxia Sutra and the foundational teachings for novice cultivators, occurring only once every 3 months, an event not to be missed. After the lecture, he could also select seeds for purchase from the bronze mirror, ensuring that the merit coin was not wasted. As Su Taiping sat alone in the main hall for his meal, he began to strategize his tasks for the day, casually tearing off a page from the wall calendar. The torn page fortuitously revealed the inscription for the first day of the month, alongside annotations in red ink stating auspicious activities such as seeking knowledge and advising against digging the earth. This was purchased yesterday when he summoned a spirit bird to assist him in acquiring daily necessities, costing him 6 merit coins, which left him feeling quite distressed for a time. After finishing his meal, he returned to his chamber. Su Taiping carefully retrieved a bronze mirror from a box and placed it on a rickety table before him. On the table, besides the mirror, lay half a bowl of clear water, several flower petals, and a merit coin from the Qingxian sect. Reflecting on the instructions for using the mirror, Su Taiping dipped his hand into the bowl, letting a few drops of water fall onto the mirror, followed by placing the petals and the merit coin atop it. At that moment, as he set the merit coin down, a sudden gust of refreshing wind surged forth from the mirror, carrying with it a faint scent of sandalwood. Almost immediately, a voice resonated from within the mirror. Su Taiping, registered disciple of the outer sect of Qingxian, do not depart. Elder Xiang is about to commence the discourse. Should you miss it today, you must wait another 3 months. Having already thoroughly perused the content of the Jade Slip, Su Taiping was not startled by the voice, for it was mentioned in the record of the mirror's function that this was the voice of the spirit of the mirror. According to the record, this spirit acts as a guide, assisting one in locating what they seek within the mirror, except in the restricted areas of the Qingxian sect. And each guidance requires a merit coin. Thank you, esteemed spirit of the mirror. Su Taiping expressed his gratitude, believing it necessary to acknowledge the spirit, as it was not entirely inanimate. Chapter 13. Attending the discourse, a glimpse into the path of cultivation. To his surprise, the mirror's spirit responded to him, albeit in a tone that was exceedingly cold and rigid. The mirror is ready, came a voice of great authority from within the bronze mirror. Su Taiping immediately directed his gaze into the mirror. What was once a reflection of his own face transformed into a hazy mountain peak as the elder's voice resonated, revealing the vague silhouette of an ethereal old man atop the summit. Xiang Daojun, there are 396 disciples attending this lecture. Among them 218 newcomers and 200 without cultivation. The spirit's voice echoed once more from the mirror, and as it spoke, the image magnified until Su Taiping could clearly see the Xiang Daojun seated upon a stone platform. 400 is sufficient. There is no need for more to enter, Xiang Daojun remarked, his eyes slightly closed and his lips parted gently. Understood, the spirit replied in a frigid tone. Su Taiping felt a sense of relief wash over him, realizing that there was a limit to the number of listeners for the lecture, and he was fortunate to have arrived early. Whether you are attending this lecture on the Tsanxia Sutra for the first time or have heard it many times before, I shall treat all equally and begin from the start. After a brief pause, Xiang Daojun's voice resonated once again. Recognizing that the formal lecture had commenced, Su Taiping sat up straight, fixated on the bronze mirror, his eyes unwavering. Among you, there are many who have not practiced before embarking on this journey. Therefore, prior to discussing the remaining Twilight Sutra, I wish to elucidate what constitutes cultivation and what is meant by attainment. Cultivation, in essence, pertains to the refining of one's physical form through rigorous training, and the transformation of essence into vital energy through the art of opening the gates. Our Qingxian sect has always placed significant emphasis on the latter. Only by nurturing a reservoir of innate true energy can one wield spells and supernatural abilities, prolong life, and glimpse the path to transcendence and immortality. Today, I shall present the remaining Twilight Sutra, which is one of our sect's most crucial teachings on opening the heart. At this juncture, Su Taiping nodded subtly. The words of Zhang Zhenjuan resonated with the opening of the remaining Twilight Sutra, a portion he could comprehend, while the subsequent specific steps of cultivation left him utterly bewildered. Having clarified what cultivation entails, I shall now expound upon attainment. Attainment, in succinct terms, refers to the various stages of cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, Practitioners are generally classified into 5 realms based on the longevity of their lives and the strength of their powers, from the weakest to the strongest. The first realm is known as the opening realm, also referred to as the entry into the sea realm. At this stage, practitioners have merely begun to find their path, their vitality and blood energy far exceeding their peers, with a lifespan that can extend to 2 cycles of 60 years, surpassing 120 years. Su Taiping's eyelids twitched involuntarily upon hearing this. He was taken aback to learn that the opening realm, as described by his grandfather, was merely the lowest tier in the cultivation hierarchy. Amidst his astonishment, he felt a tinge of relief. Had the opening realm been the 2nd or 3rd tier, he feared he would struggle to break through within 6 months, and his fabricated celestial credentials would inevitably be exposed. However, such thoughts flitted through his mind only fleetingly, as he quickly refocused his attention on Ziyang Zhenjuan's teachings. The second realm is known as the spectral depths realm, where one's lifespan can reach 3 cycles of 60 years. Only upon reaching this realm can one truly be regarded as a cultivator. Among the disciples I have encountered over the years, at least 60% have become ensnared at this level, some even being direct disciples of the 7 peaks. The third realm is termed the profound understanding realm. Upon transcending this stage, one's lifespan may extend to 6 cycles of 60 years, allowing one to be venerated as a true lord, possessing their own temple within Yunlu Mountain. As for the 4th and 5th realms, you need not concern yourselves with them at present. Do not aspire to lofty heights prematurely. At this point, Ziyang Zhenjuan took a cup of tea from a disciple and savored it thoughtfully, seemingly allowing everyone to ponder the implications. It is no wonder that breaking through to the profound understanding realm is so formidable, Su Taiping mused. He couldn't help but wonder what realm the fairy Lingyue had attained. Just as he was lost in thought, Ziyang Zhenjuan's voice from the copper mirror swiftly brought him back to the present. He then began to elucidate the key points of practicing the remaining Twilight Sutra, step by step, in alignment with the text before him. Having thoroughly familiarized himself with the Zhangxia Sutra prior to this moment, Su Taiping found the teachings of the Zhang, true monarch, rather effortless to comprehend. At times, he even displayed a look of epiphany, unable to restrain himself from gesticulating joyfully upon grasping profound insights. As he felt the myriad confusions he had previously encountered were gradually elucidated by the true monarch. Although he lacked spiritual bones, Su Taiping had demonstrated considerable aptitude for scholarly pursuits since childhood. Thus, in terms of comprehending martial arts, he was not merely comparable to his brethren endowed with spiritual bones, but excelled significantly. At this moment, while he reveled in the captivating discourse, the majority of the disciples, faced with the same copper mirror, were in utter torment, scratching their heads in frustration. This scene did not escape the keen observation of the Ziyang, true monarch. Aside from a handful of disciples, most, including Su Taiping, were unaware that before the true monarch stood a magnificent copper mirror, reflecting the images of over 300 disciples in attendance, who introduced Su Taiping to the Qinxian sect. The Ziyang, true monarch, inquired of the mirror spirit after the lecture concluded. Originally selected as a disciple by the spiritual bone steel, Su Taiping was meant to be sent to the 7th peak. However, during the assessment of his spiritual bones, Elder Heilong discovered he possessed only white bones, rendering him unqualified for the 7th peak and relegating him to practice at the foot of the mountain, awaiting the selection for the 7th peak 3 years hence. The mirror spirit replied to the Ziyang, true monarch. What a pity, the true monarch lamented, shaking his head in resignation. He perceived Su Taiping's unique understanding of martial arts, which sparked a desire to take him as a disciple, yet he was disheartened to learn that he was merely a white bone. Alas, no matter how adept one is in martial arts, it is of little consequence if one lacks the requisite foundation. Not everyone is like Su Chan, sighed the Ziyang, true monarch. True monarch, it would be prudent to refrain from mentioning Su Chan too often. The sect leader may not take kindly to it. The mirror spirit cautioned. What of it? Can my influence truly eclipse all within the Qinxian sect? The Ziyang, true monarch, retorted with a cold snort before sweeping away and, as he neared his cave abode, abruptly turned back to glance at the copper mirror, declaring, "The next lecture will be cancelled. I shall enter seclusion for 3 years." With that, he vanished at the entrance of his cave. Why must it be so? A voice of resigned exasperation echoed from within the copper mirror. Returning to Qingshu residence, Su Taiping, sitting upon his bed and practicing diligently, let out a deep sigh. Having completed the lecture by the Ziyang, true monarch, the hour had struck noon, the perfect time for his study of the Zhangxia Sutra. He began to practice according to the insights he had gleaned that day, yet to his dismay, after a full hour of effort, he found himself unable to guide the earthly spirit energy into his body and refine it into true qi as described in the sutra. It seems I must rely on the prescription from the spirit moon fairy, Su Taiping said, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling a pang of dissatisfaction. This attempt starkly illustrated the formidable challenges faced by those with white bone aptitude in their cultivation. Upon reaching this conclusion, he resolutely retrieved the bronze mirror once more and placed a merit coin upon its surface. Su Taiping, what brings you to seek me? The voice of the mirror's spirit resonated from within the bronze mirror. Esteemed Lord of the Mystic Mirror, I wish to procure a selection of medicinal herbs and seeds. Su Taiping responded, at your current rank, you may only purchase herbs and seeds from the Baichao Hall at the foot of the mountain. Here is the list of herbs available at Baichao Hall. Once you have made your selections within the mirror, a spirit bird will deliver them to your courtyard. As the mirror spirit spoke, a catalog of herbs began to materialize upon the surface of the bronze mirror. Thank you, esteemed Lord of the Mystic Mirror. Su Taiping expressed his gratitude and commenced a meticulous search. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Su Taiping finally assembled the herbs listed in the recipe of the Spirit Moon Fairy. To obscure the identity of the recipe, he added a few inexpensive herbs and subtly adjusted the quantities. Regarding the seeds for the medicinal garden, he chose only the 9-leaf perilla, purchasing enough to cultivate 3 acres across 3 seasons. His reasoning for this selection was deliberate. According to the records within the transmission jade slip concerning the cultivation of the medicinal garden, the leaves, stems, and fruits of the 9-leaf perilla are all medicinally viable. The leaves can be consumed as high-quality vegetables, and the seeds are the most affordable among all spiritual herbs, thriving with a growth cycle of merely 3 months. Given that Yunlu Mountain enjoys a spring-like climate year-round, it could be planted 3 times. The sole drawback is its low market price. Under normal circumstances, each acre of 9-leaf perilla yields only 30 merit coins annually for the Qingxian sect, which is significantly lower than the profits from other spiritual herbs. It is worth noting that each registered outer disciple of the Qingxian sect must submit 120 merit coins annually. In typical conditions, even if Taiping were to cultivate 3 acres entirely with 9-leaf perilla, he would still fall short of the required merit coins to submit to the sect. However, with the formation laid down by the Spirit Moon Fairy in the medicinal field, everything would change. According to the Spirit Moon Fairy, the yields from the field, once equipped with that small gathering spirit formation, would triple over the course of 3 years, making the cultivation of 9-leaf perilla the most advantageous choice. Undoubtedly, 3 acres planted with 9-leaf perilla across 3 seasons could yield at least 270 merit coins. After deducting the 20 merit coins for costs and the 120 merit coins required for annual submission, he would still have 130 coins remaining. By the following year, he could procure superior medicinal seeds and perhaps retain some for purchasing techniques and talismans. After settling the payment with the bronze mirror, Su Taiping took up paper and pen, diligently recording his accounts. Having completed the purchases of both herbs and seeds, he was left with merely 3 merit coins. Fortunately, he had already procured a jar of rice and had ample supplies of oil and salt, allowing him to set traps in the mountains for wild game, which should sustain him until the first harvest of 9-leaf perilla. As he recorded his accounts, he contemplated the decision to select 9-leaf perilla as his seed of choice, primarily due to its rapid maturation, enabling him to swiftly exchange for merits and acquire the medicinal herbs necessary for his cultivation. Regarding the genuine fire talisman required for seed incineration, he had inquired with Jing Ling yesterday. The response indicated that one must be a novice for at least a year before being eligible to purchase such talismans. Moreover, even the most basic genuine fire talisman commands a price exceeding 1,000 merit coins, which he simply cannot afford in the short term. Indeed, once he harvests his crops, he will need to contemplate saving for the genuine fire talisman. Su Taiping noted this down in his ledger. The following evening, a mystical bird, a gray crane, landed in front of Su Taiping's courtyard, clutching a large package. The seeds and medicinal herbs he had ordered had finally arrived. After reluctantly parting with a merit coin for the gray crane's service, Su Taiping carried the herbs into his bedroom. Inside, a large tub filled with hot water awaited him, prepared in advance for the medicinal infusion. The prescription provided by Fairy Lingyue indicated that the materials were ordinary, yet to unleash their efficacy, he must adhere strictly to the timing and sequence dictated in the instructions. After categorizing the herbs and weighing them meticulously with an old scale from his home, Su Taiping stood before the tub, mentally rehearsing the order and timing for adding the ingredients. He felt confident. Moments later, nodding to himself as if to bolster his resolve, he picked up a portion of the herbs resting on oiled paper and promptly poured them into the steaming tub. He began counting down on his fingers. 8, 7, 6. When he reached 1, he swiftly added the second portion of herbs into the tub. Upon their introduction, the hot water began to bubble vigorously, releasing a fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk. It appeared he had not made any mistakes. Delighted, Su Taiping added another package of herbs. After a stick of incense had burned, once all the herbs had been added according to the prescription, Su Taiping observed the hot water, which had transformed from clear to a thick, milky liquid. The medicinal broth gleamed like jade, viscous as promised by the recipe. Su Taiping sighed in relief, at least visually. His concoction of the bone-cleansing and marrow-purging soup had been a success. Without delay, he swiftly disrobed, revealing his slender physique, and submerged himself into the therapeutic broth. Perhaps due to the potency of the medicine, even after a stick of incense had passed, the broth remained scorching hot, causing Su Taiping to wince. Were it not for the prescription's warning that leaving midway would significantly diminish the efficacy, he might have already leapt from the tub. Chapter 15. Immersing in the medicinal broth. Enduring exquisite pain to refine the marrow after entering the medicinal soup, he needed to activate its properties through breath control techniques. As he acclimated to the temperature of the broth, Su Taiping began practicing the breathing method taught in the Zhangxiagong. Soon, he felt a warmth radiating from his lower abdomen, within the dantian. The steps of breathing were imparted by the revered Zhang Zhenjuan during his lectures. In recent days, Su Taiping had practiced numerous times. Although he had yet to successfully refine the spiritual energy, he had become thoroughly familiar with the procedure. As Su Taiping pondered the delayed effects of the medicinal concoction, a sudden, piercing pain radiated from his back, akin to a nail being gradually hammered into his flesh. Just as he was about to assert his ability to endure, a similar agony surged through his chest, leaving him utterly speechless. More terrifying still, this was merely the beginning. Following the onset of pain in those two areas, a cascade of excruciating sensations erupted throughout his body's acupoints, affording him no respite. Normally, such torment would render a person unconscious, yet for reasons unknown, Su Taiping remained conscious amidst the agonizing immersion in the medicinal bath, forced to endure the relentless suffering. The pain persisted for an entire hour. Throughout this torment, Su Taiping found himself yearning to escape the confines of the tub, yet each time this thought crossed his mind, he was haunted by the image of his grandfather in his final moments, his eyes wide open as he implored, "Breathe, Taiping. You must breathe for yourself and for the sake of all those who have come before you." Gasping for breath, Su Taiping leaned wearily against the tub, and once his breath steadied, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he murmured with pride, "Grandfather, have I brought you shame?" Although the intense pain had subsided, a lingering discomfort remained. His body felt as though it were riddled with countless wounds. Even the slightest movement threatened to tear open these injuries, inflicting sharp pangs of agony. The regimen dictated that he must endure this bone-cleansing elixir for a total of 7 sessions, with no interruptions. Failure to comply would render his efforts futile. The mere thought of enduring 6 more episodes of such torment, despite his resolute spirit, sowed seeds of doubt within him regarding his ultimate endurance. 6 days later, the final session approached. Gazing upon the steaming potion, he was suddenly struck by a sense of disconnection from time. The preceding 6 days had felt longer than the entirety of the past decade. After 6 consecutive days steeped in the bone-cleansing elixir, both his mind and body had reached their limits. On the first day of immersion, he had not uttered a sound, but as the days progressed, he found himself wailing in agony, calling out for his parents and grandfather. Su Taiping had never envisioned himself as so fragile, a testament to the excruciating potency of the elixir. Yet, even amidst tears and cries, he had persevered to this 7th day. Remarkably, during this week, he had managed to till the entire 3 acres of medicinal field and sow the seeds of the 9-leaf white perilla. "Endure, Su Taiping, you must endure," he reminded himself. Hesitating before the tub for an extended period, his complexion was ashen, devoid of color, his body emaciated. In just 6 days, he had lost at least 10 pounds, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, Su Taiping stepped into the bathtub, his body swiftly engulfed by the milky white liquid. Despite his fervent desire to endure, the excruciating pain compelled him to cry out. Had it not been for the desolation of the surrounding area, he might have attracted the attention of onlookers. However, his cries did not go unheard. Outside the window, the ethereal figure of the spirit moon fairy floated like a wisp of green smoke. Little Taiping, this is your final day. Hold on, your fate hangs in the balance, whether you ascend to the heavens or drift aimlessly through life like a withered leaf. It is all contingent upon your resolve. Listening to the pained groans from within, she could not help but murmur to herself. It is easy to speak of endurance. Yet the torment of refining one's essence intensifies with each passing day. By the seventh day, the agony will magnify sevenfold, and without an alternative remedy, who could possibly endure? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she bitterly laughed at herself, feeling guilt for hastily entrusting Su Taiping with the remedy. An hour later, could it be that he truly persevered? Upon witnessing streams of pure spiritual energy converging like a tide towards his courtyard, the spirit moon fairy wore an expression of disbelief. This was indeed a sign of successful bone and marrow cleansing. Previously too apprehensive to look inside, she now peered through the window's crack. Inside the bedroom, Su Taiping lay half reclined in the tub, unconscious, as the medicinal concoction he soaked in had transformed from jade white to pitch black, tainted by the impurities seeping from his body. Concurrently, streams of spiritual energy, visible only to the spirit moon fairy, gently caressed Su Taiping, entering his being. Observing Su Taiping within, then glancing at the meticulously tended medicinal garden behind the courtyard, a smile graced her lips. Initially, she had only intended to take a gamble due to time constraints, yet it seemed her intuition had not failed her. With that thought, her form dissipated, leaving behind a lingering whisper in the courtyard. Little one, I must focus on refining the spirit crystal to extend my life for a few more years. Until we meet again. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Su Taiping, still submerged in the bathtub, opened his eyes. He had experienced the sweetest slumber of his life. Have I succeeded? Noticing the foul-smelling black liquid in the tub, he was not frightened. Instead, joy illuminated his face. According to the instructions of the marrow cleansing potion, this was indeed a sign of success, indicating that the impurities within him had been expelled, granting him the true qualifications for cultivation. In a surge of excitement, Su Taiping sprang from the tub, uncaring of his nakedness as he dashed to the well in the backyard. He filled a bucket with water, cleansing himself thoroughly of the filth, then sat cross-legged on the ground, immediately commencing the cultivation of the Zhangxia Gong energy refinement technique. Chapter 16. Selling herbal medicine and hunting antelope in the sheep-deer mountains as he commenced the delicate practice of the remnant twilight breathing technique. A refreshing breeze swept through the small courtyard, allowing the ethereal essence of nature to flow into his body through the open meridians. In previous attempts, Su Taiping had struggled to sense the intricate pathways of his energy channels. However, this time, he effortlessly perceived them, and the process of guiding the spiritual energy into his meridians for refinement proceeded with remarkable ease. Ultimately, after the span of a short incense stick, he successfully infused a refined strand of true energy into his dantian. Though the time taken to refine this single strand of true energy paled in comparison to the prodigies described by the Ziyang true monarch for Su Taiping, it marked a significant step onto the path of cultivation. He felt no overwhelming despondency regarding his comparatively slow pace of refinement. His grandfather had always emphasized that diligence could compensate for shortcomings. If they practiced for 2 hours a day, he would dedicate 4. If they trained for 4 hours, he would invest 8. He resolved firmly that he would eventually catch up. Moreover, he recalled the Huangdo spirit crystals, which the spirit of the moon had mentioned would enhance his practice significantly. He took out one of the Huangdo spirit crystals he had obtained from the earth store fruit and resumed his cultivation. With the aid of the crystal, his speed in refining the essence of the world increased threefold. The spirit of the moon had indeed spoken the truth. This crystal was immensely beneficial, and perhaps he could genuinely break through the threshold of the opening door realm within half a year. As he sensed the acceleration in his cultivation speed, Su Taiping's countenance brightened with joy. With the Huangdo spirit crystal's assistance, his rate of progress was now comparable to that of ordinary cultivators. In the days that followed, aside from dedicating 2 hours daily to tending to the herbal fields, he devoted every remaining moment to his practice, sparing no time for idleness. 3 months swiftly passed. During this time, Su Taiping could distinctly feel the increasing abundance of true energy within his dantian, and he sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through the condensation phase. The term condensation phase is derived from the remnant twilight technique and describes the depth of true energy for cultivators who have yet to break into the opening door realm. Within this technique, the depth of true energy prior to breaking through is categorized into 3 levels: condensation, frost transformation, and ice formation. Only upon surpassing the ice formation level can a cultivator attempt to breach the opening door realm. However, even before transcending the condensation phase, as the true energy within his dantian flourished, the changes within Su Taiping's body became increasingly apparent. For instance, his vision and hearing had significantly improved compared to 3 months prior. Now, he could distinctly see a sparrow perched on a tree 500 meters away. Additionally, he could discern the presence of various beasts within a mile radius of the surrounding forest solely by the sounds they made. Furthermore, both his physical strength and agility had experienced notable enhancement. In the present day, Su Taiping, though appearing slender, possesses no difficulty in lifting a 200-pound stone mill with a single hand. As for his agility, he once pursued a wild deer through the nearby mountains and forests, fully keeping pace without faltering. Furthermore, during his time in Qingyo village, he often accompanied his grandfather into the mountains to hunt, acquiring skills in archery and trap-making. Consequently, for the past month, he has enjoyed a steady supply of game, relishing the combination of perilla leaves with roasted venison and rabbit meat, never tiring of the fare. Speaking of which, it is time to check the traps he set a few days ago on the back mountain. Perhaps he might catch a yellow goat for his next meal. One midday, after 3 hours of cultivation, Su Taiping, feeling the pangs of hunger, rose from his bed, preparing to inspect the traps he had laid on the back mountain. Due to his dedication to his training, he had little time for hunting. So over the past 3 months, he had set numerous traps across several nearby mountains. Now, he could simply check on them occasionally to reap the rewards. However, before that, he had a more pressing task at hand: selling medicinal herbs. It had been 3 months since he sowed the seeds of the 9-leaf white perilla, and Su Taiping had harvested over 300 pounds of perilla roots and more than 60 pounds of perilla seeds. Precisely 3 times the average yield from a typical medicinal field. By weight, this batch of 9-leaf white perilla could fetch at least 96 merit coins, exceeding his initial expectations by 3-fold. After arranging all the herbs for sale at the entrance, Su Taiping took out the bone flute given to him by the West Wind Pavilion and blew into it forcefully. Soon, a majestic white-headed eagle, with wings spanning nearly 10 feet, arrived at the gate of his courtyard. "Uncle White Eagle, I kindly ask you to deliver these herbs to the Baichao Hall for sale. You may take 3 merit coins from the proceeds," Su Taiping said, bowing slightly to the eagle before him. Entrusting a spiritual bird with the task of selling herbs was a method he had gleaned from the transmission jade slip, which stated that ordinary medicinal herbs could be sent directly with the spiritual bird for sale, thus saving time and effort, albeit with a fee of 3 merit coins afterward. "I shall bring the funds tomorrow," he added. The eagle offered no further words. It nodded slightly before grasping the batch of herbs with its talons and soaring into the sky. By tomorrow, he would have the means to purchase martial techniques from the Wanwan Tower. Watching the eagle's disappearing figure, Su Taiping intertwined his fingers and stretched luxuriously. Although he still needed to save for true fire talismans, acquiring a martial technique for self-defense was essential. He had narrowly escaped injury from wild boars during his hunting excursions in the mountains. Currently, he possessed ample true energy within his dantian, but lacked the knowledge to wield it effectively. In truth, for cultivators, purchasing a spell for practice would be more advantageous. However, he was financially constrained and could not afford it, opting to save more funds for the future. Moreover, even if he practiced the Tsangxia skill before breaking through to the door-opening realm, the amount of true energy in his body would not suffice to support the casting of spells. It was also time to replace his bow and hunting knife. At this moment, Su Taiping had retrieved his bow and knife from the small room, ready to set off for the back mountain. The bow and arrow, along with the hunting knife, were left behind by the previous owner of this humble abode. The blade of the hunting knife was riddled with nicks, and the bowstring had snapped once, but Su Taiping had managed to repair it with great effort. Living alone in the mountains, surrounded by numerous wild beasts, possessing such basic self-defense weaponry was indeed essential. After a short while, at the back mountain, although Su Taiping referred to it as the back mountain, the map in the jade slip indicated that this mountain was called Yanglu Mountain, named for the abundance of yellow sheep and elk within its confines. However, during his recent excursions, Su Taiping discovered that the yellow sheep and elk were rather scarce, while packs of wild boars roamed freely. Capturing a wild boar would be quite fortunate, for it would ensure he would not have to worry about sustenance for at least the next fortnight. As he traversed the mountain, Su Taiping remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings while muttering to himself. Although cultivators could fast, it was contingent upon having at least broken through to the opening stage. Currently, Su Taiping was not only unable to fast, but also required substantial meat to replenish the energy expended during his training. Chapter 17. Ambushed. Slaying the demon wolf in Yanglu Mountain. Just as Su Taiping approached the vicinity of a trap, he suddenly heard the bleating of a sheep. Could it be that he had indeed captured a yellow sheep? A wave of exhilaration washed over him. The taste of roasted yellow sheep meat far surpassed that of wild boar, especially when paired with the perilla leaves from his medicinal garden. It seemed he was in for a delightful meal that evening. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he hurried to the trap. Upon noticing that the branches covering the trap had vanished, his conviction that he had caught something grew stronger. Just as he was about to lean in and inspect the prey within the trap, a low growl from behind startled him. With instinctive reflexes, Su Taiping leapt away from the spot, propelling himself across to the opposite side of the trap. A massive gray wolf, the size of an ordinary tiger, lunged at his former position, snapping a nearby sapling in half upon impact. A wolf? No, a demon wolf. Gazing at the enormous gray wolf, Su Taiping felt every hair on his body stand on end. He had encountered wolves while hunting with his grandfather before, but this creature was on an entirely different scale, rendering those past experiences trivial. As Su Taiping stood in shock, the gray wolf leapt again, aiming for him on the opposite side of the trap. Reacting swiftly, he rolled aside to evade the wolf's attack, then drew his hunting knife and dashed towards the eastern woods. Despite his speed surpassing that of an ordinary adult, he was no match for the demon wolf, which quickly closed the distance. However, Su Taiping had regained his composure, refusing to let panic seize him. Instead, he adeptly maneuvered through the forest, employing the tactics his grandfather had taught him. When faced with a wild beast, one should never run in a straight line, but rather weave and maneuver to evade capture. At that moment, the monstrous wolf, having turned too abruptly, inadvertently collided with a tree as thick as a person's embrace, breaking it with a tremendous force. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Taiping caught sight of this and promptly halted his steps, resolutely nocking an arrow. He aimed not for the wolf's head, but rather for its lungs. Whoosh! Just as the creature regained its footing, Su Taiping fully drew the bowstring back and decisively released the arrow. Thud! Perhaps due to fortune or the significant enhancement of his eyesight and strength from his training, Su Taiping's arrow struck the beast with precision. Roar! However, he was taken aback to discover that the wolf's hide was remarkably resilient. The arrow merely pierced the surface, failing to deliver a fatal blow and instead inciting the beast to become even more ferocious. Without hesitation, Su Taiping seized his bow and sprinted once more towards the eastern forest. This time, the crazed wolf disregarded the trees obstructing its path, crashing through them with reckless abandon. Consequently, the distance between Su Taiping and the wolf diminished rapidly. Come on! Just as Su Taiping found himself within 3 paces of the wolf, beside a tree adorned with tattered cloth, he suddenly halted, drew his hunting knife from his waist, and turned to roar defiantly at the beast, adopting a stance of life and death. Roar! The wolf, already enraged by Su Taiping's earlier actions, responded to this provocation with a fierce howl, leaping forward. Its jaws bared to reveal sharp fangs as it lunged at him. Thud! Just as the wolf was about to engulf Su Taiping, he swiftly redirected the blade, slicing through a vine on the adjacent tree. Whoosh! In that instant, a wooden stake, carved from timber the thickness of a water bucket, was propelled forth by the severed vine, colliding directly with the charging wolf. Howl! With a piercing cry, the massive stake, propelled by momentum, embedded itself deep into the wolf's chest. This stake, initially intended for wild boar, unexpectedly found its purpose at this critical moment. Roar! Yet, Su Taiping soon realized that the wolf's flesh was astonishingly thick. Even the wooden stake failed to penetrate completely. Desperation gripped him. In this dire moment, Su Taiping grasped his hunting knife with both hands and leaped into the air, ignoring the potential chaos it might cause to his internal energy. He summoned forth the chi from his dantian, channeling it into his arms, and delivered a powerful strike to the wound in the wolf's lungs. Bang! The forest reverberated with a resounding crash as Su Taiping's chi-infused blow cleaved through the wolf's lung, causing blood to spurt forth like a torrential downpour. Crack! Before Su Taiping could fully comprehend the situation, his hunting knife shattered into several pieces, and his arms began to swell rapidly, ballooning to the size of an elephant's legs in the blink of an eye. Excruciating pain jolted him to awareness. This is bad. My chi is going haywire. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Taiping felt a tightening in his chest. He promptly settled into a cross-legged position and began to channel the Zhangxia Gong, guiding the tumultuous energy within his arms back to his dantian. After a moment, he finally succeeded in stabilizing the flow of energy within him and exhaled a long breath of relief. At that moment, fear consumed him. His impulsive decision to suddenly activate his energy had nearly caused it to spiral out of control, with dire consequences that were too horrifying to contemplate. I recall that the description of Yanglu Mountain indicated that no jackals roamed this area. How could a wolf, especially a demonic one, suddenly appear? Su Taiping rose cautiously and approached the demonic wolf. It lay there, barely clinging to life, its abdomen pierced by Su Taiping's hunting knife. Even with its tenacious vitality, it would not survive much longer. Night was fast approaching, and it would be prudent to return to the small courtyard. I shall inquire about this demonic wolf with the bronze mirror later, and for now, I must refrain from hunting in this area. Moreover, it is imperative that I acquire a martial technique this time. Gazing at the dimming sky, Su Taiping resolved to head back, although Qingzhou residence was dilapidated. According to the information in the Jade Slip, the courtyard was protected by a formation, making it safe from ordinary beasts and demons. Wait a moment. The corpse of this demonic wolf should be able to be exchanged for some merit coins, right? Never mind its value. I shall haul it back nonetheless. Just as he was about to leave, Su Taiping suddenly had a thought, turned back, and dragged the corpse of the demonic wolf out of the forest. Despite still appearing as a youth, his strength had grown considerably, allowing him to manage the burden of the demonic wolf with ease. Not long after Su Taiping departed, a figure, rotting and foul, emerged from the woods. This foolish wolf can't even handle such a trivial task. Upon seeing the bloodstains on the ground and the thick wooden stake, the figure erupted in a fit of curses. The alarm had been raised, and it seemed that only by personally drawing him out of that courtyard could I resolve this. I must devise a plan quickly. The king is pressing for results. And if I fail to bring back that boy's heart, I might find myself as the king's next meal. The figure stamped his foot, muttering angrily. Had the fairy Lingyuan not been in slumber, she would surely recognize this person. Indeed, he was none other than the wraith who had spied on them that night. Chapter 18. Earning merit, gaining the Qinyo fist, and piercing arrow a day later, while engrossed in his training. Su Taiping suddenly heard the call of a spiritual bird at the courtyard gate. It must be Uncle Diao bringing me money. He sprang from his bed and hurried to the entrance, where he indeed spotted the white-headed eagle from the previous day. With a swift motion, the eagle tossed a bag of coins to Su Taiping without a word, then coldly stated, a total of 97 merit coins were sold. After deducting my 3, there remain 94. Count them if you wish. No need to count. Thank you, Uncle Diao. Su Taiping cupped his hands in gratitude. The spiritual birds of Yunlu Mountain had established a blood pact with the Qingxin sect and would never engage in petty thievery. Su Taiping's actions softened the gaze of the white-headed eagle considerably. If there is a matter, I shall play the flute. This area is now under my management. The eagle remarked nonchalantly. Then I shall trouble you. Uncle Eagle. Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Why is there a trace of demonic beast essence in your courtyard? The white-headed eagle was about to depart when it suddenly turned its head, casting a suspicious glance at Su Taiping's courtyard. Su Taiping was taken aback. Could this eagle truly perceive the presence of the demonic wolf within his domain? Nevertheless, he chose not to conceal anything and recounted the events of the previous day to the ethereal creature before him, as there was little to hide. How could there be a demonic wolf in Sheep Deer Mountain? The white-headed eagle expressed its bewilderment after hearing Su Taiping's narrative. You, my young friend, seem to possess quite the fortune, yet it would be wise to refrain from venturing to Sheep Deer Mountain for the time being. I shall also notify the West Wind Pavilion regarding this matter. The eagle appeared disinclined to probe further. That would be most agreeable, Su Taiping replied gratefully. It was indeed beneficial to have someone from the sect come to assess the situation, especially since his current cultivation level was insufficient to contend with any demonic creatures. By the way, do you intend to sell the carcass of that demonic wolf? The white-headed eagle inquired. Sell? Naturally, I shall sell it. Su Taiping nodded without hesitation. You may purchase it from me. My younger son is currently preparing for a breakthrough. Though the demonic wolf's rank is not high, it would serve well to nourish our spirit birds. The white-headed eagle stated. Uncle Eagle, you may take it, Su Taiping replied readily. He had no qualms about using the carcass of the demonic wolf to forge a friendship with the white-headed eagle before him. How could I take from you a youth? Especially when it is something you acquired at the cost of your life. The eagle shot Su Taiping a glance, though his fondness for the young man increased. Let us settle this. If you were to sell the demonic wolf's carcass yourself, it would likely fetch around 10 merit coins. However, I am willing to offer 20 merit coins. What say you, young one? The white-headed eagle proposed. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping promptly returned to the courtyard and dragged out the carcass of the demonic wolf. Uncle Eagle, please take it. He placed the carcass before the white-headed eagle. Young man, do take care. The white-headed eagle responded with a hearty smile, then deftly tossed 20 merit coins before Su Taiping. Moreover, my former sect leader bestowed upon me the name Bai Hong. You may simply call me Uncle Bai. As the eagle spoke, it grasped the demonic wolf's carcass and, with a powerful flap of its wings, soared into the sky. To have received a name directly from the sect leader, Su Taiping murmured as he watched the white-headed eagle depart. This unexpected windfall of 20 merit coins compelled him to select a superior martial technique and a suitable weapon. Glancing at the merit coins in his left pouch and the 20 coins in his right hand, Su Taiping, for once, exhibited the exuberance of a child, joyfully bouncing back into his courtyard. Upon returning to his chamber, Su Taiping directly cast a merit coin into the bronze mirror. King's Wuju's Su Taiping, what is it that you seek from me today? The voice of the copper mirror spirit resonated immediately. Lord Xinjing, I wish to select a few martial techniques and weapons. Do you have any recommendations? Although he was well aware that this mirror spirit was merely an emotionless object, Su Taiping still addressed it with utmost courtesy. As outer disciples of the sect, you are only permitted to purchase martial techniques and weapons from the West Wind Pavilion's arsenal. The available techniques and weapons currently displayed in the copper mirror are for your selection. The mirror spirit's voice remained devoid of any emotional inflection. Thank you, Lord Xinjing. Su Taiping expressed his gratitude and then began to peruse the options laid out before him. He recalled that during a sermon, true monarch Xiang had remarked that the most suitable martial technique for the Sanxia Gong was the art of fist and palm, as it would maximize the inherent advantage of disciples well-versed in the profound essence of Sanxia's true qi. After channeling the Sanxia true qi, each punch and palm strike could deliver a force comparable to that of an ordinary person wielding a weapon with full might. Reflecting on true monarch Xiang's teachings, Su Taiping unhesitatingly fixed his gaze upon the array of fist and palm techniques presented by the copper mirror. Ultimately, he selected a technique known as the Qingyou fist. According to the introduction of this technique, practicing the Qingyou fist would enable the practitioner to shatter mountain rocks with every punch when combined with true qi. Furthermore, the Qingyou fist boasted two remarkable finishing moves. One was named Niu Jiao Bong Shan, whose full application would unleash a force akin to a blue ox charging a mountain, delivering 8 times the power of an ordinary punch. The other, Ben Niu Zhao Zhan, would unleash a torrent of punches, each stronger than the last, continuing unabated until the practitioner reached their limit. In summary, the Qingyou fist was exceptionally fitting for Su Taiping at this stage, aligning perfectly with his ability to swiftly recover true qi through the Sanxia Gong. Of course, the arsenal of the West Wind Pavilion contained techniques superior to the Qingyou fist. Yet regrettably, most of those techniques were priced above 100 merit coins, while the Qingyou fist required a mere 30 merit coins. As a transitional technique intended for self-defense, the Qingyou fist was indeed an ideal choice. In addition to the Qingyou fist, Su Taiping expended 10 merit coins to acquire a martial technique related to archery, titled Chuanyang Arrow. This technique was relatively commonplace, merely imparting methods for practitioners to enhance their vision and focus through true qi, as well as how to infuse true qi into arrows to augment their power. In simpler terms, it elevated ordinary archery skills to the practitioner's level. However, for Su Taiping, acquiring such a technique at the cost of merely 10 merit coins was exceedingly advantageous. Had he known the method of infusing true qi into arrows during his previous encounter, he might have slain the demonic wolf without even needing to utilize the traps in the mountains. Chapter 19, Frost Transformation Period. Initial mastery of Qingyou fist. After selecting his martial techniques, Su Taiping spent another 10 merit coins to purchase a fine steel goosefeather knife, a sturdy hardwood bow made from ox horn, and over 100 arrows. Lord Xinjing, I have completed my selections. Indeed, Su Taiping harbored a desire to acquire a form of agility-based martial technique. However, Even the most rudimentary of such skills was priced at no less than 300 merit coins, a sum he could not afford. The goods selected were non-returnable, and at noon the following day, a spirit bird would deliver these items to Qingzhou residents. Thus he was instructed to prepare the requisite merit coins. The cold voice of the mirror spirit echoed once more. I appreciate your assistance, Master Xianjing. Su Taiping respectfully inclined his hands towards the copper mirror. On this particular evening at the hour of you, within the tranquil courtyard of Qingzhou residence, the gentle afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting its warm glow upon Su Taiping's face, which was beaded with perspiration. In this moment, Su Taiping sat cross-legged upon his bed, his eyes firmly shut. Tendrils of leaden mist emanated from his being, coalescing above his head. At this juncture, Su Taiping had completely entered a state of self-forgetfulness, his mind solely occupied with the concept of cultivation. Following the guidance of Ziyang, true monarch, he practiced diligently during the hours of Zi, Wu, and Yu, as such a regimen often yields exponential results. Thus, at this hour, Su Taiping unwaveringly secured the courtyard door and commenced his meditative practice. Suddenly, a resounding burst of energy erupted from within Su Taiping's body. In an instant, the leaden mist surrounding him dissipated, giving rise to pure white mist akin to snow, which again ascended and gathered at the crown of his head. Should there have been any cultivators present who had practiced the Zhangxia technique, they would undoubtedly recognize this scene, for it marked the transition from the condensation stage to the frost transformation stage, a phenomenon known as purifying the lead and returning to clarity. Moments later, Su Taiping opened his eyes, astonishment illuminating his gaze. Even he had not anticipated that he would transcend from the condensation stage to the frost transformation stage on this very day, as per Ziyang, true monarch's assessment. He was at least 10 days away from achieving such a breakthrough. Could it be that my battle with the demon wolf, during which I utilized the Zhangxia true qi, accelerated my progress? Su Taiping pondered within. In the courtyard of Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping had yet to deeply contemplate this matter when a familiar voice rang out from outside. By Tudio, by Hong. Young one, your items have arrived. Upon stepping outside, Su Taiping beheld the spirit bird Bai Hong perched at his gate, beside which lay a large wooden box sealed with a stamp. I am grateful, Uncle Bai. Su Taiping expressed with genuine delight as he approached. Young one, earning merit is no simple task. At year's end, one must remit the customary fee to the Shifeng Pavilion, so save where you can, Bai Hong kindly reminded him. Rest assured, I am prudent. These are merely a few defensive weapons and martial techniques, Su Taiping reassured, feeling warmth from Bai Hong's goodwill. As long as you exercise prudence, all is well. Bai Hong nodded in agreement. Following the previous day's acquisition of the demon wolf's flesh and bones, Bai Hong's fondness for Su Taiping had grown significantly. No longer viewing him as an unfamiliar outer sect novice, I observe that your true qi appears considerably more refined than yesterday. Could it be that you have achieved a breakthrough? Bai Hong suddenly scrutinized Su Taiping with earnest intent. Indeed, Uncle Bai, my residual aura has already reached the frost transformation stage. Once I break through to the ice formation stage, I will be able to attempt the gateway realm. Su Taiping did not conceal this from Bai Hong. Correct. Bai Hong nodded in acknowledgement. He had observed Su Taiping's diligence, so it did not come as a surprise. Continue your cultivation with peace of mind. Even upon reaching the ice formation stage, you will merely possess the qualification to break through to the gateway realm. Do not become complacent. He further admonished Su Taiping. Taiping took Bai Hong's teachings to heart. With utmost seriousness, Su Taiping clasped his hands in respect towards Bai Hong. I shall return to my training. After delivering this task, I must accompany Elder Si Feng on a journey outside the mountain, and it may be several months before I return. After speaking, Bai Hong unfurled his wings and soared into the sky. Accompanying Elder Si Feng on a journey outside the mountain. Could it be a venture to vanquish demons in the mundane world? Su Taiping pondered with a surge of excitement as he gazed at Bai Hong's retreating figure. According to the teachings within the transmission jade slip, disciples and elders of the Seven Peaks receive numerous tasks from the outside sect each month, and upon completing these tasks, they are rewarded with considerable merit. It is known that even a mere task from an outside sect offers rewards exceeding 1,000 merits, which filled Su Taiping with envy. Su Taiping, do not be overly ambitious. Recognizing a shift in his mindset, Su Taiping promptly reminded himself. He then moved the wooden chest into the courtyard. 5 days later, in the rear courtyard of Qingzhou residence, a resounding boom echoed as Su Taiping, enveloped by a faint aura of frost, unleashed a powerful punch upon a boulder towering over him. At the moment his fist struck, not only was there the sound of wind breaking, but an echo resembling the roar of a bull could also be faintly heard. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the massive rock before him was punctured by Su Taiping's seemingly insignificant fist. However, Su Taiping did not retract his fist. Instead, after delivering that blow, he steadied his stance, adjusted his breath, and alternated his punches. Bang, bang, bang. Su Taiping's fist struck the boulder in rapid succession, akin to a herd of bulls charging. Boom. Ultimately, that towering boulder was reduced to a pile of rubble by Su Taiping's relentless assault. Yet, after shattering the rock, Su Taiping found his vital energy entirely depleted, and the icy aura that had enveloped him dissipated like a translucent spherical shield. Huff, huff, huff. After retracting his fists, Su Taiping leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. The technique he had just executed was the Qing Yo fist, purchased from the West Wind Pavilion's arsenal. Specifically the two ultimate moves, Bullhorn Shattering Mountain and Galloping Bull Breaching Formation. It appears that with my current level of vital energy, I can only execute Bullhorn Shattering Mountain and Galloping Bull Breaching Formation once each. Su Taiping panted, reflecting on the simplicity and brutality of this martial art. Through several days of practice, he had managed to grasp it reasonably well. However, the consumption of vital energy for these two ultimate moves still left him somewhat troubled. Even though the recovery speed of his vital energy was remarkably swift, Su Taiping could only practice 2 or 3 times a day. Any more, and his energy would not replenish in time. Today he decided to call it a day, intending to tend to the weeding of the 9-leaf white perilla once the sun had waned. He picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. With 2 additional martial arts techniques to master, his time had become exceedingly precious. He wished he could stretch an hour into 2. However, after breaking through to the frost transformation stage, his vitality had surged exponentially, allowing him to endure several days without sleep without feeling excessively fatigued. Consequently, the time available for cultivation had significantly increased. Just as Su Taiping contemplated whether to procure some food, a sudden howl echoed through the air. It seemed to emanate from the direction of Sheep Deer Mountain. Could it be that a wolf demon had appeared again? Pondering this, he swiftly dashed from the backyard, vaulted over the courtyard wall, and leaped onto the roof. Chapter 20. A Call for Help. The initial might of piercing yang arrows indeed, it was a demon wolf. Standing atop the roof and gazing towards Sheep Deer Mountain, Su Taiping spotted a colossal demon wolf sprinting through the woods. Initially, he was not overly startled, as the foundational jade slip had already informed him that in these vast mountains, aside from the designated areas of the sect, any location might harbor demonic beasts. However, as time passed, a sense of unease began to creep in. He soon beheld a second and then a third demon wolf, all descending the mountain in pursuit of something. Help! Help! Is anyone there to save me? A woman's desperate cries suddenly pierced the air. Upon hearing her voice, Su Taiping's ears perked up, and he channeled his vital energy into his eyes, focusing on the direction of the sound. This was precisely the technique taught in the martial skill piercing yang arrows to enhance one's vision. As the spell unfolded, the scene from a mile or 2 away on Sheep Deer Mountain became vividly clear to him. He quickly discerned a frail woman racing through the forest, evading the relentless pursuit of the 3 demon wolves. Who is this woman? I don't recall any cultivators residing near Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping mused, perplexed. Help! Help me! At that moment, the woman burst from the thicket, sprinting along the footpath leading out of the mountain towards Qingzhou residence. The 3 demon wolves continued their relentless chase, closing in on her. Is anyone there? Is there someone in the courtyard? I am injured. Help, please! The woman cried, clutching her bleeding shoulder as she ran, evidently aware of Qingzhou residence's presence. Enough of this. Saving her was paramount. Su Taiping shook his head to dispel distractions, then retrieved his bow and arrows, nocking an arrow and drawing the string. Channeling the technique of piercing yang arrows, he gathered the residual vital energy from his dantian into the arrow. In an instant, a layer of frost enveloped the arrowhead. Bang! As the nearest demon wolf approached the Qingzhou courtyard, merely 500 meters from the woman, Su Taiping released the bowstring, taut as a full moon, along with the arrow. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound cleaving through the air, the arrow, imbued with the essence of the remnant twilight, struck the demon wolf squarely in the forehead, piercing it through. Having mastered the utilization of the remnant twilight essence, Su Taiping's arrows now possessed a potency that far surpassed his previous attempts. A howl escaped the demon wolf, followed by its collapse to the ground. The two remaining demon wolves, witnessing this spectacle, were so frightened that they retreated into the mountains, no longer daring to pursue. Initially startled, the woman soon found joy in the sight of the fleeing wolves and the figure of Su Taiping standing upon the rooftop, tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks. "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life," she exclaimed, nearly tumbling as she rushed to the small courtyard of Qingzhou. Her anxious glances over her shoulder revealed lingering fear of the demon wolves. "They have fled. You need not worry," Su Taiping assured her, turning his gaze towards the entrance. The girl, appearing to be around 15 or 16, was petite and possessed a delicate beauty reminiscent of the affluent young ladies from Su Taiping's hometown. "Indeed, had it not been for your intervention, I would have surely become a meal for those wolves," she said, patting her chest in relief. Then turned to Su Taiping with a grateful expression. "May I inquire your name, noble hero?" "I am Su Taiping. You may simply call me Taiping," he replied, still perched on the rooftop, bow and arrow in hand, his eyes betraying a hint of vigilance. "Taiping, young hero, I am Lu Qingmei, a recognized disciple of the Qingxian sect. A few days ago, while gathering herbs in the nearby mountains, I lost my way and misplaced my cloud-piercing flute. When I encountered those demon wolves, I had no choice but to flee, ultimately leading me here," she explained, retrieving a copper mirror from her bosom. Upon sight of the mirror, Su Taiping's wariness diminished significantly. The Xianling mirror was exclusive to outer disciples. Her possession of such an item confirmed her identity. "May I, Qingmei, request shelter for the night? The sun has set, and I bear injuries that make traveling by night exceedingly difficult," she pleaded. Su Taiping intended to acquiesce, having verified her identity, but before he could voice his agreement, his eyes inadvertently fell upon her footwear. The woman wore embroidered shoes with a 1,000-layer sole, appearing to be ordinary cloth shoes at first glance. Yet, considering her earlier statements, Su Taiping sensed something amiss. These shoes are far too immaculate. Setting aside the suitability of wearing such shoes while herb foraging, the fact that they remained unscathed after being chased by demon wolves all day indicated her deceit. Su Taiping mused silently. "Qingmei, my home is quite humble. You may find it uncomfortable." Su Taiping leapt gracefully onto the threshold of the courtyard, then, maintaining an air of composure, spoke softly. "Young hero, you jest. Look at my circumstances. How could I afford to be choosy? Although my family was once affluent in my childhood, by the age of 10, we had fallen into decline. Since arriving at Yunlu Mountain, I have grown accustomed to a life of hardship. A place to rest is all I desire. Why would I be picky?" Lu Qingmei replied with a bittersweet smile. The sincerity in her words was palpable, and had Su Taiping not discerned her deception, he might have felt genuine sympathy for her plight. Chapter 21. The Ghostly Apparition. Qingmei pleads for the truth. It turned out that Sister Qingmei, like me, was a soul burdened by misfortune. "Sister, if you do not mind, please stay in my courtyard tonight." Su Taiping feigned deep sympathy, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingmei's face brightened instantly, a fleeting glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. "Thank you, young hero Taiping. Once my wounds heal, I shall surely bring a generous gift to express my gratitude for your life-saving kindness," she said, her eyes glistening with tears and gratitude. "Qingmei, the wolf demon may still be lurking nearby. If I were to recklessly open the courtyard door, it might slip in. Instead, why don't you turn around and keep watch? Once I open the door, you can swiftly enter. That would be far more prudent," Su Taiping advised with a vigilant expression. Lu Qingmei paused momentarily, then nodded repeatedly. "You speak wisely, Taiping. I shall keep watch. Just let me know when you open the door." With that, she promptly turned away. Yet, in that instant, the gentle demeanor on her face vanished like a mask, replaced by a fierce countenance. A smirk curled upon her lips as she muttered in barely audible tones. "He appears cautious, yet is utterly oblivious. Oblivion at his doorstep. How laughable." But as her words left her lips, she felt a tremor in her ears, followed by the crisp sound of a bowstring tautening. "You!" Whoosh. Just as Lu Qingmei attempted to flee, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air erupted behind her. A frost-covered arrow pierced through her chest with unerring precision. "You seek death." Whoosh. Gazing at the arrow lodged in her chest, Lu Qingmei's face turned pale with fury, yet before she could fully express her anger, another sharp arrow shot forth, penetrating her throat entirely. Now turned to face Su Taiping, her eyes met his with disbelief as she asked, How did you perceive it? Whoosh. Su Taiping raised his hand, releasing another arrow that pierced Lu Qingmei's forehead, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. Sister, next time you venture out to gather herbs, remember to wear appropriate shoes, he remarked calmly as he continued to knock another arrow, his demeanor unruffled amidst her ire. As if subjected to an immense humiliation, Lu Qingmei suddenly erupted in a fit of fury, disregarding her injuries. With a fierce leap, she unleashed her suddenly enlarged claws towards Su Taiping, who stood atop the courtyard gate. Bang! Before Su Taiping could react, a surge of azure light erupted from the courtyard's barrier, striking Lu Qingmei, who had survived 3 arrows, with the force of a resounding slap, sending her hurtling backward. Ah! The fallen Lu Qingmei let out a piercing scream. Subsequently, a plume of black smoke escaped her mouth, transforming into a swirling tempest of darkness that stirred up a cloud of dust before the courtyard. Kid, unless you vow never to leave this courtyard, you will inevitably fall into my grasp. When that time comes, I shall make you wish for life to escape you and for death to elude you. Within the swirling darkness, a voice, sharp and menacing, echoed with ferocity. I seem to have wronged you in no way. Why do you wish to harm me? This was Su Taiping's first encounter with such a malevolent creature, and he struggled to maintain his composure while questioning the monster, drawing his bowstring taut once again. You shall soon find out. Accompanied by a fit of maniacal laughter, the black whirlwind howled and vanished in the blink of an eye. Could this be the spirit demon mentioned in the jade slip? Su Taiping murmured to himself, gazing at the direction where the black whirlwind had dissipated. According to the slip, in the forest where the outer disciples resided, aside from the beasts of the deep mountains, there were also spirit demons lurking about. These entities often sought refuge within the bodies of wild animals or the deceased, luring the living to feed on their flesh and vitality for cultivation. As these are spirit entities without physical forms, they can only be eradicated through specific techniques. The presence of such a creature lurking in the shadows posed significant challenges for future hunts, and most critically, he knew nothing about it. Su Taiping glanced at the corpse on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. Under normal circumstances, this situation warranted informing the sect. However, through his recent experiences, he understood all too well that even if he reported it, no one would come to investigate. In his eyes, these outer disciples were regarded as expendable, unworthy of the sect's attention. Just as Su Taiping pondered how to guard against the ghostly entity, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the courtyard entrance once more. The sky had darkened entirely, and the gust carried an unsettling aura. Could it be that the ghost had returned so soon? Su Taiping immediately readied an arrow, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Young man, I am here. Just as Su Taiping found nothing, flickering green fireflies suddenly emerged from the female corpse at the entrance, coalescing into a nearly transparent female figure. This apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to the lifeless body on the ground. You dare to reveal yourself? Su Taiping aimed his arrow directly at the ethereal figure. Before the freezing period, although the bow and arrows in hand could not extinguish the spirits of the undead, the arrows imbued with the essence of the residual twilight could still inflict some harm upon them, a fact that the esteemed Zhang Zhenjuan had previously mentioned in his teachings. Spare me, young sir, spare me, the girl pleaded, her ghostly form trembling. I am but a victim, coerced by that wretched spirit to lure you out. The spirit? Su Taiping, noting her earnest tone, sensed no deceit in her words. Moreover, her revelation of the identity of the malevolent entity prompted him to shift his bow slightly aside. Indeed, she was ensnared by a malevolent spirit, reduced to its servant, enduring daily humiliation at its hands. As the female spirit spoke, her teeth clenched in bitterness, her eyes radiating a profound sense of regret and resentment. It was evident that her hatred for the spirit was genuine. However, having learned from the recent encounter, Su Taiping was not easily swayed by her solitary account, nor would he venture outside to meet her. Fear not, young sir, for I pose no threat, the girl continued. My spirit is already fractured, and after enduring your 3 arrows empowered by true energy, I shall dissipate within the span of a tea's brew. The sorrowful tone of her final words reflected her despair, as if she could perceive Su Taiping's apprehensions. Chapter 22. The Quest for Fragrance and the Betrayal of a Villain's Sister. Did you manifest to convey this plea due to some necessity? Su Taiping surmised the ghost's intentions. You are astute, young sir, the ghost affirmed with a nod. I have a younger sister named Lu Zijing, who ascended the mountain with me 3 years ago. However, Her extraordinary talent led her to be taken as a disciple by the fifth peak. We had planned to cultivate together after the selection process next year. Last year, a disciple from the fifth peak unexpectedly visited my residence, claiming to be Lu's third senior brother. He was passing by on his way down the mountain and brought a letter for Zijing, inquiring about my well-being. Naturally, upon learning he was Zijing's senior, I spared no effort in hosting him with fine food and drink. However, after a few rounds of wine, he became unruly and sullied my honor, subsequently threatening me to remain silent about the incident, intending to confine me as his plaything for his own pleasure. Despairing, I contemplated ending my life. But he used my sister Zijing as leverage against me, threatening to frame her and have her expelled from the fifth peak if I did not comply. Reluctantly, I submitted to him, hoping that once Zijing had established herself at the fifth peak, I could devise a means to reveal the truth to her. Yet, a few months ago, while he was inebriated, I overheard him plotting to use me to manipulate Zijing, intending for her to become his object of desire as well. If it were merely my own dishonor, I could endure it, but to target my sister was intolerable. Hence, I resolved to take action. Seizing the opportunity during one of his drunken stupors, I retrieved the hidden weapon I had long prepared, determined to end the life of that shameless scoundrel. The young lady ultimately underestimated the prowess of the disciples on the mountain. Just as she exhibited a hint of murderous intent, she was swiftly captured in return. The scoundrel, consumed by shame and rage, humiliated her before brutally ending her life and discarding her body in the depths of the nearby mountains. Before long, she was ensnared by the vengeful spirit, becoming a ghostly slave. Upon hearing the ghostly woman's lengthy tale, Taiping felt a swell of indignation. He was astonished to discover that such malevolence existed upon this celestial mountain. Compared to the 5 peaks' 5 disciples, even the vengeful spirit seemed a paragon of virtue. Of course, this was contingent upon the veracity of the ghost's account. Once he had regained his composure, Taiping inquired of the ghost, "How can you prove the truth of your words?" To expose the shameless scoundrel, the young woman had utilized the only incense she possessed, the seeking dust incense. As she spoke, the ghost pointed toward the sleeve of a body lying below and continued, "This seeking dust incense consists of a mother and 3 offspring, 4 in total. Lighting the mother incense will capture the essence of all that transpires in the room before it burns out. When you wish to view the past, you need only ignite one of the offspring incenses, and the bygone events will be revealed in their entirety." Taiping nodded thoughtfully. He had previously glimpsed this treasure within a copper mirror. "So, sister, do you wish for me to deliver the remaining incense sticks to your sister Zijing?" he asked directly, without waiting for Lu Qingmei to speak. "Precisely," Lu Qingmei affirmed vigorously, her tone tinged with despair. "That third disciple of the 5 peaks, Lu Chun, is said to be the nephew of an elder from 5 peaks. The Qingxian sect will undoubtedly not punish him for my mere status as an outer disciple. Thus, I do not seek vindication for my grievances. I merely wish for my sister Zijing to no longer fall prey to that shameless scoundrel." As soon as she uttered these words, a chill breeze swept through the courtyard, causing her form to gradually fade. "Young man, should you find an opportunity to ascend the 5 peaks, please ensure that the seeking dust incense reaches my sister." As her essence began to dissipate, her urgency surged, eagerly awaiting Taiping's response. "If what you say is true, I shall assuredly deliver the seeking dust incense to Sister Zijing," Taiping promised, his gaze unwavering and resolute. "Thank you, young man." Upon receiving his assurance, the ghostly Lu Qingmei immediately prostrated herself, her head bowing heavily to the ground. "Young man, the scoundrel will not relent after today's failure. Although it is exceedingly difficult to contend with him, he is not without weaknesses. During my time in captivity, I learned that this spirit perished from excessive intoxication. Alcohol is as toxic to its soul as poison. Perhaps you could devise a means to force it from its host and use alcohol against it." Lu Qingmei suddenly lifted her head, revealing the scoundrel's vulnerability to Taiping. "Remarkably, its weakness is alcohol? Thank you for the insight, sister." Taiping expressed his gratitude, his heart swelling with increased trust in Lu Qingmei even before igniting the seeking dust incense. "You must ensure that the seeking dust incense is delivered to my sister," the ghost implored once more, shaking her head, her expression filled with earnest supplication. "Sister Qingmei, rest assured, as long as I can ascend the mountain, I shall find a way to deliver this seeking dust incense to Sister Zijing." Taiping nodded solemnly. Upon hearing these words, a hint of a smile finally graced the bitter face of the female ghost, Lu Qingmei. "By the way,
Young lad, behind that wraith lurks a tiger spirit, whose prowess is formidable. If possible, it would be wise to avoid confrontation with it. Just as the specter's form began to dissolve into nothingness, she suddenly urged Su Taiping with an air of urgency. A tiger demon? Su Taiping gazed in astonishment at the scattering green flames hovering above Lu Qingmei's corpse, murmuring to himself. The tale of the tiger's accomplice was indeed true. Upon learning of the tiger's spirit backing the wraith, Su Taiping, astonished, recalled the fable of the tiger's accomplice. Although he had discerned the wraith's weakness, according to the esteemed Zhang Jinjuan, encountering a ghostly entity without caution could lead to dire consequences before one had achieved the threshold of enlightenment. Thus, it was best to report the matter to the sect, allowing them to send someone to address it. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Taiping leaped down from above the courtyard gate. In any case, it was imperative to report this matter to the sect. Later, he could retrieve the corpse of the demon wolf from the mountain. Surely they could not turn a blind eye to that. He mumbled to himself as he extracted a small wooden box from the sleeve of Lu Qingmei's corpse. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained 3 sticks of incense. As for the seeking dust incense and Sister Qingmei's plight, he would ignite one today to ascertain its authenticity and observe the sect's response to the wraith tomorrow. If they were willing to intervene, he would then disclose Lu Qingmei's tragic fate and hand over the 3 sticks of incense to them. Rising to his feet, Su Taiping carefully stored the box containing the seeking dust incense. Chapter 23. The Gale Hall. 2 disciples speak boldly according to Lu Qingmei. Lu Chun was the nephew of an elder from the 5th peak and would undoubtedly receive the sect's protection. Thus, he would not be foolish enough to directly surrender the seeking dust incense along with Lu Qingmei's body. If what Sister Qingmei said is true, given Lu Chen's malevolent nature, he might even seek to eliminate the informant and silence me. As Su Taiping dragged Lu Qingmei's body back into the courtyard, he pondered these thoughts. Bang! That night, a resounding explosion suddenly echoed from Su Taiping's bedroom in Qingzhou residence, followed by his youthful voice, tinged with anger. Beast. After laying Lu Qingmei's body to rest, he ignited a stick of seeking dust incense and, through the swirling smoke, witnessed the torment inflicted upon Lu Qingmei by Lu Chun. The scenes he beheld could scarcely be encapsulated in mere words. The expletive beast was uttered solely because his repertoire of vulgarities was limited. Yet Lu Chen's actions were truly beneath contempt. Sister Qingmei, I shall undoubtedly deliver this seeking dust incense to Sister Zijing. Your grievances and Lu Chen's transgressions shall be brought to light. Su Taiping secured the last 2 sticks of seeking dust incense, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixed on the shattered remnants of the table beneath him. He does not consider himself a person of chivalrous heart. Rather, he believes that a degree of selfishness is permissible for survival. However, if even the malevolent like Lu Chun are not met with retribution, it causes him to question the very essence of his existence. His grandfather often said that ignorance is bliss, yet even if he were to close his eyes now, he could not forget the sight of Sister Qingmei pleading for mercy before that beast. Su Taiping gazed at the pile of debris on the table, his tone unusually frigid. The following day, at noon, did you report the incident? 2 men clad in the robes of the Qingxian sect arrived at Su Taiping's courtyard. Senior brothers. It was I who reported it, Su Taiping replied politely. You, an outer disciple, dare to call us senior brothers? Sneered the man with a hawkish nose, casting a menacing glance at Su Taiping. These 2 disciples belonged to the fierce wind hall of the Western Wind Pavilion, responsible for handling incidents involving disciples being attacked by monsters. Although they resided at the foot of the mountain, they were indeed inner disciples, their status only slightly inferior to that of the 7 Peaks disciples. Let us get to the point. No need for pleasantries, the pockmarked-faced disciple said impatiently, waving his hand. Thus, Su Taiping refrained from further chatter and recounted his encounter with the ghost and the subsequent attack by the creature it commanded. Naturally, he omitted any details related to Lu Qingmei. This is quite troublesome. I must first report this to our home master, who will then inform the Lord of the Western Wind Pavilion, and he will relay it to Elder Black Dragon for handling, the pockmarked-faced disciple said, stroking his chin with an expression of difficulty. How long will this take? Su Taiping inquired hastily. At best, 3 months, at worst, a year and a half, replied the hawkish-nosed man, crossing his arms and smirking slyly at Su Taiping. Must it take so long? Is there no way to expedite this? That ghost has already set its sights on me. Su Taiping's brow furrowed deeply.
Do you think our fierce wind hall operates solely for your benefit? We'll handle matters on our schedule. The hawkish-nosed man glared at Su Taiping menacingly. Old Zhua, let us speak civilly. Why be so fierce with the young brother? The pockmarked-faced disciple interjected, attempting to mediate. Actually, if you wish to expedite the departure of that ghost, there is a way, he said, flashing a toothy grin that revealed yellowing teeth. What method? Su Taiping now showed curiosity. That depends on how much merit money you can offer. The pockmarked-faced man extended his hand, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. So, you intend to extort us outer disciples under the guise of exorcising demons? Su Taiping silently mused, understanding now why Lu Qingmei had delayed in reporting the incident. Senior brothers of the fierce wind hall. I have only recently arrived at Qingzhou residence and am quite lacking in merit money. Although he had discerned their true nature, Su Taiping chose not to expose them immediately, curious to see just how audacious they could be. The absence of merit coins is of no consequence. Simply don this bracelet and enter into a covenant with us, promising to surrender 70% of this year's harvest to my two brothers, and we shall ensure your peace of mind. The man with the hooked nose produced a copper bracelet from his bosom. 70%? Su Taiping gasped inwardly. He had anticipated that these individuals would demand a substantial amount, but he was taken aback by their audacious request for 70%. Should he relinquish that share? He feared he would be unable to meet the financial obligations to the Qingxian sect next year and risk expulsion. 70% is not excessive. You must understand that you are being targeted by a wraith. A single misstep could cost you your life. The man with the pockmarked face threatened Su Taiping. The countenances of these two men filled Su Taiping with revulsion, and he reflected, Sister Linglong was indeed correct. In this mountain, one can only rely on oneself. The last vestige of hope he harbored for the sect's assistance in dealing with the wraith was extinguished. However, to avoid provoking a confrontation, he refrained from outright refusal. And with a troubled expression, he said, Gentlemen, 70% is truly excessive. Allow me to contemplate this further. Very well, ponder it. This communication talisman is a gift from me to you. When you encounter the wraith next, simply tear the talisman, and we shall arrive post-haste. The hook-nosed man was about to express his ire but was halted by the pockmarked face, who then handed the talisman to Su Taiping. However, we must take this demon wolf with us. It serves as evidence to be returned to the Gale Hall. The hook-nosed man seized a leg of the demon wolf lying on the ground and shot Su Taiping a menacing glare. Is it any wonder that the outer sect disciples rarely endure beyond 3 years when those managing it are of such ilk? Su Taiping mused as he observed the two dragging the demon wolf's carcass away. Brother, how can we leave like this? The garden behind this lad's courtyard is brimming with medicinal herbs, capable of yielding substantial merit each year. Once the covenant is signed and the bracelet donned, he would be compelled to serve us tirelessly year after year. Why the haste? Wraiths hold grudges. Given some time, he will surely come to us willingly. Brother, your wisdom is commendable. Speak softly. Rest assured, this lad lacks the cultivation to overhear our words. Just as Su Taiping prepared to enter the house, he unexpectedly caught the hushed exchanges between the pockmarked face and the hooked-nosed man. He was taken aback by their malice and glanced at the communication talisman the pockmarked face had given him, coldly murmuring, Rest assured, that day shall never come. Chapter 24. Confronting the Wraith. Su Taiping's desperate battle not long after the two departed from the Gale Hall. A wraith, inhabiting a decaying corpse and cloaked in a tattered cape, arrived at Su Taiping's courtyard astride a demon wolf. You wish to enlist those feckless fools to capture me? Do you truly believe they would dare? The wraith taunted Su Taiping, who stood atop the roof. Should I choose to shut my doors, what can you possibly do? Su Taiping retorted, and with a flick of his finger, an arrow infused with residual aura shot forth with a sharp whoosh. Bang! However, what Su Taiping did not anticipate was that the wraith clad in black robes suddenly drew a long sword from within its garments and effortlessly severed the arrow he had just released. Had it not been for your ambush yesterday, how could a mere child, who is yet to enter the realm of opening the door, possibly inflict harm upon me? The specter scoffed, pointing the sword menacingly at Su Taiping, who, upon witnessing this, felt a grave seriousness envelop him. From the single strike of the wraith, he discerned the vast disparity in their strengths. It was solely due to the element of surprise that he had managed to compel the spirit to vacate Lu Qingmei's vessel. The opportunity for a stealthy assault was singular, and now the wraith would undoubtedly exercise utmost caution. It would be exceedingly difficult to force him out of his vessel again. let alone attempt to slay him with poison. As he knocked another arrow and drew his bow, Su Taiping pondered within. Little one, do not presume that your concealment within the courtyard renders you invulnerable. In no more than 10 days, I shall excavate the hidden channel supplying water to your herbal garden. Once I block it, your garden shall lack moisture, and all your precious herbs will wither into desiccated husks. At this moment, the wraith menacingly grinned at Su Taiping. Upon hearing these words, Su Taiping's heart tightened. The water source for his herbal garden indeed lay in a deeply buried conduit, which regularly supplied a steady flow of water for irrigation. If the wraith were truly capable of severing this channel, he would be compelled to venture out for water. Otherwise, it would not be long before the freshly planted perilla perished. If I store water in advance, I could endure at least 4 or 5 days after the water is cut off in 10 days, meaning I have merely 15 days to prepare. Su Taiping's mind raced. Little one, the reason I divulge this information is that I find you somewhat clever. I wish to extend a path to survival. Simply surrender and become my servant, or else I shall make you suffer as Lu Qingmei did, using your soul as a wick, allowing you to experience the depths of despair. After a flurry of threats, the wraith finally revealed its true intent for visiting today. Following the events of yesterday, it had set its sights on Su Taiping's cunning, intending to claim his physical form for the Tiger King, while appropriating his spirit as its servant. In these times, even spirits found themselves in want of subordinates. I am a righteous cultivator of the Qingxian sect. How could I become a tool for your malefic designs? Su Taiping retorted with a cold laugh, then released his grip, swiftly shooting another arrow. Whoosh! Without a hint of suspense, the arrow was once again cleaved by the wraith's sword. Righteous cultivator? After deflecting Su Taiping's arrow, the wraith erupted into laughter, as if it had heard the most amusing jest. The Taoists say, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things ultimately returning to 1. Thus, the myriad paths of the world lead to the same destination. There exists no true distinction between righteousness and evil, good and bad. If you choose to follow me, I shall teach you the path of ghostly cultivation in due time. You too shall attain fruition. Failing to intimidate him, the wraith shifted its strategy to one of seduction. The path may not distinguish between good and evil. Yet humanity is marked by the dichotomy of virtue and vice. As the sage of books once proclaimed, being born a human, one should cultivate oneself, assist others, and embody the essence of water, which resides within the depths of malevolence, yet manifests goodness. At this juncture, Su Taiping once more knocked an arrow. Drawing his bow with a proud demeanor, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the specter as he proclaimed, You, born as a human, not only fail to enact benevolence, but instead act as an accomplice to evil, inflicting harm upon your kin and oppressing the weak. This is true wickedness and warrants annihilation. Despite Su Taiping's stature being less than 5 feet, in that moment he appeared to tower over the 8-foot specter. Since you seek your own demise, allow me to grant you that wish. The enraged specter let out a derisive snort, commanding the demon wolf beneath him to change direction as he turned to Su Taiping with malevolence, declaring, Do you think that severing the water vein will solely desiccate the spirit herbs within your garden? Let me enlighten you. The channels within this garden are the source of the spiritual power sustaining the barrier of your abode. Once the water vein is broken, the barrier surrounding your little courtyard shall collapse without a fight. Perhaps due to his fury or his underestimation of Su Taiping, the specter revealed such a crucial piece of information. Wait and see. Within half a month, I shall claim your life. With that, the specter mounted his demon wolf and vanished into the nearby woods in the blink of an eye. Half a month is ample time. Su Taiping gazed at the spot where the specter had disappeared, then clenched his fist with determination. The arrows he had loosed were not mere shots. They were deliberate probes to test the specter's strength. Each of the 3 arrows had been met with the specter's attempts to block, indicating that the vessel he inhabited could be harmed, thereby inflicting pain upon his ethereal form. Moreover, the force of each arrow varied, and it was evident that the specter became sluggish in blocking the latter too. This suggested that should Su Taiping's cultivation advance further, the specter might not be able to fend off his next arrow with such ease. If he could catch the specter off guard, there was a possibility of wounding him. With this thought in mind, Su Taiping leaped down from the rooftop and surveyed the courtyard, murmuring, According to my true cultivation level, I can only confront him if I break through to the opening door realm. Within half a month, even if I elevate the remaining twilight technique to the ice stage, To slay that specter, I must set a trap and catch him unawares. There is but one opportunity. I must prepare thoroughly. Su Taiping could choose to flee, perhaps dousing himself in strong liquor to deter the specter from approaching. Yet, the reality was that the wilderness stretched for hundreds of miles. How long could he evade? Rather than contemplate escape, he would rather face the challenge head-on. Su Taiping turned and strode swiftly toward his chamber, fully aware that every moment was precious and could not be squandered. Unbeknownst to Su Taiping, the confrontation with the specter had not gone unnoticed. A figure observing from a distance in the forest, a tattered old man with graying hair, reclining atop the treetops, watched intently. A bronze sword hung from his waist, and in his hand, he held a gourd of wine. Chapter 25. The Breach of the Barrier. The ruin of the residual glow after pouring a generous gulp of wine into his mouth, he suddenly grinned and mused. As a human, one must cultivate oneself, assist others, and embody the essence of water, dwelling in the abyss yet performing good deeds. How profound! Having uttered these words to himself, he took another swig of wine and wiped his mouth with his tattered sleeve, continuing to mutter, "Who would have thought that years later I would hear such words from an anonymous outer disciple? Truly amusing indeed." With that, he turned to the side, propped his head with his hand, yawned, and then cast his gaze towards the direction of Qingzhou residence, his tone suddenly becoming sharply cutting. "Dwelling in the abyss, yet performing good deeds, if that is your heart's intent, then show me your means of safeguarding your path. I, Jianjiu, have the utmost disdain for braggarts." On an evening 9 days hence, at Yanglu Mountain, within the purple bamboo grove, a loud crash resonated as Su Taiping executed a technique akin to a blue ox charging at a mountain, sending a demon wolf that lunged at him flying. However, soon 2 more demon wolves leapt at him from behind. His vital energy was nearly depleted. It appeared he must retreat. Su Taiping cast a reluctant glance towards the depths of the bamboo grove. There, amidst the purple bamboo, a decayed corpse spirit wielded a massive axe, striking fiercely at a rock upon the ground. Beneath this rock lay the spring that fed the waters of Qingzhou residence. If he could cleave the rock covering the spring and seal it, the water source flowing towards Qingzhou residence would be severed. At that time, not only would the spirit herbs in the medicinal garden wither, but even the barrier of Qingzhou residence might falter. With a resounding thud, the corpse spirit struck the rock again, sending ripples of spiritual energy and countless fragments flying. This blow further cracked the rune-inscribed stone. "Little fellow, it is not too late to reconsider." The corpse spirit turned its terrifying grin towards Su Taiping, unmistakably the new vessel possessed by the wandering spirit. "Who will claim the deer is yet to be seen," Su Taiping declared, channeling his vital energy to execute a charging technique. Accompanied by a sound akin to a bull's roar, the 2 demon wolves that lunged at him were sent reeling by the sudden emergence of several shadowy fists. Howling in distress, seizing the opportunity while the demon wolves were momentarily repelled, Su Taiping deftly grasped the purple bamboo, leveraging its elasticity to leap out of the encirclement. "If you cannot even handle a few demon wolves, how do you expect to stop me from severing the water source? Flee, continue to flee. In a few days, I shall see where you hide." Observing Su Taiping's retreating figure, the wandering spirit wore a rigid smile. Since discovering the spring's location within the purple bamboo grove, Su Taiping had attempted to thwart the spirit on multiple occasions over the past 9 days, each time meeting with failure, which only added to the spirit's arrogance. Upon returning to Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping splashed a basin of cold water from the vat over himself, washing away the sweat and grime. After completing all of this, he swiftly dried himself, donned a fresh set of clothing, and entered the bedroom, taking a seat at a simple desk he had crafted himself. His 5th attempt to ambush the wraith had failed. This time, he had utilized approximately 60% of his strength, a reduction of 10% from the previous attempt. Yet the wraith remained oblivious to any anomalies. He had discerned the weaknesses of the 3 demon wolves. The one with a scar near its eye had an injury in its hind leg, making it vulnerable to a strike from behind. The smallest one had an eye injury as well, rendering it slower to react than the other 2. Su Taiping meticulously recorded the insights gained from this series of ambushes. In these 5 attempts, particularly the last 2, he had indeed possessed the opportunity to slay the 3 demon wolves. However, in order to mislead the wraith and avoid injury before confronting it in a decisive battle, he had deliberately held back. After 5 consecutive tests, the wraith should now believe that this was all of his capability. Henceforth, he needed to strive to enhance his power. ideally elevating his Zanhua skill to the ice stage in one go. Su Taiping set down his pen, immersed in contemplation for a moment, before taking a seat beside the bed. Once he advanced his Zanhua skill to the ice stage, not only would the protective force of the Zanhua barrier significantly increase, but it would also enable the Zanhua energy to condense water into ice. Should he surpass the ice stage, he could encase the several jars of liquor he had purchased within blocks of ice, ensuring that the wraith would remain unaware. He glanced at the jars of fine spirits arranged on his bedside. Although the people from the West Wind Pavilion were oblivious to the wraith, they would still send spirit birds when he wished to make a purchase. Unfortunately, the spirit birds dispatched during these recent deliveries were not the Bion, and they were exceedingly indifferent. Otherwise, he might have sought their assistance. He reminded himself not to rely on others, as Sister Linglong had said. In this place at the foot of the mountain, as an unnamed outer disciple, one could only depend on oneself. Su Taiping shook his head to refocus his mind. He then tossed a yellow bean spirit crystal into his mouth and began preparing to elevate the Zanhua energy within him to the ice stage. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Su Taiping had scarcely eaten or drunk, wholly absorbed in the cultivation of Zanhua skill. Undeterred, even when the water source in the garden had run dry, as if he had entered a state of self-forgetfulness. Little one, come forth to meet your demise. One afternoon, the wraith, accompanied by the 3 demon wolves, once again arrived at the entrance of the Qingzhou residence. Although his efforts had been delayed by Su Taiping for several days, the wraith had ultimately succeeded in sealing the spring within the Zizhu forest of Yanglu Mountain today. Bang! Seeing that no response was forthcoming from within the house, the wraith leaped down from the back of one of the demon wolves and, with a blade suffused with ghostly energy, struck fiercely at the door of the Qingzhou residence. Boom! Although the surrounding barrier had not completely dissipated, its potency had diminished significantly, far from the strength it had once possessed that could harm the wraith. Indeed, the barrier's power was waning. A sinister smile spread across the wraith's face. Little one, I shall remain here tonight. When the barrier fully dissipates, it will be your time of death. And then you shall truly understand the meaning of being unable to live or die. He laughed uproariously at the entrance of the Qingzhou residence. At that very moment, Su Taiping, who had been immersed in his training for several consecutive days, opened his eyes. In the fleeting moment of opening his eyes, the grayish-white mist that had been swirling around him suddenly coalesced into ice, freezing a significant portion of the bed beneath him. The transformation from vapor to ice signified that I have transcended the freezing phase. Su Taiping gazed at the shimmering ice crystals dancing around him, his eyes alight with exhilaration. Having broken through the freezing phase of the residual twilight technique, he was now qualified to challenge the threshold of the open door realm. More importantly, with the protective energy of the residual twilight ice surrounding him, his odds against the specter had undoubtedly increased. Chapter 26. Setting traps and battling the specter with the bull's charge. Do not rush. There remains one final step. After taking a moment to calm himself, Su Taiping's gaze fell upon the several jars of strong liquor beside his bed. Ignoring the relentless taunts and provocations of the specter outside, he carried the jars to the front courtyard, positioning himself next to the trap he had meticulously prepared. If he could force your spirit to depart your body, these jars would serve as your decapitating liquor. Su Taiping glanced at the courtyard gate before carefully suspending the jars above the trap. Late at night, bang, bang. Sensing that the barrier's power had waned further, the specter commanded 3 demonic wolves to repeatedly assault the gate of Qingzhou residence. By this time, Su Taiping had already taken his stand at the center of the courtyard, drawing his bowstring taut like a full moon. The arrow, enveloped in residual twilight energy, transformed into an ice arrow, emanating a chilling aura. Bang! At that moment, with the relentless impacts from the 3 demonic wolves, the remaining traces of spiritual energy in the barrier of Qingzhou residence were exhausted, and the gate was shattered by the force of one wolf's charge. Roar! Having detected Su Taiping's presence, the demonic wolf let out a fierce howl, charging at him like a tempest, closely followed by the cautious specter. Whoosh! Su Taiping released his grip, and the prepared arrow soared with the sound of slicing wind, piercing through the neck of the foremost demonic wolf. The residual twilight energy enveloping the arrow instantly crystallized into ice, completely encasing the wolf. The specter was taken aback, for in their previous encounters, he had never witnessed Su Taiping employing such a technique. Crack! In that brief moment of distraction, Su Taiping discarded his bow and rolled forward. deftly evading the second wolf's attack as if it were preordained. Without a moment's hesitation, as he stood up, Su Taiping drew forth his steel-long knife from his waist, channeling the residual twilight energy to deliver a decisive blow. Lacking formal training in swordsmanship, his strike was rather clumsy. However, the wolf, already injured, failed to evade and had its legs severed in one swift motion. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 3 demonic wolves had fallen, leaving only the one ridden by the specter. Thud, thud, thud. After dispatching the 2 wolves, Su Taiping did not pause for breath, propelling his small frame like the wind towards the specter mounted on the wolf. You seek death. The specter, both alarmed and enraged, drew his sword and slashed towards Su Taiping from a distance of several paces while still atop the wolf. Boom. The sword has yet to arrive, yet its aura precedes it. A black sword energy, measuring over a foot in length, resembled a colossal and razor-sharp scythe, sweeping mercilessly towards Su Taiping. However, instead of evading this lethal strike from the specter, Su Taiping leapt forward with reckless abandon, launching his fist toward the approaching specter. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the protective aura enveloping Su Taiping was shattered by the sword energy, disintegrating into a flurry of icy shards. Yet, he emerged unscathed, continuing his ascent while delivering a powerful blow to the specter atop the monstrous wolf. How could this be? How could he withstand my strike? The specter had believed that even if it could not slay Su Taiping, it would at the very least incapacitate him, or at the very least, halt his advance. It never fathomed that Su Taiping's protective aura could withstand such a blow. Boom. Just as the specter was engulfed in confusion, Su Taiping's fist descended with tremendous force. With no time to swing his sword again, the specter gathered its ghostly energy, using its arm as a shield to block the impending blow. Bang! The specter was once again filled with dread as Su Taiping's punch exceeded all expectations, casting it off the wolf's back entirely. Could it be that this boy harbors hidden strength? Cursed be it. Had I known, I should have wielded my full power with that last strike. The instant it hit the ground, the specter suddenly awakened to the gravity of the situation. Yet, Su Taiping, having landed his strike, clearly had no intention of granting him a moment's respite. Bullhorns shatter mountain, roaring as if to bolster his own spirit. Su Taiping unleashed a chilling wave of frost that erupted around him, coalescing into the massive head of a blue bull that crashed down upon the specter with his descending fist. Bang! Another thunderous sound resonated as the dense, dark energy enveloping the specter was forcefully dispersed by Su Taiping's bullhorns shatter mountain, causing its undead form to tumble heavily to the ground. Charging bull assault. Before the specter could rise, Su Taiping's icy fists had already descended upon it. Bang, bang, bang. The uniqueness of the charging bull assault lay in its relentless momentum. As long as the practitioner possessed sufficient energy, the strikes would not cease, and their power would continuously accumulate. Unless one possessed overwhelming prowess, it was utterly impossible to interrupt the flurry of blows. Furthermore, with Su Taiping employing the residual aura of the sunset, each punch not only struck the specter but also coated it in a layer of ice. After just 4 or 5 punches, the specter's undead body had transformed into a substantial block of ice. Of course, this technique had its evident drawbacks. Upon retracting his fists, a lengthy recovery period for his energy would ensue, leaving him extremely vulnerable. Boy, no matter how fierce your punches are, there will come a time when your energy is depleted. If you cease your assault now, I may consider granting you a swift end. The specter, clearly perceiving the flaw in Su Taiping's relentless assault, endured the searing pain and began to threaten him verbally. Bang, bang, bang. Su Taiping did not spare him a glance, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of punches. Even as his fists became bloodied and battered, he showed no sign of faltering. However, after delivering over 20 strikes, his fists began to feel heavy, and the speed of his blows diminished. Come on, continue striking. The moment you hesitate, I will strike you down with a single blow. As Su Taiping's strength waned, the ghost let out a sinister laugh, roaring with glee. Boom. At that moment, after delivering a powerful punch, Su Taiping's left hand remained motionless. Ha ha. You truly have exhausted your energy. The ghost's laughter echoed, and it prepared to leave its physical form. But its mirth was abruptly silenced. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath the ghost collapsed, as if its icy form had fallen into a pit that Su Taiping had meticulously prepared. Indeed, Su Taiping had exerted great effort to execute the bull's charge formation, intending to force the ghost into this pit, which was about 10 feet deep. Chapter 27. Slaying the Ghost. The tiger demon rebukes Su Taiping. Do you think such a pit can contain me? Upon realizing it was merely a pit, the ghost's laughter resumed, laced with mockery. What does it matter if you trap this body? I am a ghost cultivator, capable of separating my soul. Amidst the ghost's derisive taunts, Su Taiping silently drew his long knife from his waist, standing beside a taut rope, seemingly awaiting something. Boom. At that instant, a gust of chilling wind surged forth from the pit. Swish. Without hesitation, Su Taiping cleaved the rope with his long knife. Crack. Several jars of strong liquor, suspended from the rope, plummeted into the pit, shattering upon impact and releasing a rich aroma of alcohol. Wait. Alcohol. This is alcohol. The ghost, now detached from its body, initially believed Su Taiping intended to crush it with the falling objects. But as the scent of liquor began to permeate the pit, it was too late to escape. Who told you my essence is tied to alcohol? Could it be that wretched person? It must be that wretched person. The anguished cries and curses echoed within the pit. The ghost spirit, now tainted by the intoxicating aroma, reacted as if afflicted by an incurable poison, transforming into swirling black mist and darting chaotically within the confines of the pit. Standing at the edge of the trap, Su Taiping exhaled deeply, relieved. Had he not known the ghost's weakness was alcohol, he would have had no hope of victory. Reflecting on the preceding events, a wave of apprehension washed over him. If he had not taken the risk to act decisively, the ghost would have become complacent. If he had not dedicated himself to relentless training during the freezing period. If he had not procured these jars of strong liquor, his path in cultivation might have indeed reached an impasse. Young hero, save me. If you let me possess you, I can reveal the locations of the treasures I have amassed over the years. At that moment, a ghostly visage, formed from swirling malevolence, struggled to emerge from the trap, pleading desperately with Su Taiping. May I pose a question? Su Taiping paid no heed to the ghost's entreaties. Aside from you, who else knows the location of the spring at the Qingtian residence? Release me, and I shall divulge. The spirit sought to broker a deal with Su Taiping. Will you speak? Su Taiping shook the wine jar in his hand. Please, no? Upon sighting the jar, the ghost let out a chilling wail, its ethereal hands flailing in panic. No one else knows but me. I only learned of it by chance after slaying the former master of Qingtian residence. The ghost hastily explained. You are not speaking the truth. No, I assure you. All I say is genuine. I beg you, put down that jar. Su Taiping probed the ghost further, sensing it might indeed be truthful. Nevertheless, he did not lower the jar, but rather removed its clay seal. Young one, what are you doing? I truly speak no lies. The ghost, fearing Su Taiping would douse himself in the wine, exclaimed in trembling tones. Allow me to inquire once more. Su Taiping leaned closer to the jar's opening, inhaling its scent before lifting his gaze to the ghostly figure. What can you tell me of the tiger demon you refer to as king? What are its strengths and weaknesses? The ghost grew cautious at the mention of the tiger demon, stammering and hesitating to respond. If I speak of the king, it would surely lead to my demise. It gazed at Su Taiping with a pleading expression. Should you remain silent, I shall make your soul vanish. Su Taiping dipped his hand into the jar, wetting it with wine, and offered the ghost an innocent smile before flinging the liquid onto it. The ghost's anguished cries echoed through the wilderness. Yet, given the desolation of the surrounding mountains, even the loudest screams would likely go unheard. Have you made up your mind? Once the cries subsided, Su Taiping again dipped his hand into the wine, presenting the ghost with his cherubic smile. The king is the sovereign of all beasts, a spirit tiger of formidable might, lacking any discernible weakness. However, about half a month ago, it was ambushed and gravely injured by several disciples of the Seven Peaks. It will require at least 3 months to fully recover. This is precisely why it has sent us, the spirits, to seek sustenance. The ghost paused, casting a disdainful glance at Su Taiping. Forgive my frankness, but even in its weakened state, my king could easily extinguish your life. 3 months for recovery. The timeline coincided with Su Taiping's urgent need to break through the threshold. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The ghost, interpreting Su Taiping's expression as a sign of fear towards the tiger demon, felt a surge of satisfaction. Enduring the searing pain from the wine, it warned Su Taiping in a tone brimming with menace. I advise you to release me, for if my soul were to dissipate, the king would undoubtedly be informed. Upon hearing those words, Su Taiping raised his head and fixed a serious gaze upon the specter before him. Suddenly, he hurled a wine jar high into the air, channeling his true energy to strike it with an open palm. Bang! The wine jar shattered under the force of Su Taiping's blow, and the wine cascaded down like rain, pouring into the trap below. Ah, scoundrel! Just wait. The king will come to avenge me. A piercing scream echoed through the mountains and fields. Su Taiping remained unfazed, merely tossing in a torch he had prepared earlier. His grandfather had once said that evil should be met with evil, and good with good. One must never conspire with a tiger to strip its skin or engage in underhanded dealings. Listening to the wails of the specter from within the trap, Su Taiping murmured to himself without flinching. Boom! The torch ignited the dry kindling beneath the trap, which, fueled by the wine's essence, burst into flames. The flames soaring over 10 feet high. Roar! At that very moment, a tiger's roar erupted from the flames, which then transformed into the visage of a colossal tiger's head. How dare you slay my specter? The tiger bellowed at Su Taiping. I have heard that you were gravely injured by a few disciples from the 7 Peaks and require 3 to 5 months for recovery. But what is the truth? Given the specter's earlier words, Su Taiping was not overly surprised by the appearance of this spectral tiger. Instead, a smile graced his face as he inquired of the tiger spirit. Nonsense. My injuries will heal in no more than 3 months. The Tiger King almost blurted out. Yet, as the words left its mouth, it sensed something amiss and immediately erupted in fury. Dare you twist my words? Chapter 28. A Meal Invitation. Su Taiping's first encounter with Lao Jiao. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping said nothing, merely flashing a grin. The tiger spirit, caught off guard by this response, found it only confirmed the specter's earlier claims, providing it with much reassurance. Little creature, in 3 months, I shall skin you alive, strip your tendons, and turn your soul into a wick, subjecting you to the torment of soul-burning day and night. The Tiger King had never been so mocked, and its furious roar, even as a mere spectral image, caused the very walls of the Qingzhou residence to tremble violently. Su Taiping, standing directly opposite, felt his blood surge in response. Were it not for the protective aura of the residual true energy surrounding him, he feared he might have lost consciousness. However, after that roar, the Tiger King's phantom dissipated with a thunderous crash as if it had exhausted the power hidden within the specter. This was merely the strength of a wounded being. How formidable must the Tiger King have been in its prime? Su Taiping was taken aback, gaining a newfound understanding of the Tiger King's might as described by Qing Mei and the specter. Yet, while he was astonished, he felt no fear. Instead, a profound fighting spirit welled up within him. This resilience was perhaps rooted in his upbringing, having lived independently from a young age, facing challenges head-on without the option of retreat like other children who had parents to rely upon. Just as the flames extinguished, a sudden sound of coins clattering to the ground erupted from within the trap. Su Taiping cautiously peered inside, illuminated by the moonlight above. He discerned a pile of merit coins and 2 indistinct objects resting amidst the ashes. Could these be the items concealed by the spirit with its arcane methods? Su Taiping speculated inwardly. In his previous readings of the introductory scroll, he had encountered accounts of spirits and monsters possessing their own means of hiding treasures. For instance, tiger demons often concealed them within their bellies, while elephant demons preferred to hide them in their trunks. To guard against deception, it would be prudent to leave them undisturbed for a few nights, returning only after I have restored the grand formation of Qingzhou residence. Regardless of whether these treasures are genuine or not, for the sake of safety, Su Taiping resolved not to descend at this moment. At the rear of Qingzhou residence on Mount Yonglu, an elderly man with white hair leaned against a sturdy tree branch, nodding with a smile, seemingly pleased with Su Taiping's performance that night. Yet, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. Fleeting courage and wit are mere trifles. Ultimately, one must rely on innate talent. If you can break through to the opening door realm in 3 years and demonstrate your prowess during the 7 Peaks Sword Challenge, I might consider making an exception to accept you as my disciple. The old man gently stroked his beard, then tilted his head back to drain the last of the wine from his gourd. Those slothful and avaricious individuals at Westwind Pavilion, demanding money and goods from outer disciples, while the water veins of the cultivation site have been excavated without so much as a glance from anyone. Such lawlessness is utterly intolerable. As he spoke, the old man's expression suddenly turned cold, and his small eyes sparkled with intensity. It is laughable that such trivial matters require my intervention as the ancestral master. With that, the old man stood up, somewhat unsteadily, and tucked the wine gourd at his waist. With a single step forward, a bronze longsword flew into position beneath him, propelling him through the air with a resounding whoosh. At last it is done. On Mount Yonglu, within the purple bamboo grove, Su Taiping spent several days clearing the blocked spring. He also activated the mechanisms and formations near the spring, concealing them once more. Today was fortunate. Not only had he restored the spring, but he had also managed to hunt a yellow goat. Glancing at the creature, now encased in ice from his residual aura, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Su Taiping's lips. With the spirit problem resolved and his residual aura refined to the ice stage, everything was progressing smoothly. Taiping, you have finally returned. Uncle Bai? Just as Su Taiping dragged the yellow goat back to Qingzhou residence, the long-absent spirit bird, the white-headed eagle, appeared at the entrance. Beside the eagle stood an elderly man, hair grizzled, with a wine gourd hanging at his waist. Uncle Bai, when did you return? Su Taiping set down the yellow goat. Though his question was directed at Bai Hong, his gaze scrutinized the elderly man. Just returned. This is a friend I met along the way. Everyone calls him Old Jiu. We happened to pass by Qingzhou residence and thought to drop in for a meal. Bai Hong, who usually spoke with great authority, appeared rather flustered today, leaving Su Taiping quite astonished. Dear young friend Taiping, after traversing 1,000 miles with Bai Hong, my stomach is gnawing with hunger. Might it be possible to kindle a fire and prepare a meal for us? Old Jiu inquired with a grin. Bai Shu is a friend of mine. Truth be told, I would gladly welcome him to dine here daily, but as for you, dear elder, payment is required. Taiping, much like his grandfather, exhibits generosity towards friends and frugality towards strangers. Haha, young friend Taiping speaks true. One must indeed pay for a meal. Upon hearing this, Bai Hong appeared visibly anxious, seemingly eager to explain something to Taiping, yet he was interrupted by Old Jiu's hearty laughter. With a swift motion, Old Jiu tossed a money pouch before Taiping. Young friend, inside are 300 merit coins. Will this suffice for a meal? He jovially asked. Taiping did not respond immediately. Instead, he counted 7 merit coins from the pouch before returning it to the elder, stating, I have little in the way of fine food at home. 7 merit coins shall suffice for this meal. After receiving the payment, Taiping regarded Old Jiu with a smile. Old Jiu erupted into another bout of jovial laughter, giving Taiping a thumbs up. Fair play. Meanwhile, Bai Hong, observing this exchange, wiped the sweat from his brow. Relieved, he muttered, Little Taiping, do you realize who stands before you? Thankfully, he is not angered. However, prior to their arrival, Old Jiu had already informed him, and thus he could only stifle his thoughts, refraining from voicing them. Elder, the fire should not be too fierce. Keep it low. Taiping instructed. Bai Shu, please help me peel some garlic and chop some scallions. In the kitchen of Qingzhou, Old Jiu tended to the fire. Bai Hong prepared the vegetables, and Taiping took charge of frying the dishes, bustling about with great enthusiasm. Young brother Taiping, since I have kindled the fire, might you reduce the meal cost a bit? Old Jiu, brushing back his hair, proposed with a smile. Oh, elder, are you still haggling? If you hadn't helped with the fire, this meal would cost 8 merit coins. Taiping wiped the sweat from his brow and shot a look at Old Jiu. Quite reasonable, quite reasonable. Old Jiu chuckled in response. Bai Hong, who was nearby chopping vegetables, was so startled by this exchange that he nearly cut himself. A moment later, all right, the final dish, stir-fried yellow lamb, is ready, Taiping proclaimed as he served the sautéed lamb into a dish and carried it into the dining room. The table was already laden with a feast, predominantly featuring yellow lamb, yet prepared in various styles. The soup offerings included lamb heart soup, lamb kidney soup, and lamb bone soup, while the meat dishes comprised stir-fried yellow lamb, steamed lamb head, roasted yellow lamb legs, baked lamb, and wine-braised lamb. These culinary delights were reminiscent of what Taiping's grandfather had savored during his youthful travels. Taiping had often listened to his grandfather's tales, his appetite piqued, and had sought the recipes so that he might replicate them when he could afford meat. Little did he expect that today he would indeed have the opportunity to do so. Ah, how delightful. This meal was worth every one of those 7 merit coins. Lao Jiu lifted his head and sniffed the air, his expression shifting dramatically as he could not help but slap the table forcefully. Had I known that Taiping possessed such culinary skills, I would have frequented your table for meals much more often. Bai Hong, gazing at the sumptuous spread before them, felt her appetite surge. Uncle Bai, if you enjoy this, you are welcome to dine here often. Taiping replied earnestly. Ha ha, I was merely jesting. How could I impose upon your cultivation so frequently? Bai Hong chuckled, shaking her head. Meanwhile, Lao Jiao, overhearing Taiping's invitation, felt a pang of envy. After stealthily snatching a piece of meat to savor, he tentatively inquired of Taiping, "My young friend Taiping, does this meal mean we are now considered friends?" "Of course not," Taiping replied with a serious countenance. "Young friend Taiping, you must not be so partial. You see, I have helped you with the fire and tidied the table. Surely we ought to be friends now." Lao Jiao's face fell at this remark. Bai Hong, while feeling a twinge of anxiety for Taiping, could not help but feel a sense of pride, secretly thinking, "I never imagined I, Bai Hong, would surpass my esteemed elder today." Bang, bang, bang. Just as the trio was indulging in their meal, the gate of the courtyard was suddenly knocked upon. "Bai Hong, you invited me here. For what purpose?" A voice from outside the courtyard called out. "Taiping, aside from Lao Jiao, I have also invited a few friends. Do you think we could set another place at the table?" Bai Hong did not respond to the person outside, but instead set down her bowl and chopsticks. Smiling as she sought Taiping's opinion. "Since he is also Uncle Bai's friend, let us invite him in." Taiping nodded in agreement. "Do not forget to have him pay. I have already spent 7 merit coins." Lao Jiao cast a jealous glance at Bai Hong. "Indeed, indeed." Bai Hong nodded repeatedly, rising to open the door. "Bai Hong, what exactly do you wish for me to do here? I have no leisure to reminisce." Shortly after, Taiping, who was gnawing on a lamb rib, along with Lao Jiao, saw Bai Hong enter with a richly adorned elder, his hair meticulously styled. "Brother Lu, I mean no offense. It has been ages since I, along with Brother Jiao, have gathered with you. I merely wish to share a meal together." Upon entering, Bai Hong gestured towards the elder who was devouring a lamb rib. "Brother Jiao?" "What Brother Jiao?" The elder, addressed as Brother Lu by Bai Hong, looked impatiently towards the table, his gaze locking with Lao Jiao's. "Why so many words? Sit down and eat." In that moment, as their eyes met, a flicker of alarm passed through the elder's gaze, quickly replaced by a fierce glare. "Yes, yes." The elder, surnamed Lu, hastily took his seat. "Oh, are you not the head of the West Wind Pavilion?" At this moment, Taiping also recognized the elder who had just entered. If his memory served him right, this elder was none other than Lu Songshan, the head of the West Wind Pavilion, whom senior sister Linglong had introduced him to upon his arrival on the mountain. "While I converse with my 2 senior brothers, you have no place to speak." When Taiping interjected, the pavilion master Lu instantly wore an expression of displeasure. Glaring at him fiercely, "Lu Songshan, your cultivation may be lacking, but your arrogance is certainly considerable." Before Su Taiping could utter a word, the old ninth suddenly set down his chopsticks and shot a cold sneer at Lu Songshan. "Master Jiushu, hey, Lu brother, let us converse amiably. Jiushu merely suggests that you speak with a bit more courtesy. After all, this splendid meal before us has been prepared by our young brother Taiping." At these words, Lu Songshan's face drained of color, his body trembled violently, as if he were about to slide off his chair, but fortunately, Bai Hong was there to support him. "Indeed, our gathering today is thanks to our young brother Taiping. And you, young man, have been rather rude by barking orders right off the bat." The old knight stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, his tone softening slightly. Yes, Lu Songshan, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, nodded vigorously in agreement. "Brother Lu, do sample our young brother Taiping's culinary skills. Jiushu has been singing his praises." At this moment, Bai Hong presented a pair of chopsticks and bowls before Lu Songshan. If Jiushu lauds it so highly, the taste must surely be exquisite. Lu Songshan, with a beaming smile, accepted the chopsticks, his expression brimming with flattery towards the old ninth. Just as he was about to grasp the food, the old ninth suddenly clamped his chopsticks down on Lu Songshan's, shooting him a glare. "Pay up." Su Taiping, who had been observing the scene, quickly caught on and extended his hand towards Lu Songshan, saying, "Leader Lu, like Jiushu, this meal costs 7 merit coins." He recognized that Jiushu was no ordinary figure, and that the 3 were not merely here for a meal, yet he had no intention of foregoing the merit coins that were within reach. After all, perhaps they were simply passing through. He thought to himself, "I shall just consider this a performance." Seeing Su Taiping collect the payment without hesitation, Jiushu nodded in satisfaction. Asking Lu Songshan casually, "Who is the current leader of the Lianfeng Hall?" "Currently, it is Su Yoji from the Qing faction of the Second Peak who serves as the leader," Lu Songshan promptly replied, setting down his chopsticks. "Su Yoji, you say? His master once brought him to meet me. We have exchanged pleasantries." How about inviting him to join us for a meal? Jushu savored a bowl of soup, enjoying it slowly, without casting a glance at Lu Songshan. That may not be appropriate. Jushu, Lianfeng Hall is rather far from here, Lu Songshan said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Is that so? Jushu set down his soup bowl, gazing at Lu Songshan with a smile that was both amused and enigmatic. I shall send him a message right away. Lu Songshan immediately stood up, retrieving a talisman from his bosom. Young friend Taiping, would you mind providing another pair of chopsticks? Jushu asked with a cheerful demeanor as he held his soup bowl. Is there a fee? Su Taiping hesitated before inquiring. Absolutely. Jushu replied emphatically. Then there is no issue. Su Taiping nodded in agreement. He was too indifferent to concern himself with the antics of the prominent figures around him. After all, today he was merely a cook, a cashier, and a spectator. Ah, it seems we are out of chopsticks at home, he suddenly recalled. No matter, let him bring his own. With a wave of his hand, Uncle Gio dismissed the matter. But Uncle Gio, my communication talisman has already burned out, Lu Songshan promptly explained. If it has burned out, just light another one. Stop being so verbose, it hinders great endeavors, Uncle Gio chided, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Songshan. Yes. Faced with Uncle Gio's change in demeanor, Lu Songshan quickly produced a communication talisman from his pocket, while inwardly lamenting. This little junior uncle is indeed a burden. One talisman could easily buy 1,000 pairs of chopsticks. As for the actions of the others, Su Taiping held no opinion, merely reflecting inwardly. It is truly wonderful to have wealth. Moments later, another person joined the dining table in the small courtyard of Qingzhou residence. He was a tall man with a square face, and due to his massive size, he appeared to be sitting on the ground while perched on Su Taiping's small stool. Perhaps we should move to the courtyard for our meal. It's rather cramped here, Su Taiping suggested. Unable to bear the sight of the perspiring Su Yoji crouched in discomfort. No. To Su Taiping's surprise, the first to oppose was not the eccentric Uncle Gio, but the sweat-drenched leader of the Lai Feng Hall, Su Yoji. Little brother, there's no need for such trouble. I'm perfectly comfortable here. I prefer it this way. Su Yoji cheerfully waved his own chopsticks, which he had brought from home, in explanation. Very well, Su Taiping frowned slightly, thinking, these people must have something amiss in their minds. I should keep Uncle Bai away from them in the future. Ah, little fellow. Aren't you meddling a bit too much? It's difficult to buy what I cherish. If he enjoys it, we naturally cannot deprive him of his pleasure. Uncle Gio winked at Su Taiping with a grin, reaching for the last piece of lamb rib in the bowl. By the way, Yoji, which two brothers from Lai Feng Hall are responsible for the Qingzhou residence area? Uncle Gio casually asked while gnawing on the rib. In response, Su Yoji instinctively tried to stand, but a mere glance from Uncle Gio compelled him to sit back down. Then he wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, Uncle Gio, the two disciples responsible for this area from Lai Feng Hall are named Zhuju and Zhou Gu, both masters of the opening door realm. Since they took over this area, cases of monstrous creatures harming people have become quite rare, as they are both his subordinates. He naturally would not hesitate to extol their virtues. Although merely passing through, it is thanks to our young friend Taiping that the four of us are gathered here. As for cultivation matters, I cannot be of much assistance due to sect regulations. However, when your Lai Feng Hall patrols this vicinity in the future, do keep an eye on Qingzhou residence, Uncle Gio casually advised Su Yoji. Upon hearing these words, Su Yoji exchanged a glance with Lu Songshan, both of them exhaling in relief, realizing that their young master had summoned them merely to oversee the Qingzhou residence. Rest assured, Uncle Gio, we shall ensure that Zhuju and Zhou Gu conduct thorough inspections of the Qingzhou residence, Su Yoji assured Uncle Gio, thumping his chest. Such a trivial matter could have been communicated to me through Bai Hong. There was no need for you to host a banquet, Lu Songshan added, his expression reflecting his newfound ease. However, Su Taiping, who had been observing quietly, felt perplexed upon overhearing their conversation. He pondered, why would Uncle Gio, who is not related to me, suddenly request that Master Lu and Hall Master Su keep an eye on me, all because of this meal? Surely, that cannot be the sole reason. As he contemplated this, his gaze shifted towards Uncle Gio, who, while gnawing on a lamb leg, noticed Su Taiping stare and flashed a grin, winking at him. Su Taiping frowned, thinking to himself, this old man appears to be quite cunning. He cannot be so benevolent. He then turned his attention to Bai Hong, who, upon noticing Su Taiping's gaze, smiled back at him. Indeed,
Uncle Bai had deliberately brought Uncle Jio to the Qingzhou residence to provide him with a modicum of oversight. Realizing this, Su Taiping nodded slightly towards Bai Hong, casting him a grateful glance. Observing this interaction, Uncle Jio furrowed his brow, reflecting, "You little rascal, it was I who offered assistance, yet you express gratitude to another. This will not do. I must ensure he sees my contributions more clearly and does not solely favor Bai Hong." He then set down the lamb leg and addressed the trembling Lu Songshan and Su Yoji. "Since both of you are present today, why not summon Zhuju and Zhougu to join us for dinner? Make sure they bring their own chopsticks." Lu Songshan and Zhougu exchanged glances, both apprehensive. "Uncle Jio, I have no talismans left," Lu Songshan admitted, looking troubled. "I came in haste and did not bring any," Su Yoji echoed. Such talismans capable of transmitting messages over vast distances are quite costly, and Lu Songshan possessing two was already quite lavish. "Young fellow, do you have one?" Uncle Jio turned his gaze towards Su Taiping. As fate would have it, Su Taiping indeed possessed one, the very talisman left to him by Zhuju. However, to avoid unnecessary complications, Su Taiping resolved not to part with it, preferring not to become embroiled in their disputes. "I do not. But I could offer double the price." He initially attempted to refuse, but was abruptly interrupted by Uncle Jio. "I have one," Su Taiping declared without hesitation, producing the talisman from his pocket. "Now that is more like it," Uncle Jio replied cheerfully as he accepted the talisman from Su Taiping's hand. "Isn't this our Lai Wind Hall's communication talisman?" Su Yoji instantly recognized the talisman in Uncle Jio's possession. Chapter 31. Call Uncle Jio. Squeezing in. One can always find a place to sit. Indeed, it was the patrolman, surnamed Zhua from the Fierce Wind Hall, who graciously bestowed this upon me. Su Taiping nodded thoughtfully. For the sake of merit coins, he felt compelled to divulge this matter. However, he resolved to keep the threats made by those two individuals on that day a secret. His grandfather had once imparted wisdom. One should leave a line for future encounters. Su Taiping pondered this with a sense of magnanimity. This was an ordinary communication talisman, incapable of transmitting sound. Lu Songshan took a glance at the talisman, and his complexion turned pale once more, his head ringing as if struck by thunder. After serving as the head of the West Wind Pavilion for many years, he was well aware of the underhanded tactics employed by his subordinates. Such talismans, which could only convey messages without sound, were often utilized by his underlings to extort the outer disciples. "What are you still dawdling for? Pay up." Uncle Jio's icy gaze swept over Lu Songshan and Su Yoji. "Yes, yes." Lu Songshan ceased his futile chatter, promptly producing a pouch of merit coins and placing it upon the table, casting a fierce glare at Su Yoji beside him. At that moment, Su Yoji stood motionless, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like raindrops, entrapped in a state of stupor. "Stop dawdling." Coincidentally, this talisman was given by Zhuju, and it can indeed notify him, Uncle Jio stated coldly. "Both Zhuju and Zhougu are warm-hearted fellows who gifted me this communication talisman, fearing I might encounter malevolent creatures." Su Taiping decided to commend Zhuju and Zhougu for their kindness. Little did he know, the individuals present were seasoned veterans, having already deduced the actions of Zhuju and Zhougu on that day. "Young brother Taiping, now that you mention it, we ought to invite these two for a meal together." "Hurry, Lu Songshan, don't dawdle. Summon them at once," Uncle Jio urged impatiently. All right, I shall call them now." Lu Songshan lamented as he exited to activate the communication talisman. A short while later. "Ah, little one, have you finally come to your senses? It took you over half a month to call us. You must have endured considerable hardships. Had I known, I would have acted differently." While enjoying grilled lamb wrapped in perilla leaves, Uncle Jio, Su Taiping, and the anxious Su Yoji, along with Lu Songshan, heard two voices shouting outside the courtyard. "Are those two?" Uncle Jio, his mouth full of meat, mumbled, pointing with his chopsticks towards the door. "I'll go open the door." Lu Songshan and Su Yoji, drenched in sweat, both stood up in unison, exclaiming, "We mustn't let those two outside speak again." Outside the courtyard. "Where are you? Open the door. Hurry up." Bang, bang, bang. As no one opened the door for a prolonged moment, Zhuju and Zhougu's tone grew impatient, with Zhougu even beginning to kick the door. "Brother Zhua, do you think this lad is toying with us?" Zhougu cast a wary glance at Zhuju. "He wouldn't dare." Zhuju let out a cold snort, asserting that this territory belonged to him and his brother. Even if Su Tangzhu or Lu Tangzhu encountered them, they would have to show deference. Just as he uttered these words,
The gate of the small courtyard was forcefully pulled open. Well, at least you have some sense. Lu Gazhu and Su Tangzhu. However, Zhou Gu's words abruptly ceased. Standing side by side were Lu Songshan and Su Yoji. Their faces dark with fury as they glared at Zhou Gu and Zhuju, their eyes ablaze with wrath. Why you two? How could you be here? Zhuju stammered. Regaining his composure, his voice trembling as he addressed them. What are you all dawdling at the door for? Come inside quickly. The food is going to get cold. Before Lu Songshan and Su Yoji could respond, an impatient voice from within the house interrupted them. Coming, Uncle Jio. They answered in unison, their expressions instantly transforming from winter's chill to spring's warmth, all smiles as they turned toward the courtyard. Yet, when they looked back at Zhuju and Zhou Gu, their faces returned to the frigid demeanor of winter. Get in here. Lu Songshan glared at the two before hurling a sharp reprimand in a terse voice. Yes. At this moment, Zhuju and Zhou Gu were utterly terrified. Even they, in their ignorance, could discern that within the courtyard was someone whose presence compelled even Lu Songshan and Su Yoji to wear smiles of subservience. Upon entering the house, Zhuju and Zhou Gu felt their legs weaken at the sight of Uncle Jio, standing at the threshold, stammering and sweating profusely. Uncle Jio. Zhuju finally managed to exclaim. Greetings, Uncle Jio. They hurriedly bowed after being spurred into action by Su Tangzhu's kick. Stop standing there, sit down and eat. Uncle Jio commanded, not even glancing at them, simply gesturing toward the seats occupied by Lu Songshan and Su Yoji, indicating where they should sit. As Lu Songshan and Su Yoji were already seated closely, the addition of Zhuju and Zhou Gu forced them to sit even closer together. You Uncle Jio, how about we wait on the side instead? Zhuju stuttered, glancing at the perspiring Lu Songshan. Oh, just squeeze in, there's always room. Uncle Jio's tone grew increasingly impatient. What are you blabbering about? Hurry up and take your seat. There's plenty of space. Lu Songshan shot Zhuju a fierce glare. Yes, yes. Zhuju complied, obedient as a lamb, and settled down beside Lu Songshan, drenched in sweat in mere moments. What could these individuals have done to offend Uncle Jio so grievously? Given the fear instilled in Lu Gazhu, Uncle Jio's status must be quite extraordinary. Could he possibly be of elder-level prominence, akin to the Black Dragon? Observing the four tightly huddled together across from him, Su Taiping felt a mix of amusement and curiosity stirring within him. Forget it. The disputes among these powerful figures are beyond my humble standing as a mere outer disciple. Among those present, none are individuals I could afford to offend. Su Taiping, unable to fathom the intricacies of the situation, continued to eat in silence. It was not until dusk that the meal finally came to an end. One cannot deny that Uncle Jio had an impressive appetite. Su Taiping had to order several additional dishes just to satiate him. Fortunately, he had collected payment. Otherwise, the expense would have been considerable. Looking at the disarray on the table, Su Taiping felt a sense of relief. Chapter 32. The Devil Lotus emerges. Uncle Jio Baihong ventures to the north. However, for Master Lu and his three companions, this meal was nothing short of torment. Cramped together, they occasionally trembled in fear at a mere glance or word from Uncle Jio. Resembling lambs that had unwittingly strayed into a wolf's den. Young friend Taiping, thank you for today as hospitality. My friends and I have thoroughly enjoyed this meal. Uncle Jio said, casually picking his teeth while patting Su Taiping on the shoulder. Are you truly satisfied? Su Taiping inquired, glancing at Master Lu and his companions still huddled together. Absolutely. We are quite satisfied. Young friend Taiping, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. They exclaimed in unison. Indeed. The roasted lamb was a feast for the senses, a rare delicacy. Their praises for Su Taiping's cooking were sincere and heartfelt, stirring deep emotions. Well, satisfaction is all that matters, Su Taiping responded with an awkward smile, nodding in acknowledgement. At the courtyard entrance, Baihong smiled as he bid farewell to Su Taiping. Taiping, we have troubled you enough for today. It is time for us to take our leave. It is no trouble at all. Uncle Bai, feel free to visit whenever you have the time. Su Taiping replied with a smile. And what about me? Uncle Jio, still preoccupied with his teeth, leaned in curiously. Uncle Jio, if you wish to visit, it would be best to come every 2 to 3 months. After all, this is my place of cultivation, not a tavern. Moreover, your appetite is 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary person, so the meal expenses would need to be adjusted accordingly. Enough, enough. I have no interest in your meal. Uncle Jio interrupted Su Taiping, who was speaking earnestly. He then shot a glare at Lu Songshan and the others, exclaiming, "What are you looking at? Scram! I never want to see you lot again." Yes, yes. The group hastily retreated. "Baihong, let us go. We have matters to attend to." After dismissing the others, Uncle Jiao, noticing the camaraderie between Su Taiping and Baihong, called Baihong over with a hint of envy. "Very well, Uncle Jiao." Baihong first nodded to Uncle Jiao, then turned to Su Taiping, saying, "Taiping, we are leaving. You may continue your cultivation undisturbed. I will return to visit you in a few months if time permits. I sincerely thank you, Uncle Bai, for bringing Uncle Jiao to my humble abode." Su Taiping expressed with deep gratitude. In his eyes, it was only because of Baihong that someone of Uncle Jiao's stature would grace his small courtyard with a visit. Therefore, in his view, Uncle Jiao was merely a guest, while Uncle Bai was the one deserving of gratitude. "Taiping, you are perhaps," Baihong began to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Uncle Jiao behind him. "Do not dawdle any longer. We must depart," admonished Jiao Shu, casting a stern glance at Baihong before taking flight upon his sword, which cleaved the misty clouds asunder with its swift passage. "Jiao Shu, wait for me," Baihong exclaimed, unfurling his wings to pursue him. "Why did you not disclose the truth to Taiping? It is you who ought to express gratitude." Upon catching up with Jiao Shu, Baihong inquired, perplexed, tilting his head in curiosity. "Do I, Jian Jiao, require a small fellow to express gratitude?" Jiao Shu retorted with a dismissive smirk. "Indeed, you do not." Baihong perceived the contradiction in Jiao Shu's words, but chose not to confront it. "Nevertheless, if this lad were to incessantly flatter and ingratiate himself with me today, I would find it quite distasteful. His demeanor today, however, is quite to my liking. He acknowledges my esteemed status while maintaining a commendable balance of humility and assertiveness. Such temperament far surpasses that of his peers and is seldom seen even among the inner disciples of the Seven Peaks," Jiao Shu remarked approvingly. Having known Jiao Shu for many years, Baihong was taken aback by this rare commendation of a junior, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. "Could it be that you are contemplating accepting a disciple, Jiao Shu?" Baihong ventured to ask. "In the heavenly pool of the greedy wolf kingdom in the Northern Territory, a demonic lotus has emerged. If left unchecked, it may give rise to another demonic realm in the divine land. I intend to eradicate it before its emergence, which will take at least 2 years. If, during this period, that young lad can successfully break through to the opening door realm, even if his innate talent is akin to mere bones, I, Lu Jianjiao, would willingly accept him as my personal disciple and impart my swordsmanship to him." Jiao Shu's expression grew unusually solemn. Baihong was taken aback. He had not expected Jiao Shu to genuinely consider taking on a disciple, much less offer to bestow his sword techniques, especially since the disciples of Qing Xian sect's 7 Peaks had beseeched even the sect leader for the privilege, only to be met with refusal. "Xiao Bai, the journey to the greedy wolf kingdom is fraught with peril. If you are afraid, you may turn back now." Jiao Shu suddenly glanced at Baihong. Unfazed, Baihong declared his resolve to follow Jiao Shu and eradicate the roots of the greedy wolf demon. His expression transformed. Eyes resolute. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away in a forest near Qingzhuju, a commotion ensued. Slap. Bang. Su Yoji, the master of the fierce wind hall, struck left Ju with a resounding slap and kicked Zhou Gu. "You two fools," he berated, pointing at the 2 men prostrated before him. "This time, it was the Grand Master's magnanimity that spared you from retribution. Had it been in the past, you would have long since perished." Master Lu glowered at the 2 as well. "Master Lu, Hall Master Su, we shall never dare to transgress again," they pleaded from the ground. "Indeed, how could we have known that lad had the Grandmaster as his backing?" they lamented. "Master Lu, do you believe the Grandmaster will truly refrain from pursuing this matter further?" Su Yoji inquired anxiously of Master Lu, implying that if the Grandmaster were to take action, these 2 would not be spared. The elderly man had previously taken careful note that Su Taiping did not seem to be acquainted with his uncle, yet he appeared to be quite close to Baihong. "I surmise that Baihong is leveraging my uncle's influence to intimidate us," mused Lu Songshan, furrowing his brow. "Indeed, this scoundrel is up to no good," Su Yoji exclaimed, stomping fiercely and crushing a rock beneath his foot. "Let us keep these 2 for now. My uncle would hardly care for the fate of an ordinary outer disciple. It is merely a fleeting whim," Lu Songshan ultimately resolved. "Are we truly letting Baihong go just like that?" Su Yoji inquired again. "I have heard that Baihong is set to journey to the northern realm of the Wolf Nation with my uncle, and he shall not return for at least 3 years. Or perhaps he may perish there, Lu Songshan muttered. Bai Hong has always opposed us at the West Wind Pavilion, relying on his command over the spirit birds of the Western Mountains. If he were to die in the Wolf Nation, it would indeed be a rare blessing for us, Su Yoji remarked, his gaze tinged with greed. Once Bai Hong departs, his wife, Yi Kei, will assume command over the spirit birds of the West Mountain. Yet her prowess pales in comparison to his. Perhaps we can devise a plan to bring her down. Once that is achieved, the entire West Mountain shall fall under the governance of our West Wind Pavilion. Even if Bai Hong were to return alive, it would be too late for him to intervene, Lu Songshan said, narrowing his eyes with a cunning glint as he looked at Su Yoji. Brother Lu, your words are indeed wise. Su Yoji's lips curled into a smile upon hearing this. Chapter 33, Acquiring the Magical Artifact. Please call me Sister Lingwei. Before the entrance of the green bamboo courtyard, Su Taiping marveled at the fact that the ninth uncle was indeed a formidable figure, capable of performing the legendary art of sword flight. I wonder if, in my lifetime, I shall also soar through the skies on a sword like the ninth uncle. As he gazed at the celestial figure of the ninth uncle vanishing into the horizon, Su Taiping could not help but murmur to himself, "Little Taiping, why envy this old fellow?" At that moment, a woman's voice echoed in his ear. Turning around, he beheld the ethereal figure of Fairy Lingwei, gracefully standing in the center of the courtyard. "Taiping, it is time for you to break through to the door-opening realm," Fairy Lingwei said. Her eyes filled with determination as she smiled at Su Taiping. That night, "This is everything that has transpired during your slumber, dear fairy." Su Taiping recounted all the events of the past days to Fairy Lingwei, including the strategies devised to capture the wraith. Moreover, these items were what he obtained after vanquishing the wraith. He then placed a small wooden box on the table. Originally, he had intended to test the little fellow's adaptability with the wraith, to see if he would remain cooped up within the green bamboo courtyard or seek the aid of cultivators from the West Wind Pavilion. To his astonishment, the little one had single-handedly slain the wraith. Fairy Lingwei glanced at the small box on the table, reflecting on Su Taiping's earlier narrative. And when she turned her gaze back to him, her eyes sparkled with admiration. "Sister Fairy, have I done something wrong?" Noticing that Fairy Lingwei remained silent, her eyes fixed intently on him, Su Taiping wore a perplexed expression. "No." The moon spirit smiled and shook her head, saying, "You have performed exceedingly well, beyond expectations. Indeed, I believe I was merely fortunate to encounter the ghost of Sister Qingmei, which revealed the weakness of that wraith," Su Taiping replied, scratching his head, feeling a bit embarrassed by the praise. "However, dear spirit, there is still a tiger demon lurking behind that wraith, currently recuperating. Once it has healed, it may seek revenge. Could you assist me in finding a suitable method to deal with that tiger demon?" Su Taiping suddenly recalled the tiger demon. "Do not fret, little Taiping. During this slumber, I have stabilized this fragment of my soul. Although I cannot intervene directly, I possess ample means to confront a tiger demon. The essence of a 500-year-old tiger-esque gall is most suitable for brewing potions," the moon spirit said, a smile playing on her lips. This smile sent a shiver down Su Taiping's spine, making him feel that this spirit could possibly be more formidable than the wraith or the tiger demon. "By the way, do not call me Sister Spirit anymore. Refer to me as Sister Lingwei. We are now comrades on the same vessel, so there is no need for such formality." The moon spirit gestured to Su Taiping. "Understood, Sister Lingwei." Su Taiping nearly miscalled her again, but quickly corrected himself. The moon spirit nodded in satisfaction. "Open this wooden box. I wish to see what the wraith has concealed." She pointed to the wooden box on the table. Su Taiping nodded and promptly opened the box. These 300 merit coins must have been seized from the victims, and this short sword was not employed during our encounter. "As for this small copper furnace, I am uncertain of its purpose," he stated, retrieving the short sword and the palm-sized copper furnace from the box. "This short sword is likely a magical artifact. The reason it was not used against you is that low-level ghost cultivators are unable to wield magical artifacts, as they would suffer backlash from the power contained within," the moon spirit explained, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "Sister Lingwei, what exactly is a magical artifact, and how does it differ from a treasure?" Su Taiping seized the opportunity to inquire further. Magical artifacts are predominantly employed by lower-level cultivators, while treasures can only be refined and utilized by higher-level cultivators. The fundamental distinction lies in the disparity of their power. In terms of might, even a superior magical artifact may not compare to an inferior treasure. Furthermore, Most magical artifacts are designed to store the potency of spells, often with limited uses. Some may even be usable only once, whereas treasures are tools for cultivators to enact spells. Typically without usage limitations, the moon spirit elaborated with great detail. Su Taiping listened intently, his confusion significantly alleviated. You may attempt to infuse this short sword with a thread of true energy, the moon spirit instructed, pointing at the sword. Very well, Su Taiping nodded, promptly channeling a thread of spiritual energy from his dantian. Utilizing the guidance technique he learned from the Qingyo fist, he infused the energy into the short sword in his hand. Clang! In an instant, as spiritual energy surged into it, the short sword in Su Taiping's hand suddenly emitted a melodic chime, swiftly unsheathing itself with a whoosh, and began to whirl around the bedroom. Could it be a flying sword? Su Taiping was taken aback. Such a flying sword, merely a few times swifter than an ordinary arrow, hardly merited the title of a flying sword. Fairy Linghua, visibly displeased, curled her lips. Fairy Linghua, I have discovered that this sword seems to move according to my will. At this moment, Su Taiping's attention was entirely captivated by the flying sword artifact, a rare childlike wonder gracing his face. Seeing this, Fairy Linghua felt an inexplicable pang of affection, her heart brimming with tenderness as she thought, ultimately, he is just a boy of merely over 10 years. Still at an age where he would be spoiled by his parents in an ordinary household. Upon this reflection, her gaze softened considerably, and she gently nodded, instructing Su Taiping. Such artifacts function in this manner. Once infused with spiritual energy, they can resonate with your intent, allowing you to intuitively understand their usage and limitations. Su Taiping nodded vigorously in response. Fairy Linghua is correct. This flying sword artifact can now only be employed twice. After stating this, he deftly commanded the swirling short sword to return to its sheath with a resounding clang. Moreover, Fairy Linghua, I have just realized that merely allowing it to spin around has already consumed a significant amount of the residual spiritual energy in my dantian. Su Taiping carefully stored the short sword, then informed Fairy Linghua with a look of wonder. Indeed, the lower the grade of the artifact, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy, which constitutes one of the greatest drawbacks of such tools. Thus, higher-level cultivators often refrain from the arduous task of crafting artifacts. As Fairy Linghua reached out to wipe the beads of sweat from Su Taiping's forehead, she halted midair, suddenly aware that she could not physically touch him. It's all right, Fairy Linghua, I can manage it myself. Su Taiping picked up a towel nearby and vigorously wiped his face, elated to have acquired such an artifact that night. Chapter 34. Acquiring the Alchemical Furnace, Preparing to Refine Gathering Chi Pills. Fairy Linghua, could you assist me in understanding the purpose of this copper furnace? Su Taiping inquired as he curiously lifted the copper furnace and presented it to Fairy Linghua. Little Taiping, your luck is indeed remarkable. Fairy Linghua did not provide a direct answer, instead smiling warmly at him. Why do you say that, sister? Su Taiping sensed a deeper meaning in her words. This is an alchemical furnace, a tool for cultivators to refine pills, perfectly suited for you to concoct the gathering chi pills necessary for your upcoming breakthrough. Fairy Linghua elucidated to Su Taiping. Refining gathering chi pills? But I heard from the Xiang True Monarch during his teachings that to break through to the door-opening realm, one only needs to cultivate the residual energy to the ice formation stage, and then accumulate dantian energy to simultaneously break through all the meridians. Su Taiping expressed his confusion. Little Taiping, you are of mortal bones, and thus, the obstacles on your path of cultivation will naturally be greater than those faced by other cultivators. Fairy Linghua sighed empathetically. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping was initially taken aback, a flicker of discontent passing through his gaze. Yet, he quickly regained his resolute demeanor and said, Sister Linghua, please teach me how to concoct the chi gathering pill. 2 months later, at Yunlu Mountain, where spring reigned eternal, the scenery remained unchanged. Su Taiping's life mirrored this stability. He diligently practiced his residual skills at every midnight, noon, and dusk, interspersing his routine with martial arts training, archery, chopping wood, watering plants, hunting, and studying alchemy, leading a life filled with purpose. His only regret was that since that meal, Uncle Bai had not returned, and the spiritual bird delivering supplies had been replaced by a rather ill-tempered white-headed eagle. Additionally, the 9-leaf white perilla in the medicinal garden had matured for another season, and he had finally gathered enough materials to purchase the chi gathering pill. After accounting for the cost of the materials and his expenses over the past couple of months, he still had 96 merit coins remaining. Although he remained far from affording the true fire talisman, at least he need not worry about lacking merit coins to present to the sect. That evening, in the backyard of Qingzhou residence, as he gazed at the collection of herbs in the bamboo basket beside him, Su Taiping felt a profound sense of accomplishment. However, he was still confronted with a significant crisis. In half a month, if he could not break through to the opening door realm, his name would be erased from the spirit bone tablet, and he would face expulsion or even punishment from the Qingxian sect. As the moon reached its zenith, he deemed it time to summon Sister Lingyue for the concoction of the qi-gathering pill. Su Taiping glanced at the round moon overhead and murmured to himself. According to his agreement with the celestial maiden Lingyue, the full moon 2 months hence marked their appointed time for the alchemical endeavor. During this period, he had secretly attempted to transcend the boundary using the method taught by Zhang Zhenjuan, but despite his relentless efforts, he had failed to succeed. Thus, the only path left before Su Taiping was to successfully concoct the qi-gathering pill. Sister Lingyue, the time has come. Su Taiping rose and called lightly towards the medicinal garden. Not long after, a languid voice floated back from that direction. Ah, that nap was truly refreshing. Moments later, Lingyue, still bearing traces of slumber in her eyes, stretched and yawned as she appeared before Su Taiping. Sister Lingyue, did you sleep poorly when you were outside the mountain? Su Taiping inquired, curiosity piqued. The spiritual energy outside the mountain is scarce. For my residual soul, sleeping there was a torment. Here, however, the abundant spiritual energy not only poses no harm, but is rather beneficial, nurturing the soul, Lingyue replied with a smile. At Su Taiping's question, the drowsiness on her face noticeably lessened. Have you gathered all the herbs? Lingyue asked him, before drifting off to sleep. She had arranged for him to prepare all the materials needed for the qi-gathering pill during this interval. I have, Su Taiping nodded, gesturing towards the small bamboo basket beside him, where the herbs were neatly categorized into packets. They are all quite ordinary herbs. My merit coins were just sufficient to purchase them, he added. The materials required for the qi-gathering pill, much like those for the bone cleansing and marrow purging decoction, were not particularly rare. What truly mattered was the method of concoction. The celestial maiden Lingyue glanced at the herbs scattered on the ground, her expression turning grave as she lifted her gaze towards Su Taiping. However, after entering the threshold of the door realm, the materials and elixirs used to assist cultivation are exceedingly expensive. Taiping, you must brace yourself psychologically. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded vigorously, resolute that no matter the cost, he would gather all the necessary herbs. Then let us commence. Lingyue nodded in satisfaction. Su Taiping retrieved a small copper furnace from his bosom, placing it on the ground. He then pressed one hand upon it, channeling his true energy into the vessel. With a thunderous roar, the copper furnace, originally only the size of a fist, suddenly expanded to the height of a cooking stove. Su Taiping remained remarkably calm. After all, he had witnessed this transformation many times before. You must be familiar with the manipulation techniques of the alchemical furnace, Taiping. You may now begin to add charcoal, Lingyue instructed him. This alchemical furnace, while seemingly ordinary, would, once the elixir was successfully refined, exhaust its spiritual energy and revert to a mundane cooking vessel. Therefore, Taiping, you must heed my commands carefully, managing both the furnace's temperature and the timing of herb additions. As Su Taiping added charcoal to the furnace, Lingyue continued to offer him reminders, her demeanor unusually serious. Rest assured, Sister Lingyue, over the past 2 months, I have rehearsed countless times, and I will not err. After adding the charcoal, Su Taiping rose, his gaze resolutely fixed on Lingyue. The subsequent process of refining the elixir unfolded flawlessly, just as Su Taiping had assured Lingyue, with not a single misstep. The young lad had remarkably mastered the intricate timing of herb additions and the control of furnace temperatures, showcasing a proficiency that rivaled practitioners who had studied alchemy for several years. How much effort had he invested in this? Observing Su Taiping, who maintained his hand on the alchemical furnace, diligently regulating the flame's temperature with his own true energy, Lingyue's gaze grew increasingly fervent. For her, alchemy was her greatest expertise. Witnessing such an exceptionally talented youth in the art, how could she not feel envious? Little Taiping, become my disciple, Lingyue nearly blurted out. But she held back at the last moment. At present, I am unfit to be a proper master. And should anyone discover the lineage of his cultivation method and realize he is my disciple, it would surely invite countless perils upon him. Alas, alas, Ling Yue's countenance darkened. Chapter 35. The Gathering Qi Pill. The cost of mortal cultivation. Sister Ling Yue. All the herbs have been added to the furnace. Su Taiping turned to Ling Yue, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Well done. Now, you must maintain the furnace's temperature for half an hour, and the elixir will be complete, Ling Yue replied, her focus returning as she smiled and nodded at Su Taiping. While I cannot take on a disciple, having a well-behaved younger brother is also quite delightful. Observing Su Taiping diligently adhering to her instructions for the furnace, Ling Yue's lips curled into a gentle smile. Half an hour later, with a gentle lift, Su Taiping raised himself on tiptoes and opened the lid of the alchemical furnace. A wave of heat surged forth, transforming into a mist that enveloped the backyard. Sister Ling Yue, 2 pills have successfully formed. Bathed in the moonlight, Su Taiping's face lit up with delight as he discovered, nestled among several clumps of black medicinal residue, 2 jade-like, ruby-red pills lying in serene repose. To his astonishment, he had indeed succeeded in producing 2 pills. Ling Yue, too, wore an expression of joy. Although she seldom concocted such rudimentary pills, her experience told her that given the quality of the materials Su Taiping had procured, achieving even 1 successful pill was commendable. It seemed this young lad possessed a natural talent for alchemy. While the more arcane techniques could not yet be imparted to him, sharing some formulas would pose no issue. Moreover, should she wish to restore her own cultivation, the assistance of an alchemist would be indispensable. She resolved silently within herself to nurture Su Taiping's abilities in the direction of a pill master. Sister Ling Yue, are you all right? Noticing her momentary distraction, Su Taiping gently called out to her. I was just thinking that you could save the remaining Gathering Qi pill for dealing with that tiger demon. Ling Yue's gaze fell upon the 2 Gathering Qi pills in Su Taiping's hand. The Gathering Qi pill can be used against the tiger demon? Su Taiping inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. The Gathering Qi pill can provide you with a substantial influx of spiritual energy in a short span. When it transforms into true qi, it effectively grants you an additional dantian, allowing you to perform techniques beyond your current realm. For instance, Ling Yue paused, looking up at the moon as she endeavored to recall, before directing her gaze back to Su Taiping. It could enable you to execute the ice breath technique, which is typically reserved for those at the peak of the opening door realm in conjunction with your residual xia skill. This ice breath technique allows one to exhale ice. And even with your present cultivation level, as long as you use it alongside the Gathering Qi pill, you could freeze everything within a Tinjiang area in the blink of an eye. Even that tiger demon? Su Taiping asked excitedly. Though the ice breath technique may not be deemed a secret art, in the realm of cultivation, any opponent of a higher realm, caught unawares, would undoubtedly fall victim to it, Ling Yue affirmed with a nod. Sister Ling Yue, once I break through to the opening door realm, you must teach me the ice breath technique. Su Taiping implored, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I am more than willing to teach you, provided you are eager to learn. Do not forget, we are partners in this endeavor, Ling Yue replied, affectionately ruffling Su Taiping's hair with a gentle smile. The ice breath technique, in her original cultivation world, was considered a rudimentary mystic-level technique, often favored by rogue cultivators, while disciples of sects typically had superior options. Moreover, given her affiliation with a particular sect, she needn't fear revealing her identity through this knowledge. After a brief interlude, Su Taiping returned to his chamber, preparing to break through to the opening door realm. At that moment, Ling Yue's remnant soul was also present within the room. Little Taiping, relax a bit. With 2 Gathering Qi pills in your possession, breaking through to the opening door realm is well within your grasp, Ling Yue said with a warm smile, noticing his tense demeanor. All right, he replied. Su Taiping nodded emphatically, then closed his eyes, exhaling a long breath to release the stagnant energy within him. Sister Ling Yue, I am prepared. He opened his eyes to glance at the celestial being. Then consume the Qi Gathering pill and initiate your breakthrough. Ling Yue nodded in agreement, observing the evident relaxation in Su Taiping's demeanor. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Without further hesitation, Su Taiping swiftly placed the Qi Gathering pill in his mouth and swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, leaving him no time to savor its flavor. Instead, a delicate fragrance began to permeate his being, escaping through his nostrils. As he commenced the operation of the Sanxia technique, A resonant hum filled his ears, and the medicinal power of the qi-gathering pill surged to life. Waves of potent spiritual energy, guided by the Sanxia technique, rapidly transformed into genuine Sanxia qi, rushing through his meridians like a torrent of flowing water, forcefully impacting various acupoints. The acupoints that had previously required immense effort to unlock were now breached within mere moments. The first step in breaking through the opening door realm involves unblocking all acupoints throughout the body. The second step entails utilizing the Sanxia technique to draw in the natural spiritual energy of the universe, ultimately converging it within the dantian, thereby expanding it into an ocean of qi. While exerting every effort to operate the Sanxia technique, Su Taiping silently recited the essential teachings imparted by Zhang Jinjuan regarding the breakthrough, contemplating how to transform the small dantian, akin to a fish pond, into a vast sea of qi. Failing to achieve this step would confine him to a life of merely being a brawler, reliant solely on brute strength. Boom. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Taiping unhesitatingly channeled the genuine qi drawn from his acupoints and launched the first assault on his small dantian. The Sanxia protective qi erupted around him suddenly. However, this was followed by an excruciating pain, akin to a piercing agony that seemed to tear at his very core. Su Taiping felt as if his scalp was being methodically ripped away, far exceeding the torment he had endured during the marrow-cleansing immersion. Even with his indomitable spirit, he ultimately succumbed to this unbearable pain, causing the immense, genuine qi he had painstakingly gathered to dissipate into wisps of vapor. Su Taiping. This is the price of cultivating a mortal body. If you cannot endure this level of suffering, perhaps you should abandon your aspirations. Lingyue deliberately provoked him. She was well aware of the torment Su Taiping faced, yet she understood even more acutely the cruelty of the heavenly path toward those with mortal bodies. A mere moment of relaxation or fear could subject him to 100-fold suffering compared to today. Thus, in her eyes, even if Su Taiping were to fail in his breakthrough, he must never yield to this pain. However, her concerns proved to be unwarranted. Following his initial unsuccessful attempt to breach the boundary, Su Taiping immediately embarked on a second endeavor. He bore the lingering pain that had yet to fully dissipate, continuing to channel qi from various acupoints with calmness and proficiency. To Lingyue, he no longer resembled a mere child in his teenage years. Chapter 36. The Descent of the Celestial Demon in the Realm of Spiritual Cultivation. There exist certain trials that cannot be surmounted merely through perseverance and extraordinary exertion. The heavens favor those endowed with innate talent. Such is the case with Su Taiping at this moment. Despite enduring the excruciating pain and attempting 6 times, he was unable to break through. Even the ethereal Lingyue, observing from the sidelines, began to doubt whether mortals could truly cultivate in this world of cultivation. In her original realm, mortals could indeed rely on elixirs to aid their training. Yet in this desolate land of cultivation, the spiritual energy was scarce, and the laws of heaven were far more formidable than those of her previous domain. As she glanced at Su Taiping, drenched in sweat upon the bed, and then at the flickering lightning outside the window, Lingyue's expression grew grave. At that moment, she found herself regretting having instilled hope in Su Taiping, lamenting not encountering him during her prime. Conversely, Su Taiping remained undeterred by his repeated failures. He had always navigated life this way. When hunger struck, he sought sustenance. When he stumbled, he rose again. When illness befell him, he ascended the mountain to gather herbs. The potency of the gathering qi pill seemed to have diminished considerably. Resolutely, he resolved to try once more, his body numb from pain as he unhesitatingly opened all his acupoints and channeled his energy into the remnant dawn technique. As he summoned all his vital energy to strike at the minor dantian, the searing pain compelled a groan to escape his lips. Just as his consciousness began to fade, 2 resonant voices suddenly erupted within the depths of his heart. The water of a pond, no matter how clear, can only yield fish and turtles. Only the vast ocean can nurture dragons. Thus, the first threshold of cultivation, the opening door realm, is also known as entering the sea. Do you wish to remain as mere fish in the pond, or aspire to be a dragon in the ocean? Taiping, breathe deeply, and fight for the dignity of all mortals. These voices reverberated like rolling thunder within Su Taiping's heart, harmonizing with the thunder outside. Grandfather, I refuse to submit. Su Taiping, who had been with eyes closed in concentration, suddenly opened them wide, roaring with a ferocity akin to a lion defending its territory. Lingyue was taken aback by this transformation of Su Taiping. Initially fearing he had gone astray in his cultivation, her concern quickly shifted to astonishment. Su Taiping, eyes wide and gazing upwards as if locked in a confrontation with some unseen force, found the remnant dawn energy enveloping him beginning to whirl violently, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy like a vortex, flooding into his being. Lingyue sensed that the spiritual essence within several miles of forest was being devoured by Su Taiping through the remnant dawn technique. To connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in such a manner, this ability should only manifest after comprehending the second level of the remnant dawn technique. Shouldn't he? The little fellow lacks even the qualifications to practice the second level of the residual twilight technique. How on earth has he comprehended it? Lingyue, the celestial maiden, wore an expression of astonishment. Though she had little understanding of this residual twilight technique, she was aware that the teachings of the second level of most qi refining inner cultivation methods typically involve the secrets of connecting with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, much like what Su Taiping was currently accomplishing. How could he, without a teacher, grasp it intuitively? Was it instinct? The instinct of cultivation? Could he be the fabled bearer of a clear heart of Tao? An astonishing thought surged through Lingyue's mind. In her original realm of cultivation, the number of gifted prodigies possessing the aptitude for cultivation was as numerous as the stars in the sky. Yet a practitioner with a clear heart of Tao might only emerge once in millennia. To bestow a clear heart of Tao upon an ordinary mortal, heavenly Tao, how cruel, how sinister, how absurd. Lingyue couldn't help but curse inwardly. Indeed, a clear heart of Tao is an enviable gift, for many legendary Taoist techniques can only be inherited by such a heart. However, it also renders one susceptible to the allure of foreign demons, particularly during breakthroughs. Ordinary practitioners would typically attract such demons only after attaining a higher level, yet those with a clear heart of Tao risk attracting them at the very first breakthrough. A single misstep could invite demons into their being, ultimately leading them to fall into the abyss of demonic paths, irretrievable. If Su Taiping possessed decent innate qualities, it would be one thing, but alas, he was merely an ordinary mortal. The path of cultivation itself was fraught with peril, and now, compounded by the backlash of a clear heart of Tao, the journey ahead could be aptly described as one of life and death. If given a choice, Lingyue would prefer Su Taiping to have dull talents rather than this clear heart of Tao. At that moment, the swirling residual twilight energy surrounding Su Taiping suddenly withdrew into his body, and a wave of pure spiritual power emanated from him. Was he about to break through? Witnessing this scene, Lingyue furrowed her brow. Had she seen him about to break through earlier, she would have been overjoyed. However, upon realizing the likelihood of him possessing a clear heart of Tao, worry began to gnaw at her heart. Suddenly, another wave of spiritual power rippled around Su Taiping, and three distinct colored auras, lead, gray, and white, converged above his head. This was indeed a sign of a practitioner on the verge of breaking through. There was no alternative. If a foreign demon truly manifested, she would have no choice but to invoke the final annihilation flame curse borrowed from the Buddhist teachings, even if it meant entering a prolonged slumber for decades. At this moment, Lingyue silently positioned herself before Su Taiping. With her delicate hands, she swiftly formed an intricate hand seal, her eyes shining with a captivating brilliance as she fixed her gaze upon the stormy window, coldly declaring, "Whoever seeks to harm the one I, Chu Lingyue, wish to protect, even the demon's sovereign shall not lay a finger upon him." At that precise moment, the thunder outside resonated in harmony with the fluctuations of Su Taiping's spiritual power, and the entire world seemed to plunge into a palpable silence at a visible speed. The sounds of thunder, wind, and raindrops abruptly ceased. The mere breakthrough of Su Taiping to an initial stage would not conjure such phenomena. Such an occurrence could only signify the presence of a foreign demon. Do not underestimate the Qingxin sect, a mere minor faction. Even the formidable barriers of the first-rate sects in the cultivation realm, such as that of Chu Lingyue, cannot entirely prevent the descent of the otherworldly demons. Indeed, they have arrived. A smirk played upon Chu Lingyue's lips. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind burst through the window of the small courtyard, and a colossal, pitch-black hand began to extend inside. This hand appeared as if it were fashioned from a dense ink, and as it entered through the window, it gradually consumed the light emitted by the flames within the room. In the face of the otherworldly demons, the barriers of the Qingzhou residence were utterly futile. Chapter 37. Repelling the Demon. The roar of the tiger in Qingfeng Gorge Humph. At that moment, Chu Lingyue let out a cold chuckle. With that single sound, the dark hand, which was poised to continue its advance, abruptly stiffened. Subsequently, Chu Lingyue pointed her hand, which was forming a seal, towards the massive black hand and uttered coldly, "All that is received and continues is extinguished. Thus it is named shadowless. Thus it is named annihilation." Upon her words, a terrifying aura of destruction surged forth, akin to the sudden stench of decay, as it rushed toward that black hand like a tidal wave. Boom! A muted explosion echoed as the massive hand, shrouded in dark mist, instinctively recoiled, sparks igniting at its fingertips. Is it shadowless annihilation? Or shall you retreat back to the demon realm? Choose one. Chu Lingyue's voice was as frigid as ice. The black hand hesitated, curling into a fist. Just then, an ancient voice resonated through the previously silent world, roaring in anger. "Who dares to offend my Qingxian?" With this proclamation, the hand, transformed by the otherworldly demon, no longer wavered and abruptly withdrew from the window, as if it had never been there, vanishing into the night. The sounds of thunder, wind, and rain suddenly returned to this realm. The little black dragon stationed at the gates of the Qingxian sect could sense the presence of this otherworldly demon. I had underestimated it. However, it seemed to have merely sensed an aura without truly discovering its existence. Chu Lingyue, her form now considerably translucent, glanced toward the mountain gate of the Qingxian sect, a faint smile gracing her lips. She then turned to Su Taiping, who was lost in a trance, and murmured, "Yet today, I am grateful for it. Without its warning, I would have had to resort to that annihilation flame spell, which would have cost me at least 30 years before I could see that little one again." Though 30 years was but a fleeting moment to her, she had grown somewhat attached to the little creature during their time together. Initially, she had intended to confront the tiger demon alongside the little one. However, it now seemed that her intentions were futile. If she did not return to the earth to slumber, this fragment of her soul might encounter complications. Never mind. I shall leave a letter for the little one, informing him of the ice rest technique. With the ice rest technique, coupled with his innate understanding, he would undoubtedly be able to contend with that tiger demon. As she whispered to herself, Chu Lingyue controlled a brush on the table with her mind, beginning to inscribe her thoughts onto a sheet of white paper. This brush was one of the few objects that her current fragmented soul could still grasp. As the elder sister fell into slumber, it could last no less than a month and no more than half a year. Little Taiping, take care of yourself. Should you encounter anything intriguing, be sure to remember it, and when I awaken, recount it to me. Upon penning the final line, Chu Lingyue's strength was entirely depleted, dissipating into a wisp of smoke that drifted from the room, ultimately embedding itself within the withered branches of the medicinal garden. Meanwhile, Su Taiping had finally managed to shatter the invisible barrier surrounding his dantian with the remnants of his true energy, successfully breaking through to the opening door realm. Is this the Sea of Qi? In the instant he penetrated this realm, Su Taiping gained the ability of inner vision. With a mere thought, he beheld the vastness of the Sea of Qi beyond the shattered barriers of his dantian. Immersed in the Sea of Qi, he felt as though he was suspended in a dim, expansive world, occasionally spotting several clusters of condensed true energy drifting by. Even with such a superficial observation, he could keenly perceive the stark contrast between the Sea of Qi and the dantian. No wonder Taoist Ziyang spoke thus. Nor is it surprising that the Jade Tablet of Transmission states that only upon reaching the opening door realm can one truly cultivate the Tao. The diminutive dantian simply cannot contain the true energy required for such practice. Filled with astonishment, Su Taiping reflected, I must hasten to share this splendid news with Sister Lingyue. Suddenly, he recalled the presence of the ethereal Lingyue, who was still guarding by his bedside, and promptly collected his thoughts, reopening his eyes. To Su Taiping's bewilderment, Lingyue was not within the room, and the window stood wide open. The atmosphere thick with an inexplicable, unsettling aura, as if some exceedingly dangerous entity had just entered. Sister Lingyue, growing increasingly apprehensive, Su Taiping swung himself off the bed and called out towards the door. Yet, no one answered. Just as he contemplated checking the medicinal garden, his peripheral vision caught sight of a letter pressed beneath a weight on the table. He hurried over to retrieve it and read, Little Taiping. By the time you see this letter, Your sister has already returned to the withered branches of the earth, leaving this note to inform you of several matters. The elegant and flowing script that met Su Taiping's eyes was unmistakably that of Linghua. However, as he continued reading, the joy that had surged within him from his breakthrough evaporated in an instant. Your recent breakthrough has attracted the outer realm demons, likely due to your spiritual aptitude. Outer realm demons? Su Taiping had never imagined that such beings, which he had only encountered in the legends of the Qingxian sect, would manifest so close to him. Moments later, Su Taiping finished reading the letter in its entirety. Although there were many concepts he did not fully comprehend, such as the clarity of the Tao heart and the outer realm demons, he grasped the gravity of Ling Yue's sudden return to slumber. Just as he believed he had triumphed, Sister Linghua had risked her very existence to repel that outer realm demon for him. Upon this realization, he folded the letter, and the expressions of joy and astonishment in his eyes receded like a tide. He closed the window and solemnly placed the envelope into the wooden box his grandfather had given him, then silently returned to his bed to sit cross-legged and cultivate. The events of this night allowed the young Su Taiping to catch a glimpse of the perils that lay on the path of cultivation. Had it not been for Sister Linghua, even if he had broken through to the opening door realm tonight, he would likely have been consumed by the celestial demons. The road ahead is long. I cannot always rely on Sister Linghua. Since I now possess the qualifications for cultivation, I must toil 100 times harder than other cultivators, striving relentlessly so that this mortal body can ascend the path to the heavens. If the obstacles I face are the demon tiger, I shall slay the demon tiger. If they are the celestial demons, I shall vanquish the celestial demons. Su Taiping silently resolved within himself. Perhaps even the fairy Linghua could not discern that his greatest reliance on the path of cultivation was not some clear-hearted insight, but rather the indomitable will forged under his grandfather's guidance since childhood. Meanwhile, in the cave of the tiger demon within the Qingfeng Gorge, a fierce roar erupted from the summit, sending ripples of power cascading through the valley, causing the ferocious beasts of the mountains to prostrate in fear. My injuries are finally healing. In another month, I shall be fully recovered. The tiger demon sneered, tracing the long scar on his face, his eyes gleaming with malice as he gazed towards the crimson maple forest outside. Mo June of the fifth peak, you wish for me to be your mount? You are not worthy. Once I am healed, if you dare venture into Qingfeng Gorge again, I shall make you taste the power of the Shuo Feng Tiger clan's secret treasure, the devouring cloud pearl. As he spoke, he suddenly withdrew a silver-white pearl from his mouth. Boom. At the moment the devouring cloud pearl appeared, a fierce wind swept through the maple forest outside the cave, snapping trees as thick as 2 men around the waist. Satisfied with the chaos outside, the tiger demon swallowed the pearl back and, suppressing his smile, shifted his gaze towards the direction of the Qingzhou residence, coldly declaring, "And you, little brat from Qingzhou residence, if you dare harm my ghostly servant, I shall transform you into a ghost, subjecting you to eternal torment at my hands." Chapter 38. 1 month later, Lu Chun comes to knock a month later. At Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping tore down a page from the wall calendar, revealing a new page for July 9th, suitable for receiving guests but ill-fated for travel. Time flew. Nearly a month had passed since Sister Linghua fell into her slumber. Stretching lazily, he murmured to himself that demon tiger's injuries must have healed by now. The thought of the tiger, which had been watching him with keen interest, sharpened Su Taiping's gaze. After breaking through to the opening door realm, the childishness had completely vanished from his face, replaced by the sharpness of a cultivator. If not for his deliberate restraint, even his every movement could instill an indescribable sense of pressure in ordinary people. I am not afraid of it coming. Su Taiping clenched his fist, his eyes resolute as he glanced out the window. Though merely a month has elapsed, during this brief period, Su Taiping has devoted himself tirelessly to his cultivation. Having transcended into the gate-opening realm, he has managed to fast for half a month without any detriment to his health and can substitute sleep with meditation. Consequently, his time for cultivation has effectively doubled. Those practitioners who can only devote 3 to 4 hours a day to their practice are, naturally, incomparable to him. Throughout this arduous journey, Su Taiping has nearly mastered the ice-breathing technique imparted by the fairy of the spirit moon, and his prior martial skill, the Azure Bull Fist, has seen remarkable advancement. Previously capable of executing only a dozen strikes in the bull charge formation, he can now deliver the complete set of 108 strikes, demonstrating formidable power. Additionally, during this time, he has acquired a 7-kill blade to compensate for his deficiency in mid-range offensive capabilities, and he is now nearing mastery of it, coupled with the flying sword he obtained from a spirit and the remaining chi-gathering pill. Su Taiping now possesses at least the means to safeguard himself against the demon tiger. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Su Taiping was preparing to wash up, a sudden knock echoed at the door of Qingzhou residence. The disciples of the 5th peak of Qingxian sect are here to inquire about a matter. A melodious voice of a young girl rang out from outside. The mention of the 5th peak piqued Su Taiping's interest, as he recalled that Lu Qingmei's sister and the one responsible for her demise, Lu Chun, were also disciples of that peak. Excuse me, may I ask if the disciples of Qingzhou residents are present? The girl inquired again. At that moment, Su Taiping had nearly reached the front courtyard, ready to respond, when the door was suddenly kicked open. The barrier of Qingzhou residents only repels demons, not humans. An outer sect rogue cultivator need not be overly courteous. Upon the door's forceful entry, a tall, handsome young man swaggered in, cursing under his breath. Oh, isn't this the courtyard? Upon spotting Su Taiping standing in the center, the young man lifted his chin slightly, glaring at him with a haughty demeanor. Su Taiping remained silent, merely observing the young man. He was not intimidated by the powerful aura emanating from Lu Chun, but rather recognized his face. Indeed, this was the very disciple of the 5th peak responsible for Lu Qingmei's death. Speak quickly. Why are you silent for so long? Are you, perhaps, engaged in some nefarious dealings? Lu Qin sneered, taking the opportunity to accuse Su Taiping. According to the rules of Qingxian sect, intruding into another's residence could result in an outer sect disciple being expelled from the mountain, while inner sect disciples would receive a reprimand and be confined for 3 months. Su Taiping's momentary disdain for Lu Qin flickered in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and met his gaze calmly. Do you dare to threaten me? You, an insignificant outer sect disciple, presume to threaten me, Lu Qin? Lu Qin scoffed, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. If you do not leave my courtyard this instant, I shall report you at once. Su Taiping produced a communication talisman. After that meal, the Liwind Hall, in an effort to curry favor with Jushu, deliberately sent someone with a message. How dare you? Although Lu Chun remained defiant, the flickering glimmer in his eyes betrayed his apprehension regarding the stringent regulations of the Qingxian sect. The reason Su Taiping was unperturbed by Lu Chun was that he was well aware of the sect's severe rules, particularly for inner disciples. Frequent infractions would inevitably lead to expulsion from the 5 peaks. Senior Brother Lu. At this moment, a young girl gently tugged at Lu Chun, her face adorned with an expression of deep regret as she addressed Su Taiping. Please, young friend, temper your anger. Senior Brother Lu merely has a hasty temperament and means no harm. Su Taiping cast a glance at the cold-faced Lu Chun and then at the exquisitely beautiful girl, silently retracting the communication talisman. Noticing Su Taiping's demeanor soften, the girl immediately brightened, continuing, I will fully compensate for the damage to this courtyard door. However, before that, I have a question to pose to you, young friend. What would you like to inquire? Su Taiping replied calmly, directing his gaze towards the girl. I wish to ask if you have seen a woman in this vicinity over the past 6 months, one who bears a resemblance to me. She is slightly taller and has longer hair than I do, the girl described earnestly, gesturing to convey her search. She likely looks somewhat like this. Young friend, have you encountered her? Upon concluding her description, the girl's eyes filled with urgent anticipation as they fixed upon Su Taiping. Meanwhile, Lu Qin remained silent, his gaze intensely focused on Su Taiping, seemingly more invested in the answer than the girl herself. Indeed, I have encountered a woman during the past 6 months, Su Taiping remarked, casually glancing at Lu Chun beside the girl. At this, Lu Qin's eyes instantly darkened with murderous intent, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. Is that so? The girl exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight. Su Taiping paused for a moment, then, with a look of regret, informed the girl, however, the woman I met is at least 40 years of age. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression of joy swiftly transformed into one of disappointment, while Lu Qin's face flashed a hint of relief. Su Taiping observed the changes in their expressions with keen interest. You scoundrel, daring to toy with my junior sister, just wait. Lu Qin began to chastise Su Taiping once more, but the girl halted him with a gentle intervention. Thank you for the information, young friend. Here are 30 merit coins. Please accept them as compensation for the repairs. The girl, somewhat disheartened,
produced a coin pouch and tossed it towards Su Taiping. 30 merit coins are more than sufficient to fix your broken door, so take pleasure in that. Lu Chen shot a fierce glare at Su Taiping. Come, senior brother. Do not trouble this young friend any further, the girl urged Lu Chen, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. Since you have spoken, junior sister, I shall grant this young man a reprieve. Do not be disheartened. If we cannot find it here, we shall venture to Qingfeng Gorge, Lu Chen said, a broad smile adorning his face as he addressed the young woman. Very well, it shall be as such, she replied, nodding her head before turning to leave. Wait. Su Taiping suddenly called out to her. What is it, little friend? The girl turned back, a look of confusion gracing her features. What is your name, elder sister? Su Taiping inquired. How dare you ask for my junior sister's name? Lu Chen interjected, his eyes flashing with menace. Should I encounter the lady you speak of? I shall convey your message, informing her that you came seeking her, Su Taiping responded earnestly. Little friend, my surname is Lu, and my given name is Zijing. If you truly meet my sister, please tell her that Zijing has been searching for her. No matter the trouble she faces, she need not fear, for Zijing will always be there for her. Upon hearing this, the girl's face lit up with joy, and she hastily made a request to Su Taiping. Very well. Su Taiping nodded. If I encounter her, I shall relay your message verbatim. Thank you. Lu Zijing clasped her hands together and bowed solemnly to Su Taiping. Come now. Junior sister, senior brother and several others from 6 Peaks await us near Qingfeng Gorge. We must not tarry, lest senior brother scold us. Lu Chen shot Su Taiping a glance before urging Lu Zijing onward. Yes, let us depart, senior brother, Lu Zijing agreed, and together they left the Qingzhou residence. With their departure, Su Taiping exhaled deeply, seemingly calm, yet internally he felt a twinge of anxiety. After gauging Lu Chen's reaction, he was certain that had he shown even the slightest indication of knowing Lu Qingmei or of wishing to convey something to Lu Zijing, Lu Chen would have taken action against him. Though uncertain of Lu Chen's precise cultivation level, he could distinctly sense the powerful fluctuations of his true qi since breaking through to the sea entrance realm. If they were to face each other directly, what would my chances of victory be? For percent? No, perhaps even less than 20%. Su Taiping pondered silently. The pressure Lu Chen exerted was exponentially greater than that of the ghostly figure. In a real confrontation, Su Taiping doubted he would even have the opportunity to strike. Thus, in such circumstances, it would be unwise to hand the Xuanqin's fragrance to Lu Zijing. However, through observing the interactions between Lu Chen and Lu Zijing, Su Taiping was able to reaffirm something. What Sister Qingmei had said was indeed true. The visions within the Xuanqin's fragrance were real, and she had indeed been harmed by Lu Chen. Su Taiping strode to the entrance of the courtyard. I must devise a plan to deliver the Xuanqin's fragrance to Sister Zijing in the absence of Lu Chen, allowing her to see his true nature. Yet their relationship does not appear to be particularly close, suggesting that Sister Zijing has not been swayed by Lu Chen's flowery words. Watching Lu Zijing and Lu Chen depart, Su Taiping murmured to himself, they just mentioned going to Qingfeng Gorge. Are they perhaps investigating that tiger demon? Su Taiping suddenly recalled the conversation between Lu Chen and Lu Zijing, and a sudden flash of inspiration ignited in his mind. The most ferocious creature in this region was undoubtedly the tiger demon, and it was entirely reasonable for Lu Zijing to attribute her sister's disappearance to that very beast. Had I arrived at Qingfeng Gorge earlier, I might have had the opportunity to encounter Sister Zijing. However, this would entail the peril of potentially facing the tiger demon. He began to weigh the risks of journeying to Qingfeng Gorge in his mind. Su Taiping had indeed promised Lu Qingmei to deliver the Lu Chen incense to Lu Zijing, but this was contingent upon the assurance of his own safety. At that moment, a massive white-headed eagle suddenly descended at the entrance of the Qingzhou courtyard. Su Taiping of Qingzhou courtyard, here are the items you purchased, totaling 20 merit coins, and you owe me an additional 1. The eagle tilted its head, launching a package it held in its beak high into the air, which landed precisely at Su Taiping's feet. Compared to Bai Hong, the voice of this eagle was noticeably more youthful, suggesting it was quite young. Thank you for your trouble. Su Taiping extended his hand to catch the package and then retrieved a prepared pouch of coins from his bosom, tossing it to the white-headed eagle. This package contained over 100 arrows, a set of leather armor suitable for traversing mountainous terrain, and various mundane necessities. Essentially, he procured these items every 3 months. Just as Su Taiping was about to return indoors, he noticed that the young white-headed eagle, after receiving the merit coin,
did not leave immediately but remained, scrutinizing him intently. Is there anything else, Brother Eagle? Su Taiping inquired with curiosity. I heard my father say that your roasted yellow goat legs are quite delectable. Have you prepared any today? The eagle boldly questioned Su Taiping. Your father? Is your father perhaps Uncle Bai? Su Taiping observed closely and suddenly realized that this young eagle bore a striking resemblance to Bai Hong. Indeed, Bai Hong is my father. My name is Bai Yu. Recently, I have often heard my father mention you. I had thought you were his son. Bai Yu replied with a hint of jealousy. Su Taiping chuckled awkwardly at this. Brother Bai Yu, I have not managed to hunt any yellow goats lately. However, when I do, I shall certainly invite you to feast with me. He extended an invitation to Bai Yu. Why wait for another day? It is merely a yellow goat. I have nothing to do today, so I will assist you in hunting one. You need only wait here. Bai Yu declared with an air of pride. Very well, Brother Bai Yu, please wait. Su Taiping was inclined to agree, as he was more than willing to prepare a meal for Bai Hong's child. But just as the words left his mouth, a sudden realization struck him. What? Have you changed your mind? Bai Yu's tone reflected a hint of displeasure. No. Su Taiping quickly waved his hands and explained to Bai Yu. Brother Bai Yu, you may not be aware that to create the most delicious roasted yellow goat leg, the selection of the finest yellow goat meat is far more crucial than the roasting technique itself. Therefore, I would like to request that Brother Bai Yu accompany me, so I may personally select the meat. Chapter 40. Qingfeng Gorge. The senior brothers ambush the demon tiger. Your words indeed carry a certain weight of truth. Bai Yu retracted the displeasure from his gaze and nodded in agreement. However, should I take you along, you must present me with 10 merit coins. Do not misconstrue my intent. It is not out of stinginess, but rather a regulation of the Qingxian sect. When spiritual birds transport individuals, the collection of merit coins is obligatory. Failing to do so invites the wrath of the oath. He then turned his attention to Su Taiping. Not a problem. I possess merit coins. Su Taiping replied cheerfully, raising the pouch of coins in his hand. Indeed, the very pouch bestowed upon him by Lu Zijing moments earlier. Then prepare swiftly. I shall accompany you, and together we shall hunt several back. Observing Su Taiping's readiness, Bai Yu's tone softened considerably, losing the earlier arrogance. Excellent. Su Taiping affirmed with a vigorous nod. By the way, where do you intend to hunt the yellow sheep? Just as Su Taiping was about to retreat to his quarters for preparations, Bai Yu inquired once more. Qingfeng Gorge. Su Taiping responded, turning his head. Qingfeng Gorge. That is at least 400 miles from here. Why venture so far? Bai Yu tilted his head, confusion evident in his large, expressive eyes. Because the yellow sheep in Qingfeng Gorge are the most delectable. Su Taiping answered with a smile. Upon hearing this, the confusion in Bai Yu's eyes evaporated, replaced by excitement. Then let us proceed to Qingfeng Gorge. At Qingfeng Gorge, Bema Slope. Lu Chun, Zijing, why have you taken so long? A young man clad in the robes of a disciple of the Qingxian sect glared coldly at Lu Chun and Zijing, who had just dismounted. This youth possessed a long face, with narrow, piercing eyes, tall and slender, emanating an air of coldness. My apologies, senior brother. It was a minor delay. Zijing's steed was unwell. Lu Chun fabricated an excuse. The youth, referred to as senior brother by Lu Chun, was Mo Jun, the foremost disciple of the fifth peak, whose prowess surpassed that of his peers. Is that truly the case? Mo Jun's icy gaze fixed upon Lu Zijing. Yes, senior brother, Lu Zijing affirmed. Though she believed there was no need for deception regarding the search for her sister, she chose not to contradict Lu Chen's words. Mo Jun, since both juniors have arrived, let us set forth. At that moment, a woman riding a spiritual horse called out to Mo Jun and the others from a distance. Accompanying her was a maiden in white, also mounted on a white spiritual horse. Though their faces were partially veiled, their beauty was undeniable. Senior brother, who are these two? Lu Chun inquired, nearly awestruck. Those are senior sister Xian from the sixth peak and the newly initiated junior sister Wuing. They fortuitously encountered each other en route to Qingfeng Gorge for training. Mo Jun explained while mounting his horse, maintaining his stoic demeanor. Capturing that demon tiger alive to keep as a mount is no simple task, hence I invited her to accompany me, with senior sister Xian's assistance. You shall undoubtedly succeed in capturing the demon tiger as your steed, senior brother. Lu Chun eagerly complimented. Cast a cold glance at Lu Chun before turning his gaze towards Lu Zijing. Zijing, when we arrive at Qingfeng Gorge, You and the silent junior sister from Six Peaks may merely observe. Do not involve yourselves in the hunt for the tiger demon. Senior brother knows best. So please heed his advice. We shall discuss matters further once we have captured the beast. Lu Zijing felt compelled to inquire if senior brother could assist in discovering whether the tiger demon had encountered her sister, but her words were abruptly interrupted by Lu Chun. Very well, Lu Zijing finally acquiesced with a nod. Let us proceed to Qingfeng Gorge together. With a dismissive remark, mounted his steed, urging it into a swift gallop. Like the wind, the horses beneath them, all spirit steeds, raced through the mountainous terrain with remarkable speed, reaching the eternally shadowed Qingfeng Gorge in mere moments. At Qingfeng Gorge, amidst the crimson maple forest, addressed Lu Chun with a serious expression. The tiger demon's lair is situated deep within this grove. Senior sister Xian and I shall conceal ourselves first. After I send you a signal, you must lure the tiger demon towards our ambush. What about me, senior brother? Lu Zijing asked anxiously, eager to catch a glimpse of the tiger demon's lair and ascertain if her sister had been ensnared within. Zijing, you and the silent junior sister must remain here and go nowhere. When we manage to draw out the tiger demon, you may assist as needed, replied sternly, fixing Lu Zijing with a serious gaze. Sister Zijing, I kindly ask you to look after our silent one. She is still new to this world, having only entered the sect for half a year, and this will be her first encounter with a demon. Just as Lu Zijing was about to plead her case, senior sister Xian suddenly approached, bringing the silent girl before her with a sincere expression. The silent one has met Sister Zijing. The silent girl greeted Lu Zijing with an indifferent demeanor. Rest assured, senior sister Xian, I will take good care of the silent girl. Lu Zijing finally set aside her desire to entice the tiger demon alongside Lu Chun, taking the silent girl by the hand and standing side by side with her. At that moment, a gust of mountain wind swept through, lifting the silent girl's veil and revealing her nearly flawless visage. Not only did Lu Chun pause in surprise, but Lu Zijing too was momentarily taken aback. The silent girl seemed accustomed to the gazes around her, quietly lifting her head to peer through the gaps in the branches, fixating on a massive eagle soaring above. In the skies over Qingfeng Gorge, Su Taiping was cradling Bai Yu's neck as they ascended into the heights, casting their gaze down upon the forest below. Su Taiping, there are merely a few disciples of the Qingxian sect down there. Where are the yellow goats? Bai Yu remarked with a hint of displeasure, equally surveying the scene beneath them. Can you discern the situation in the forest below, Bai Yu? Su Taiping inquired, astonished as he withdrew his gaze to look at Bai Yu, who appeared quite pleased. He had only glimpsed a few shadows after peering down for a while, a feat made possible by his recent breakthrough into the sea realm that enhanced his vision. Of course, Bai Yu replied, reveling in Su Taiping's astonishment. Is the vision of the white-headed eagle clan truly so formidable? Su Taiping exclaimed, filled with surprise and admiration. In our esteemed lineage of the bald eagle, our vision surpasses that of many spiritual creatures. It is not merely the sight of a few individuals that we can discern, but even the tiniest of ants are visible to us with utmost clarity. Upon hearing Su Taiping's compliments, Bai Yu momentarily cast aside her quest for the yellow goat. Might you assist me in identifying whether there is a young maiden clad in emerald attire among those disciples below? Su Taiping inquired earnestly. Indeed, there is a woman in green, Bai Yu replied, her spirits lifted by Su Taiping's praise as she glanced downward. Yet, it seems that the young lady beside her possesses a greater beauty, she added with a hint of observation. Just keep an eye on the girl in green, Su Taiping said, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his tone. Very well, Bai Yu nodded in agreement. At that moment, the green-clad maiden stood alongside a girl in white, while the others dispersed into the distant crimson maple forest, presumably preparing to hunt a demonic beast. In an attempt to showcase her remarkable eyesight before Su Taiping, Bai Yu meticulously detailed the scene below, precisely the information Su Taiping yearned to acquire. Oh, Sister Zijing has indeed arrived at Qingfeng Gorge. Undoubtedly, the beast they seek to hunt must be the tiger demon, Su Taiping speculated in silence. How did you discern that there is a girl in green amidst the mountain forest below? Bai Yu suddenly questioned, her realization dawning upon her. Well, that is a sister I became acquainted with outside the mountain, and she had mentioned her intention to hunt here in the coming days. Su Taiping calmly fabricated a response, unfazed by the slip. Oh, so your quest for the yellow goat was merely a facade, and the true motivation was to rendezvous with that green-clad maiden? To Su Taiping's surprise, Baiyu did not react with anger over the deception. Instead, she expressed keen interest in Su Taiping's intentions. Brother Baiyu, to be candid, my pursuit of the yellow goat is genuine, but my desire to meet this sister is equally true. Su Taiping resolved to confess honestly. Could it be that you harbor feelings for the girl in green? Baiyu asked with a mischievous grin. What? The sudden leap in Baiyu's reasoning left Su Taiping momentarily flustered. What stage are you at now? Have you held hands? Shared a kiss? Or perhaps? Before Su Taiping could formulate a reply, Baiyu bombarded him with a series of questions that caused his cheeks to flush. Brother Baiyu, I assure you, my relationship with Sister Zijing is purely platonic, Su Taiping stammered in response. Platonic? You humans, do men not pursue women for the very purpose of holding hands and kissing? Baiyu exclaimed, astonished. Su Taiping felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Who had imparted such notions to him? Uncle Bai? That seemed implausible. Just as Su Taiping pondered how to address Baiyu's inquiries, a resounding roar erupted from the forest below, unmistakably a tiger's roar. Despite the considerable distance, the sound sent chills down Su Taiping's spine. Oh, they sought to hunt the tiger that was known for nurturing phantoms. Baiyu was not startled by the roar of the tiger. Instead, he teasingly remarked about the Tiger King. Brother Baiyu, you are familiar with this demon tiger? Su Taiping inquired. His curiosity piqued as he turned to Baiyu. I've heard my grandfather mention it before. Back then, the Frostwind tiger had not yet established its dominance, and the West Wind Pavilion took no action. Now, they lack the capability to intervene and can only request disciples from the mountain to descend and hunt it. However, this creature is particularly cunning, having raised 5 or 6 phantoms under its command, allowing it to roam freely in these mountains until now. Baiyu initially responded nonchalantly, but soon turned to Su Taiping with a vigilant expression, asking, You don't intend for me to assist your little lover, do you? Who said she is my little lover? Su Taiping shivered at Baiyu's sudden declaration, nearly tumbling off his back. Let me be clear. The spiritual birds on Yunlu Mountain have all formed soul contracts with the Qingxian sect. Unless one's safety is at stake, and with the sect's permission, one cannot interfere in the conflicts within the mountain, even to aid disciples of the Qingxian sect, Baiyu continued, engrossed in his own thoughts. Brother Baiyu, I am not asking for your assistance. I am merely concerned for Sister Zijing and wish to request that you observe the battle below, Su Taiping replied earnestly. That is acceptable, but I cannot assist you without compensation, Baiyu pondered briefly before nodding. I can offer you 10 merit coins in return, Su Taiping stated generously. I do not desire merit coins, Baiyu shook his head, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he added. However, after you have shared a kiss with that girl in green, you must tell me what it was like. Was it sweet, fragrant? In the red maple forest. A resounding tiger roar echoed, followed by a fierce wind sweeping through the entire grove, sending maple leaves swirling through the air. Sister Wuyin, we should hide. Lu Zijing urged as she grasped Lin Wuyin's arm, stepping on a fallen maple leaf, her figure gracefully leaping to perch atop a towering maple tree. Unseen unless closely examined, the two girls found themselves in an ideal vantage point. From this elevated perspective, Lu Zijing and Lin Wuyin finally spotted the demon tiger, accompanied by 2 phantoms, engaged in combat with Lu Chun deeper within the forest. As the main objective was to lure the enemy, Lu Chun primarily retreated while engaging in battle, rarely confronting the demon tiger and phantoms directly. He instead utilized agile movements to evade and harass. Clang! Just as Lu Chun led the phantoms and the demon tiger to the predetermined location, he suddenly drew his long sword from his waist. In a swift motion, he spun and slashed at the 2 phantoms. Zing! The moment the sword struck, a surge of true essence coalesced into a blade of energy, resonating with a metallic hum, cleaving through the 2 phantoms like swirling rings. Bang! In an instant, the phantoms bore deep wounds that exposed bone, their bodies hurled back by the immense force of the sword's energy. More importantly, unlike ordinary wounds inflicted by blades, these injuries accompanied by pure sword energy not only traverse the meridians to harm the internal organs, but also have the capacity to injure the spectral souls of the phantoms. In an instant, the 2 phantoms writhed in agony upon the ground. It is no wonder that the senior sister remarked that sword cultivators can sever anything. Lin Buyu, who had remained silent, suddenly murmured expressionlessly to himself, the junior sister is correct. Sword cultivators possess unparalleled killing power, yet their cultivation requirements are exceedingly rigorous. One must carve through the Qi mansion like a snow-capped mountain, then condensed several times the true qi into a single strand of sword energy. Talents like junior brother Lu are indeed rare. Lu Zijin nodded in agreement. Lin Buyu did not respond further, maintaining an impassive gaze as he quietly observed the unfolding scene. Little did Lu Zijin know that, at that moment, within Lin Buyu's sleeve, a strand of sword energy coiled around her wrist like a serpent. Roar! Just then, the enormous body of the demon tiger leaped forth, its massive form toppling numerous maple trees, while one claw, accompanied by 3 sharp claw shadows, descended upon Lu Chun. Chapter 42, The Frostwind Pearl, the demon tiger's design to trap the crowd clang. In a critical moment, Lu Chun summoned the flying sword in his hand, merging his form with the spirit sword, transforming into a streak of light that narrowly evaded the demon tiger's claw. Boom! The tiger's claw struck the ground, immediately carving 3 long trenches, each 100 meters long, into the earth, causing more maple trees to collapse around them. The union of man and sword represents the most formidable strike and swiftest speed of a sword cultivator who is yet to master flying with the sword. Boom! Just as Lu Chen's feet touched the ground, the tiger demon's lengthy tail swept toward him like a great blade. However, this time Lu Chun did not evade. Instead, he smirked, allowing the tiger's tail to sweep toward him. Clang! As the tiger's tail was about to cleave Lu Chun in two, a sword light pierced through the air from 100 zhang away in the western maple forest, driving a sword into the robust tail and pinning it to the ground. Roar! Enraged, the demon tiger opened its massive jaws and roared in the direction of the incoming flying sword, unleashing a swirling gust of energy that shot forth like a cannonball. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the western side of the maple forest was ravaged by the gust, creating a massive gash, within which a figure enveloped in rotating protective sword energy surged toward the demon tiger. Indeed, it is you, Mo Jun, the tiger demon. Its tail pinned to the ground, let out a furious roar upon seeing the figure approaching from the west, then expelled another cannonball-like gust of energy from its mouth. Bang! The razor-sharp gust struck Mo Jun fiercely, momentarily halting his advance, forcing him to brace himself against the onslaught. Demon spawn, receive a sword from your grandfather. At this moment, Lu Chun, who had remained stationary until now, suddenly felt his aura surge, merging once again with the sword energy, transforming into a beam of sword light accompanied by 100 sword shadows, raining down upon the demon tiger like a torrential downpour. Third senior brother has actually mastered the sudden rain technique of the dividing heaven sword art? Lu Zijin exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Roar! As the words were spoken, the demon tiger suddenly opened its mouth wide and let out a furious roar. Following this, a surge of demonic energy coalesced into fierce winds, which converged within its gaping maw, only to erupt with a thunderous sound, countering the torrential rain of swords. With a resounding crash, Lu Zijin, stunned, realized that the deluge of swords unleashed by Lu Chun was utterly cleansed by the demonic winds, sending Lu Chun himself hurtling backward. The demon tiger's prowess was evidently on par with that of the third senior brother. Lu Zijin's disbelief was palpable. Beside her, Lin Buyu furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze betraying a hint of vigilance for the first time. However, her frown soon relaxed, and she lifted her eyes towards the eastern sky. There, unnoticed by everyone else, a figure descended silently like a falling leaf. This figure was none other than the elusive fairy Xian, hidden in the shadows. Die. Meanwhile, the demon tiger remained oblivious, leaping high to devour the unsuspecting Lu Chun, just as the distance between them dwindled to a mere 10 feet. The previously undetectable fairy Xian erupted with an aura akin to raging flames, burning gold finger. With a fierce shout, the fiery essence of her true energy coalesced at her outstretched finger aimed at the demon tiger. In an instant, her fingertip glowed red as hot as molten iron, sending forth powerful waves of spiritual energy. You despicable scoundrels! The demon tiger, sensing the looming threat above, could only let out a furious roar, unable to act otherwise. With a resounding thud, as the tiger's roar echoed, Xian's finger, red as a branding iron, struck heavily upon its forehead. Boom! At the moment of contact between Xian's finger and the demon tiger's brow, pure flames erupted forth like molten lava from a volcano, enveloping the creature and exploding violently. With a roar, the demon tiger plummeted to the ground, its form engulfed in searing flames, emitting a series of agonizing howls. Mo Jun, beheaded. Even at this juncture, Fairy Xian remained vigilant, recuperating her powers while calling out to Mo Jun, who was soaring towards her. Woofing! Mo Jun, upon hearing her voice, summoned the long sword lodged in the tiger's tail with a wave of his hand. Clang! Accompanied by a metallic resonance. The sword named Woofing flew into his grasp. Mountain-splitting strike. Holding the Woofing sword, Mo Jun stepped upon a carpet of maple leaves, channeling a thunderous force as he aimed a decisive strike at the demon tiger's head. Boom! In an instant, the air in the maple forest was charged with sword energy. Mo Jun and the Woofing sword became one, transforming into a fearsome sword shadow exceeding 10 feet in length as it descended upon the demon tiger's head. Ha ha! You have fallen into my trap. Yet at that moment, the previously howling demon tiger suddenly raised its head from the flames and burst into maniacal laughter. As the sound faded, a crystal-like orb was expelled from the maw of the demon tiger. With a thunderous roar, the flames enveloping the beast were swiftly absorbed by the orb, swirling around it like fiery winds, fiercely hurtling towards Mo Jun and the Fairy Xian. A resounding crash echoed as Mo Jun's sword energy shattered, and even with his protective robe, he sustained numerous wounds from the ferocious gales emanating from the demon orb. In an instant, Xian reacted, transforming her fingers into a palm mid-air, striking the orb to halt its advance. The northern winds surged. Almost simultaneously, the demon tiger unleashed another roar, causing an even stronger gale to erupt from the orb. In a mere moment, Mo Jun and Xian were caught in a massive whirlwind, uprooting trees and rocks from the maple forest. Had Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu been any closer, they too would have been swept away. Buyu, you and Zijing must return to the sect for assistance. This demon orb cannot harm me, but it can ensnare me. Just as the two were about to rush to the aid of Xian and Mo Jun, Xian's voice unexpectedly resonated in their minds. Evidently a transmission of the soul. Go. Zijing hesitated, yet Lin Buyu had already made a decisive move, grasping Zijing's hand and preparing to leap from the tree. Junior sister, save me. At that moment, a cry for help emerged behind them. Turning, they beheld Lu Chun, wounded and pursued by the demon tiger, approaching their direction. How did he attract the tiger demon? Lin Buyu frowned. Third senior brother. Zijing, without a moment's hesitation, turned and leaped towards Lu Chun, poised to strike the demon tiger with her sword. Unaware of Lu Chen's true nature, she could not abandon her senior brother. With a swift and powerful strike, Zijing's sword forced the demon tiger to retract its claw aimed at Lu Chun. Brother, we must return to the sect for help. Junior sister, you hold off the demon tiger for a moment. I will fetch assistance. As Zijing attempted to pull Lu Chun to safety and summon help from their sect, she was unexpectedly shoved backward by Lu Chun. Senior brother, staring at Lu Chun, who had propelled himself forward, Zijing, now on the ground, wore an expression of disbelief. Boom. Before Zijing could rise, the tiger demon was upon her, striking down with a paw. In a moment of peril, Zijing hurled a golden bell talisman she carried and activated it with her spiritual energy. With a resounding clang, just as the tiger's claw was about to rend her, a luminous dome resembling a great bell erupted from within her, enveloping her entirely and absorbing the tiger demon's heavy blow. Without delay, Zijing hastily recited her incantation and fled towards the exit of the forest with the speed of the wind. Do you think a mere golden bell talisman can hinder me? The tiger demon let out a maniacal laugh, inhaled deeply, and then roared as it unleashed a torrent of breath towards Lu Zijing. Bang! 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 Waves of razor-sharp wind blades violently struck against the golden bell shield, forcing Lu Zijing to halt her steps to withstand the onslaught of these gusts. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she noticed cracks beginning to form in the shimmering barrier of the golden bell talisman. At that moment, Lu Zijing found herself caught in a dilemma. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the forest. Lu Zijing looked up to see a talisman radiating with a purple-gold brilliance hovering above the trees where the tiger demon stood. The thunderous sound emanated from that very talisman. The 5 thunder talisman? The tiger demon, too, had realized the presence of the talisman brimming with the power of lightning. Initially taken aback, it then leapt into the air, attempting to evade the impending strike of thunder. Boom. However, its reaction was a fraction too slow. The already injured tail was struck by a bolt from above, scorching it into charred remnants, leaving the creature momentarily paralyzed. Despite summoning all its demonic power, it could not move. Roaring in pain and fury, The tiger demon directed its ire towards a figure perched upon a tree branch, bellowing, "Neither of you shall escape. Today, you will both become my blood feast." It had spotted the one who had cast the 5 thunder talisman. Indeed, it was Lin Buyu, who had yet to descend from the tree. "Go." Lin Buyu leaped down from the branch, swiftly grasping Lu Zijing's arm, and together they began to sprint away. "Thank you, junior sister," Lu Zijing expressed her gratitude, still catching her breath as she matched Lin Buyu's pace. Boom. Yet, they had underestimated the strength of the tiger demon. Before they could escape the maple grove, the creature intercepted their path. "I shall see where you two intend to flee." The tiger demon sneered at them. "Vile creature, do you dare harm a disciple of Qingxian sect? Do you not fear being hunted down by our sect?" Lu Zijing brandished her sword, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Buyu. "At this point, do you think I have any means of retreat? Rather than wait to be besieged, it would be far better to devour you both to enhance my power." The tiger demon suddenly grinned wickedly. "To be frank, I am but a step away from breaking through to the Demon King realm, becoming a true king-tier beast." Upon hearing this, Lu Zijing's brow furrowed even deeper. A king-tier beast possesses cultivation and power akin to that of a practitioner at the peak of the waning realm, coupled with the unique abilities of a royal beast. Even a practitioner of minor accomplishments in the waning realm might find it a formidable opponent. "Ah, the scent emanating from you two is quite delightful. Especially that young lady behind you." The tiger demon sniffed eagerly, its gaze greedily fixed upon Lin Buyu, who was sheltered behind Lu Zijing. A disciple capable of wielding the 5 thunder talisman must surely be highly esteemed within the sect, likely possessing exceptional innate talents, perhaps even the rare golden spirit bone. "Should I consume you, I may not only ascend to kingship, but potentially awaken a new lineage of blood power." As it spoke, it paced slowly in front of the two, emitting a deep, rumbling growl from its throat, as if ready to pounce at any moment. "Do not speak, junior sister. I will hold it off. You need not concern yourself with me. Find a way to escape." Lu Zijing discreetly channeled the true energy within her dantian, while simultaneously transmitting a message to Lin Buyu beside her. Disciples like Lin Buyu, who possessed the golden spirit bone, were certainly provided with means of escape by their sect, hence Lu Zijing's words. Lin Buyu remained silent, neither agreeing nor opposing. Boom. At that moment, the demon tiger inhaled sharply and then unleashed a fierce breath towards Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu. Swish. Almost simultaneously, Lu Zijing drew her sword, gathering the sword energy into her arm, and with a single stroke, she slashed towards the tiger demon, enveloped in a torrent of sword energy. Bang! With a resounding crash, the tiger demon expelled a gust of wind, cleaved apart by Lu Zijing's strike. However, what Lu Zijing had not anticipated was that, just as she severed the gust of wind, the tiger demon's severed tail stealthily swept towards her from the side. Just as despair began to creep in, a slender figure appeared beside her, holding a golden talisman. Who else could it be but Lin Buyu? Clang! Accompanied by a metallic resonance. The talisman in Lin Buyu's hand suddenly transformed into a golden flying sword, striking towards the tiger's tail. Whoosh! With a sound that sliced through the air, the tiger's tail fell in response, followed by the golden flying sword aiming directly for the tiger demon's head. Boom! At that moment, a beautifully crafted crystal orb materialized before the tiger demon, and a cunning smile spread across its face. Bang! A tremendous collision reverberated as the golden flying sword, transformed from the talisman, was shattered by the violent winds that erupted from the crystal orb. In the blink of an eye, before Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu could react, they were enveloped alongside the demon tiger within a circular barrier of raging winds. From above, it appeared as though the three were trapped in a circle composed of wind. "Did you not expect this? I can still summon my Frostwind Pearl," the tiger demon declared, swallowing the crystal orb and striding towards the two with a triumphant expression. Chapter 44. The boy who fell from the sky. The tiger demon had not used the Frostwind Pearl immediately out of disdain for the two, but rather to ascertain whether they had any hidden moves. Bang! Lu Zijing struck the wind barrier with her sword. Yet, even with her true energy, the blow was deflected back, numbing her grip. "Useless. The wind barrier formed by my Frostwind Pearl is impervious, even to the full might of a cultivator from the Void Realm. No one can save you." The tiger demon sneered contemptuously at Lu Zijing. At this moment, it regarded the two as mere prey. "I'm sorry, junior sister Buyu. It is all my fault," Lu Zijing said with a look of remorse. Raising her long sword, as if prepared to face the tiger demon in a battle to the death. A hint of panic flickered across Lin Buyu's usually composed face. In the face of life and death, no one can truly remain unflinching. At that moment, the tiger demon, having lost its patience, let out a roar and lunged towards the two. The wind barrier was small, leaving them no option but to confront the foe head-on. One drew a sword while the other struck with an open palm, both launching their attacks at the tiger demon. However, against the full force of the tiger demon, they exchanged only a few blows before being sent flying. The tiger demon possessed a dual advantage of cultivation and physical prowess, making victory impossible in a direct confrontation. Suddenly, the tiger demon raised its head and inhaled sharply, a tremendous pulling force emanating from its mouth, drawing the ground-bound Lu Ziqin and Lin Buyu towards it. Despite their desperate attempts to resist, they were ultimately unable to withstand this force and were lifted into the air, perilously close to being devoured by the tiger demon. At that critical moment, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air erupted among the maple trees. Through their peripheral vision, Lu Ziqin and Lin Buyu caught sight of a lean figure clad in ordinary leather armor, shrouded in a mask, descending amidst the swirling maple leaves, aimed directly at the tiger demon's head. With a thunderous impact, Lin Buyu, eyes wide with astonishment, beheld a masked youth standing atop the tiger demon's head, raining down powerful punches. The sound of his fist striking the tiger demon echoed like the relentless beat of drums on the battlefield, dense, urgent, and forceful, as if it would never cease, rendering the tiger demon incapable of lifting its head. This resembled the signature move of the Qing Nyo fist, rushing bull breakthrough. Lu Ziqin, having landed back on the ground, stared in disbelief at the youth who was seated upon the tiger's back, delivering blow after blow upon the beast's head. She recognized the boy's martial arts style, and her surprise deepened. In her memory, the Qing Nyo fist was merely an ordinary technique, lacking such overwhelming power when executed by an average practitioner. Could it truly be the Qing Nyo fist? Feeling the tremors of the ground beneath her and the ethereal bull figure formed by Su Taiping's true energy, she could not help but murmur to herself once more. With a resounding thud, the youth's already cracked fist struck down once more, yet he did not withdraw it as quickly as before. Alarmed, Lu Ziqin realized. The rushing bull breakthrough has only 108 strikes. She cried out, "Young man, the tiger demon is about to counterattack." Simultaneously, she began to channel her true energy, preparing to assist. Almost in sync with Lu Ziqin's warning, the tiger demon roared in fury and flipped over, hurling the youth high into the air. Just then, Lin Buyu appeared before the tiger demon, her palms thrusting forward as she called out in her somewhat youthful voice. Palms like thunder. Immediately, a dozen electrified palm shadows burst forth, striking heavily against the tiger demon's chest. The tiger demon staggered back several paces, its body momentarily paralyzed. Damn it! The enraged tiger demon let out a powerful roar, unleashing its demonic energy, which created a violent gust that struck Lin Buyu, sending him soaring backward. "Thank you, my lady." At that moment, the young man's voice rang out. Although Lin Buyu's strike posed no substantial threat to the tiger demon, it granted the youth a precious moment to change tactics. With a resounding clang, the young man landed on a tree branch, gently tapping the short sword at his waist. Suddenly, a sharp cry of the sword echoed through the air. In a flash, the short sword darted towards the tiger demon's head like a streak of light. The tiger demon, with an uncanny sense of danger, halted abruptly and swiftly turned its head. With a swift whoosh, the sword's gleaming arc grazed the demon's shoulder, leaving a deep gash, blood gushing forth, rendering the creature particularly disheveled. Before the tiger demon could reorient itself, the young man leaped down from the tree again, delivering a powerful strike akin to a bull charging, which crashed down upon the demon's head, causing it to topple and carve a deep crater into the ground. With a furious growl, the tiger demon shook its body violently, dislodging the youth, then turned to unleash a torrent of fierce wind towards him. If struck by this wind vortex, the young man would surely be gravely injured, if not killed. Fortunately, the young man had anticipated this attack, gathering his remaining energy to shield himself, absorbing the blow. Simultaneously, he once more tapped his short sword, sending it hurtling towards the tiger demon's head. "Is this sword your ultimate weapon?" The tiger demon sneered as the flying sword approached once more, exhaling a frost wind pearl. With a thunderous explosion, The frost wind pearl whirled with ferocious winds, magnetically drawing the flying sword to a standstill. You are likely unaware that my frost wind pearl possesses the ability to subdue swords. The tiger demon cackled wickedly, then unleashed another gust of wind towards the young man. The young man reacted swiftly, enveloping his feet in energy, leaping just in time to evade the demon's strike. However, the space within this wind barrier was exceedingly confined. Having narrowly escaped one attack, the tiger demon lunged forward again. This time, he found himself with no room to evade. Not far away, Lin Buyu and Lu Zijing, who had caught up, watched helplessly, their prior injuries hindering their ability to assist. A blood meal presented so conveniently. Today, I shall shatter the Demon King's realm. The tiger demon howled, lunging towards the young man with its jaws wide open. Yet, just as it was about to devour him, the demon caught a glimpse from the corner of its eye. An aura of chilling energy emanated from the young man, who appeared to exhale deeply. The beast's instincts sensed the imminent approach of death, but it was too late to retreat. With a resounding boom, a wave of icy breath escaped the young man's lips, enveloping the massive form of the tiger demon completely. In an instant, the once warm maple forest transformed into a realm of bitter winter. The vast expanse, including the tiger demon, was entirely frozen, the demon resembling a statue in its stillness. Remarkably, even the body of a demon beast could be encased in ice. What an extraordinary spell! Nearby, Lu Zijing stood stupefied. Yet the young man did not falter. He leapt once more onto the back of the tiger demon, drawing the long knife from his waist. As he infused the blade with his full essence, he brought it down upon the demon's head. With a resounding thud, the knife cleaved a gash nearly half a foot deep into the tiger demon's nape, blood swiftly seeping forth. Despite the agony evident in its eyes, the demon remained immobilized, helplessly enduring the boy's relentless strikes. One must concede, the tiger demon's physique was as resilient as tempered steel, even after several powerful slashes. The young man could not sever its head completely. Suddenly, as he was on the verge of severing the demon's vertebrae, the tiger unleashed a torrent of blood, accompanied by waves of heat and mist erupting from its body. Sensing the anomaly, the young man sprang into the air, landing deftly away from the tiger's back. With a ferocious roar, the formerly frozen tiger demon abruptly thrashed, expelling a wind laced with blood mist from its maw. Damn it! You will all perish for forcing me to expend my life's essence, the tiger demon bellowed. However, instead of attacking the young man further, it continued its furious curses while sprinting away, its nearly severed head bobbing precariously. Kid, I recognize you now. Wait for me, for I shall seek vengeance upon you, rendering you unable to live or die. With this roar, the tiger demon vanished into the forest, neglecting to retrieve the frostwind pearl. Could you kindly reveal your name? Young hero? Lu Zijing called out just as the young man picked up the frostwind pearl and prepared to pursue the retreating tiger demon. Upon hearing her voice, he paused, recalling something, and turned to her. Who I am is inconsequential. This is for you, Zijing. I have come to rescue you. As he reached into his sleeve for something, he was abruptly interrupted by Lu Chen's voice echoing from the nearby woods. Beware of your senior brother Lu Chen. He is not one to be trusted. The young man glanced back at the forest behind Lu Zijing, then at the direction the tiger demon had fled, and after leaving those words, he dashed off towards the demon's escape route. Beware of senior brother Lu? Lu Zijing stood there, bewildered by the sudden warning, the familiarity of his voice lingering in her mind. Meanwhile, Lin Buyu, upon hearing the young man's voice clearly and catching sight of his partially obscured face with those striking eyes, was suddenly reminded of Su Taiping. Although half a year had passed, she had not forgotten the boy who had ascended the mountain with her, unwavering even after his spiritual bone was tested. It seemed he too had found his own fortune. Watching the young man's figure gradually fade into the distance, a faint smile unexpectedly graced Lin Buyu's previously cold expression. Silent junior sister, can you discern the origins of this youth? Lu Zijing asked Lin Buyu beside her, her tone tinged with a hint of desperation. I do not know. Lin Buyu replied softly, her expression reverting to its customary indifference. Junior sister Zijing, junior sister Buyu, are you both unharmed? At that moment, Lu Chun, accompanied by a contingent from the Gale Hall, approached Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu with fervor. We are fine. A mysterious young hero suddenly appeared and saved us. Lu Zijing retreated a few steps, her gaze warily fixed on Lu Chun. It was evident that Su Taiping's parting words had left an impression. Moreover, Lu Chen's earlier abandonment of her had kindled a sense of aversion within her. Junior sister Buyu, what have you? Lu Chen, noticing Lu Zijing's distance, turned his smile towards Lin Buyu. You fled in the heat of battle, forsaking your companions. I shall report this matter truthfully to our senior brothers and masters. Lin Buyu shot a cold glance at Lu Chen, offering no leniency. At her words, a murderous intent flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Yet he quickly suppressed it upon recalling the esteemed status Lin Buyu now held within the sect. Buyu. Just then, two figures darted through the maple forest like lightning. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be the previously trapped Fairy Xian and Master Brother Imo Jun. Master Brother Fairy Xian. Both Lu Zijing and Lin Buyu hurried to greet them. Buyu, are you injured? Xian approached Lin Buyu with palpable concern. Lin Buyu was a rare talent blessed with a thunder spirit bone. Any harm befalling her would not merely be a loss for the Six Peaks, but for the entire Qingxian sect. I am unharmed. Lin Buyu shook her head. Upon hearing this, Xian visibly relaxed. What of the demon tiger? Its ability to summon demonic winds must be attributed to the legendary Shuo Foam Pearl, otherwise it could not have ensnared both me and Fairy Xian. Master Brother Imo Jun's face was etched with anger. Lu Zijing quickly recounted the events of Su Taiping descending from the heavens to repel the demon tiger and rescue them. We owe our safety to that young hero. Xian grasped Lin Buyu's hand, still shaken. Yet, I remain curious about the origins of that young hero. Though Lu Zijing refrained from sharing Su Taiping's final admonition, an unease lingered within her. Perhaps he was a disciple from the Seven Peaks out on a trial. For now, the most pressing matter was to devise a plan to vanquish the demon tiger. Mo Jun shook his head, then turned his attention to Xian. Fairy Xian, shall we not pursue the demon tiger together? Not at this moment. I must ensure my junior sister's safe return, Xian replied, her priorities clear. Brother, as the saying goes, do not chase a desperate foe. Without absolute certainty, should that demon tiger suddenly lash out in a frenzy, we would only be sacrificing our lives in vain. At this, Lu Chen subtly expressed his dissent. He had no desire to take such a perilous risk in pursuit of a nearly maddened beast, especially considering that this area was the domain of outer disciples, a place where inner disciples seldom ventured. Thus, he resolved to report the matter to the sect instead. In the end, Imo Jun chose to abandon the chase. Lin Buyu, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, discreetly cast a glance at Imo Jun and Lu Chen, then recalled Su Taiping's resolute dash to confront the tiger demon, and softly murmured to himself, none can compare to Su Taiping. Chapter 46, Slaying the Tiger Demon. This is the final blow for 7 days. Su Taiping relentlessly pursued the demon tiger. During this time, he neither drank a drop of water nor consumed a single grain of rice, engaging in numerous fierce battles with the dying beast, ultimately driving it into a desolate valley with no escape. By now, his leather armor was tattered, his boots were lost, and his bare feet were bloodied and raw. His fists no better off, marred and mangled. Beyond his external wounds, his internal organs had also suffered impacts during his encounters with the demon tiger, causing his blood and energy to surge uncontrollably through his meridians. Yet, despite his battered appearance, his gaze remained fixed on the tiger demon's eyes, radiating an unyielding brilliance devoid of any hint of fatigue or fear. Are you truly prepared to fight me to the death? The tiger demon asked, leaning against a large rock, its eyes, the size of fists, locking onto Su Taiping with equal intensity. If I do not die, you shall not rest. If you do not perish, I shall not cease. We both understand this well, Su Taiping replied, wrapping a torn piece of cloth around his hand, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the tiger demon. He was acutely aware that this was his sole opportunity to slay the beast, should it regain its strength. It would be him who faced death. I have encountered gifted cultivators, and those whose resolve is as steadfast as rock. It has been many years since I met one of your caliber. If I were to die by your hand, it would hardly be a disgrace. The tiger demon said as it repositioned itself from the stone, adopting a poised stance for an attack. But if you should fall, I would not torment you. I would simply devour you and transform you into a ghostly servant, bound to serve me for eternity. As it spoke, it lowered its body, preparing to pounce. Su Taiping's response was a powerful leap, followed by a resounding crash as he executed a full-force bull-like charge. Bang! In the face of Su Taiping's punch. The tiger demon did not evade. Instead, it sidestepped to absorb the blow, then struck at Su Taiping's waist with its claw, intent on exchanging injuries. Smack! However, to the tiger demon's surprise, just as Su Taiping's fist was about to connect with its shoulder, he transformed his fist into a claw, gripping the demon's fur with force and using it to propel himself onto its back. This maneuver caused the tiger demon's strike to miss entirely. During these 7 days, Su Taiping had not been mindlessly pursuing the tiger demon. Rather, he had meticulously etched every encounter's gains and losses into his memory, allowing him to discern the demon's intentions in an instant. After the tiger demon's claw missed, Su Taiping, still on its back, delivered another devastating punch. Boom! The sound reverberated through the forest. Immediately following, Su Taiping seized the tiger's skin with one hand while raising his fist with the other, delivering blow after blow, the resounding impact echoing throughout the valley. From a distance, surrounded by the residual aura of the remnants of his true energy, Su Taiping resembled a rampaging bull, relentlessly trampling and colliding with the ferocious tiger beneath him. With a thunderous crash akin to a resounding drumbeat, Su Taiping unleashed his final strike, driving the beast's body deep into the ground. However, at that moment, the seemingly dying demon tiger suddenly twisted its head and lunged towards Su Taiping. It was as if Su Taiping had anticipated the tiger's intentions. The beast, having discerned the weakness in the azure bull fist, bore through the pain to withstand the barrage of 108 punches before retaliating against Su Taiping. In the face of the tiger's sudden assault, Su Taiping displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he grinned and, with reckless abandon, collided his own head forcefully against that of the demon tiger. This was indeed his final punch. The already injured head of the tiger sustained a sudden impact, causing the wounds on its neck to rupture, and its head tilted to one side. Su Taiping had no intention of granting the tiger a moment to recover. He abruptly drew his finely crafted steel blade, channeling the last remnants of his true energy into it, and then swung down toward the tiger's head. With a swift, chilling arc, the blade severed the tiger's massive head with a resounding thud. As the head fell, a cascade of gold, silver, and jewels, along with various weapons, spilled forth from its mouth, evidently plundered from the victims it had slain. Yet, in that moment, Su Taiping was too exhausted to concern himself with the treasures. His dantian was empty, his vitality drained, and his muscles and bones fatigued to the utmost. He exhaled deeply, letting his arm drop, and slid down from the tiger's back, leaning against the headless body, while he began to diligently circulate his remaining energy. Just as Su Taiping's true energy began to recover slightly, a white-headed eagle landed on a nearby branch. "You truly killed this demon tiger," the eagle exclaimed, its tone filled with astonishment. By now, the evening was approaching, the crimson glow of the sunset filtering through the leaves and casting a warm light upon Su Taiping, making the blood-soaked, slender figure of the boy appear imbued with a sacred and majestic aura. Especially in contrast to the massive body of the demon tiger, it created a striking visual impact, explaining the eagle's state of disbelief. "You have arrived," Su Taiping said, lifting his gaze to the eagle with a weary smile. He was not surprised by the eagle's appearance, for it was a prearranged agreement between them. "The tiger's head and its treasures belong to me, while the tiger's body is yours. Please take me back to Qingzhou residence." Su Taiping gestured toward the tiger's head and then indicated the body behind him. At this moment, he appeared still quite feeble, yet the gaze of Baiyu upon him was devoid of any semblance of disdain or negligence, as if confronting a figure of strength akin to her own father. Indeed, even she, possessing the bloodline of a spiritual bird, could not suppress a sense of trepidation. After a prolonged contemplation, Baiyu finally nodded gravely. It became clear to her why her father had urged her to grow closer to him. As she soared through the clouds, carrying Su Taiping on her back, she comprehended the reasoning behind her father's final request to befriend a mere skeletal youth. On a night a few days later, Sister Linghua, "Look, I have vanquished that tiger demon," Su Taiping exclaimed. "You cannot imagine how perilous the situation was. I scarcely had time to think before I leaped from over 100 zhang above, utilizing the momentum of my descent to deliver a blow that caught the tiger demon completely off guard." As soon as the celestial maiden Linghua awakened, Su Taiping led her to the woodshed in the back courtyard, lifting the burlap covering the head of the tiger demon, and with youthful exuberance, recounted the events of that day. Chapter 47. Acquiring a treasure, the 300-year-old fire spirit mushroom? Subsequently, when it attempted to flee, I pursued it for 7 days and nights, exhausting it to the point of utter fatigue. Once I cornered it in that valley, it could no longer escape. Listening intently to Su Taiping's narrative, Ling Yue's expression remained composed. Yet the shock within her heart rivaled that of witnessing her master slay a dragon single-handedly years ago. His extraordinary tenacity, akin to that of a seasoned demon hunter, was hard to believe for one who had only just turned 11. In her original plan, Ling Yue had anticipated that once Su Taiping mastered the ice breath technique she had taught him, he would possess the strength to confront the tiger demon. With the support of the barrier around Qingzhou residents, he would surely manage for a time until she awoke, allowing her to assist him in slaying the demon. She had never fathomed that Su Taiping could single-handedly vanquish the beast. Although a portion of the merit belonged to a few disciples, it must be noted that this tiger demon was not merely a typical demon lord, but a formidable creature possessing the bloodline of the ferocious Shuo Feng tiger and wielding the Shuo Feng demon pearl. In her astonishment, Ling Yue's gaze gradually fell upon the various wounds adorning Su Taiping's body, despite his current state of being in the opening door realm. With a recovery capacity surpassing that of ordinary individuals, the numerous wounds, still crusted with blood, were nonetheless disconcerting to behold. Ling Yue felt an inexplicable tightness in her throat. "Little Taiping, was it arduous for you?" she inquired, gently touching the wounds on his face with a sense of nostalgia. "Not at all." Su Taiping resolutely shook his head. "Very well. You have performed admirably, even surpassing my expectations. I did not misjudge you," Ling Yue affirmed, nodding with unwavering conviction. Just as Su Taiping's determination in his path of cultivation remained steadfast as rock, Ling Yue, in her heart, had likewise resolved to join forces with this young boy to return to the realm of cultivation. "Sister, look, this is the Shuo Feng pearl." Su Taiping joyfully presented the demon pearl before Ling Yue, though he had yet to examine the treasures held within the jaws of the tiger demon. He was certain that the Frostwind pearl was the most significant bounty from his recent encounter with the beast. This Frostwind pearl was, in fact, a crystallized essence of the ferocious Frostwind tiger, imbued with a heavy aura of malevolence, rendering it unsuitable for human cultivators. Prolonged proximity to it would prove detrimental rather than beneficial. After a moment's hesitation, Fairy Ling Yue ultimately chose to disclose the truth to Su Taiping. "I see," Su Taiping responded, a hint of disappointment flickering across his features. "However, do not be overly disheartened," Fairy Ling Yue reassured him with a gentle smile. "Though it may be of no use at present, if we were to utilize the Frostwind pearl as a nutrient for the earth fruit, it might yield an exceptional weapon." "Is it truly possible for the Frostwind pearl to serve as nourishment for the earth fruit?" Su Taiping inquired, astonished. "The earth fruit undergoes 12 transformations, and with each incineration of the seed, a change occurs. After the second transformation, it will be able to absorb the demonic energy from beasts and their cores to nurture its fruit," Fairy Ling Yue affirmed with a nod. "Indeed, speaking of incineration, it suddenly reminded me of something," Su Taiping exclaimed, turning swiftly towards the tiger's head. He lifted it and poured out a trove of merit coins and treasures, revealing a trove of at least 3,000 merit coins, enough to procure a true fire talisman. Su Taiping's face lit up with excitement as he gazed at Fairy Ling Yue, holding a handful of merit coins. The treasures unearthed from the tiger demon primarily consisted of gold and silver, with the merit coins being relatively few. Additionally, Su Taiping discovered scriptures and talismans among the hoard. "With the true fire talisman, we can commence the incineration and initiate the second transformation of the earth fruit." Fairy Ling Yue's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. There was a matter she had not disclosed to Su Taiping. After the earth fruit underwent its second transformation, she would be able to harness its power to elevate her spirit, allowing her to cast spells through another's body. At that juncture, should she encounter a creature like the tiger demon again, she would be capable of overwhelming it. She refrained from telling Su Taiping, fearing that he might become overly reliant on her, which could adversely affect his future cultivation. "Taiping, come. Before we exchange for the true fire talisman, let us inventory the treasures concealed by the tiger demon. We may uncover something beneficial for your cultivation." Fairy Ling Yue's ethereal form wafted to the pile of treasures, her excitement palpable. In the dead of night, they catalogued the spoils: 600 taels of gold, 1,300 taels of silver, 2,300 merit coins, 3 jade slips for teaching, 6 magical artifacts, 8 talismans, a piece of armor crafted from the hide of a fire rhinoceros, and 2 other demon pearls aside from the Frostwind pearl. After meticulously organizing all the items from the tiger demon's maw, Fairy Ling Yue surveyed the collection. her expression tinged with disappointment. To her, the most valuable items were merely a handful of demon cores and a map indicating the location of a 300-year-old fire spirit mushroom. Su Taiping presented her with the beast hide map. Unlike Fairy Lingyue, who had traversed grand realms, Su Taiping had never encountered such a wealth of gold and silver, let alone a dozen magical artifacts and talismans, each valued at over 1,000 merit coins. The fire spirit mushroom appears to have been left by the tiger demon for its own breakthrough. The Fairy Lingyue received the animal skin map and glanced at it. This map is quite rudimentary, merely outlining several terrains and the approximate location of the 300-year-old fire spirit mushroom, likely sketched by the demon tiger itself. This location seems to be the very valley where I once pursued it. Could it be that it fled in that direction solely to obtain this fire spirit mushroom? Su Taiping couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Had he not pursued it at that moment, or had he arrived just a step too late? Allowing the demon tiger to acquire the fire spirit mushroom, the outcome might have been drastically different. Is this fire spirit mushroom of any use to me? Su Taiping inquired with wide, curious eyes. For you, the potency is far too strong. Consuming it would be of no benefit and could, in fact, be detrimental. However, Fairy Lingyue first shook her head and then furrowed her brow, seemingly hesitating to elaborate. But what? Su Taiping pressed on. It could serve as nourishment for the earth fruit. With a stroke of luck, it might even nurture a treasure that could enhance your cultivation speed. Observing the curiosity gleaming in Su Taiping's eyes, Fairy Lingyue ultimately decided to speak candidly. The concern, however, lies with the fact that a fire spirit mushroom older than 300 years is often guarded by a fire python. Attempting to harvest it without knowledge of how to evade the python would be exceedingly perilous. Before Su Taiping could fully revel in the prospect, Fairy Lingyue added another cautionary note. Chapter 48, True Fire Talisman, the second transformation of the earth fruit. I see. This statement instantly quelled Su Taiping's excitement. Although his cultivation speed was hindered by his bone constitution, which necessitated an urgent enhancement, the inherent dangers made it seem unnecessary. The matter of the fire spirit mushroom could wait. The immediate priority is to ignite the seeds and facilitate the second transformation of the earth fruit. Fairy Lingyue regarded Su Taiping with utmost seriousness. I understand. Tomorrow, I shall use these merit coins to purchase a true fire talisman. Su Taiping nodded vigorously. Through his recent cultivation efforts, he had acutely felt the sluggishness imposed by his bone constitution, making the earth fruit the key to breaking through his bottleneck. Several days later. Evening. Su Taiping, your items have arrived. Baiyu descended before Qingzhou residence, clutching an exquisite leather pouch. Coming. Su Taiping's voice echoed from within the courtyard. Almost simultaneously with his call, he burst forth from the Qingzhou residence like a gust of wind. Wow, when did you learn this wind shadow step? Baiyu asked, astonished. Yesterday, Su Taiping replied with readiness. He had discovered the wind shadow step among the treasures hoarded by the tiger demon. And as he was in need of a mobility technique, he learned it directly. I can hardly believe you, Baiyu retorted with a roll of his eyes. It's just two very simple moves, Su Taiping replied somewhat helplessly as he approached. The wind shadow step is a commendable technique within the Qingxian sect, accessible to both outer and inner disciples, though outer disciples are limited to the first two steps of the seven-step sequence. The techniques employed by the tiger demon originated from an outer disciple who perished at its hands. Take it. With a graceful toss, Baiyu flung the exquisite leather pouch towards Su Taiping. Thank you, Su Taiping said as he reached out to catch it. Little Taiping, I presume you've reaped quite a bounty from that tiger demon? I can't believe you're now bold enough to shop at the Tianbao Pavilion, Baiyu teased. A smile dancing on his lips. The Tianbao Pavilion, a place where the Qingxian sect sold magical tools and treasures, was notorious for its exorbitant prices, with very few items permitted for purchase by outer disciples, making it rare for them to shop there at all. Indeed, I've made a bit of a profit, Su Taiping replied, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Observing Su Taiping's honesty, Baiyu lost interest in further banter and, with a flutter of his wings, declared, Little Taiping, I have more gifts to bestow, so I shan't disturb you any longer. I shall come by to enjoy roasted lamb at your home when I have the time. Certainly, when you are free. Just send a feather as a token to let me know, Su Taiping readily agreed with a nod. Very well, Baiyu replied, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended into the sky. Sister Lingyue, the true fire talisman has arrived. Once Baiyu departed, Su Taiping hastened back to the courtyard like a gust of wind. securing the gate behind him while calling for Fairy Lingyue as he made his way to the rear garden. The true fire talisman he procured from the Tianbao Pavilion was intended for igniting the seeds of the earth fruit. Although it was merely the weakest type of true fire, its potency paled in comparison to that of the Samadhi true fire, yet it bore a hefty price tag of 2,100 merit points. Were it not for the treasures acquired from the tiger demon, he surmised that he would have needed to ascend to the 7 peaks to accumulate such a sum. The audacity of charging 2,100 merit points for such a talisman indicates that the Tianbao Pavilion deliberately seeks to deter outer disciples from making purchases. With a mere glance, Fairy Lingyue discerned the strength of the true fire talisman in Su Taiping's hand. Can this be used to ignite the seeds? Su Taiping inquired with a hint of concern. It can barely suffice for the initial ignition. Fairy Lingyue nodded in affirmation. That is reassuring. Su Taiping exhaled a sigh of relief. Unlike Fairy Lingyue, he had long grown accustomed to the unfairness of such matters and felt little dismay. Before igniting the seeds, we must prepare a few items. Come with me, Fairy Lingyue instructed Su Taiping. Understood, he replied, following her lead. In the deep of night, within the medicinal garden of Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping once again activated the alchemical cauldron he had obtained from the ghost, subsequently placing the earth fruit's beanstalks inside. The next step was to activate the true fire talisman and place it within the cauldron. Fairy Lingyue nodded at him encouragingly. Without hesitation, Su Taiping retrieved the true fire talisman that had cost him 2,000 merit points, infused it with a surge of spiritual energy, and then tossed it into the cauldron. Boom! The fiery essence contained within the talisman erupted violently, manifesting as a searing crimson flame that erupted from the cauldron. Even from a distance of 10 feet, Su Taiping could feel the immense heat emanating from the scarlet blaze. Despite the protective barrier of the remnant haze true energy, his cheeks still felt as though they were being scorched painfully. Though the true fire of the first level pales in comparison to the sublime and sixfold true fire, it remains the nemesis of spectral entities, such as malevolent spirits. Even the ferocious demon tiger cannot endure the searing embrace of this flame for long. As the genuine fire within the furnace ignited the fruit of the earth, the ethereal moon spirit seized the opportunity to elucidate the knowledge of true fire to Su Taiping. When I advance further in my cultivation, shall I too be able to refine the first level of true fire? Su Taiping gazed ardently at the flames leaping toward the heavens within the alchemical furnace. Once you cultivate the residual twilight technique to its 3rd level, achieving mastery in the opening door realm, you shall indeed be capable, the moon spirit affirmed with a nod. The 3rd level of the residual twilight technique signifies a pivotal milestone in reaching the apex of the opening door realm, at which point Su Taiping would be able to adeptly harness the essence of residual twilight energy. The 3rd level, indeed, Su Taiping murmured to himself. He had recently exchanged for the 2nd level of the residual twilight technique from the copper mirror, yet he had not yet fully grasped its intricacies. The previous spontaneous manifestation of spiritual energy during his breakthrough into the opening door realm had merely been a fortuitous occurrence. More critically, the 3rd level of the technique could only be acquired by inner disciples, necessitating his success in the upcoming selection of the 7 peaks in 2 years. He pondered whether Linglong and Qingxiao still remembered him. Just then, the alchemical furnace emitted a faint tremor, followed by a sudden transformation of the fiery blaze from crimson to a pure azure hue. Do not be alarmed. This is the metamorphosis of the earth fruit. Await the extinguishing of the azure flames, and the seed of the earth fruit shall mature, the moon spirit reassured Su Taiping. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the azure flames flickered out. However, just as Su Taiping prepared to retrieve the earth fruit from the furnace, it unexpectedly shattered with a resounding crack, splitting in 2. This furnace is merely a low-grade artifact. It cannot withstand the searing heat of true fire. I shall assist you in procuring a superior furnace henceforth, the moon spirit consoled him, noticing the disappointment in his eyes. Yes, we shall undoubtedly find a better one. Su Taiping nodded vigorously as he sifted through the remnants of the furnace. He painstakingly searched until he discovered a solitary seed nestled within the ashes. This resembles the gourd seeds I planted in my childhood, Su Taiping exclaimed in astonishment, holding the unassuming seed in his hand. Indeed, the 2nd transformation of the earth fruit after its incineration yields the gourd fruit, the moon spirit affirmed with a smile. Chapter 49, Gourd Fruit.
the fire spirit herb of Bamboo Stream Valley. Little Taiping, the next matter is of great importance. Listen closely, she said, her expression turning grave as she regarded Su Taiping. Understood, Su Taiping replied, tucking the seed away and adopting a serious demeanor. The seed resulting from the second transformation of the earth fruit can yield 3 gourd fruits, each one nourished by the essence of this land's spiritual energy. And at the very least, each will become a spiritual treasure. As for the treasures contained within the 3 gourd fruits, that will depend on the type of nourishment you provide, the moon spirit meticulously explained to Su Taiping. For instance, let us consider the frostwind pearl we previously acquired. Su Taiping immediately recalled the frostwind pearl snatched from the hands of the tiger demon. Indeed, Fairy Lingyue nodded and continued. This frostwind pearl possesses inherent offensive magical power. Thus, after the earth fruit absorbs it, it will also cultivate a treasure imbued with offensive capabilities. Furthermore, if one were to use gold and silver treasures as nourishment, the gourd of the earth fruit would yield a spiritual object akin to a spirit crystal, but significantly more potent. This is precisely what I currently require, hence, I shall reserve this particular gourd fruit for you. No problem. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Taiping acquiesced. Now, only 1 gourd remains. Fairy Lingyue smiled, then turned her gaze earnestly towards Su Taiping. According to your words, dear sister Lingyue, if I use weapons or similar artifacts as nourishment, will it not also cultivate treasures of the same kind? Su Taiping inquired. Indeed. Fairy Lingyue, pleased by Su Taiping's quick understanding, nodded affirmatively. However, you currently lack a suitable weapon to serve as nourishment for the earth fruit. Hastily using an ordinary weapon would merely squander a precious gourd fruit. She reminded Su Taiping once more. I understand. Su Taiping nodded slightly. What I urgently need now is a treasure that can accelerate my cultivation. If I were to use the fire spirit mushroom from the tiger demon map as nourishment, would the earth fruit then cultivate a similar treasure? He further questioned Fairy Lingyue. While weapons are undoubtedly important, what he primarily seeks is to enhance his cultivation speed, as the shackles of mortal bones render his progress even slower than that of some white spirit bones. You are correct. Using the 300-year-old fire spirit mushroom as nourishment is indeed an excellent choice for cultivating a treasure that can expedite your cultivation speed. Fairy Lingyue acknowledged Su Taiping's assertion, then furrowed her brow and added, however, the challenge lies in the danger of encountering the fire python while attempting to harvest that fire spirit mushroom. Fairy sister, do you believe that this fire spirit mushroom is worth the risk? Su Taiping quickly grasped Fairy Lingyue's implication and sought her confirmation. With the nourishment of a 300-year-old fire spirit mushroom, the treasure cultivated could potentially allow you to reach the chi refinement stage before the 7-peak selection, which is what you refer to as the great accomplishment of the opening door realm, and may even enable you to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Fairy Lingyue explained. The foundation establishment stage is essentially the Wangu realm, although that is the terminology used in the realm of cultivation where Fairy Lingyue resides, a point Su Taiping was already well aware of. If that is the case, I am willing to take the risk. Su Taiping contemplated earnestly before responding. Through the past half-year of cultivation, he has gained considerable insight into the cultivation speed of white spirit bones. Reaching the great accomplishment of the opening door realm or breaking through the Wangu realm may take 5 years, which could even be considered brief. However, the 7-peak selection occurs once every 3 years. If his cultivation does not progress significantly, he may very well fail to qualify, resulting in an additional wait of 3 years or even 6. In that case, let us await your acquisition of the fire spirit mushroom before planting this earth gourd seed. Seeing Su Taiping's resolute attitude, Lingyue Fairy ceased her opposition. In truth, she held admiration for Su Taiping's audacity to venture forth in pursuit of opportunities. In the realm of cultivation, what is termed opportunity is predominantly acquired through one's own endeavors, with only a scant few relying on fortune or familial accolades. On the first day of December, a favorable time for outings and hunting, while disputes were ill-advised, Su Taiping found himself at the entrance of Zhu Creek Valley in the Western Ridge Mountains. As he drained the last drop from his water pouch, his gaze once more turned towards the valley. There, the lush grass flourished and rare blooms adorned the landscape, occasionally wafting an enchanting fragrance on the breeze. However, the most striking sight within the valley was the fiery patterned python coiled by the creek's edge. Its scales blazed with a crimson hue, as thick as a barrel, and with each breath, it stirred the air currents of the valley,
causing the surrounding trees to sway precariously. Nestled within the protective embrace of the fiery serpent was a particularly captivating specimen of fire spirit mushroom. Su Taiping, how many days has it been? Lingwe Fairy's voice resonated in Su Taiping's mind. As she resided within the earth god fruit he carried, she could communicate with him through their shared connection. 5th day? Su Taiping replied softly. Indeed, on the 5th day, the fiery python should soon awaken to feed. At that moment, you may seize the opportunity to retrieve the fire spirit mushroom, Lingwe Fairy advised quietly. Understood, Su Taiping acknowledged with a nod. He had learned prior to this expedition that demonic beasts, unlike human cultivators, could not sustain their forms without nourishment, which constituted a significant vulnerability for most of them. Suddenly, a rustling sound of branches echoed from within the Zhu Creek Valley. Su Taiping focused his energy to enhance his sight and noticed that the once motionless fiery python had raised its head, warily scanning its surroundings while beginning to crawl slowly along the ground. It is leaving the valley, Lingwe Fairy informed Su Taiping with evident delight. Yes, I see it. Su Taiping responded, nodding as he pulled up the hood of his cloak and tightened the cloth around his face, preparing for action. His attire, a patchwork of treasures acquired from the tiger demon, included a cloak that offered a modest concealment effect, which was fortuitously useful at this moment. Do not rush. I will assist you in masking your presence. There is no fear of it detecting your aura. You may act once it has fully exited the valley. Lingwe Fairy's voice reassured him. The reason Lingwe Fairy acquiesced to Su Taiping's daring endeavor this time was that her recent seclusion had granted her the ability to help him conceal his aura with her spirit. Otherwise, how could they have lingered for 5 days in the territory of a beast of such caliber? I understand, Su Taiping replied, not overly eager. After lying in the same position for 5 days, he was slightly concerned about his body becoming sluggish, hence he moved his legs to stretch. At that moment, the fiery patterned python finally ceased its vigilant scanning of the surroundings and swiftly slithered out of the valley, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was time to act. The hunting duration of this python was fleeting. The voice of the celestial being, Lingwe, resonated once more in Su Taiping's mind. Chapter 50, An Unexpected Turn of Events. The mountain ape battles the fiery patterned python with a swift motion, almost concurrent with Lingwe's words. Su Taiping executed the wind shadow step he had learned a few days prior, darting through the thicket like a gust of wind. Though he had only mastered 2 steps of this technique, his agility had increased remarkably, nearly matching that of ordinary demon beasts. Within mere moments, he had entered the bamboo stream valley. Is that it? Upon entering the valley, he immediately spotted the fire spirit mushroom, which appeared from a distance like a flickering campfire growing by the stream. Indeed, first cover it with the skin of a demon tiger, otherwise, you risk severe burns. Although she had already given this instruction beforehand, Lingwe could not resist offering a reminder. Understood. As Su Taiping responded, he unfurled the demon tiger's hide in his hands, carefully wrapping the fire spirit mushroom within. With a swift motion, he drew his steel blade from his waist and, with a precise stroke close to the ground, severed the root of the mushroom. Sheathing the blade and cradling the fire spirit mushroom, his movements were fluid and practiced, as if rehearsed countless times in his mind. This child truly inspires confidence in his endeavors. Observing Su Taiping's efficient actions, Lingwe felt her earlier concerns were unwarranted, although she was responsible for concealing their presence. Executing the plan flawlessly was equally crucial, as the attempt to seize the fire spirit mushroom was fraught with peril. While it seemed straightforward, few adults could perform as adeptly as this young lad. She murmured to herself in contemplation. Wait, this aura, trouble. Just as Su Taiping was about to dash out of the bamboo stream valley, Lingwe's spirit sensed 2 powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy rapidly approaching their location. What is happening? Su Taiping, with the fire spirit mushroom secured on his back, swiftly halted, one hand clenched into a fist and the other gripping the hilt of his blade, readying himself for battle. It must be the fiery patterned python engaged in a confrontation with something formidable. There is no time to exit the valley now. Quickly find a place to hide, and I will assist you in masking your presence. Lingwe spoke with urgency, knowing that a creature of the python's caliber was beyond Su Taiping's current capabilities. Understood. Su Taiping glanced around, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a deep pool near the cliff wall of the bamboo stream valley. Without hesitation, he executed the wind shadow step, leaping into the crystalline waters. Positioning himself against the rocky wall of the pool, quietly observing the unfolding situation above. Thanks to the turtle breath technique from the Book of Dusk, he did not worry about the need to breathe underwater. Bang! Before the ripples on the surface of the pool could settle, Su Taiping heard a tremendous sound emanating from the valley's entrance. Could it be a colossal ape? Through the crystalline surface of the water, Su Taiping beheld a colossal ape, towering at least 1 or 2 zhang high, engaged in a fierce struggle with an equally gigantic fire-patterned python. In the python's mouth dangled a half-consumed monkey, a clear indication that the giant ape was drawn to the python for the sake of its prey. Suddenly, with a mighty roar, the giant ape lifted a massive stone from the ground and brought it crashing down upon the python's tail. However, the fire-patterned python, despite being preoccupied with its quarry, displayed remarkable agility, retracting its tail just in time to evade the impending strike. It countered with a swift lash of its tail, striking the giant ape in the abdomen, sending it sprawling in a violent arc. This creature was a mountain-moving ape, distinguished by its golden-purple eyes, perhaps even a descendant of the illustrious demon sage. Yet, the bloodline of this particular ape had evidently deteriorated, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary monkey. Otherwise, a true mountain-moving ape would possess a stature of 100 zhang, capable of crushing the fire-patterned python with a mere step. The voice of the lunar moon fairy echoed in Su Taiping's mind. 100 zhang? He found it difficult to fathom the existence of such gargantuan beasts in this world. Suddenly, he was jolted from his reverie as he witnessed the fire-patterned python engulfing the immense ape in one swift motion. Astonished at the python's capacity to consume such a sizable creature, with a furious roar, the other giant ape, which had been struck back by the python's tail, surged forth, enveloped in a crimson aura of demonic energy, charging recklessly at the fire-patterned python. The unfortunate victim that had just been swallowed was likely the wife of the mountain-moving ape, known for their profound emotional bonds and lifelong partnerships. Enraged, the ape seemed intent on recklessly confronting the python. With a heavy sigh, the lunar moon fairy observed the unfolding chaos. The mountain-moving ape seized the python's tail with one foot and, wielding the massive stone in its hands, struck down upon the python's head. The sound of the tremendous impact resonated as the empowered mountain-moving ape, in a frenzy, forced the fire-patterned python to retreat into the Bamboo Creek Valley. The mountain-moving ape seized the moment, leaping with ferocity to pin the python's head to the ground while entangling its body with its legs, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows upon its skull. In its frenzied state, the mountain-moving ape finally possessed the strength to confront the fire-patterned python head-on. However, the act of going berserk consumed its very essence, burning through its primal demonic blood. Even if the mountain-moving ape emerged victorious, it would likely face a dire fate. The tone of the lunar moon fairy grew increasingly melancholic. Just as the fire-patterned python appeared on the verge of collapse, it summoned its remaining strength, opening its maw wide to expel a cloud of blood mist towards the mountain-moving ape. In an instant, this mist transformed into a raging inferno, engulfing the ape entirely. Letting out a harrowing cry, the mountain-moving ape was consumed by the flames. Yet, even in the face of such searing pain, it relentlessly pursued the fire-patterned python. As the fiery-patterned python seized the fleeting moment when the mountain-moving ape momentarily loosened its grip, it swiftly darted into the Bamboo Creek Valley, heading directly towards the location of the fire spirit herb. Was it in search of the fire spirit herb? Su Taiping voiced his concern telepathically to the fairy Lingwei. Indeed, it likely seeks to harness the power of the fire spirit herb to rapidly enhance its strength in order to confront the mountain-moving ape. Fairy Lingwei concurred with Su Taiping's deduction. If it discovers that the fire spirit herb is missing, would it not go into a frenzy? Su Taiping murmured to himself, keeping a vigilant eye on the unfolding situation. There is that possibility. At that moment, you must remember to remain silent. Fairy Lingwei reminded him again. Understood. Su Taiping silently nodded in agreement within his mind. Roar. As Su Taiping anticipated, upon realizing that the fire spirit herb had been stolen, the fiery patterned python erupted in fury, unleashing a wrathful roar. Boom. Just then, the mountain-moving ape, engulfed in flames, leaped from its position and, following the sound, struck the fiery patterned python with a powerful punch. Chapter 51. The demise of the python, the last request of the mountain-moving ape. Bang. The fiery patterned python was sent reeling backward from the force of the punch, crashing heavily against the cliff behind it. Boom. However, when the mountain-moving ape stomped down once more on the tail of the fiery patterned python, an explosion of blood mist erupted from the python, which was then enveloped in lightning flames swirling around its body. Crack! The fiery patterned python, now engulfed in flames, suddenly ensnared the mountain-moving ape, the immense constriction causing the ape's bones to crack perilously, unable to withstand the python's overwhelming strength. In addition to the python's constricting force, the mountain-moving ape had to endure the searing heat of the demonic fire. Despite its tough and rugged skin, it could not withstand the python's doubled strength, with some vulnerable areas either scorched or cracking, unable to hold out for long. Roar! Realizing that its time was short, the mountain-moving ape suddenly embraced the fiery patterned python, sinking its sharp teeth into its neck. The wounded python let out a shriek of pain, and then the two beasts became entangled in a fierce struggle on the ground. The Bamboo Creek Valley trembled violently, stones and dust flying, trees toppling. Witnessing the brutal clash of these mystical beasts left Su Taiping profoundly shaken. However, he soon sensed an impending crisis, as he noticed that the fiery patterned python seemed intent on dragging the mountain-moving ape towards the water pool. Though it was in a frenzy, it retained its intellect, knowing it would have the upper hand in the water. Yet, this meant that Taiping, you must find a way to escape from the water pool, Fairy Lingyue advised Su Taiping. I have an idea. After pondering seriously, Su Taiping suddenly communicated his thoughts to Fairy Lingyue. What idea? Fairy Lingyue inquired with curiosity. Su Taiping then shared his plan with her. Well, since we cannot remain in the water pool, and the fiery patterned python has already suffered significant damage, it is indeed worth a try. However, if it fails, you must not hesitate to flee into the mountains, Fairy Lingyue concluded after considering Su Taiping's proposal. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded vigorously, holding the vial of elixir he had obtained from the tiger demon in his palm. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on the fierce struggle between the fire-patterned python and the mountain-moving ape above him. Suddenly, with a splash, the fire-patterned python dove into the water, its tail still tightly coiled around the mountain-moving ape, striving to drag it down with it. Sister Lingyue, Su Taiping silently called out to the fairy in his heart as he witnessed the impending fall of the mountain-moving ape into the water. All right, Lingyue responded immediately, dispelling the concealment of Su Taiping's aura, which naturally included the presence of the fire spirit herb. Almost instantaneously, as the veil over Su Taiping's aura was lifted, the previously frenzied fire-patterned python regained its senses and locked its gaze onto Su Taiping beneath the water's surface. It let out a low roar, releasing the mountain-moving ape and charging straight at Su Taiping. With a splash, Su Taiping, who had been poised to flee, leaped upward with a sudden burst of energy, propelling himself out of the water and hastily stuffing the elixir into his mouth. Just then, the head of the fire-patterned python emerged from the water, its jaws wide open, ready to bite Su Taiping. Faced with the approaching python, Su Taiping did not flinch. Instead, he activated the ice breath technique and unleashed a torrent of icy mist toward the creature. After a period of diligent training, even without the aid of a chi-gathering pill, Su Taiping was still able to exhale a stream of ice breath using a regular recovery pill. Although its potency was not as formidable as when aided by a chi-gathering pill, the water's presence in this pond amplified its effects significantly. Roaring, the ice breath did not freeze the fire-patterned python solid as it had done to the tiger demon, but it did encase the python's lower body and the entire pond in ice, leaving it immobile. The presence of water enhanced the power of the ice breath technique by at least 30%. The ethereal Lingyue, in her spirit form, nodded in satisfaction. Clinging to a rock on the cliff, Su Taiping also wore a look of delight. The outcome exceeded his expectations. Just as he prepared to leap down from the cliff and exit the valley, the mountain-moving ape, which had been barely clinging to life by the pond, suddenly roared and leapt with all its might, aiming a tremendous blow at the head of the fire-patterned python. The python, rendered immobile by the ice, could only watch helplessly as the ape's massive paw descended upon its head. With a resounding thud, the head of the fire-patterned python was crushed, a mist of blood erupting into the air. The mountain-moving ape, having exerted itself to deliver that blow, crashed heavily onto the icy surface, unable to rise again. Su Taiping gazed at the scene for a long time in silence. His intention behind using the ice breath technique to trap the fire-patterned python was not to assist the mountain-moving ape, but purely for self-preservation. Yet, unexpectedly, he had inadvertently aided the ape. Do not think that cultivators in the realm of practice differ from the beasts of the mountains. Most of them, like these beasts, will not hesitate to turn against their own companions, even siblings, for the sake of survival and the advancement of their cultivation, Lingyue wisely reminded Su Taiping. Yes, I understand, he replied. Su Taiping nodded with determination. My grandfather once said, harbor no ill will against others, yet remain vigilant. He murmured, let us proceed. With the fire spirit mushroom in hand, we can plant the earth fruits. The fairy Lingyue nodded in agreement. Just as Su Taiping prepared to employ the wind shadow step to depart from the Bamboo Creek Valley, the mountain ape, which had been lying on the ice, suddenly struggled to lift its head and gazed at Su Taiping, speaking in a remarkably stiff human tongue. This mountain ape can speak human language? Su Taiping was taken aback. In the western forest, my child is there. I wish to see my child once more. I can offer you something in return. Although the tone of the mountain ape was awkward, its eyes and expression were filled with a pleading intensity, yet it was too weak, and its head drooped once more as it finished speaking. Sister Lingyue, Su Taiping turned to the ethereal form of the fairy Lingyue, seeking her counsel. Let us investigate. She replied with a smile. The fire-patterned python is dead, and there are no formidable beasts nearby. Despite her persistent emphasis on the harshness of the cultivation world, she would not hinder such an act of kindness. If one were to lack even this modicum of compassion, they might as well descend into the path of darkness. Watching Su Taiping's figure dash towards the western forest, the fairy Lingyue murmured to herself. Moments later, Su Taiping reappeared in the Bamboo Creek Valley, cradling a docile little snow monkey in his arms. Chapter 52. The Soul Contract. Su Taiping acquires the little spirit monkey upon seeing the mountain ape on the ice. The little monkey's eyes instantly filled with terror as it struggled to escape from Su Taiping's grasp. Do not fret, I shall take you over. Su Taiping gently patted the little monkey's head, then infused his legs with spiritual energy, allowing him to dart forward like the wind, reaching the mountain ape in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the mountain ape, covered in burns and barely clinging to life, was making a valiant effort to see the little monkey one last time. The little monkey leaped from Su Taiping's arms and rushed to the mountain ape, wrapping its tiny hands around its face. Su Taiping observed as the two monkeys began to communicate in their own chattering language. The elder monkey seemed to be imparting its final wishes to the younger one, though the specifics remained a mystery. The fairy Lingyue appeared to understand some aspects of their conversation. Su Taiping was not particularly concerned with the details of their exchange. However, the scene before him stirred memories of his grandfather. After all, on that stormy night, his grandfather had similarly conveyed his final words to him. Just then, the mountain ape seemed to finish its communication with the little monkey. It gently tapped the little monkey's head with its finger and turned to Su Taiping, saying, Could you care for my child? I can arrange for it to form a soul contract with you, serving you for a century. Su Taiping was already familiar with the concept of forming a soul contract with spirit beasts, yet he had never anticipated such an opportunity would present itself so fortuitously. The celestial maiden of Lingyue remained silent, observing quietly from the sidelines, evidently allowing Su Taiping to make his own choice. And what of you? Are you willing? Su Taiping neither acquiesced nor declined directly. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the little monkey. Upon hearing these words, the mountain ape immediately whispered a few phrases to the small monkey, seemingly conveying Su Taiping's intentions. After listening to the mountain ape, the little monkey turned and embraced the mountain ape's head. However, after some persuasion from the mountain ape, it quickly turned back to Su Taiping and nodded in agreement. Then you shall accompany me. Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing the little monkey's pitiable state, he felt a twinge of reluctance to leave it behind in the mountains. The process of forming a soul contract was remarkably simple. The mountain ape extracted a drop of primal demon blood from the little monkey and placed it in Su Taiping's palm, after which the little monkey swore an oath. Following the formation of the soul contract, Su Taiping distinctly felt that he could issue commands to the little monkey with merely his thoughts. Though he had no intention of doing so, his decision to take in the little monkey stemmed largely from sympathy rather than a need for a spirit beast. The reason for establishing a soul contract was due to the regulations of the Qingxian sect, which dictated that spirit beasts without a soul contract were prohibited from entering the sect's territory. This, no doubt, was known to the mountain ape as well. Just then, the mountain ape unexpectedly reached into its mouth and retrieved a piece of transparent crystal ore, which it then nonchalantly tossed before Su Taiping. The hefty stone weighing over 100 pounds. This belongs to you. It gestured towards the mineral that had rolled to Su Taiping's feet. What is this? Su Taiping was momentarily bewildered. The ice spirit moonstone. Simultaneously, the celestial maiden of Lingyue gasped in astonishment. The ice spirit moonstone is a rare material for forging spiritual weapons, highly coveted even in my original realm. She proceeded to elucidate to Su Taiping. Spiritual weapons? Su Taiping's face reflected his surprise. Based on his current understanding of magical artifacts, weapons in the cultivation world are classified into categories: magical tools, treasures, spiritual treasures, and the legendary immortal treasures. Spiritual weapons are a subtype of spiritual treasures, specifically referring to weapons with formidable offensive capabilities. It is worth noting that he had yet to even encounter a single treasure, let alone a spiritual treasure or weapon. Quickly secure it. Once the third transformation of the earth fruit is achieved, utilize this ice spirit moonstone as nourishment and select a spiritual mountain to plant it. It might just yield a superior spiritual weapon endowed with unique abilities. The celestial maiden of Lingyue spoke with a hint of excitement. Were she in her original world, a single ice spirit moonstone would hardly have elicited such enthusiasm. However, in this continent, its rarity was comparable to the ice spirit celestial stones of her realm. As Su Taiping lifted the ice spirit moonstone, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the little monkey on the icy surface ahead. Looking up, he noticed that the mountain ape had already closed its eyes. It had breathed its last. The tone of the celestial maiden of Lingyue was tinged with melancholy. Subsequently, Su Taiping devised a method to inter the corpse of the mountain-moving ape within the forest, extracting the serpent skin and demon gall from the fire-patterned python before returning to the Qingzhou residence with the little monkey. In the bedroom, he placed the small monkey upon the table and, wielding a brush, inscribed the characters for Ping and upon a sheet of paper. The little monkey, clutching the paper, nodded in understanding of Su Taiping's words. Thereafter, he provided the small creature with some food, perhaps fatigued from the day's events. The monkey devoured a plate of mutton and promptly fell into a deep slumber upon Su Taiping's bed. Taiping, we may now sow the earth fruits. The ethereal form of fairy Lingyue appeared beside Su Taiping. Indeed, he replied, anticipation flickering in his gaze. In the depths of the night, he murmured, Sister Lingyue, the excavation is complete. Within the spiritual herb garden, Su Taiping had already prepared a designated area, from which he unearthed one large pit and 3 smaller ones. To the east, representing the wood element and growth, he placed the fire spirit mushroom in a small pit, a treasure that could enhance cultivation speed. To the north, symbolizing the water element and harmony, he deposited gold and silver money in another small pit, a treasure for healing and restoration. To the west, embodying the metal element and conflict, he placed the Shuao wind pearl, along with tiger heads, tiger galls, snake heads, and snake galls in the final small pit, which could yield formidable weapons of warfare. Under Fairy Lingyue's guidance, Su Taiping methodically poured the prepared items into the respective pits according to their orientations. Finally, he placed the earth concealment fruit into the main pit, awaiting the passage of 3 months. After covering the 3 smaller pits, Su Taiping carefully placed the earth concealment fruit into the main pit. Little Taiping, we shall meet again in 3 months. The apparition of Fairy Lingyue floated above the main pit, winking playfully at him. Yes, Sister Lingyue, see you in 3 months, he nodded in agreement. The earth concealment fruit, undergoing its second transformation, required 3 months to mature, a detail that Fairy Lingyue had preemptively conveyed to Su Taiping. Speaking of which, it was time to procure seeds for the herb garden. Although last year's yield of 9-leaf perilla was commendable, relying solely on the merits gained from its sale would only yield approximately 100 merit coins. Observing the barren state of the herb garden post-sale, he murmured to himself, after planting the earth concealment fruit, I must consider cultivating more valuable herbs. With the merit coins accrued from the specter and the tiger demon, he currently possessed around 500 merit coins, sufficient for future expenses but inadequate for purchasing medicinal materials and techniques. It appeared that this year, he must cultivate herbs of greater worth. As he contemplated this, he returned to the bedroom. He had come to realize that cultivation requires not only talent and perseverance, but also substantial financial resources, an abundance of money, for in the Qingshan sect, Currency equates to merit coins. 3 months should pass swiftly, Su Taiping murmured softly, before closing the door to his chamber. Chapter 53. 3 months later. The gourd bears fruit, and the moon awakens. Time in the mountains is fleeting. 3 months had swiftly elapsed. During this period, Su Taiping led a remarkably tranquil existence. Apart from the daily practice of the residual twilight technique and a few martial skills and spells, the remaining time is spent either tending to the medicinal garden, watering the herbs, catching pests, and applying fertilizers, or teaching the little monkey, Pinyin, to speak and read. Due to the limitations of his spiritual bone aptitude, the progress of the residual twilight technique has, as he anticipated, slowed to a crawl. The qi within his dantian remains shrouded in mist. Yet Su Taiping is not in a hurry. After all, the current situation is beyond his control. He can only patiently await the ripening of the earth's treasures to explore potential solutions. Moreover, in the medicinal garden, this year he primarily cultivates the snow root, He-shou Wu, a herb with snow-white roots. Renowned for its efficacy in treating injuries caused by blade and sword energies, truly a precious medicine in the mundane world. The snow root, He-shou Wu, yields once a year, and a single pound can be exchanged for 10 merit coins. However, only 1/3 of the plants will produce the sought-after roots. Thus, with 3 acres of the medicinal garden, he can expect a yield of around 50 pounds, amounting to 500 merit coins. After deducting the 200 merit coins spent on seeds, the profit stands at 300. Nevertheless, thanks to the spirit-gathering array established by the fairy Lingwei, Su Taiping feels confident that, based on last year's experience with the 9-leaf perilla, a yield of approximately 160 pounds is certainly achievable. This would grant him at least 1,400 merit coins. In addition to the snow root, He-shou Wu, Su Taiping has also planted numerous herbs required for the qi-gathering pill, which, once matured within the year, will suffice for the production of at least 10 pills. The most expensive herbs available to external disciples are indeed the snow root, He-shou Wu, implying that if they refrain from competing for resources, they could earn at most 200 to 300 merit coins over 3 years, an indication that all of this has been meticulously calculated by the Qingxian sect. After practicing the residual twilight technique for 2 hours, Su Taiping rose from his bed, pondering the earnings for the year ahead. Su Taiping, I watered the plants, swept the courtyard, and washed the vegetables. Could you accompany me for a game of chess? At that moment, the little monkey pinged and suddenly peeked through the doorframe, its round eyes blinking eagerly at Su Taiping. Certainly, after dinner, I shall join you, Su Taiping replied with a smile, rising to his feet. Over a year has passed, and he is no longer the frail youth who first ascended the mountain. Standing at 6 feet tall, his physique has become remarkably well-proportioned and robust, and his once boyish face now bears a few angular features, exuding a youthful charm. Yay, I heard Su Taiping will play chess with me. The little monkey pinged and gleefully leaped onto a nearby stool. Although only 3 months have elapsed, this monkey, blessed with the bloodline of a spirit beast, is exceptionally clever. It has not only mastered human speech, but also developed a fondness for playing chess with Su Taiping. Moreover, this little monkey is so well-behaved that Su Taiping often forgets it is a magical creature. Not only does it diligently read and practice writing as per Su Taiping's instructions, but it also helps oversee the medicinal garden and manage household chores. Recently, it has even learned to start fires and cook. By the way, Su Taiping, that person has come again. He asked me to convey to you that he intends to return, the little monkey announced while hopping onto Su Taiping's shoulder. If he returns, tell him once more that I wish to focus solely on my cultivation and have no interest in joining the Cloud Tower Society. Su Taiping gently patted the little monkey's head and remarked that the so-called Cloud Tower Society was, in fact, an organization for loose cultivators outside the gates of Yunlu Mountain. Once disciples of the outer sect joined this society, they could seek its protection in times of peril, as Su Taiping had experienced during his last encounter with a demonic creature. Initially, he contemplated joining this organization, as it would provide him with an additional layer of security. However, after inquiring with Baiyu about the details of the Cloud Tower Society, he changed his mind. Firstly, upon joining the Cloud Tower Society, any earnings from his medicinal garden or celestial field would be subject to a deduction. After paying a portion to the Qingxian sect, he would still be required to surrender 1/3 of the remaining profits to the society. Secondly, he would be obligated to heed the society's directives, accompanying its members to hunt demonic beasts. Although there were rewards for slaying such creatures, The majority of the spoils would still be handed over to the society. Moreover, what ultimately dissuaded Su Taiping from joining was, by use cautionary words. Most cultivators affiliated with the Cloud Tower Society, upon becoming disciples of the Seven Peaks, would find themselves threatened into providing intelligence about their sect and surrendering substantial amounts of merit currency. Consequently, Su Taiping resolved to disregard them entirely. According to Baiyu, as long as one remained inconspicuous, these individuals would eventually tire of their harassment and depart without further interference. He further advised Su Taiping to ensure that he did not step outside the courtyard while conversing with that person. Su Taiping then imparted another warning to the little monkey. Very well, Su Taiping, the little monkey replied earnestly, nodding its head. Let us proceed to the backyard to check on the gourd vine. If all goes well, Sister Lingwei should awaken tonight. Su Taiping gently lifted the little monkey from his shoulder, cradling it in his arms as they made their way to the medicinal garden in the backyard. In the garden, the once desolate landscape from 3 months prior had transformed into a verdant paradise, where the fragrant aroma of spiritual herbs wafted through the air. Amidst the swaying herbs and seedlings, a particularly vibrant gourd vine stood out, adorned with 3 gourds of varying colors. These 3 gourds were the fruits of the earthly concealment fruit's second transformation. Su Taiping, this gourd smells delightful. The little monkey sniffed eagerly, licking its lips in anticipation. Little monkey, do you dare to eat it? Are you not afraid that it will burrow into your belly and wreak havoc upon your intestines? Su Taiping began to tease the little creature, but before he could finish, the green gourd suddenly emitted a melodious voice, that of a lovely woman. Hearing this voice, Su Taiping's lips curled into a smile as he turned to the gourd and exclaimed, Sister Lingwei, you have finally awakened. Chapter 54, The Cloud Tower Society. An invitation gone awry indeed. The green gourd swayed gently before continuing. However, it will take another day or 2 for me to emerge fully, until these 3 gourds have matured completely. This had been previously conveyed to Su Taiping by the fairy Lingwei. Upon her awakening, her residual soul would reside within this green gourd, gradually nurturing her spirit without the need to cling to the earthly fruit. Little Taiping, while I am uncertain about the treasures contained within the other 2 gourds, the energy they radiate is quite formidable. This time, there may very well be a delightful surprise in store. The fairy Lingwei spoke with a hint of excitement in her voice. I too believe there will be surprises. Su Taiping nodded in agreement, equally eager for the treasures that would arise from the second harvest of the earth fruits. After discussing some of his cultivation confusions with fairy Lingwei over the past few months, Su Taiping returned to his abode and engaged in several rounds of chess with the little monkey before retreating to his chamber to continue his evening practice. He was determined not to waste a moment. As Su Taiping began his cultivation, the little monkey, Pinyin, played contentedly in the courtyard, imitating Su Taiping's stances while throwing punches and climbing up and down the old banyan tree, thoroughly enjoying itself. As dusk approached, Pinyin's stomach began to grumble. The mountain ape had a substantial appetite. Even after devouring a whole roasted leg of lamb at noon, it still felt insatiably hungry. Yet, despite its hunger, it refrained from disturbing Su Taiping, instead hanging by its tail from a tree branch, swaying back and forth while reciting the 3-character classic that Su Taiping had taught. At the beginning, monkeys are inherently good. Their natures are similar, but their habits diverge. Yellow goat meat, a large chicken leg, roasted bear paw. Just as Pinyin could no longer resist the urge to grab a handful of leaves to munch on, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the courtyard. The little monkey shook its tail and precariously landed on a branch, shielding its eyes from the dazzling twilight as it peered outside, spotting a middle-aged man in a blue robe standing at the entrance. May I inquire if the young friend Su Taiping is at home? The middle-aged man called out. Chittering, the little monkey leaped down from the tree, bouncing and scampering to the top of the courtyard gate, gesturing animatedly at the man. Little monkey, is your master in the courtyard? The man smiled at the little creature. Hearing this, the monkey suddenly remembered it could speak human language and promptly shook its head, replying, not here. Go away. Su Taiping has no interest in the Cloud Tower meeting. It had just begun to grasp human speech and could only manage short phrases. I see. The middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. He then looked back at the little monkey and said, Little monkey, I have 2 spirit peaches. Would you care for one? With that, he produced 2 fist-sized, succulent peaches from the wide sleeves of his robe. The unique fragrance of the spirit fruits wafted through the area the moment they were revealed. Chittering, The little monkey found it hard to contain itself, squatting there and scratching its head in agitation. "Little monkey, if you wish to eat, come and take one yourself," the man said, taking a hearty bite of one of the peaches, savoring its flavor. Faced with the man's temptation, Ping'an several times considered jumping down, but recalling Su Taiping's earlier warning, it ultimately resisted the urge. After grumbling and pointing at the middle-aged man with a chattering sound, it retreated to the banyan tree in the courtyard. "Fine. I can't be bothered to tease you any longer. The spirit peaches are yours. Come and take them." The middle-aged man smiled upon witnessing the scene, then placed the spiritual peach gently upon the ground before turning away without a glance and departing. The little monkey, seeing the man leave, hung from a branch with one hand and swung like a pendulum until he reached the edge of the roof. After scanning the surroundings and confirming that the middle-aged man had indeed left, the little monkey felt a wave of relief wash over him. He leaped down and swiftly picked up the spiritual fruit from the ground. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man seemingly materialized beside the little monkey as if he could vanish into thin air. The monkey barely had time to utter a cry before being seized by the man, who swiftly knocked him unconscious. "Little rascal, since you refuse my hospitality, you shall have to endure a penalty," the middle-aged man remarked, glancing at the plaque above the courtyard gate that reached Qingzhou residence. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a dart from his sleeve, which struck the plaque directly, a letter affixed to it. After accomplishing this, the middle-aged man vanished once more. "Taiping, should you wish to reclaim your spiritual companion, you must come to Taoyuan Ridge within 3 days. The Yunlu Society awaits your presence." When Su Taiping saw the letter, it had already been a considerable time since its delivery. He had been engrossed in his training, unaware of the events unfolding outside. "I am but a mere practitioner at the opening stage and have no grievances with the Yunlu Society. Why would they act thus?" Su Taiping pondered while making his way to the medicinal garden, still contemplating the letter. "What troubles you, Taiping?" At that moment, Su Taiping stood amidst the medicinal garden, next to the gourd vine. "A loose alliance of rogue cultivators called the Yunlu Society has kidnapped my little monkey and summoned me to their residence within 3 days." Su Taiping recounted the day's events and the recent persistent invitations from the Yunlu Society to Lingyue Fairy. "They likely covet the rare herbs in your garden," Lingyue Fairy deduced astutely, showcasing her seasoned insight. "Indeed, this year, my garden is cultivated entirely with precious medicinal plants." Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. "Do not fret, Taiping. Since their aim is your herbs, they shall not harm your companion before meeting you. Moreover, the 3 gourds will ripen tonight. You should collect the treasures for added assurance." "I will accompany you to Taoyuan Ridge," Lingyue Fairy suggested. "Very well, that is the only course of action," Su Taiping agreed, understanding that this was why he had refrained from rushing out and instead opted to visit the medicinal garden. That night, as the moon reached its zenith, the first of the green gourds, which Lingyue Fairy resided in, fell from the vine with a soft thud. Su Taiping then observed the glowing gourd float directly towards him. "Little Taiping, you must safeguard my dwelling from now on," a playful voice echoed from within the gourd, and as the gourd opened, a somewhat translucent figure emerged. Who else could it be but Lingyue Fairy herself? Chapter 55. The Falling Gourd. Does the true dragon lurk among the green mountains? Upon encountering the ethereal Lingyue once more, Su Taiping could distinctly sense that her human aura had become significantly more robust, no longer exuding the chilling essence reminiscent of a specter from their initial meeting. "Sister Lingyue, it appears that your spirit has undergone considerable restoration," Su Taiping expressed, genuinely delighted for her. Although the spiritual energy of this land remained insufficient, the inherent power within the Dizong fruit had facilitated a notable rejuvenation, rendering her spirit akin to that of a half-formed soul. Lingyue smiled and nodded, clearly pleased with her progress. "By the way, little Taiping, this gourd not only provides me shelter, but also harbors a boundless space wherein you may store your personal artifacts," she added, gesturing towards the green gourd in Su Taiping's hand. "Just how much can it contain?" Su Taiping inquired, astonished. "Grip the gourd and infuse it with your vital energy to find out," Lingyue suggested, refraining from providing a direct answer. "Very well," Su Taiping acquiesced, following her guidance. He concentrated and channeled his vital energy into the gourd, and soon his mind was enveloped by a misty expanse, approximately 10 feet square, roughly the size of his kitchen. "Is it truly this spacious?" Su Taiping exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he gazed at Lingyue. It was evident that this realm represented the boundless space she had described. Not particularly large, Lingyue chuckled, shaking her head. This gourd is the first spiritual treasure birthed from the Dizong fruit, and unlike ordinary treasures, its capacity expands in accordance with its owner's strength. Thus, as my power continues to restore, the space within this gourd will also grow, potentially culminating in a realm of its own. An independent realm, Su Taiping mused, moved by the prospect. Even this modest space was beyond his imagination. Sister Lingyue, can I store the yellow goat I hunted in the mountains, as well as the fire-patterned python from before, in this gourd? He sought confirmation. Indeed, Lingyue affirmed with a nod. From talismans to the bodies of mystical beasts, as long as they fit within the gourd, you may store them. Hearing this, Su Taiping's heart brimmed with joy, recalling how he had been forced to skin the fire-patterned python due to its size, leaving behind many valuable items. Not only living creatures. Once my power is further restored, I will even be able to capture spiritual and demon beasts, as this green gourd possesses capabilities akin to that of a demon-conquering pot. Lingyue added, further igniting Su Taiping's anticipation for her complete restoration. At that moment, a second gourd fell from the vine. A striking red-skinned gourd adorned with flame-like patterns that were truly captivating. Once the gourd fell from the vine, it drifted into Su Taiping's embrace as if it had just awakened from slumber, then lay still once more, appearing to doze off again. This fiery gourd, infused with the essence of the fire spirit mushroom, was transformed by extracting treasures akin to the fire spirit mushroom from the very mountains and rivers surrounding them. As the ethereal moon fairy explained to Su Taiping, she had previously elucidated the ability of the earth's store fruit to seize the buried treasures within this land. So he was not overly astonished. Come, let us see what marvelous treasure lies within this gourd, the ethereal moon fairy remarked with a hint of anticipation. With a gentle tap at the mouth of the gourd, it spontaneously cracked open at the top, releasing a torrent of scorching and dense spiritual energy accompanied by a deep, resonant roar akin to a dragon's roar. Is there a dragon in these mountains? The ethereal moon fairy exclaimed in surprise. Although they had yet to discern what treasure resided within the gourd, the mere sound of the dragon's roar assured her that the treasure was undoubtedly related to dragons. The only possibility for such a treasure to exist was that, beneath their feet, this land had once been home to a true dragon, millennia ago. Rather than the lesser serpent-like creatures such as the black dragon elder. Dragons truly exist in this world, Su Taiping mused, having encountered references to such beings in ancient texts on numerous occasions. However, most of the tomes he had perused indicated that since the calamity of the Dragon Han era 10,000 years ago, true dragons had vanished from the world, leaving only impostors like serpents and eel-like dragons. Indeed, dragons exist in this world, both in the past and present. However, they have all ascended to the higher realms. Long ago, the spiritual energy of the lower realm had withered, making the appearance of true dragons exceedingly rare. Even those few that remain in our realm have not been seen for nearly 1,000 years. Their fates remain uncertain. The ethereal moon fairy replied with a hint of melancholy before eagerly urging Su Taiping, quickly, let us see what emerges from your gourd. Very well. Su Taiping suddenly recalled that there was a treasure within the gourd. He turned it upside down, and soon a bead, the size of a chicken egg, tumbled out amid waves of scorching heat, instantly enveloping the entire spirit herb garden in warmth. Could this truly be a dragon's gallstone? Refined from the essence of a true dragon, the ethereal moon fairy gasped once more. What is a dragon's gallstone? Su Taiping could not resist his curiosity. Surmising from the intensity of the ethereal moon fairy's gaze that the bead was indeed extraordinary. Handle it with care, she cautioned, signaling Su Taiping to secure the dragon's gallstone safely. As Su Taiping carefully placed the dragon's gallstone into the gourd and closed its lid, she finally exhaled in relief. Although the dragon's gallstone, refined from the essence of a true dragon, did not possess any extraordinary abilities, infusing it into wine would allow a single sip to significantly enhance one's cultivation speed. Furthermore, the dragon gall wine nourished the spirit, making it a coveted treasure for high-ranking cultivators. However, due to the scarcity of true dragons and the immense difficulty in refining dragon's gall, the dragon's gallstone had become exceedingly rare. At this point, the celestial maiden Lingyue displayed a look of resignation, ultimately smiling wryly as she continued, in my youth, I scoured 10 provinces and could not find a single piece. Who would have thought that I would discover one in this desolate land of spiritual energy today? Thus, from now on,
As long as I consume wine brewed from this dragon's gallstone, I will be able to accelerate my cultivation speed? Su Taiping inquired, her eyes brightening with hope. Indeed, Ling Yue replied with a smile, nodding her head. However, the dragon gall wine is not inexhaustible. A single dragon's gallstone can brew a maximum of 3,000 gourds of wine, and considering your current constitution, you might struggle to endure even a cup of it. You must brace yourself for that. Is it akin to the bone-washing and marrow-cleansing soup from before? Su Taiping recalled the painful experience of soaking in the bone-washing and marrow-cleansing soup. The suffering would be similar, but the potency of the dragon gall wine is far more intense. Once consumed, the true dragon's essence will relentlessly surge through your limbs and bones. Should you fail to control it, you risk exploding from within, Ling Yue cautioned. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive worry. As long as you manage the dosage, such a fate can be avoided. Noticing the grave expression on Su Taiping's face, she added reassuringly, "Well, I shall start with half a cup." Su Taiping did not waver in the face of Ling Yue's warnings regarding the side effects. In truth, beyond enhancing cultivation speed, using dragon gall wine to nurture spiritual herbs would expedite their growth. A single cup could advance ordinary herbs by a decade. Ling Yue glanced at the medicinal garden and smiled. Such miraculous effects exist? Su Taiping expressed her astonishment. However, unless one encounters rare herbs, it is best to refrain from using it, as a single dragon's gallstone can only brew 3,000 gourds. With each brew, the supply diminishes. Ling Yue nodded, further advising Su Taiping, "This I understand." Ultimately, acquiring the dragon's gallstone made your previous adventure worthwhile. Ling Yue expressed her relief. "You must know that without your insistence on retrieving the fire spirit mushroom, the earth fruit could never have been extracted from this mountain, allowing us to obtain the dragon's gallstone buried here for millennia." Just then, as they conversed, a third gourd fell from the vine above. "Come, let us see what treasure the earth fruit has bestowed upon us." The celestial maiden Ling Yue, having already uncovered 2 remarkable items from the gourds, eagerly anticipated the third. As before, the gourd, dark as obsidian, landed and autonomously flew into Su Taiping's embrace, as if it were already aware that she was its destined master. Boom! Su Taiping skillfully opened the gourd. Whoosh! As soon as the gourd was opened, a silver light, resembling a flying bird, burst forth and circled the courtyard before suddenly darting straight towards Su Taiping. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself, but the light transformed into golden threads that entwined around his index finger. In the blink of an eye, a silver ring appeared on his finger, intricately engraved with a lifelike depiction of a flying bird. Just as Su Taiping pondered the nature of this treasure, a flood of knowledge regarding its name and purpose surged into his mind. This must be the Earth Store fruit, guided by the Frostwind Pearl and nurtured by the spiritual essence of the mountains, giving birth to this spiritual treasure. Once worn, one spirit would instinctively grasp its usage. Noticing Su Taiping standing there in a daze, the celestial fairy Ling Yue immediately understood what had transpired and spoke up to remind him. "Sister Ling Yue, it is called the Tsangwan Ring, a superior spiritual artifact crafted from the essence of this landscape, with the spiritual essence of the fearsome beast Tsangwan as its spirit." As Su Taiping absorbed the information, his eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he looked towards Ling Yue. The fearsome beast Tsangwan? Wasn't that a predatory bird that became extinct in ancient times? Ling Yue's beautiful eyes sparkled. An ancient ferocious beast? Su Taiping was somewhat astonished, having never heard of the Tsangwan. He thought it merely a common ferocious creature. During the primeval chaos, ferocious beasts rampaged across the world, and the Tsangwan was among the most formidable of them, rumored to have been exterminated by the dragon kin. Ling Yue nodded. To have established such a fearsome reputation during that terrifying epoch, even a trace of its essence is enough to instill dread. However, I sense that this ring spirit does not seem so fearsome. Su Taiping found it difficult to associate the small blue bird in his mind with the infamous Tsangwan. Just as he expressed this thought, a bird-shaped beam of light once again flew out from the ring, joyfully circling around him before returning to the ring. Indeed, it is somewhat peculiar. However, your spiritual perception must be accurate. The ring spirit must indeed be the Tsangwan. Furthermore, regardless of the circumstances, a superior spiritual weapon possessing a spirit is considered a treasure even in the realm of cultivation I originally belonged to. Ling Yue also found it somewhat strange, but did not intend to delve deeper into the matter, knowing that anything born from the Earth Store fruit could not be of inferior quality. Yes,
Su Taiping nodded vigorously in agreement with Ling Yue's assertion. I can sense that this ring harbors tremendous divine power. He glanced down at the ring on his hand. What kind of divine power? Since this was a newly birthed spiritual treasure from the Earth Store fruit, it was now Ling Yue's turn to inquire of Su Taiping. This divine power is divided into offensive and defensive types. When the thumb and index finger of the right hand are brought together to form a circle, it signifies defense. As he spoke, Su Taiping raised his right hand, bringing his thumb and index finger together, and, using his spirit, he sensed the true energy flowing in the circular formation. Boom! As the sound of an explosive blast echoed, a wall of swirling winds enveloped Su Taiping entirely, reminiscent of the Frostwind Pearl once wielded by the Tiger Demon. Unlike the Frostwind Pearl, however, this wind wall accompanied him as he moved, allowing him to strike without hindrance. Su Taiping took a few steps and executed several moves of the Qingtian Bull Fist, and the wind wall remained steadfast by his side. Impressive, nodded Fairy Linghua, her discerning eye recognizing the formidable resilience of the wind wall, capable of withstanding the full force of the earlier attack by the fire pattern python. It was noteworthy that Su Taiping, the one who conjured it, was merely at the opening door stage. Moreover, the fact that it could constantly accompany its wielder made it superior to the Frostwind Pearl. Let me observe the offensive prowess of this ring, she suggested to Su Taiping. He nodded in agreement. The power of the Zhongyuan ring was divided into 3 techniques. The first finger to break the clouds, the second finger to shatter the mountains, and the third finger to split the seas. Su Taiping raised his index finger adorned with the ring, then snapped his fingers with 2, and finally brought all 3 fingers together in a downward slashing motion. Though his gestures were somewhat clumsy, Fairy Linghua quickly grasped that this was the method of employing the 3 powers of the Zhongyuan ring. Give it a try, she encouraged, her anticipation palpable. Su Taiping, eager to test the divine power of the ring, began to channel his true essence into it according to the method he had just sensed. He raised his finger toward the cloud obscuring the moon above. Boom! In an instant, as he concentrated, a brilliant light erupted from his fingertip, forming a spiral wind blade composed of pure vital energy, akin to a spear, which shot forth into the sky, piercing straight through the clouds. Bang! A soft tremor resonated through the air moments later. Su Taiping and Fairy Linghua watched in awe as the cloud that had obscured the moon was directly pierced by his strike. Through the resultant hole in the clouds, they could clearly see the bright moon above. This strike could likely overwhelm even the fire pattern python, Fairy Linghua remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The first finger represents the power to pierce armor. Thus, the second finger should possess the ability to confront many foes. Su Taiping, you must quickly attempt the second finger, she urged, curiosity evident in her tone. All right, Su Taiping replied, equally intrigued. However, just as he extended his 2 fingers, preparing to execute the snapping motion as per his spiritual intuition, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It seemed his vital energy had been depleted. Upon sensing within, he realized that his true essence in the Dantian had been entirely consumed in the process of unleashing the first finger's power. Fairy Linghua, it appears that my current spiritual energy allows me to unleash the Zhongyuan ring's offensive power only once, Su Taiping lamented with a sigh of disappointment. Do not be disheartened. Even if this opportunity is but a singular occurrence, there is no need to fear the myriad of beasts within these mountains. Should you manage to concoct a few more chi-gathering pills, you may yet have additional chances to utilize your strength. Moreover, considering your current state, you have yet to fully unleash the entirety of your power with a single finger, perhaps upon your breakthrough into the Wangu. This power will manifest even more profoundly. Fairy Linghua smiled gently, clearly pleased with the lethality of the Zhongyuan ring. I share your sentiment, replied Su Taiping, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Take good care of this iron gourd as well. The 3 gourds transformed by the second level of the earth fruit each serve their unique purposes. The green gourd creates its own realm. The fire gourd can nurture pills even without dragon gallstone, and the iron gourd can foster weapons. Even ordinary weapons, when placed within for a year or 2, will see their quality enhanced significantly, let alone spiritual weapons like flying swords. Fairy Linghua elaborated on the functions of these 3 gourds. Su Taiping was astonished to learn that the gourds themselves were treasures, promptly placing the fire gourd and iron gourd into the green gourd. Could it be that I might venture into the weapon business in the future? Su Taiping suddenly mused aloud. Currently, The iron gourd can nurture only one weapon at most. It requires you to infuse it with true essence for its capabilities to gradually improve, thus making it premature to consider a weapon trade at this stage. Fairy Lingwei did not entirely dismiss Su Taiping's proposal, for in the pursuit of cultivation, one invariably requires more rare materials as one progresses, and an abundance of wealth is always desirable. I understand now. For the time being, I shall use it solely to nurture the Tsungwan ring. Su Taiping felt no discouragement from this, but rather a renewed determination to enhance his cultivation. By the way, Sister Lingwei, I wish to visit Taoyuan Ridge tomorrow. After securing the gourds, Su Taiping raised his head, his expression grave as he gazed earnestly at Fairy Lingwei. Go ahead. This time, Fairy Lingwei acquiesced readily. In her view, regardless of Su Taiping's intentions, it presented a valuable opportunity for him to hone his skills. As for the potential dangers, Fairy Lingwei believed that with the Tsungwan ring in his possession, he would not face life-threatening perils unless he encountered cultivators above the Wangu. And as for those formidable cultivators, what leisure would they have to pursue a mere outer sect rogue? Moreover, should it come to dire straits, I am here to assist, she murmured to herself. The next day, at Taoyuan Ridge, although this locale boasted picturesque scenery, it was rife with ferocious beasts and venomous creatures, compelling Su Taiping to navigate around them while hunting. Thus, this was his first visit. Upon entering a grove of peach trees, he quickly spotted a modest courtyard nestled at the center. The courtyard was not large, akin to his own Qingzhou residence, yet its walls and tiles appeared much newer, indicating a recently constructed abode. Since you have come, young friend Taiping, why not enter the courtyard for a chat? Su Taiping initially intended to observe his surroundings before entering, but he was promptly noticed by someone within the courtyard as soon as he stepped in. The young man approached without hesitation. He lightly pressed his foot against the ground and effortlessly leaped forward, landing at the entrance of the small courtyard in the blink of an eye. Upon glancing up, he noticed the three prominent characters inscribed on the entrance. Look at you. Su Taiping cast a casual glance at the plaque and murmured to himself, today, no one shall remain. Just then, the courtyard door creaked open, revealing two charming young maidens. Young Master Su, please, they beckoned. Our master has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. With sweet smiles, the maidens invited Su Taiping into the courtyard. He nodded and proceeded inside. Yet a hand concealed within his sleeve had already grasped a talisman of golden bell. He still possessed a few of these charms obtained from the tiger demon. Young friend Taiping, it is regrettable that I could not greet you properly. A middle-aged man dressed in scholarly attire emerged from the inner room, wearing a broad smile and gesturing for Su Taiping to enter. Su Taiping halted, showing no intention of advancing further. May I inquire your esteemed name, senior? He asked calmly, his gaze fixed on the man. I am Jin Yuan, courtesy name Yashan. Those familiar with the Yunlu Association often refer to me as Mr. Yashan, the middle-aged man replied, stroking his beard with a smile. I see that Mr. Yashan is indeed a learned individual. Why then do you unjustly take my monkey? Su Taiping inquired directly. Aha! Mr. Yashan chuckled heartily, hastily waving his hands as he attempted to explain. Young friend Taiping, you misunderstand. I merely found your monkey to be exceedingly adorable, and it has a fondness for the spiritual fruits in my garden, so I wish to take it for a short excursion. Such nonsensical words were cloaked in grandiloquence. Since I have come, I kindly request Mr. Yashan to return my monkey, Su Taiping stated calmly, unfazed by the man's lofty claims, extending his hand. There's no rush. Young friend Taiping, please enter the house. After a hearty meal and drink, we shall discuss this matter further, Mr. Yashan replied with a smile, gesturing dismissively. That will not be necessary. Su Taiping shook his head, his gaze resolute as he extended his hand once more and demanded, hand it over. At this declaration, Mr. Yashan's expression darkened immediately. Su Taiping, do not disregard my hospitality. Inviting you to join the Yunlu Association is a gesture of respect, he warned, his tone laden with menace. While the two charming maidens closed the courtyard door and positioned themselves on either side of Su Taiping, encircling him. I have no interest in the Yunlu Association, Su Taiping replied, shaking his head. His hand, which had been raised, now rested upon the hilt of his long knife. And the true energy within his dantian began to surge through his meridians like a torrential flood. A powerful aura abruptly radiated throughout the courtyard. Su Taiping's progress may not be rapid, but it is undeniably steadfast. Each strand of true energy within him has been refined dozens of times, and his meridians are nurtured daily by this energy. At present, he resembles a small yet remarkably solid stone. Just then, Mr. Yashan suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, saying, "Since young friend Taiping does not wish to partake in this meal, I shall not impose." After uttering these words, he turned to the interior and continued, "Old Qian, please bring out that little monkey and return it to young friend Taiping." Upon hearing this, Su Taiping furrowed his brow, watching Mr. Yashan with a hint of wariness. His intuition warned him that matters could not be so straightforward. However, to his astonishment, throughout the process of the servant named Old Qian safely bringing out the little monkey and cradling it in his arms, Mr. Yashan exhibited no unusual behavior. "Young friend Taiping, since you are unwilling to linger, I shall not see you off," he said, smiling as he returned the monkey to Su Taiping, before turning away and walking into the courtyard without a backward glance. The little monkey, feeling a bit anxious, clung to Su Taiping's arm. "It's all right. We're going home," Su Taiping reassured, patting the monkey, his expression returning to normal as he stepped toward the courtyard entrance. "Take care, young master," chimed the two maidens, their smiles as bright as before, just before he reached the door. "Taiping, be cautious of what's behind you." At that moment, the voice of the fairy Lingyue echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Taiping infused true energy into the golden bell talisman in his hand, and a golden bell-shaped barrier enveloped him instantaneously. Clang! Almost simultaneously, a sound akin to the tolling of a bell reverberated. Su Taiping, having turned around, beheld Mr. Yashan, who had inexplicably appeared behind him, thrusting a sharp sword directly at him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the sword, shrouded in a glimmering aura, had pierced through the golden barrier, almost touching Su Taiping's body. How had Mr. Yashan appeared so suddenly? Su Taiping was taken aback, for he had just seen him enter the house. However, there was no time for contemplation. Su Taiping propelled himself backward with a powerful push of his toes against the ground, creating a dent as he flew away. As soon as his feet left the ground, the two maidens, who had previously worn smiles, each drew a short sword from their sleeves and lunged at him from either side. Clearly, this was a meticulously planned ambush. Clang! Su Taiping swiftly shattered another golden bell talisman. Boom! Thanks to his timely reaction, the talisman once again thwarted the assault from the two maidens. Yet, a chilling realization washed over him. Mr. Yashan, who had just been pursuing him, had now vanished into thin air before him. Boom! When Su Taiping next caught sight of Mr. Yashan, he had reappeared behind him, striking down with a palm aimed at his back. Bang! The force behind this strike was exceedingly fierce, the energy coalescing into a blade-like aura that resembled a massive sword several feet in length, crashing heavily against the golden shield surrounding Su Taiping. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered after but a few moments. This rudimentary golden talisman was a disposable item, incapable of enduring sustained assaults from an adversary. In the blink of an eye, Yashan vanished once more, and the two maidens lunged at his back with their short swords, executing their attack with masterful timing. With a clang, Su Taiping crushed another golden talisman, successfully thwarting their deadly advance. It was his final talisman, yet he felt neither regret nor panic. Instead, a glimmer of enlightenment shone in his eyes. For through their previous assaults, he deduced that Mr. Yashan's disappearance was not due to remarkable speed, but rather the use of a certain cloaking artifact. Even with such an artifact, he would have to reveal himself to strike me, Su Taiping mused, while deftly forming a circle with his thumb and forefinger. Indeed, as the golden shield momentarily repelled the maiden's attack, Mr. Yashan reappeared behind Su Taiping, delivering a powerful blow to the already cracked shield. With a thunderous crash, the shield crumbled. Humph! Mr. Yashan sneered, revealing a long sword glimmering with lethal radiance, which he thrust towards Su Taiping's vulnerable back. However, at the instant he unleashed his strike, a deafening blast echoed through the forest as a wall of wind surged forth from Su Taiping, emanating from his Zhongwan ring. The wind wall, remarkably sturdy, caused Mr. Yashan's treasured sword to shatter upon impact. In a state of panic, as Mr. Yashan attempted to vanish, Su Taiping drew his steel-long sword, its blade humming ominously, and aimed a deadly strike at Yashan's neck. Just as his blade was poised to sever Yashan's head, a jade pendant flew from around Yashan's neck, rapidly transforming into a shield. Though the pendant shattered instantly, It ultimately afforded Mr. Yashan a chance to escape. What are you waiting for? Attack together, he cried, disregarding his composure as he rolled and scrambled away, narrowly escaping. As his words faded, the sound of swords being drawn echoed from outside the courtyard, and several figures, radiating an intense aura, surged into the courtyard, converging on Su Taiping. Clearly, there were more ambushers lurking within Taoyuan Ridge. Chapter 59. Unveiling treasures without acknowledging these newcomers. Su Taiping advanced resolutely, his form reminiscent of a fierce gale as he closed in on Mr. Yashan. Just as Yashan was about to cloak himself again, Su Taiping unleashed a devastating blow to his chest, reminiscent of a bull charging, resulting in a thunderous crack that echoed through the air, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. As Mr. Yashan had just risen to his feet, he was abruptly sent flying by a single punch, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall. However, the reckless cost of Su Taiping's punch was that several figures who had climbed over the wall surrounded him, leaving him with no means of escape. Kill him. Let this little thief learn the consequences of offending our Yunlu club. Mr. Yashan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, furiously pointed at Su Taiping and bellowed. In truth, even without his words, the encircling individuals had already begun to strike. Within the small courtyard, a tempest of sword and blade energy erupted. Should Su Taiping truly fall victim to their collective assault, it would not take long for him to be reduced to a mere mass of flesh. Much to Mr. Yashan's astonishment, Su Taiping did not flee or resist. Instead, he took a deep breath and snapped his fingers. Snap! Just as Su Taiping was about to be struck by a flurry of blades, a crisp sound echoed through the courtyard. Initially, Mr. Yashan wore a perplexed expression, but soon, the confusion in his eyes transformed into sheer horror. Boom! With a deafening blast, a fierce gale erupted around Su Taiping, instantly shredding the four attackers into a bloody pulp. A mist of blood filled the air. What Su Taiping had just employed was the second finger technique of the Zhongwan ring. Impossible. This cannot be. Mr. Yashan, in disbelief, momentarily forgot to escape. By the time he regained his senses, Su Taiping stood before him, brandishing a bloody blade. No. Bang. Before Mr. Yashan could utter another word, Su Taiping's fist collided with his cheek, smashing him through the wall. After their brief skirmish, Su Taiping discerned that Mr. Yashan's cultivation level was at most that of the opening door stage, and perhaps not even at the lower tier of that level. Such a level of loose cultivator posed no threat to Su Taiping. The only caution he needed to exercise was regarding the artifact that could render its user invisible. However, since Mr. Yashan had yet to employ it again, Su Taiping surmised that it must have limitations on usage or duration. Spare me, fellow cultivator. I was in the wrong from the start. Please forgive me. With several bones broken and his artifacts rendered useless, Mr. Yashan had reached the end of his rope, left with no option but to kneel and plead for mercy. Speak. How did your Yunlu club come to target me? Su Taiping stood before Mr. Yashan. Well, there was no particular reason. Bang. Just as Mr. Yashan attempted to fabricate an excuse, he was swiftly kicked down by Su Taiping. If you do not speak the truth, next time it shall be the blade I employ. Su Taiping stepped closer, pointing his weapon at Mr. Yashan. Do not be impulsive. I shall tell you. Mr. Yashan repeatedly waved his hands in desperation. Su Taiping shot him a stern glare. Recently, we visited the West Wind Pavilion, where a disciple from the West Wind Pavilion, who has joined our Cloud Tower Society, disclosed to me that an outer sect disciple from the Green Bamboo residence has cultivated several precious medicinal herbs this year, which, upon maturity, could fetch at least 1,000 or 2,000 merit coins. A momentary greed overtook me as the voice of Mr. Yashan grew increasingly faint. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping furrowed his brow in silence, pondering that it was indeed a member of the West Wind Pavilion who leaked information regarding the seeds. Could it be those individuals who were reprimanded by Uncle Joe last time? He immediately recalled those who had been scolded that day. Nonetheless, he resolved to keep this matter to himself for the time being and inquired about other intelligence. Is it your intention to summon me here, rather than that of the Cloud Tower Society? Su Taiping then asked. Indeed, it is my own intention. However, as the leader of the Cloud Tower Society in this vicinity, I am capable of making such decisions, Mr. Yashan asserted, raising his voice as he referred to his position, clearly aiming to intimidate Su Taiping. What treasure did you use to conceal yourself? Hand it over. Su Taiping pressed further. Mr. Yashan was evidently reluctant to part with the treasure. With a swift motion, Su Taiping wielded his blade through the air. Calm your wrath, my friend. This treasure is known as the concealment grass. When held in one's palm, it grants invisibility, albeit only 3 times a day, each time lasting merely 10 breaths. Mr. Yashan hesitated, loath to relinquish the vibrant green leaf. Su Taiping silently acknowledged the truth of this and accepted the leaf with a nod. He then casually inquired, "What advantages would I gain if I were to join the Cloud Tower Society?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Yashan's face brightened with delight. For Su Taiping's interest in joining the society would surely imply that he sought something in return. "My friend, I can assure you that as long as you join the Cloud Tower Society," just as Mr. Yashan relaxed his guard, Su Taiping summoned his true energy and struck down with his blade. "If you were not the minor leader of the Cloud Tower Society, I might have considered sparing your life," he murmured expressionlessly. Having encountered specters and tiger demons, Su Taiping understood that to survive in this realm of cultivation, one must not be overly compassionate. One's safety must always take precedence. The tragic incident involving Lu Qingmei served as a stark reminder. Well handled, indeed. The ethereal projection of the spirit moon fairy emerged from the gourd at that moment. She had remained a mere spectator since her initial comment, and was quite pleased with the outcome. It was a waste of several golden bell talismans, Su Taiping lamented, feeling that had he managed the situation more adeptly, those talismans might not have been squandered. Subsequently, following the spirit moon fairy's guidance, Su Taiping meticulously cleared the traces around the small courtyard and disposed of all the bodies, including that of Mr. Yashan, into the gourd. He could not afford to leave any evidence for the West Wind Pavilion or the Cloud Tower Society, even if they suspected him. He must ensure they could not produce any proof. After securing the scene, he also organized the spoils he had acquired from these individuals. He obtained 3 fire arrow talismans, 2 golden bell talismans, and 600 merit coins. This was indeed far more advantageous than cultivating medicinal herbs, Su Taiping jested while gazing at the bag of merit coins. However, the risks involved were 100-fold greater than those of cultivating herbs. Lingyue Fairy hastily reminded him, fearing Su Taiping might stray onto a perilous path. "Rest assured, Sister Lingyue, I am aware of this. I harbor no fondness for such matters," Su Taiping replied with a smile, shaking his head. Lingyue Fairy nodded in acknowledgement, then pointed to the fire gourd at Su Taiping's waist, saying, "From now on, you may devote yourself to your cultivation without worry, until the grand competition 2 years hence." On the second night after returning to Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping popped open the fire gourd and carefully poured a small cup of the dragon gall liquor, which had steeped all day. "Sister Lingyue, shall I proceed to drink this?" he asked hesitantly, raising the cup towards the fairy. He intended to test the effects of the dragon gall liquor that night. "Go ahead, just half a cup, and with me here, nothing will go awry." Lingyue Fairy smiled and nodded. Su Taiping took a deep breath, then lifted the cup and drank it all in one go. This was, in fact, his first true drink of alcohol. Boom. As the dragon gall liquor settled in his stomach, a wave of energy erupted uncontrollably from Su Taiping, enveloping him in a misty aura. Moreover, the fluctuations of his true energy and blood essence within his body were far more intense than the external energy. Under the influence of the dragon gall liquor, his blood essence and true energy began to surge wildly. "Focus on your breath," Lingyue Fairy reminded Su Taiping at the right moment. He nodded and quickly sat cross-legged on the bed, striving to endure the dizziness brought on by the tumultuous surge of his blood essence while channeling the remnants of the sunset technique. As the remnants of the sunset technique gradually took effect, the violent fluctuations of his blood essence finally stabilized. To his astonishment, he found that the acupoints and meridians within the remnants of the sunset technique, which had previously been difficult to control, were now surprisingly manageable. Consequently, he could guide the natural spiritual energy into his body, causing it to multiply exponentially. In that moment, Su Taiping comprehended the distinct disparities between the white spirit bone, golden spirit bone, and heavenly spirit bone. At this rate, within 2 years at most, I shall transform my energy reservoir into an ocean of energy and ultimately step into the realm of the void gaze. The current pace of cultivation instilled tremendous confidence in Su Taiping. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, sensing Su Taiping's aura stabilizing, Lingyue Fairy finally felt a sense of relief. After all, she had heard tales of those who had perished from the reckless consumption of dragon gall liquor. Just as Lingyue Fairy prepared to return to the gourd to nurture her spirit, a little monkey named Ping and suddenly leaped onto the table and began licking the cup that Su Taiping had used. Gee! Before Lingyue Fairy could intervene, the little monkey tilted its head and, with a thud, toppled over onto the table. This scene left Lingyue Fairy both amused and exasperated. Though this little monkey possesses a rather mixed lineage, there remains a trace of the mountain-moving ape within it. Perhaps I could impart the techniques of the ape demon skill to it? As she gazed at the little monkey peacefully slumbering on the table, the celestial maiden Lingyue was suddenly struck by inspiration. Despite the ominous connotation of the term demon in the ape demon skill, it is not truly a dark art. Rather, it is simply powerful enough to earn such a title, akin to how the green bull fist is referred to as the bull demon fist in other realms. It is still premature for the third transformation of the earth fruit, and with idleness at hand, why not allow the little monkey to practice within my gourd? After contemplating, the playful Lingyue made her decision, and with a wave of her hand, she opened the gourd and drew the little monkey inside. Time flows slowly yet swiftly in the mountains, and before one knew it, 2 years had passed. Boom! By a great lake in the Sheep Deer Mountain, Su Taiping activated the ice breath technique, exhaling towards the vast lake's surface. In the blink of an eye, the entire lake was encased in ice. This was the culmination of his 2 years of dedicated training, having achieved mastery in the opening door realm, the second major accomplishment in the remnant twilight technique. Mastery in the wind shadow step, the green bull fist, the 7-kill blade, and the ice breath technique. Chirp! At that moment, a small snow monkey suddenly appeared on the icy expanse. It gleefully skated across the surface, and upon reaching the center, it abruptly halted, its body visibly soaring to a height of 9 feet, before delivering a powerful punch to the ice. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the ice shattered like a spider's web. Sister Lingyue, the ape demon skill is nearing small success, I assenti it? Su Taiping turned and smiled at the ethereal figure of Lingyue beside him. Your comprehension is rather lacking. It has taken 2 years to achieve only a small success. Had it not been for the dragon gall liquor you provided, it would likely take several more years. Lingyue sighed with dissatisfaction. But you, Taiping, are you certain you wish to break through to the wandering ghost realm before the selection? You must understand, should your breakthrough fail, it could severely deplete your vitality. She looked at Su Taiping with a hint of concern. Fear not, Su Taiping replied resolutely, shaking his head. The elixirs have been prepared, and I have set up the demon-breaking formation outside the courtyard, not to mention the Tsangwan ring. I need not fear the celestial demons from beyond. Lingyue gazed at the young man before her, now exceeding 7 feet in height, his features sharp and handsome, exuding a commanding presence. She couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly time had passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. He had transformed from a naive youth into a mature adult. You've overlooked one thing, she said with a smile directed at Su Taiping. Overlooked one thing? Su Taiping responded, a hint of anxiety creeping into his tone. For the sake of successfully establishing his foundation and breaking through to the wandering ghost realm, he had devoted an entire year to preparation. The materials for the foundational elixirs had consumed the majority of his accumulated merit coins, and hearing that he had overlooked something only heightened his unease. Have you forgotten about your sister? Lingyue shot him a playful glare. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping was momentarily taken aback, but then a radiant smile graced his face, followed by a grave correction. Sister Lingyue and I are akin to family. How could one compare her to such things? Lingyue, the celestial maiden, felt a warmth bloom in her heart at his words. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. She playfully patted Su Taiping's head from a distance, then with an air of confidence declared, do not worry about your breakthrough, even without those things. I can shield you from the otherworldly demons. However, just the night before Su Taiping was set to make his advance, an unexpected event disrupted his plans. That night, amidst a tempest of wind and rain, a resounding thud echoed as Su Taiping prepared to secure the doors and windows and embark on his final preparations for the breakthrough. Suddenly, a heavy object fell at the entrance of the small courtyard. It was the presence of the spirit bird, Baiyu. Lingyue's spirit emerged from the green gourd. Why has Baiyu fallen at my doorstep? Su Taiping furrowed his brow and hastened outside. In the past 2 years, Baiyu had frequently brought him gifts, and their bond had grown to that of close friends. As he opened the courtyard gate, he indeed beheld the enormous form of Baiyu, battered and lying in the muddy rain-soaked ground. Baiyu, what has happened to you? Su Taiping quickly rushed out. Stay back. Just as he took a step forward, Baiyu abruptly lifted its head and roared at Su Taiping, urging him not to approach. Do not come near. If you become tainted by my essence, they will pursue you as well. It weakly explained to Su Taiping. They? Su Taiping retreated cautiously into the courtyard, his vigilance peaked. What has transpired? He pressed further. The West Wind Pavilion has allied with the Peacock King to nearly annihilate my clan, the Baitu Jiao. My mother's fate remains unknown. I am the only one who escaped. Baiyu labored to catch its breath and continued. Taiping, I have come to implore you to inform my father. The Peacock King, in a bid to seize our sacred land, Fenglai Valley, has conspired with Lu Songshan of the West Wind Pavilion to ambush my mother, subsequently slaughtering the Baitu Jiao clan. Please, ensure he seeks vengeance for me, if he is still alive. With that, its head drooped weakly. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping's confusion dissipated significantly. He had often listened to Baiyu's grievances regarding the animosity between the Baitu Jiao and the Peacock King. Yet he had not anticipated that the West Wind Pavilion would ultimately ally with the Peacock King. Su Taiping, do not come to my rescue. Do not involve yourself. You are no match for the Peacock King. Baiyu, still lying in the mud, mustered the strength to caution Su Taiping once more. To save or not to save, Su Taiping found himself in a dilemma. Just as he hesitated, a bird's call suddenly resonated from the horizon, even amidst the torrential downpour. The sound echoed through the mountains. Taiping, you can store Baiyu in my green gourd, Lingwei reminded him at that moment. All right. Su Taiping's eyes brightened at the suggestion. He quickly nodded and unfastened the green gourd from his waist. Had it not been for Lingwei's reminder, he might have forgotten this option altogether. After more than 2 years of nurturing, the space within the green gourd had expanded to the size of half a courtyard, and it had acquired the ability to draw in weaker or defenseless beasts. Gather. The fairy Lingyue chanted an incantation, and a powerful suction emanated from the gourd, swiftly drawing Baiyu inside. Rest assured, the gourd can shield from the energies of the world. Baiyu will be safe within. After uttering these words, the fairy Lingyue also slipped into the gourd. The peacock is approaching. Tread carefully, she added from within. Su Taiping nodded, then rose and returned to the courtyard, securing the door behind him. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, a knock echoed at the door of Qingzhou residence. Undoubtedly, the visitor was the Peacock King. Who goes there? Su Taiping, unfazed by the heavy rain, inquired without haste. The intrusion of spiritual birds into a cultivator's abode was a grave offense. Thus he held no fear of the Peacock King breaching his sanctuary. Inside, I am the Peacock King of Yunling, here to capture a traitorous beast. May I ask if you have seen a gravely injured white-headed eagle? The Peacock King outside inquired courteously. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping stepped forward and opened the courtyard door. Upon opening it, he beheld a green peacock towering far above the entrance, its icy gaze fixed intently upon him. However, it was not merely the coldness of its eyes or its imposing stature that instilled fear. Rather, it was the overwhelming pressure it exuded. More intense than the torrential rain outside, that truly unsettled Su Taiping. Standing before it felt as if an immense weight were pressing down upon him. Indeed, a white-headed eagle did recently fall from the sky in this vicinity, he stated calmly after subtly adjusting his breath. He gestured towards the dent left in the ground by Baiyu's recent landing, adding, but it quickly rose and flew away. His familiarity with Baiyu was known to no one else. Thus he harbored no fear of the green peacock discerning his deception. The green peacock locked eyes with Su Taiping for a moment, then surveyed the area, sniffing the air as if to confirm the absence of the eagle's presence. Satisfied, it nodded and said, apologies for the intrusion. After confirming that no traces of the white-headed eagle remained, it seemed unwilling to linger, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it ascended into the stormy skies. As the Peacock King took flight, Su Taiping observed closely, noting that this peacock, like human cultivators, could repel raindrops with its internal spiritual energy. Sister Lingyue, what level of cultivation must a spiritual bird possess to wield its energy like that? He pondered silently as he watched the Peacock King soar away. This requires innate talent. Even spiritual birds of the Demon King level may not achieve such a feat. Your acquaintance, Bai Hong, might be capable, the fairy Lingyue replied with an unusually serious tone. It is best not to provoke this peacock unless necessary, she added. I understand. Su Taiping nodded. By the way, Sister Lingyue, how is Baiyu's injury faring? He inquired further. I require a cup of gentian wine, said the fairy of Lingyue. Very well, Su Taiping nodded without hesitation. Over the past 2 years, he had consumed little, averaging nearly 3 flasks a year. According to the fairy of Lingyue, the true necessity for gentian wine arises during the transcendence phase, hence he still possessed a considerable amount. Nevertheless, even if it were but a flask, he would unhesitatingly present it, for Bai Yu was his sole companion on this mountain. The following day, in the rear courtyard of the Qingzhou residence, Bai Yu gazed curiously at Su Taiping, who was practicing martial arts. Su Taiping, have you done something? It inquired. Could you possibly shrink a little more? After completing a set of Qing Yo fist, Su Taiping withdrew his stance and turned to Bai Yu. Bai Yu nodded, and in an instant, a gray light enveloped it, reducing its size to that of a sparrow. You brought me back, yet the Peacock King remains unaware. Bai Yu leaped onto the stone table, continuing its interrogation. I possess a gourd capable of containing spirit beasts, Su Taiping remarked, patting the azure gourd at his waist. Naturally, he would not divulge the existence of Sister Lingyue to Bai Yu, but the gourd posed no issue. After all, who lacked a few life-preserving artifacts? Could it be the demon refining gourd? Bai Yu's eyes widened in alarm as it cautiously retreated a few steps. In truth, it was not entirely mistaken. According to the fairy of Lingyue, this azure gourd could indeed accommodate spirit beasts and spirit birds at this stage. Thus, labeling it as a demon refining gourd was not entirely unfounded. However, the distinction lay in the fact that while a demon refining gourd is used to refine demons, this azure gourd nurtures them, representing a fundamental difference. If this were a demon refining gourd, you would have long since turned into a pool of blood within it. Rather than chattering away as you are now, Su Taiping countered. That holds truth. Bai Yu conceded, its demeanor relaxing. This is my secret. Do not divulge it to others. Su Taiping cautioned again. Am I the sort to betray trust? Bai Yu retorted, its rebellious nature resurfacing. Just then, little monkey Ping and joyfully bounded into the room, carrying a large platter of meat, hopping onto the table. Bai Yu, eat. I cooked this, it exclaimed, offering a piece of meat while nudging the platter towards Bai Yu. Over the past 2 years, they had grown quite familiar, and as fellow spirit beasts, they shared a close bond. Bai Yu, though lacking appetite, did not wish to reject little monkey's kindness and accepted a piece to swallow. Bai Yu, what transpired last night in Fenglai Valley? Su Taiping inquired as he seated himself at the table, curiously reaching for a piece of meat. Although he had rescued Bai Yu, he still needed to comprehend the current circumstances, otherwise it would not bode well for their relationship. Chapter 62, The Wind Whispering Bell. Proclamation of the Western Wind Pavilion to all cultivators last night. Bai Yu had only provided a vague account, leaving Su Taiping still unclear about the events that had unfolded. The Fenglai Valley mentioned was the territory allocated by the Qingxian sect to the White-Headed Eagle clan, the West Wind Pavilion. Through the defection of a white-headed eagle from the Qingxian sect, has falsely accused the White-Headed Eagle clan of colluding with the demonic sect, rallying all forces to besiege the Wind-Coming Valley. Were it not for this, my mother, with her formidable cultivation, could have led our entire clan to safety. However, unexpectedly, the Peacock King, who has always held enmity towards us, took this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on my mother. Consequently, our clan was thrown into disarray, and my mother was captured, her fate unknown. Bai Yu spoke in a somewhat somber tone. If my father had not gone to the northern realm with Uncle Gio, would these ruffians have dared to act so recklessly? She added indignantly. Does the sect master of the Qingxian sect and the Black Dragon Elder remain unconcerned about this matter? Su Taiping inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. The sect master? Humph. He has long harbored trepidation towards our White-Headed Eagle clan. It is likely that this incident was instigated by him last night. Over the years, he has relied on sowing discord among the demon clans to weaken and control those below the mountain. As for the Black Dragon Elder, he is merely the sect master's lapdog. Bai Yu scoffed disdainfully. Regarding this matter, Su Taiping found himself at a loss for words. As a member of the human race, he could not fully empathize with the perspective of the demon clans. Moreover, he had previously reviewed numerous records detailing the tragic deaths of sect cultivators due to spirit-beast rebellions from the Copper Mirror. Attention, cultivators of the West Mountain. Attention, cultivators of the West Mountain. Attention, cultivators of the West Mountain. At that moment, 3 resounding voices echoed through the air above Qingzhou residence, reminiscent of a grand bell tolling. This seemed to be the voice of the West Wind Pavilion's master. Su Taiping immediately recognized it as coming from Lu Song's Han, the master of the West Wind Pavilion. The fact that he employed the West Mountain's town-protecting artifact, the Wind Speech Great Bell, indicated that what he was about to announce was likely related to the events of the previous night. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Yu leaped onto Su Taiping's shoulder, her demeanor turning alert. Su Taiping had also perused the introduction of the wind speech Great Bell in the transmission jade slip. It served as both a town-protecting spiritual artifact for the West Wind Pavilion and a treasure used to communicate with cultivators across the vast mountains. Last night, during the rebellion of the White-Headed Eagle clan in Wind-Coming Valley, the West Wind Pavilion collaborated with the Peacock King of Yunling to repel the rebellious demons and quell the insurrection. Just as Bai Yu had surmised, Lu Songshan's decree through the Great Bell was indeed connected to the rebellion from the night before. These scoundrels, who brazenly besieged Wind-Coming Valley without cause, now have the audacity to accuse the White-Headed Eagle clan of rebellion. Bai Yu exclaimed in fury, almost revealing her true form to soar upwards and demand an explanation from the West Wind Pavilion. Fortunately, Su Taiping restrained her. Do not rush to anger. Let us hear what else he has to say, he advised. Very well. Bai Yu nodded, suppressing her impulse. Although most of the rebellious demons had been dealt with, several still remained at large. Should you encounter any within the mountains, those who can slay them will be rewarded with 1,000 merits. And those who report their whereabouts will be granted 10 merit coins. Lu Songshan's voice resounded once more through the mountains. They seek to annihilate my White-Headed Eagle clan entirely. Bai Yu responded with renewed indignation upon hearing this proclamation, disregarding the 1,000 merit coins of the slayer. Even the 10 coins reported by the informant represent a substantial sum for the cultivators outside the mountain. It is easy to imagine that the scattered practitioners within the mountain would embark on a frenzied hunt for the lucky White-Headed Eagle. Su Taiping, if you covet those merit coins, you may escort me to the West Wind Pavilion. With my mother gone, my existence holds little meaning. Bai Yu spoke in a tone tinged with melancholy. If you truly wish to abandon life, you may do so on your own. I will not betray a friend for mere merit coins, Su Taiping replied, casting a displeased glance at Bai Yu. While he refrained from commenting on the sect leader's pretext to weaken the demon clan, he firmly stood by Bai Yu, who had committed no heinous acts. Hearing this, Bai Yu felt a warmth in his heart. The previously despondent glimmer in his eyes now brightened considerably. In the future, the management of the Wind-Coming Valley and the Peacock clan of Gui Yunling will be overseen by the Peacock King and the West Wind Pavilion. Perhaps due to the need to initiate the treasures, each of Lu Songshan's words bore a slight pause. I see now. One of you has set your sights on my Wind-Coming Valley, while the other covets the benefits of goods exchanged within the mountain. No wonder you have found common ground, Bai Yu scoffed repeatedly. Lu Songshan's words undoubtedly revealed hidden intentions. In the end, we shall display the White-Headed Eagle's mother, the Night Sparrow, in the Wind-Coming Valley for 7 days, and after that, she will be publicly executed to serve as a warning, he declared. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu stood frozen in place. Mother is not dead. Initially shocked, he soon felt joy and impulsively took to the air, exclaiming, I must go save her. However, he had barely soared a short distance before Su Taiping, holding the green gourd, pulled him back. Su Taiping, why do you obstruct me again? Bai Yu shouted from within the gourd. If you cannot even escape from this gourd, how can you hope to rescue your mother? Su Taiping remarked, peering through the gourd's opening at the flailing Bai Yu. The gourd's current power was limited. Even ordinary beasts could break free, and Bai Yu's capture was solely due to his weakened state. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu immediately hung his head, slumping within the gourd like a deflated ball. But I cannot just sit idly by and watch them kill my mother. Bai Yu suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Su Taiping through the gourd's opening. Typically proud and unruly, he now appeared utterly helpless. Su Taiping, is there any way for me to see my mother just once? I understand that rescuing her is akin to scaling the heavens, but I only wish to see her again, Bai Yu implored. If you allow me this, I am willing to forge a soul contract with you, serving you for a century, he added, his eyes filled with resolute determination. Chapter 63, Breaking the Despairing Haze. Chu Lingyue battles the celestial demon, a spirit beast with power equivalent to that of a practitioner in the Wandering Haze realm, is undoubtedly a tempting proposition. However, Taiping is not one to forget himself for immediate gains. What truly began to sway him was Bai Yu's unwavering determination to forsake her freedom in order to reunite with her mother. He could not bear to trample upon such resolve. I shall devise a plan. Finally, Su Taiping nodded. That night, he asked the ethereal Lingyu, sister, should I not be more resolute and unyielding? Beneath the flickering candlelight in his chamber, he posed this self-mocking question to the celestial figure before him. Taiping, your compassion is not a flaw. Otherwise, how would one distinguish between humans and demons? You must remember, when you extend your pity towards others, never act against your true self. If you believe that aiding by you in her quest to see her mother does not betray your essence, then proceed with confidence. Ling Yu spoke with gentle persuasion, sitting beside Su Taiping. Upon hearing her words, the previously perturbed Su Taiping felt a clarity wash over him. To seek life rather than merely survive, to abandon one's true self is to forsake everything, he murmured in realization. Sister, I have encountered many cultivators in my lifetime. Some have grown so powerful they can glimpse the secrets of the heavens. Yet, even when faced with the perils ahead or the specter of death looming near, they do not abandon their path of righteousness. Instead, they wield their swords, clench their fists, and confront mountains or demons alike. They understand that relinquishing their true hearts would halt their cultivation journey. To scrape by for 1,000 years, what does it matter? The celestial order still regards you as mere chaff. Only by embracing death can we find our way as cultivators along this arduous path. Ling Yu suddenly cupped Su Taiping's face, speaking with solemnity. I understand now, Sister Ling Yu. Su Taiping's gaze regained its determination. Of course, if you agree to help Bai Yu avenge herself against the Peacock King, then consider my words as though they were never spoken, Ling Yu added with a smile. Avenging the Peacock King is on an entirely different level than assisting Bai Yu in her final moments with her mother. Sister, I am not a fool. I would never embark on such a self-destructive path. Su Taiping was well aware of Ling Yu's implication. Very well. Let us prepare for your breakthrough into the Wang Yu realm. If you cannot succeed tonight, I will not allow you to take risks. Ling Yu's expression turned serious once more. Understood, Su Taiping nodded firmly. His response to Bai Yu was a promise to consider a solution rather than a hasty agreement, for he awaited the outcome of his foundational cultivation attempt that night. If he succeeded, he believed he would have a chance to escape should he encounter the Peacock King. Ling Yu shared this sentiment as well. In the depths of the cave, one may sit for millennia, cultivating a fragile form of immortality. For those who achieve ascension on such a path are often met with demise. The Qingxin sect, much like this world, is but a mere corner of the vast realm of cultivation, and the journey ahead remains long and arduous. The celestial maiden Ling Wei gazed upon the meditating Su Taiping, murmuring softly to herself. Initially, she hesitated to allow Su Taiping to take risks, for he had yet to reach the opening door stage. But now he had advanced to the threshold of the Wang Yu realm. It was imperative he comprehend the perils that lay ahead. With a resounding boom, after consuming the foundation establishment pill, Su Taiping's aura surged dramatically, enveloping him in swirling azure vortices that exuded an invisible might. His spirit sensed the true qi, resembling drifting clouds, within his dantian beginning to coalesce into droplets. Moments later, he witnessed a torrential downpour within his dantian, as the raindrops converged into streams, which in turn merged into rivers, transforming his previously parched dantian into a network of waterways. This was precisely the process described in the remnants of the Xianxia technique, accumulating rain into streams, merging streams into rivers, and gathering rivers into seas, ultimately shaping the ocean of qi. The challenge of this step lay in the fact that should the spiritual rain above cease, the rivers gathering within the dantian would swiftly evaporate, reverting to scattered strands of true qi, resulting in failure to establish a foundation. As time ticked by, the spiritual energy converging around Su Taiping intensified, even enveloping the courtyard in a dense aura of celestial energy. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. However, the expression of the celestial maiden Ling Wei remained tense. In her estimation, with the foundation establishment pill in hand and Su Taiping's unwavering resolve, breaking through the foundation was merely a matter of time. Even if this attempt failed, he would undoubtedly succeed in the next. Her true concern lay solely with the extraterritorial demons. A failure in foundation establishment could be revisited, but should one's soul be devoured by these malevolent entities, all would be irrevocably lost. Suddenly, a violent explosion of spiritual energy erupted around Su Taiping, his garments tearing to shreds, as foul vapors began to emanate from his pores, and vibrant hues danced across his skin. The final step was upon him. At this juncture, rather than feeling relieved, Ling Yue felt an increasing tension, for she knew that if the extraterritorial demons were to appear, it would be at this critical moment. As anticipated, a frigid gale swept through the cracks of the window, battering it with a cacophony of sound. Yet, in the next instant, an eerie silence enveloped the realm as a pitch-black arm, exuding a bone-chilling aura, extended through the window. Wherever the arm traversed, ice crystals began to form upon the window and walls. At this moment, Lingyue formed a seal with her hands and declared, "Divine might shatters golden armor. The yellow turban wields an iron whip, cloaked in crimson robes and green boots. The wind bears eyes of tiger's gaze. Bound by the dragon's chain, I command the three pure ones to chase away the malevolent. Bind swiftly, for I shall strike as if dust, urgent as the law dictates." No sooner had her words left her lips than the formation she had previously arranged around her began to glow, and a spectral figure clad in golden armor materialized before her. With a voice as thunderous as a tempest, the golden-armored warrior let out a fierce shout. Wielding a whip in one hand and a dagger in the other, he aimed to strike at the arm of the otherworldly demon. In Chapter 64, as the sound of an explosion shattered the windows, the figure of the demon dissipated. However, in the next instant, a shadow surged in like lightning through the window, from which emerged a skeletal hand that swiftly tore apart the illusion of the golden-armored warrior. The protective barrier set outside was then obliterated, and after shattering the warrior, the skeletal hand lunged directly towards the spirit moon fairy, clearly sensing her presence. Remarkably, it had grown even stronger since their last encounter. The spirit moon fairy snorted coldly, remaining calm and composed as she began to channel her primordial spirit's power, preparing to repel the otherworldly demon with a single strike. Unlike the last time when her spirit had been feeble, this time, she vowed to obliterate him completely. As she spoke, she raised a finger to point at the demon. Suddenly, a piercing cry of a mystical bird echoed, followed by a burst of blue light transforming into a colossal raptor that soared towards the skeletal arm of the otherworldly demon. With a single claw, the raptor tore the massive skeletal arm apart and then devoured it whole. The spirit moon fairy stood in stunned silence. After consuming the demon's arm, the raptor's form flickered and transformed into a petite blue bird that circled above Su Taiping's head before returning to the Zhonghuan ring in his hand. Could it be that the ancient beast Zhonghuan's spirit had just consumed the otherworldly demoness arm? Witnessing this spectacle, an astonishing thought flashed through the spirit moon fairy's mind. Truly, the earth store fruit had the power to resurrect such a terrifying entity. Casting a glance at the Zhonghuan ring in Su Taiping's grasp, the spirit moon fairy murmured in awe. Although the earth store fruit belonged to her, she had yet to plant it before calamity struck. Thus she had never truly witnessed its formidable strength. It was clear that the fruit had sensed the latent danger surrounding Taiping, giving rise to the Zhonghuan ring, and now she found herself enviously regarding this young man. However, upon reflection, she realized that without Su Taiping's diligent cultivation and repeated adventures, the earth store fruit would have lacked the nourishment to birth the Zhonghuan ring. In a certain sense, the Zhonghuan ring was a reward from the earth store fruit for Su Taiping's relentless endeavors. Yet, considering the nature of the otherworldly demon, it was certain that having lost an arm, it would retaliate with even greater ferocity. The Zhonghuan ring gifted by the earth store fruit posed an uncertain fate for Taiping, whether it be a blessing or a curse. The spirit moon fairy whispered her concerns before retreating into the green gourd. Meanwhile, Su Taiping, having successfully established his foundation, entered a profoundly mysterious state. Now he can vividly perceive the flow of true essence within every meridian of his body, sensing the fortification of his bones and the expansion of his channels, as if he has been reborn. Most astonishingly, he discovers the boundless sea of energy within his dantian. With this energy reservoir, not only will his true chi transform into pure true essence, but he can also regenerate his true essence autonomously, without the need for meditation or exertion. The most crucial aspect, however, is that he can perform spells without relying on gathering chi pills. The potency of techniques like the ice breath art could increase by at least 30%. 5 days later, in the evening, along the rugged path to Wind-Laden Valley, Su Taiping, clad in dark attire and masked, swiftly traverses the forest. I truly did not expect you to break through to the realm of gazing into the void in such a short time. A white feather, transformed into a sparrow's size, alights upon Su Taiping's shoulder. If I had not achieved this breakthrough, I would not have dared to promise you anything, Su Taiping replies, leaping over a ditch as he speaks. Rest assured, I will only meet my mother and will not burden you, Bai assures Su Taiping. Su Taiping nods. Though deep down, he has already prepared for the worst. That is, confronting the pursuit of the Peacock King. Aside from this route, there is another secret passage in wind-laden valley that leads directly to the stargazing cliff. After I see my mother, we can enter the passage and destroy its entrance, making it impossible for the Peacock King to catch us even if he discovers our whereabouts. Bai continues. He has calculated this carefully, not wishing to see Su Taiping lose his life in vain. His only concern is that the execution ground might be far away. It won't be too distant. The only place in wind-laden valley suitable for public executions is Danxiao Plain, and just beneath the cliff at Danxiao Plain lies the entrance to the secret passage. Bai confidently asserts. Taiping, if possible, let me speak with my mother for a little longer, he quietly requests. Do not worry. As long as your life is not in danger, I will do my utmost to buy you time, Su Taiping nods. In truth, he harbors an unspoken thought that if feasible, he wishes to attempt rescuing Bai's mother. However, he cannot guarantee Bai anything uncertain. Bai, you should enter, although this path is safe. Your presence may still be detected by the Peacock King, Su Taiping says, patting the green gourd at his waist. All right, Bai replies without hesitation, slipping into the gourd. Half an hour later, at Stargazing Cliff, Su Taiping gazes down from the cliff's edge, illuminated by moonlight, and indeed sees a massive white-headed eagle shackled by thick chains on Danxiao Plain, occupying nearly 1/3 of the area. This is undoubtedly Bai's mother. These scoundrels. How could they treat my mother this way? Bai, peering out of the gourd, is filled with rage, trembling with fury. Bai, remain calm. Su Taiping sealed the gourd's lid and then communicated with the white feather within using his mind. Is the secret passage you mentioned located beneath this star observation cliff? The entities within the gourd could converse with him through his spiritual thoughts. Indeed, when the time comes, you need only leap from here to reach the entrance of the secret passage, Bai replied. Very well. Su Taiping nodded silently, then gazed down at Dong Xiaoping, continuing his mental dialogue with Bai. Stay put in the gourd, and I will release you once I reach your mother. After speaking, he retrieved the shadowy grass he had seized from Mr. Yashan and infused it with a strand of true essence. In the blink of an eye, Su Taiping's figure melded seamlessly with the surrounding rocks. He then leapt gracefully, swiftly scaling the protruding stones of the cliff, and descended rapidly towards Dong Xiaoping. Chapter 65. Dong Xiaoping. The heart of every parent on Dong Xiaoping. The moon hung high, and the world lay in serene silence. Did you just hear footsteps? A vigilant peacock demon guard glanced towards the locked white-headed eagle. What footsteps? It must be the wind. Another peacock demon dismissed with a shake of its head. I must have misheard. After confirming that there were no outsiders on Dong Xiaoping, the first peacock demon nodded and resumed patrolling with its companion. Seeing this, Su Taiping, who was concealed beneath the wings of the white-headed eagle, let out a gentle sigh of relief. Young man, who are you, and what perilous intent brings you here? A gentle voice resonated in Su Taiping's mind. Clearly, the speaker was the white-headed eagle beside him, the mother of Bai. As soon as Su Taiping landed, she had already noticed him and instinctively shielded him with her wings when the peacock guards became aware. Annie Yike, I am Su Taiping from Qingzhou residence. Uncle Baihong may have mentioned me before. Su Taiping communicated to Yi Quebec. This method of close-range spiritual communication was quite simple. Fairy Linghua had taught him long ago. You are the child spoken of by Baihong. Yi Kei's voice reflected astonishment, revealing her familiarity with Su Taiping. Child, you must leave quickly. The Peacock King patrols every hour. I am bound by 9 soul-locking nails, my demon power nearly sealed, and with 2 binding ropes ensnaring me. You cannot rescue me. Her tone was urgent as she conveyed this to Su Taiping. Hearing this, warmth spread through Su Taiping's heart. Indeed, Aunt Yike was just as kind-hearted as Uncle Baihong. He felt reassured in his decision to come tonight. Aunt Yike, I brought Bai to see you. As he spoke, he opened the gourd's lid. Bai. The shock in Yike's voice echoed in Su Taiping's mind. In the next moment, Bai, transformed into a lark, alighted upon Su Taiping's shoulder. Mother. Bai's spiritual communication to Yike did not evade Su Taiping. Child, you are still alive? The voice of the night sparrow was imbued with astonishment and disbelief. Mother, it was Taiping who rescued me. I implored him to bring me to see you. Bai conveyed through thought. You foolish child, you could have come alone. Why burden Taiping as well? Do you not realize that the Peacock King displayed me for 7 days to lure out the remnants of the white-headed eagle clan? The tone of the night sparrow abruptly shifted from tender to one filled with reprimand and admonition. But mother, how could I not come to see you? Bayu's voice was rife with grievance. Aunt Night Sparrow, Bayu and I have already devised an escape route. Even if we are discovered, we can retreat unscathed. Su Taiping explained while drawing Bayu into the safety of the night sparrow's feathers. I have brought you trouble, Taiping. The night sparrow's voice softened again, filled with affection. Aunt Night Sparrow, please converse with Bayu at your leisure. I will stay nearby and keep an eye on the guards. Su Taiping communicated with a shake of his head. I am grateful for your assistance, the night sparrow replied, her voice brimming with gratitude. Thereafter, Su Taiping ceased to listen to the conversation between the night sparrow and Bayu, his gaze shifting to the patrolling guards, attentively observing the subtle shifts in the surroundings. Sister Lingyu, is there a way to rescue Bayu's mother? Su Taiping inquired silently to the celestial being. Lingyu, without extracting the soul-sealing nail and unbinding the demon-binding rope, we cannot take her away. Moreover, if there is too much commotion here, it will inevitably attract the attention of the Peacock King, Lingyu responded, expressing her powerlessness. Upon hearing Lingyu's words, Su Taiping reluctantly abandoned the thought of rescuing the night sparrow. Taiping, after a brief moment, the gentle voice of the night sparrow echoed once more in Su Taiping's mind. What is it, Aunt Night Sparrow? Su Taiping inquired through thought. It seems we cannot escape this time, so I wish to transfer all of my source demon blood and demon core to Bayu. This will require at least half a stick of incense. I have calculated that I should be able to accomplish it before the Peacock King arrives for inspection. Can you wait for us for that duration? The night sparrow asked, somewhat bashfully. No problem. Su Taiping contemplated briefly before nodding in silent agreement. Alas, at that moment, Lingyu suddenly let out a long sigh. What troubles you, Sister Lingyu? Su Taiping asked, perplexed. For the demon race, forcing out the source demon blood and life demon core is more agonizing than death itself, Lingyu elucidated. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping glanced at Bayu and noted that she seemed to resist the notion. Yet ultimately, Bayu could not defy the night sparrow and was consumed by her. Following this, Su Taiping witnessed the night sparrow's body tremble violently, blood seeping from the pores beneath her feathers. This is a method of bloodline inheritance among the demon race, allowing a beast of the same lineage to enter another's body, absorbing their source demon blood and consuming their demon core, Lingyu explained, noticing Su Taiping's confusion. No wonder Bayu is reluctant. Hearing Lingyu's words sent a tremor through Su Taiping's heart. Ha! Bayu, I anticipated your arrival long ago. You wish to inherit the demon blood? Such a dream. You and your offspring shall become the sustenance of my kin. Just a tea's worth of time had passed when an ear-piercing cackle echoed through the skies of Dan Xiaoping, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of pressure. Is that the Peacock King? Su Taiping instantly recognized the essence of the Peacock King and became alert. How infuriating. It was so close yet so far. Upon hearing this sound, the white-headed eagle king, Ye sighed painfully, then resolutely addressed Su Taiping. Taiping, you must take Bayu and flee. I will shatter the demon's core and fight to the death against it for a while. Chapter 66. Battle with the Sparrow King. Chu Lingyue possesses Su Taiping. Despite Ye unwavering determination, Su Taiping could discern from her tone the bitterness of her failure to pass on the demon blood to Bayu. He too felt an immense sense of regret. He longed to assist Ye in fulfilling her wish. Yet the dreadful aura emanating from the Peacock King above compelled his reason to triumph over his emotions. All right, Taiping. Just as Su Taiping was about to concede, the fairy Lingyue unexpectedly called out to him. What is it, Sister Lingyue? Su Taiping inquired, puzzled. Allow that mother and child to proceed. I will devise a way to hinder the Peacock King for a time. If I can slay it, even better. Lingyue's voice carried a hint of murderous intent. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, but Ye's act of nourishing her offspring with blood deeply moved her. Sister Lingyue, do you truly have a plan? Su Taiping sought confirmation from the fairy Lingyue. He had great faith in her, yet in matters of life and death, caution was paramount. Killing the Peacock King may be a challenge, but stalling it for a while should pose no issue, Lingyue replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping hesitated no longer and immediately conveyed to Ye, Aunt Ye, I have a way to obstruct the Peacock King. You and Bayu must continue the transfer of demon blood. But, trust me, Yi Ke hesitated, yet Su Taiping had already stepped forth, soaring from beneath her wings. What an audacious fool to dare attempt a rescue. Prepare to meet your demise. A group of peacock demon guards had now noticed Su Taiping, and without waiting for the Peacock King to descend, they flapped their wings and extended their claws, launching themselves at him. Swish! Su Taiping executed the wind shadow step, evading an attacking peacock demon, while simultaneously inquiring in his heart, Sister Lingyue, what do you intend to do? As he spoke, he drew the long blade from his waist. Its edge enveloped in a radiant gleam and struck fiercely at an approaching peacock. Bang! The peacock demon was sent flying by the blow. After breaking through the Wuyo realm, such ordinary demons were no match for Su Taiping. You engage these peacock demon guards in combat. When the Peacock King descends, lend your body to me, and I shall control it to confront the Peacock King, Lingyue explained to Su Taiping. Understood. Though Su Taiping harbored some doubts about the feasibility of the situation, he nonetheless nodded resolutely, choosing to place his trust in the celestial being Lingyue. As he spoke, he delivered a powerful blow to a peacock demon. Exercising caution and fearing that his identity might be revealed, he refrained from employing the specific techniques of the Qingniu fist. Nevertheless, the force of his strike was still formidable, causing the demon's head to loll dangerously, nearly rendering it unconscious. Suddenly, a peacock demon, shimmering with a bluish aura, flapped its wings fiercely, transforming its feathers into a barrage of lethal projectiles that rained down upon Su Taiping. Without hesitation, he activated a golden bell talisman to deflect the assault. However, the talisman shattered upon impact, a testament to the overwhelming power of the peacock strike. At the very moment the talisman disintegrated, Su Taiping had already knocked an arrow from his quiver, enveloping it in true essence, and accurately struck the demon's wing. With a piercing cry, the peacock demon plummeted to the ground. He had maximized the potential of his penetrating arrow. As he swiftly maneuvered around the battlefield, he unleashed a flurry of 3 arrows, each finding its mark in the heads of the peacock demons, bringing down 3 more in a single volley. However, at that moment, several other peacock demons seized the opportunity to pounce upon him. Unfazed, Su Taiping remained composed, seizing the moment to leap into the air with his long knife in hand. He infused the blade with his true essence and delivered a decisive strike to the neck of the nearest peacock demon. With a swift motion, he severed its head cleanly. How dare you! Roared the Peacock King, witnessing the slaughter of its kin. With a furious flap of its wings, it propelled itself like a bolt of lightning towards Dong Xiaoping. Boom! Its claws lunged at Su Taiping with ferocity. Rather than retreating, Su Taiping stood his ground, raising 2 fingers and emphatically pointing towards the Peacock King's claws. This was the gesture of the Zhang Wan Ring's 2 fingers shattering mountains technique. As he executed the move, a deafening sound of air being ruptured erupted, and a vortex of formidable winds coalesced into a sharp spear that soared from the Zhang Wan Ring, aimed directly at the Peacock King. Bang! The Peacock King sensed the impending danger and swiftly retracted its claws. It closed its wings, which gleamed with a greenish metallic sheen, shielding its entire form and successfully blocking the attack of the 2 fingers. Nevertheless, the sheer force of the strike still sent the massive figure of the Peacock King sliding backwards for several dozen feet before it finally came to a halt. Su Taiping was taken aback. Could the Peacock King's wings truly withstand such an assault? As he evaded an attack from another peacock demon using the wind shadow step, he drew his bow and released an arrow at a demon that was about to pounce. It soon became evident that the Peacock King possessed a magical weapon, explaining its audacity to confront him alone. At that moment, the Peacock King flapped its wings, halting its descent, before diving down once more. One wing shielded its body while the other sliced towards Su Taiping like a colossal blade. In tranquility, holding one's breath and concentrating, I shall take control of your body. At that moment, the previously silent moon spirit suddenly spoke within Su Taiping's mind. Aware that he could not possibly rival the Peacock King, Su Taiping promptly sheathed his bow and arrow, disregarding the descending wings of the Peacock King, and began to focus his mind as instructed by the moon spirit. Boom! Just then, the wings of the Peacock King struck down from the sky, cleaving the granite surface of Danxiao Plain with a deep, long gash. To the Peacock King's astonishment, the strike it deemed certain had been deftly evaded by the individual on Danxiao Plain. With a thunderous roar, not only had the evasion occurred, but Su Taiping also appeared before it in an utterly uncanny manner,
as if gliding effortlessly through the air, and with a clenched fist, he delivered a powerful blow. Bang! Possessed by the moon spirit, Su Taiping delivered what appeared to be an ordinary punch, yet it elicited a wretched cry from the Peacock King, causing its massive body to tumble midair. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Taiping was filled with astonishment, pondering, "Does my fist possess such formidable power?" Chapter 67, A Thousandfold Force. The moon spirit displays her marvelous abilities clang. Before Su Taiping could fully comprehend the situation, the moon spirit seized control of his body once more, swiftly drawing a blade from its sheath. With a single, sweeping strike aimed at the still, unsteady Peacock King. The force of the blow was far more terrifying than the previous punch. The blade's radiance coalesced into a long arc, nearly 10 zhang in length, slicing straight toward the Peacock King. Bang! This time, the Peacock King raised its wings to shield itself. But the immense force of the strike sent its body plummeting straight down. Ultimately, its colossal frame crashed heavily onto the Danxiao plain. The same weapon, the same body, the same true essence. Merely a different method of execution yielded such tremendous power? Su Taiping could scarcely process it in his mind. Little Taiping, do not remain dazed. Truly feel the timing of my strikes and the flow of true essence. Though this is not a renowned sword technique, it is the culmination of my insights gained from countless battles. The moon spirit's voice resonated once more in Su Taiping's mind, acknowledging her words with a solemn affirmation. Su Taiping began to focus his spirit, meticulously absorbing the moon spirit's combat methodology. Meanwhile, as they conversed, the moon spirit had already guided Su Taiping's body to deliver another strike towards the Peacock King below. Bang! The Peacock King, having only just regained its footing, hurriedly raised its wings to defend. Although it managed to block the attack, numerous feathers rained down like scattered petals. "Get away from me!" Faced with this predicament, the Peacock King roared in fury, then suddenly spun its body, transforming its feathers into a storm of arrows that shot towards Su Taiping with a piercing whistle. Boom! In response to this onslaught, the wind shield conjured by the azure phoenix ring around Su Taiping shattered almost instantaneously. However, the celestial maiden of Lingyue showed no signs of retreat. In her hand, the long blade erupted with radiant brilliance, slicing through the air in mere moments to unleash nearly 100 strikes, effectively severing all the feathers shot towards her. In the end, these 100 strikes converged into a single blow, as if never having deviated from its course, delivering a heavy cleave upon the wings of the Peacock King. Bang! It must be said that the wings of the Peacock King were indeed harder than black iron. Even such a ferocious strike could not cleave them open. Nevertheless, under the force of that strike, the Peacock King was not unscathed, as evidenced by the feathers that rained down and the blood seeping from its wings. Crack! The celestial maiden of Lingyue was about to swing her blade once more, but the exquisite steel-long knife could not withstand the burden and shattered in her grasp. Witnessing this, the Peacock King was filled with elation, struggling to rise. Yet, as it barely stood, the celestial maiden of Lingyue discarded the broken blade and unleashed a punch infused with a fierce gust of wind. Bang! In the reverberation of the impact, the colossal body of the Peacock King trembled violently, erupting into a cloud of blood mist. "Who are you?" The Peacock King had never anticipated that the fist of one merely at the level of a Wangu realm cultivator could possess such terrifying power. Bang! In response, the celestial maiden delivered yet another punch. This blow caused the Peacock King to erupt once more into a cloud of blood mist, sending the nearby peacock demons, who had come to assist, hurtling backward from the shockwave generated by the fist. How could such a seemingly minimal expenditure of true essence yield such immense force? Observing this scene, Su Taiping was both astonished and began to contemplate the flow of true essence within himself, as well as the mechanics of the celestial maiden's movements when she struck. This was the thousandfold strength. What appeared to be a single punch was, in fact, a rapid accumulation of the power of hundreds or even thousands of punches, all converging at a single point before unleashing its force in an instant. Seemingly sensing Su Taiping's confusion, the celestial maiden spoke while pressing her fingertip against the wings of the Peacock King, then suddenly clenched her fist and struck down heavily upon those wings. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the Peacock King's body erupted into another cloud of blood mist. Ah! The Peacock King let out a mournful cry once more. To elicit such a scream from a royal beast speaks volumes of the power behind the celestial maiden's punch. This time,
Su Taiping finally noticed that his fist, under the celestial maiden's manipulation, exhibited a slight tremor as it descended upon the Peacock King's wings. Clearly, she had deliberately slowed her speed to demonstrate for him. No matter who you are ultimately just a Wangu realm cultivator. The Peacock King suddenly roared in fury, its blood and chi transforming into flames that surged forth, resembling a phoenix bathed in fire. Boom! It abruptly lifted its wings and struck forcefully towards Su Taiping. In the face of this assault from the Peacock King, the celestial maiden of Lingyue swiftly raised her fingers to form a seal, exclaiming with conviction, "Be still." Boom! As her words echoed, a radiant sigil suddenly appeared above the head of the Peacock King, as a translucent golden hand descended from the heavens. It struck heavily upon the Peacock King, pinning its fiery form beneath its palm with a resounding thud. This marked the first instance of the celestial being, Lingyue, employing her arcane arts. However, this singular act resulted in a significant depletion of Su Taiping's previously ample vital essence. It became evident to him why Sister Lingyue had solely relied on her blade and physical prowess. His own reserves were insufficient to sustain her formidable techniques. A sense of bitterness washed over Su Taiping as he reflected on the stark reality. Clearly, had his cultivation been somewhat higher, the Peacock King would have met its demise. Yet, even in this state, with merely a body at the spectral void realm, he managed to render the Peacock Demon King utterly defenseless, showcasing Lingyue's exceptional martial skill. Taiping, this is a rare opportunity. Now, you shall take a turn. Lingyue suddenly relinquished her control over Su Taiping's body. At that moment, she regarded the Peacock King with absolute disdain. Very well, Su Taiping responded with eagerness. He then recalled the sensation of his earlier punches under Lingyue's guidance. Raising his palm to align with the Peacock King's wing, and abruptly clenched his fist, exerting force. Bang! Amidst the cacophony of impact, although the Peacock King's wing trembled violently, it sustained no substantial injury. Not bad. You were able to converge 3 punches into one right from the start. It seems you have grasped the technique of exertion, Lingyue remarked with satisfaction. Achieving the convergence of 1,000 punches into one, as you do, is simply too formidable. Su Taiping shook his head in humility. You have indeed employed some form of dark sorcery to amplify your strength. Now that your power has waned, I wonder how much longer you can endure. The Peacock King, sensing the diminishment of its previous might, let out a mocking huff. Is that so? Lingyue retorted with a cold laugh, regaining control over Su Taiping's body once more, and delivered another powerful punch. Bang! The force of 1,000-fold impact resounded as it struck the Peacock King, causing it to erupt in a mist of blood. The Peacock King let out another wretched scream. Chapter 68. The Teleportation Token, a gift from Mother Baiyu. Bang, bang, bang. Lingyue ceased her idle chatter, unleashing punch after punch upon the Peacock King, leaving it gasping for breath. This was not due to any sadistic tendencies on Lingyue's part. Rather, Su Taiping's frail body and meager reserves of vital essence rendered it impossible for her to perform higher-level spells. Thus, she resorted to this method, gradually wearing down the Peacock King with her relentless blows. Who dares to trespass upon my Qingxian? At that moment, a voice thundered from the horizon, and Su Taiping beheld a colossal dragon, adorned with lightning, soaring towards them from the western skies. Could this be the true form of the Elder Black Dragon? Su Taiping mused in astonishment. I've been waiting for you, little mudfish. Lingyue seemed to have anticipated the Elder Black Dragon's intervention, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she delivered yet another strike upon the Peacock King before the distant figure of the Elder Black Dragon. Impudence! The Elder Black Dragon let out a furious roar, and in an instant, his massive form burst through the clouds, soaring to the skies above Don Xiaoping. He then opened his colossal mouth and unleashed a breath of dragon fire, akin to a torrent of black flames, directed at Su Taiping below. Boom! The fiery breath shot downwards like a pillar of flame. At that moment, the fairy Lingyue merely controlled Su Taiping's body to raise an arm, extending 3 fingers in a fierce slash towards the Elder Black Dragon, as if to cleave the sea. As her words fell, a formidable blade of energy surged forth from the Tsungwan ring, resembling a long sword spanning the entire Fenglai Valley, striking mercilessly against the dragon's breath. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the dragon fire was obliterated by the 3-fingered strike of the Tsungwan ring, while the Elder Black Dragon, having caught the blow with his claws, was involuntarily propelled backward, transforming in the air for thousands of feet, his once indomitable claws losing one talon in the process. Was this the true power of the Zhongwan ring? Su Taiping was momentarily stunned. To fully unleash the power contained within a treasure, one must possess not only sufficient true essence, but also a potent spirit force. My spirit essence surpasses yours significantly, hence my strength is naturally greater. As Fairy Linghua spoke, she flew towards the stargazing cliff, her foot gliding on the gale. Is it merely greater? Su Taiping nodded, a bitter smile forming within. The Zhongwan ring in his grasp felt entirely different compared to when it was in Fairy Linghua's hands. Inquiring about that mother and son pair, he realized that the three-fingered strike could only hold off the elder black dragon momentarily. His true essence was now exhausted, leaving him unable to withstand another blow from the elder black dragon, and Fairy Linghua's time possessing him was nearing its end. All right, I'll ask, Su Taiping replied, regaining control of his body and landing before the night sparrow. However, as his feet touched the ground, the night sparrow's head remained bowed, devoid of breath, while Baiyu stood motionless beside her. Baiyu, we must depart, Su Taiping called out. He could surmise what had transpired. Su Taiping, Baiyu suddenly turned, tears welling in her eyes. I no longer have a mother. Su Taiping's heart quivered. Yet soon after, his gaze hardened with resolve as he grasped Baiyu firmly and declared to Fairy Linghua, Sister, let us go. Fairy Linghua swiftly took control of Su Taiping's body once more, and in a flash, they vanished from Dan Xiaoping. Seal the mountain. Seal the mountain. Do not let him escape. The elder black dragon's roar echoed throughout the Fenglai Valley. However, by then, Su Taiping had already led Baiyu into a concealed passage. That night, amidst the howling wind and torrential rain, countless spirit beasts and cultivators mobilized, scouring the area for the fugitive. They inevitably arrived at Qingzhou residence. But Su Taiping had long since changed his attire and concealed the green gourd, leaving them with nothing. Creak. After sending away another batch of searching cultivators, Su Taiping closed the courtyard gate and returned to his chamber. Su Taiping, my mother has entrusted me to deliver something to you. Baiyu conveyed weakly through the green gourd. What is it? Su Taiping inquired as he opened the gourd and released Baiyu. My mother mentioned that your skills and the techniques you wield do not resemble those of practitioners from this continent. Perhaps this half of a teleportation token, hailing from another realm, might prove useful to you. Baiyu emerged from the gourd, a fragment of a golden token clasped in his mouth. Teleportation token? Su Taiping received the golden piece, albeit with confusion. He observed the peculiar inscriptions and runes etched upon it, which indeed seemed foreign to this land. Oh, it appears to be a teleportation token leading to the Yuyuan continent. Just as Su Taiping pondered the significance of this, the voice of the spirit moon fairy resonated in his mind. What is a teleportation token? Su Taiping queried internally. A teleportation token is a key that activates ancient teleportation arrays, allowing you to traverse to another cultivation continent in the blink of an eye. It is exceedingly precious for practitioners of your realm, the spirit moon fairy responded, her tone tinged with excitement. What kind of place is the Yuyuan continent? Su Taiping asked. Curiosity piqued. I once ventured there in my youth for training. The distinction between the cultivation world and the secular realm has vanished. The people are fierce, and even those who cannot cultivate often practice martial arts. The mountains are rife with malevolent spirits, frequently giving rise to inexplicable apparitions. The spiritual energy in the air, even in the most mundane countryside, far exceeds that of your continent by at least tenfold. The cultivation sects there are exponentially more powerful than yours. For instance, a sect like the Qingxian sect would barely register as notable. Although the Yuyuan continent is fraught with peril, it is abundant in celestial materials and treasures. Many ancient immortal estates lie concealed within its mountains, and encountering one would present a significant opportunity. For those pursuing the path of immortality, it truly serves as an excellent ground for cultivation and trials, much like my own experience there, which elevated my cultivation by an entire realm. The spirit moon fairy reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. Such a place exists in this world, Su Taiping mused, his heart stirred with yearning. However, upon examining the teleportation token in his hand once more, he expressed a note of regret. Yet this token is only half. Seeking the other half might prove challenging. Do not fret over this. The token itself is a treasure. Even when fragmented into numerous pieces, they can sense one another. I can teach you how to locate the missing half, the spirit moon fairy assured confidently. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping felt a surge of joy and promptly expressed his gratitude to the spirit moon fairy. He then turned to Bai Yu, saying, Bai Yu, I shall accept this item. It is indeed useful to me. Bai Yu nodded somberly, still engulfed in the sorrow of losing his mother, his mind preoccupied with grief, leaving little room for thoughts about Su Taiping's capabilities to contend with the Peacock King. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Taiping could not help but feel a pang of empathy. Having similarly lost loved ones at an early age, he resonated deeply with Bai Yu's current emotions. I apologize for not being able to slay the Peacock King today, Su Taiping expressed with a hint of regret. Upon hearing the name Peacock King, Bai Yu's previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed vigor. No, it is fortunate that you did not kill it, Bai Yu replied, shaking his head, his eyes now ablaze with fury. This way, I have the opportunity to avenge my mother and our kin. After uttering these words, his expression softened slightly. He then raised his wings, cradling a drop of profound source demon blood, and presented it before Su Taiping. Taiping, I owe you my gratitude. You not only allowed me to see my mother, but also enabled me to inherit her source demon blood and demon core. You must accept this drop of source demon blood. Su Taiping pondered for a moment, refraining from taking the precious drop of blood meant for their soul contract. Instead, he solemnly inquired of Bai Yu, have you made your decision? I shall not compel you to forge a soul contract with me. I have made my decision. If I cannot fulfill this promise, I shall feel remorse before my mother's spirit, Bai Yu replied with unwavering determination. Hearing this, Su Taiping no longer hesitated. He nodded and extended his hand to receive the drop of source demon blood. From this day forth, I, Bai Yu, willingly pledge to be Su Taiping's spirit companion for a century. Henceforth, Su Taiping shall be my master, Bai Yu vowed. Bai Yu, we are not master and servant. There is no need for such titles. This soul contract is merely a promise. Su Taiping shook his head. Bai Yu gazed deeply at Su Taiping and then nodded firmly. Then from this day onward, you, Su Taiping, shall be my brother in both trials and tribulations. Brother? Su Taiping reminisced about his childhood, feeling a twinge of envy for those in the village who had siblings, and he smiled as he nodded in agreement. Very well. After settling Bai Yu into a gourd for rest, Su Taiping practiced his punches in the backyard for a while before attempting the thousand-fold force that Lingyue Fairy had taught him earlier that day. This thousand-fold force is a martial arts technique for channeling energy. You may later combine it with the Qingyou fist without fear of it being recognized as an external school technique. Observing Su Taiping's increasingly proficient execution of the thousand-fold force, Lingyue Fairy expressed her delight and offered him a reminder. Su Taiping nodded and, out of curiosity, asked, Sister Lingyue, I recall that during the last sermon by Ziyang True Monarch, he mentioned that martial artists stand no chance against cultivators. Yet today, I witnessed you using the thousand-fold force to suppress the Peacock King, suggesting that martial practitioners are not as helpless as portrayed. It is wonderful that you can discern this. Lingyue Fairy smiled with satisfaction. Once cultivation and body refinement reach a certain level, there is actually no distinction between the two. However, in your realm, the spiritual energy is too sparse, and the treasures of heaven and earth are scarce, making it impossible to cultivate a formidable martial body. In our world, the unyielding bodies of the demon clan's great saints and the indestructible bodies of the human clan are among the most formidable existences. There was once a martial zealot from the demon clan who, relying solely on his unyielding body, swept through much of the cultivation world. Even high-level cultivators could not withstand a single strike from him. She introduced Su Taiping in a conversational manner. The notion that a martial arts practitioner could dominate a significant portion of the cultivation world struck Su Taiping as rather astonishing. This was not unusual, however. The fairy Lingyue nodded and remarked, Do you recall the body refinement technique I taught you 2 years ago, along with the items you wear? She suddenly smiled at Su Taiping. Of course, I remember, he replied, nodding. He patted his abdomen and then his thigh, producing a distinct metallic sound. He continued, I haven't removed those items except when bathing. I have consistently practiced the body refinement technique every day. Although the initial stages were quite painful, especially after donning these items, making even ordinary movement cumbersome, I have adapted significantly over the past 2 years. 2 years prior, after Su Taiping began consuming dragon gallbladder wine, his physique was further enhanced, prompting the fairy Lingyue to impart a body refinement technique to him. According to her, this technique was quite rudimentary, but exceptionally suitable for novices to strengthen their muscles and bones.
Thus, he diligently practiced it for a full 2 years. I never anticipated you would endure it, but after 2 years of perseverance, your physique has been sufficiently tempered. Once we ascend the mountain, I shall teach you a body refinement technique inherited from the ancient human emperor, the fairy Lingue said with great satisfaction. Chapter 70. The Fog Borrowing Technique. The 7-Peak Selection Day is approaching. Thank you, Sister Lingue. Su Taiping was eagerly anticipating the body refinement technique of the human emperor that the fairy Lingue had previously mentioned. By the way, I have heard that once one becomes a disciple of the 7 Peaks, there is an opportunity to select techniques from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. He added, selecting techniques? That task can certainly be entrusted to me. Without boasting, in terms of vision, your sect leaders may not match my own, the fairy Lingue replied confidently. That is certainly true, Su Taiping acknowledged, as he increasingly recognized the profound cultivation that the fairy Lingue had once possessed. However, before the 7 Peaks Grand Competition, I wish to learn another technique, just in case. He then produced a copper mirror and retrieved the directory of techniques available for outer disciples. Looking toward the fairy Lingue and saying, Sister Lingue, please take a look as well. During the 7-Peak selection, he could not use the ice breath technique or the Tsungwan ring. Otherwise, the secrets of the earth fruit would be easily uncovered. All right, let me take a look. The fairy Lingue approached him and sat beside him at the stone table. It seems that the techniques available to your outer disciples are rather limited, primarily consisting of the weaker offensive elements of wood and water among the 5 elements. However, that is of no concern. The lethality of the Qingniu fist combined with the 1,000-fold force is sufficient for a cultivator at your stage. You merely need to select a supportive technique. As she murmured to herself, she began to carefully choose. Which one do you intend to select, Taiping? After a while, the fairy Lingue appeared to have settled on a choice, but refrained from voicing it, eager to hear Su Taiping's thoughts first. If I were to choose for myself, it would undoubtedly be the fog borrowing technique. Su Taiping pondered for a moment before responding. Hearing this, fairy Lingue's lips curled into a subtle smile. Why choose the mist borrowing technique? She playfully inquired, clearly intending to test Su Taiping. According to the instructions within the bronze mirror, this technique merely required holding a mouthful of clear water, which could be transformed into mist through spiritual incantation, enveloping a Tinjiang area in fog within an instant, disorienting opponents. Though it appeared trivial, it could grant me a strategic advantage in combat, aligning perfectly with my current approach of swift resolution. Moreover, in future encounters, should I find myself at a disadvantage, I could utilize this technique in conjunction with the ice breath technique to evade. Su Taiping elaborated to fairy Lingue. Currently, his martial skills, the Qingniu fist and the 7 Killblade, were primarily offensive. If he failed to incapacitate his opponent in a single strike, he would easily fall into a defensive stance during their counterattack. The mist borrowing technique would aptly compensate for this deficiency, especially with the upcoming 7-Peak selection, where he would be unable to employ the ice breath technique or the Tsungwan ring. Excellent. Fairy Lingue expressed her satisfaction with Su Taiping's explanation. Did you also choose the mist borrowing technique, Sister Lingue? Su Taiping asked, a hint of joy in his voice. Indeed, fairy Lingue nodded and continued. Aside from the 2 points you just mentioned, I selected this technique because, while it may seem inconsequential, it actually derives from a profound ancient art. What ancient art? Su Taiping's interest was piqued. The 5 elements escape technique, fairy Lingue replied. The 5 elements escape technique. This name was unfamiliar to Su Taiping from the catalog of techniques at the Qingxian sect. The 5 elements escape technique comprises the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among them, the mist borrowing technique is a derivative of the water element's mist escape method. However, the true mist escape technique involves not merely obscuring vision with fog, but thoroughly concealing one's form and aura within it, rendering one undetectable even to high-level practitioners, while allowing the user to move freely and strike invisibly. Fairy Lingue explained to Su Taiping. The mist borrowing technique is actually derived from such a formidable art. Su Taiping expressed his astonishment. I happen to know this technique as well. Once you learn the mist borrowing technique, I can teach you how to gradually refine it into the true mist escape method, Fairy Lingue said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Currently hindered by her spiritual injuries, she cherished witnessing Su Taiping's gradual growth under her guidance. Then I shall choose the mist borrowing technique. Su Taiping replied with equal enthusiasm.
With only a month or two remaining until the 7-peak selection, mastering a rudimentary technique was certainly feasible. I wonder how Linglong and Qing Xiao have fared over these 3 years, and if they still remember me, he mused, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. Memories flooded back of being brought to Yunlu Mountain by Linglong and Qing Xiao, and later, Linglong's careful placement of him in the Qingzhou residence. Rest assured, it won't be long before you can all practice together at the 7 peaks. Fairy Lingwei gently patted Su Taiping's shoulder. Su Taiping nodded. Feeling that it was time to fulfill the promise he made 3 years ago to Linglong and Qing Xiao, to triumph in the selection and ascend to the 7 peaks. With that thought, he shook his head and rose, making his way to the backyard to commence his daily regimen. Over the past 2 years, thanks to the dragon gallbladder wine, he had nearly mastered the art of sleepless devotion, which granted him more cultivation time than the average individual. Yet, even with the wine's aid, it could not alleviate the fatigue and pain that accompanied his training. Thus, the duration he endured these trials was twice, if not thrice, the norm. Nevertheless, Su Taiping remained unwavering, never skipping a single day of practice. As the adage goes, diligence is rewarded by the heavens. Observing Su Taiping in the backyard, tirelessly repeating his sword strikes, Fairy Lingwei murmured to herself. 2 months later, atop the 7th peak of Yunlu Mountain, Senior brother, on the ethereal rainbow jade bridge of the 7 peaks, a young maiden clad in a crimson dress soared like a wisp of red cloud across the arched bridge, heading directly towards a floating sword-testing platform at its other end. Linglong, how many times must I tell you? The hour of Chun is when I cultivate my sword. Do not come up. On the sword cultivation platform, a handsome young man in a blue robe opened his eyes and stood up. As a flying sword that had been spiraling above him transformed into a streak of light and swiftly pierced into his chest. These two were none other than Zhao Linglong and Duga Qing Xiao, who had once introduced Su Taiping to their sect. Senior brother, he is still alive. Linglong exclaimed with excitement, raising a scroll in her hand. Who? Qing Xiao was perplexed. Su Taiping. Linglong finally shouted the name she had held back for so long. Is it that Su Taiping from Qingyou village? Qing Xiao was taken aback by the revelation. In the years that followed, Duga Qing Xiao and the others had inquired about Su Taiping's whereabouts, but the responses were vague. On one occasion, they even heard disturbing news about the presence of vengeful spirits and demon wolves near Qingzhou Cottage, where the spring used as a formation had been destroyed. Had it not been for Qing Xiao's intervention, Zhao Linglong would have nearly defied the sect's orders and descended the mountain. From that moment on, they began to fear that Su Taiping's fate was dire, for it was common for outer disciples to perish within 3 years amidst the rampant beasts below. Yes, it's him. Senior brother, look. Zhao Linglong nodded vigorously, tossing the scroll in front of Qing Xiao, continuing. Little Taiping is not only alive, but has also registered for this year's 7-peak selection. Qing Xiao unfurled the scroll and indeed found Su Taiping's name among the list. The little fellow is quite resilient, Qing Xiao remarked, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. 3 years have passed. He has likely grown taller than I, Zhao Linglong said with a beaming expression, gesturing with her hands. Indeed, it has been 3 years in the blink of an eye, Qing Xiao replied, folding away the scroll with a nod of approval. Brother, for this 7-peak selection, even if Taiping does not pass, I still wish to ask Father to bring him up the mountain, even if he cannot become an official disciple. Assisting in managing the herb garden and spiritual beasts would suffice. Zhao Linglong suddenly turned her serious gaze towards Qing Xiao, the young man whom she had personally guided to the mountain and severed his worldly ties. She felt compelled to do something for him. Qing Xiao pondered her words earnestly before nodding in agreement. Taiping was brought to the mountain by both of us, so we cannot neglect him. I will accompany you to plead with Master. In his eyes, having survived 3 years in the outer sect already qualified Su Taiping to remain in the Qingxian sect. Even if he could not become a disciple, taking on a role as a laborer would ultimately be acceptable. Wonderful. With you by my side, brother, Father will surely agree. Zhao Linglong exclaimed joyfully. They did not underestimate Su Taiping. Rather, they were acutely aware that, given his bilingual talent, he would at most break through to the opening realm within 3 years. Among the outer disciples, many had achieved this breakthrough, considering that numerous disciples had spent over 10, even 20 or 30 years on the mountain. In fact, one disciple from the 7 peaks had only passed the selection at the age of 50, ultimately becoming their junior brother. To stand out among thousands of outer disciples and be among the final 7 was no trivial matter. More critically, some of those contenders were former official disciples who had been expelled from the mountain for violating rules. This was why the two were already contemplating Su Taiping's future. By the way, brother, the 7-peak selection competition is still held at the sword-suppressing plane on the first peak, right? Shall we sneak down the mountain to take a look? Zhao Linglong gazed at Qing Xiao with anticipation. It's still quite early, Qing Xiao replied, shaking his head. He then explained to Zhao Linglong, due to the large number of participants, the 7-peak selection is divided into 4 regions: South Mountain, West Mountain, East Mountain, and North Mountain. From each region, 28 out of several hundred will be selected, which constitutes the 4 Mountains Assembly. After the 4 Mountains Assembly, the 112 selected individuals will be arranged at the Dragon Gate Hall for a second competition, from which another 28 will be chosen, known as the Dragon Gate Assembly. Following the Dragon Gate Assembly, the final 28 will ascend to the sword-suppressing platform on the main peak, where the sect master and the 7 peaks masters will witness the final round of competition. Ultimately, the strongest 7 disciples will be selected for the 7 peaks, also referred to as the 7 Peaks Assembly. Qing Xiao was quite familiar with the selection process, having previously been assigned to the 7 peak selection by the sect. The entire process would take at least a month. Zhao Linglong typically paid little attention to these matters, often only attending the final round for the spectacle. She had never anticipated that the 7 peak selection would be so complex. It takes so long, she mused, feeling a twinge of melancholy as she eagerly wished to see little Taiping. Wait, does this mean that little Taiping must hold on until the 7 Peaks Assembly before we can plead with father? Zhao Linglong's concern suddenly resurfaced. No need to worry. Qing Xiao shook his head and continued, as long as he can endure until the Dragon Gate Conference, even if he faces defeat there, I will find a way to ensure that master keeps him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong secretly exhaled in relief, and then, with a hint of excitement, whispered, Xiao Taiping, you must strive to prove yourself. If you can triumph in the 4 Mountain Conference, we shall meet again. Please, do not cause any trouble during this time. If master confines you, you will be unable to witness Xiao Taiping's competition. Observing Zhao Linglong's enthusiasm, Qing Xiao grew concerned that she might sneak down the mountain again. But, senior brother, I truly wish to see Xiao Taiping's contest. Can you devise a way? Zhao Linglong pleaded, tugging at Qing Xiao's sleeve. With a sigh, Qing Xiao contemplated. I will see if I can borrow the mountain patrol mirror from master. It should reveal the competition scenes during the Dragon Gate Conference. As for the 4 Mountain Conference, we will have to wait for the results from the senior brother in charge of monitoring. You are truly wonderful, senior brother, Zhao Linglong exclaimed, throwing her arms around Qing Xiao. Do not disturb me while I tend to my sword, Qing Xiao said, disdainfully pushing her away. On the 9th day of the 1st month at the West Wind Pavilion, the first day of the 4 Mountain Conference commenced. As Su Taiping arrived at the martial arts arena, he realized that he seemed somewhat out of place among the crowd, as the surrounding practitioners were predominantly tall and robust youths or middle-aged men, alongside venerable elders, leaving him as the sole young lad. Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping. He approached the official in charge of registration, holding a bronze mirror. Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping, sign registered, rank 27. The official glanced at Su Taiping's bronze mirror and handed him a bamboo slip inscribed with the number 27. Find your sign number on the notice board ahead to locate your competition arena and your opponent's sign number. Without lifting his gaze, the official gestured towards a large notice board at the entrance of the martial arts arena. Thank you. Su Taiping nodded and proceeded toward the notice board. Hey, little fellow, are you here to participate in the 7 Peak selection? Before Su Taiping could reach the notice board, a burly man with a bald head and a thick beard suddenly wrapped an arm around him. Brother who? This little lad's thighs are not even as thick as my arm. Isn't he just seeking trouble? Perhaps he is brought here by some noble. The group of burly men surrounding the bearded giant began to jest at Su Taiping. Although some of these men were not particularly tall, they were all stout and muscular, clearly devoted to martial training. In contrast, while Su Taiping was not short, his physique appeared quite slender, coupled with his somewhat delicate features, rendering him even more youthful. Brothers, please make way. Su Taiping chose to ignore their taunts and simply gestured for them to clear the path. So, you really are here to compete, huh? Amidst the throng of admirers, brother who affectionately stroked his bald head and curiously gazed at the sign held by Su Taiping. Indeed. Su Taiping nodded and then swiftly circumvented him, striding purposefully towards the notice board. How intriguing, how intriguing. I am eager to see whom this young lad will face in the next round. Brother Hu jovially followed Su Taiping's footsteps towards the notice board. I too wish to witness which fortunate soul has encountered this young prodigy. The others, too, began to cheer and followed suit. As if on cue, they eagerly assisted Su Taiping in locating his opponent. It was the Xiantier Arena, number E23. Someone finally discovered the opponent's sign number on the notice. E23? Isn't that Brother Hu? A ripple of astonishment coursed through the crowd. Su Taiping, upon hearing this, curiously turned to glance at the bald, bearded figure. By my mother's grace, it truly is him. Brother Hu glanced at his sign, and, upon confirming it was indeed E23, erupted into hearty laughter. Su Taiping, however, remained largely indifferent. His purpose in approaching the notice board was merely to ascertain the location of his next bout and the opponent's sign number. The identity of his adversary held little significance to him, as he had been preparing for this contest for 3 years. Young lad, are you not frightened? The crowd began to jeer as Su Taiping remained silent. With those slender arms and legs, you likely wouldn't withstand even a single kick from me. I suggest you concede now. It wouldn't be shameful. Brother Hu chuckled, casting a light-hearted glance at Su Taiping. It was evident that upon discovering Su Taiping as his first-round opponent, he felt considerably more at ease. Let us meet on the arena. Su Taiping replied earnestly to Brother Hu. Initially taken aback, Brother Hu soon erupted into laughter once more, pointing at Su Taiping, who had already begun to make his way toward the arena. Did you hear that? The young lad says we shall meet on the arena. Come on, we too are headed to the Xiantier Arena. Let us go together. Brother Hu, do not go easy on him, or else we shall have no good spectacle to witness. At this, the crowd erupted into laughter. Most of these individuals hailed from martial backgrounds. While they possessed no ill intentions, they had long cultivated a penchant for preying on the weak. When faced with a target ripe for mockery, they would not easily let it pass. Thus, a throng of people began to cluster around Brother Hu, making their way to the Xiantier Arena. Beside the Xiantier Arena, the examiner from the West Wind Pavilion, after receiving the sign numbers from Su Taiping and Sun Hu, marked them in the ledger and instructed both to wait aside. Given the numerous participants, most of whom were relatively unknown cultivators, the spectators around the arenas were sparse, primarily comprising those who were to compete shortly. Young lad, remember, fists and feet have no eyes. Should you choose not to concede now, and you sustain injuries, do not blame me. At this moment, Hu Gu smiled at Su Taiping. However, Su Taiping ignored him, instead focusing intently on the arena. On the stage, an elderly man with white hair and a middle-aged man wielding a strange blade were engaged in combat. It was none other than Elder Qin and Master Zhao. Both were contenders for a chance to enter the Dragon Gate, and it was indeed unfortunate that they faced each other so early in the competition. Sun Hu and a few of his companions, who had initially intended to tease Su Taiping, found their attention drawn to the duel upon seeing the two figures on stage. Clang! Just then, after a series of tentative exchanges, Master Zhao firmly grasped the hilt of his knife and swung it with great force towards Elder Qin. In response to this fierce attack, Elder Qin remained unperturbed, lightly tapping the ground with his toes and gracefully retreating. Boom! Master Zhao's long knife struck the granite floor, sending sparks flying in all directions. Swish! Undeterred by his initial failure, Master Zhao swiftly adjusted his grip and launched another diagonal strike at Elder Qin. This transition was seamless, and the speed of his attack surpassed the previous one, making it improbable for Elder Qin to evade so easily. Smack! To everyone's astonishment, just as Elder Qin seemed on the verge of being cleaved in two, he suddenly floated upward like a feather, his toes landing precisely on the blade of Master Zhao's long knife. However, at that moment, it felt as though his body had gained 1,000 pounds, and he forcefully pressed Master Zhao's knife down against the ground. With his weapon immobilized, Master Zhao refused to concede. Instead, he abandoned his blade and struck with his fists, delivering a powerful punch that echoed like a roaring tiger towards Elder Qin's face. Contrary to Su Taiping's expectations, the elder did not shy away from the fierce blow. Instead, he advanced, using his forearm to deflect Master Zhao's wrist upward, and then ensnaring Master Zhao's forearm with his palm. Utilizing the momentum of Master Zhao's punch, Elder Qin yanked him backward. As Master Zhao lost his balance, the elder's body tensed, and he abruptly thrust his shoulder against Master Zhao's chest. Bang! With a resounding crash, Master Zhao was propelled backward like a cannonball, landing outside the arena. Cheers erupted from the onlookers, including Sun Hu, who could not contain their excitement. It appeared that Elder Qin was destined to enter the Dragon Gate. As long as he did not encounter opponents skilled in the realms of illusion or adept in techniques, there remained a possibility for the Seven Peaks. The previous 2 rounds had been dominated by outer disciples, leaving little room for those proficient in illusions or techniques. A lively discussion ensued among the crowd, marveling at the peculiar martial arts displayed. It appeared light and airy, yet when unleashed, it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, propelling an opponent a great distance. Su Taiping, equally astonished, murmured to himself, "Ah, young one. This technique is known as Huajin. Elder Qin has practiced this for at least 50 years and has now reached an exemplary level of mastery. Whoever encounters him is bound to face misfortune." Sun Hu chuckled, "Yet, he has only scratched the surface." In the depths of the gourd, the ethereal fairy Lingwei suddenly spoke in a languid tone. "Sister Lingwei, are you also familiar with the art of transforming strength?" Su Taiping inquired curiously. "Communicating with the fairy through a spiritual connection. It is merely a technique from martial arts, akin to using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, a skill of releasing and channeling force. However, this old man has only scratched the surface. Otherwise, dealing with someone wielding a knife would not be so troublesome." Fairy Lingwei yawned. "Should you encounter him, remember this, dear brother, in the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible." She added with profound significance. "Speed is invincible." Su Taiping pondered thoughtfully. Su Taiping from Qingtian Cottage, Sun Hu from Qian Manor, stepped forth for the contest. At this moment, the examiner called out the names of Su Taiping and Sun Hu. "Who is that?" "I, Sun Hu, have arrived." With a thunderous roar, Sun Hu leaped into the air like a fierce tiger, ascending the platform that stood at least 10 feet high. His leap was filled with vigor. "Bravo, Brother Hu. Lead us well." Sun Hu's companions cheered exuberantly. To them, Sun Hu's victory in this round seemed as certain as fate itself. "Su Taiping, where are you?" The examiner called out again. "Here." Su Taiping, just about to step onto the platform stairs, raised his hand in response. "Why are you approaching from that side?" The examiner appeared taken aback. "Is it not allowed?" Su Taiping replied, somewhat perplexed, thinking that if it were prohibited, the stairs should not have been arranged. "Go on. Go on." The examiner waved his hand impatiently. The stairs were indeed permissible to ascend. However, since the contest began, no one had ascended them in a conventional manner. Now, encountering such an earnest individual, the examiner found himself somewhat disoriented. Below, Sun Hu's companions erupted in laughter upon witnessing this. "Little lad, be careful on the stairs. Don't fall. Shall we lend you a hand?" The environment of the outer disciples fostered a personality that revered the strong and bullied the weak. So seeing Su Taiping ascend the platform in such an ordinary manner was a source of mirth. Su Taiping found their laughter baffling. To him, those who leaped onto the platform were no different from those who insisted on using their feet instead of chopsticks during a meal. "Little lad, are you tired? Would you like to rest for a moment?" Sun Hu, arms crossed and grinning, inquired as Su Taiping stepped onto the platform. While his tone did not overtly convey mockery, the disdain and arrogance in his gaze were unmistakable. "No need," Su Taiping replied gravely, shaking his head. He felt neither anger at Sun Hu's derision nor contempt for him, for he had already reminded himself prior to this moment that until he ascended the 7 peaks and became an official disciple, every contest would be a battle of life and death, demanding his utmost effort. Having uttered these words, Su Taiping earnestly assumed the stance of the Qingyo fist amidst the dismissive smile of Sun Hu and the laughter from the audience below the stage. "Oh, is the little fellow taking this seriously?" Although Sun Hu maintained a playful expression, a trace of seriousness was evident in his gaze. While he was reluctant to admit it, he felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from the young man who had taken his stance. "Pressure? How could a mere child impose pressure upon me?" "Sun Hu, perhaps you should consider renaming yourself Suncat." Amused, he mocked himself, convinced this sensation was merely an illusion. However, had Sun Hu known that this very youth had once defeated a phantom and single-handedly vanquished a demon tiger, he would likely reconsider the validity of his perception. "Are both parties prepared?" The examiner standing on the ring inquired loudly. "I am prepared," Su Taiping promptly responded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Sun Hu. "I am also ready." Sun Hu grinned, flexing his arm, which was thicker than Su Taiping's thigh, towards the examiner. "Then let the contest commence." Upon confirming both were ready, the examiner struck a nearby gong with a resounding clang. Come on, kid, let me take a punch from you. Sun Hu took a bold step forward, firmly positioning himself in the arena, and beckoned Su Taiping with a wave. That would be an affront. Su Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Boom. In the instant the words left his mouth, Su Taiping advanced a step forward, unleashing the wind shadow step, his body surging with the sound of explosive energy, akin to a tempest, as he darted across the arena towards Sun Hu. Whoosh. Before Sun Hu could react, Su Taiping's fist was already upon him. Boom. Despite Sun Hu's protective aura being activated, it was utterly incapable of withstanding Su Taiping's formidable horned bull mountain strike. Crack. As the protective barrier shattered, Su Taiping's fist continued unabated, crashing heavily against Sun Hu's instinctively raised arms. With a resounding snap, Sun Hu's robust form was sent hurtling backward. He flew more than 10 feet beyond the edge of the stage before crashing down with a heavy thud. A profound silence enveloped the arena. No one paid heed to the fallen Sun Hu, unconscious on the ground. All eyes were fixed upon the young man on the stage. With a single punch, he had defeated the somewhat renowned Sun Hu, leaving the spectators' faces etched with disbelief. Thank you for the lesson. Unfazed by the gazes of the crowd, the youth remained composed. After offering a respectful nod towards the direction of the fallen Sun Hu, he proceeded directly to the examiner. Sir, my opponent has fallen from the stage. Does this mean I have won? Su Taiping inquired courteously. Yes, indeed. The examiner, momentarily taken aback, nodded and then declared aloud, in this round, Su Taiping triumphs over Sun Hu, advancing to the 112th position. At this announcement, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd below, as Sun Hu's close associates exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. Brother Hu? Has he truly been defeated so easily? The commotion from the arena captured the attention of the West Wind Pavilion. What could be causing such uproar? Left Ju and Zhou Gu, responsible for patrolling, exchanged bewildered glances as they gazed towards the Xian character arena. Having been reassigned from their previous prominent positions in the Fierce Wind Hall due to an incident involving Jiu Shu, they now served as ordinary guards at the West Wind Pavilion. After much pleading with the pavilion master, they had finally secured roles as inspectors for the Four Mountains Conference. Have you heard? A familiar inspector approached them. A dark horse has emerged from the Xian character arena. A mere 15-year-old lad who knocked Sun Hu of Qian Manor out of the ring with a single punch, gravely injuring him. Seriously, a single punch incapacitated Sun Hu? Left Ju and Zhou Gu exchanged incredulous looks. Sun Hu held a certain reputation among the outer disciples, and the thought of a 15-year-old being capable of such a feat was hard for them to grasp. I recall Sun Hu broke through to the open door realm last year, didn't he? Left Ju inquired. Indeed, Zhou Gu furrowed his brow. Though he possesses only a white spirit bone, his martial prowess is formidable, having already attained the copper skin and iron bone stage. How could he be bested by that boy in a single strike? Could it be that a prodigy has arisen among our outer disciples? Brother Lu, what is the name of that boy? Left Ju quickly asked the inspector. It seems he is called Su Taiping, the inspector replied thoughtfully. Did you say his name is Su Taiping? Zhou Gu, seemingly in disbelief, repeated the question. Yes, that is correct. Why? The inspector replied, puzzled by Zhou Gu's reaction. Left Ju and Zhou Gu exchanged astonished glances. Brother Left, Brother Zhou, do you happen to know this young man? The inspector asked with curiosity. No, not really. We just crossed paths earlier in our patrol area. Zhou Gu smiled, attempting to downplay their acquaintance. That is still a connection of sorts. You two might consider fostering a friendship with him. If he triumphs again in the next round, he could very well become the youngest practitioner from our West Wind Pavilion to attend the Longmen Conference in a century. He would surely be given significant opportunities then, the inspector said with a smile. Brother Lu speaks wisely. Zhou Gu and Left Ju nodded, though their eyes gleamed with a hint of malice. Moments later, at the Qingxin courtyard of the West Wind Pavilion, temporarily designated as a resting area for the competing outer disciples, Left Ju pointed towards a young man seated in a pavilion across the pond, confidently declaring, that's him. Though he has grown taller, it is undoubtedly him. The boy sipping tea in the pavilion was none other than Su Taiping. Brother, it was he who caused our downfall last time, resulting in us losing the lucrative position in the Gale Hall and ending up in this dire situation. We cannot let this grievance go unaddressed. Zhou Gu, somewhat agitated, spoke to Zhu Ju. Do not act rashly. Although the Four Mountains Conference is held at the West Wind Pavilion, It is under the vigilant watch of the patrolling mirrors. If we are caught by them, neither of us can remain on Cloud Lu Mountain, Zhuju admonished, casting a stern glance at Zhou Gu. But brother, if this scoundrel triumphs at the Four Mountains Conference, he will certainly gain entry into the West Wind Pavilion. How shall we deal with him then? Zhou Gu lamented. Winning at the Four Mountains Conference is not an easy feat, Zhuju replied, shaking his head. If he is caught trying to sabotage during the Seven Peaks selection, he would be expelled from the mountain. He lacks the resolve to take such a risk. This scoundrel managed to defeat Sun Hu. Perhaps he received guidance from Uncle Jiao. With Uncle Jiao's instruction, victory might not be beyond reach. Zhou Gu cautioned Zhuju. Upon hearing this, Zhuju, usually composed, showed signs of wavering. Brother, I have a plan, Zhou Gu said, stepping closer and whispering in Zhuju's ear. In the next round, the opponents will be determined by drawing lots. I know the lad responsible for the draws, and we can subtly manipulate the situation to ensure he faces an unbeatable opponent. This way, we can thwart him in this round, and he will have to remain below for another 3 years. By then, we can easily control him. Zhuju raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the suggestion. Whom do you propose he should compete against? He inquired. Qin Yuan. Zhou Gu replied with a cunning smile. Upon hearing that name, Zhuju's eyes lit up. Brother, rest assured, the people on the mountain hardly pay attention to the Dragon Gate Conference, let alone a mere Four Mountains Conference at the West Wind Pavilion. Seeing Zhuju still hesitating, Zhou Gu added, what he says is true. The mountain folks only focus on the final Seven Peaks Conference and rarely concern themselves with earlier matches. Firstly, the sheer number of participants makes it impossible to follow everything. Secondly, they regard those earlier contests as mundane, mere brutes vying for supremacy. If you worry about his connections with Uncle Jiao and Bai Hong, there is no need. The pavilion master has already investigated, and this lad has no backing. Uncle Jiao's visit to Qingzhou residence was purely coincidental. Moreover, both Uncle Jiao and Bai Hong are currently in precarious situations. Whether they can return from the northern frontier is uncertain. With those final remarks, Zhuju resolved himself, nodding subtly. Very well, our fortune cannot be so grim. He reasoned that with thousands of matches in the Four Mountains Conference, the mountain dwellers would likely overlook such an inconspicuous contest, thus minimizing the chances of their scheme being discovered. After finalizing their plan, the two departed from the Tranquil Heart courtyard to seek out the disciple responsible for the draws. Little did they realize that, although separated by a small pond from Su Taiping, their conversation was overheard in its entirety by the fairy Ling Yue, who subsequently relayed every word to Su Taiping. Should we devise a method to expose their nefarious plot? The celestial maiden Ling Yue was quite curious about Su Taiping's thoughts at that moment. No need, Sister Ling Yue. Su Taiping replied, shaking his head. He drained his cup of tea and then stood up, stating, my goal is the Seven Peaks Conference. If I cannot even defeat Elder Qin, exposing these two would be utterly meaningless. Furthermore, after spending 3 years at the foot of the mountain, Su Taiping was acutely aware that, as a cultivator without any background, even if he were to report to the West Wind Pavilion, he would likely be ignored or perhaps even accused of false allegations. Thus, it would be far more effective to silence his opponents with his fists in the arena. After a short incense stick's time, the brief intermission concluded, and the already qualified cultivators reconvened at the martial stage. Many who had been eliminated remained to watch the spectacle, resulting in a crowded arena once more. Su Taiping's opponent is Elder Qin. The little fellow's luck seems rather unfortunate. Observing the young man's abilities, many believed that had he not faced Elder Qin, he would surely have advanced to the Dragon Gate Conference. Once the matchups were finalized, a chorus of excited murmurs erupted throughout the martial arena. Due to Su Taiping's previous noteworthy performance, many had gathered around his platform early. Upon hearing the examiner announce that his opponent was Elder Qin, the crowd reacted with both schadenfreude and pity. They could hardly believe that those two had indeed managed to arrange such a match. Su Taiping himself remained remarkably composed, though he felt a flicker of curiosity about how those two had orchestrated this. Chapter 75. The Indomitable Technique. Youngster. Your fist is too slow. It must have been after they learned the matchup chart that they devised a way to ensure you drew the corresponding number against Elder Qin. If they prepared in advance, it wouldn't have been overly difficult, Ling Yue conveyed through a mental transmission. Su Taiping nodded subtly in response. Please, after you, Elder Qin. Su Taiping said, displaying humility. Very well, I shall ascend first and await you, young friend Taiping. Elder Qin replied with a hearty laugh. He then lightly tapped his toes against the ground, his figure gracefully floating onto the stage like a feather. This maneuver instantly drew a round of applause from the spectators below, who then turned their gaze towards Su Taiping. Why is everyone so reluctant to take the stairs? Su Taiping still found himself puzzled. Taiping, this time, do not take the stairs. We cannot afford to lose our momentum. Ling Yue's competitive spirit unexpectedly surged. All right then, Su Taiping replied, retracting his foot that was poised on the step. He could disregard the opinions of others, but he felt compelled to heed Sister Ling Yue's words. In an instant, the crowd witnessed Su Taiping's sleeves swell dramatically, and with a thunderous sound, he transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from his original position and reappearing on the stage. This was the result of the second perfected step of the wind shadow technique. What profound true qi! At such a young age, to possess such deep reserves of true qi, could it be that this lad has already attained minor success in the opening realm? Some cultivators, who had previously harbored doubts regarding Su Taiping's abilities, believing that his victory over Sun, who was merely a stroke of luck, chose to remain silent at this moment. The young friend possesses such profound true energy at such a tender age. Truly, the youth is formidable. On the arena, Qin Yuan smiled warmly and nodded at Su Taiping. However, the observant Su Taiping noticed that although Elder Qin concealed his true feelings well, flickers of hostility occasionally betrayed him in his gaze. Elder Qin, your praise is unwarranted. It is merely a display of trivial skills, Su Taiping replied, maintaining his composure in the face of Qin Yuan's accolades. Those who are still vying for the position of formal disciples at such a young age undoubtedly possess a tenacious and ruthless character. Do not be deceived by his smiling facade, reminded Lingyue Fairy. Not at all, Sister Lingyue, Su Taiping responded inwardly. If he could give his all against an opponent like Sun Hu, he would certainly not underestimate Elder Qin before him. Are both of you prepared? The referee on the arena inquired as per tradition. I am ready, both replied promptly, each adopting their respective stances and starting forms. The referee nodded and struck the bronze gong on the arena, signaling the commencement of the match. Please, Elder Qin, enlighten me. Su Taiping courteously glanced at Qin Yuan. I am unworthy. Qin Yuan replied with a broad smile, shaking his head repeatedly. However, in the very instant his words fell, he vanished from his position with a thunderous sound, appearing before Su Taiping as if he had teleported. Boom! As his robes billowed, a powerful palm strike surged towards Su Taiping. No one could have anticipated that the ethereal Qin Yuan would launch a sneak attack on a young boy, except for the boy himself. From the outset, Su Taiping had sensed the hostility in Qin Yuan's eyes, and with Lingyue Fairy's warning, he was prepared. Swish! Amidst the fierce gust of the palm wind, Su Taiping swiftly evaded, narrowly avoiding the oncoming attack. Boom! Then, in a moment of surprise for Qin Yuan, Su Taiping unleashed a fierce bullhorn mountain smash towards him. Boom! In a critical moment, Qin Yuan unleashed his robust true energy, forming a thick protective barrier around him that absorbed Su Taiping's blow. Bang! Yet, despite this, the force of Su Taiping's punch sent Qin Yuan sliding back a considerable distance. Swish! Maintaining his composure, Su Taiping activated his wind shadow step and surged forward once more. Before Qin Yuan could regain his footing, another bullhorn mountain smash was aimed at him. Just as Su Taiping's fist was about to connect, Qin Yuan deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. Boom! Though he did not hit Elder Qin, the fierce energy emanating from Su Taiping's punch surged below the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust that prompted the onlookers to retreat in alarm. In that moment, everyone finally understood why Su Taiping had been able to defeat Sun Hu with a single blow in the previous match. The scene on the arena unfolded further. Although that last punch had missed its mark, Su Taiping did not withdraw. Rather, he retracted his fist and drew his blade, slicing towards the venerable Qin. The length of the sword perfectly compensated for the inadequacy of his earlier punch. Whoosh! What took Su Taiping by surprise was that this one-legged stance of Qin Yuan resembled that of a steadfast toy, evading every swift strike of his blade with remarkable agility, remaining unyielding. It was indeed the art of invincibility. Yes, it was the invincible skill of the Elder Qin. At this moment, a gasp echoed from the audience. The fact that the young man could compel the Elder Qin to employ his invincible skill demonstrated his remarkable prowess. Yet, it was evident that without the means to breach the Elder's defenses, all efforts would be in vain. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Taiping, with a stoic expression, launched several more strikes, only to find them deftly avoided by the elder Qin once again. As he delivered his final blow, the speed of his strike noticeably diminished. Whoosh! Suddenly, the elder Qin leaned forward with great force, his hand, as supple as if devoid of bone, landed on Su Taiping's wrist, instantly dissipating his strength, followed by a powerful shoulder charge to Su Taiping's chest. Bang! With a resounding thud, Su Taiping was sent staggering back several steps before regaining his balance. Young lad, your blade is too slow and your punches too feeble. Such tactics will not secure victory against me. Qin Yuan taunted with a smirk. Chapter 76, Seeking Flaws. Is it truly the Green Bull Fist? Truly, the elder Qin was formidable. The young boy, still naively brimming with raw strength, could never triumph over him. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into cheers once more, oblivious to any impropriety in the elder's earlier ambush or his current provocation. After all, here in the mountains, might often supersedes honor. Thank you for your guidance. Amidst the jeers, Su Taiping rubbed his chest and steadied himself once more. Qin Yuan, your current posture is also a manifestation of the transformative technique, is it not? However, instead of using your hands to deflect, you rely on the intangible aura surrounding you. As he sheathed his sword, his expression remained impassive. Although he had suffered a minor setback, he had not left empty-handed. After several strikes, he discerned that it was not Qin Yuan who was actively dodging his attacks, but rather the invisible aura enveloping him that prompted his evasive maneuvers. Consequently, regardless of the angles from which he struck, Qin Yuan remained unassailable. Young boy, do not presume to be clever. My invincible skill is beyond your comprehension. Qin Yuan retorted with a disdainful snort. The revelation of his technique's secret irked him greatly, his tone dripping with malice. Come, if you possess the ability, attempt to breach my invincibility. With that, he extended a hand provocatively towards Su Taiping. Young lad, do not fall prey to his psychological tactics. He is deliberately goading you into breaking his invincible skill, waiting for you to exhaust your energy before he strikes you down. Indeed, do not rush, tire him out gradually. As the saying goes, the young fear not the old. This elder is all bluster and cannot afford to wear down. At that moment, several adversaries of Qin Yuan from the audience suddenly called out warnings to Su Taiping. These individuals longed for Su Taiping and the venerable Qin Lao to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. At this moment, Su Taiping remained intensely focused, disregarding the chaotic murmurs surrounding him. With a mere movement of his wrist, he stepped forward to face Qin Yuan. Indeed, it is commendable that you dare to confront me directly. You possess a certain fortitude. Qin Yuan's benevolent smile reappeared. Should Su Taiping choose to engage in a war of attrition, although he believed he still held the advantage, there was a possibility of peril in the next round. Seeing Su Taiping persist in attempting to breach his indomitable prowess brought him joy. Once I exhaust your true essence, I shall strike you down. A smirk danced upon Qin Yuan's lips as he raised his palms, a flicker of cunning momentarily flashing in his eyes. Su Taiping could discern Qin Yuan's intentions, yet his mind was consumed by the words of the fairy Ling Yue, who had previously imparted to him that in the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. How swift must one be to render his transformative strength ineffective? Su Taiping pondered with anticipation, circulating his true essence within, leaning slightly forward before executing the wind shadow step, taking a decisive stride forward. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Su Taiping's figure suddenly appeared behind Qin Yuan, his fist roaring like a bull as it descended upon him with formidable force. Bang! As before, this punch was deftly evaded by Qin Yuan, the force of Su Taiping's fist slicing through the air beside him. However, unlike before, Su Taiping's second fist was already in pursuit, unleashing the signature move of the Green Bull Fist, the Charging Bull Assault. Boom! Regrettably, Qin Yuan, like a resilient weeble, sidestepped this blow as well. The ferocity of these two punches was astounding. Even the gusts of wind emanating from the arena caused discomfort to numerous onlookers below. In an instant, the crowd was filled with both awe and regret, lamenting the unfortunate fortune of this youth for encountering Qin Yuan so early, as otherwise he might have had a chance to attend the Dragon Gate assembly. Among the spectators, Zhou Gu and Zhuju exchanged glances, then simultaneously smirked. Young man, do you aspire to attend the Dragon Gate assembly? To become a disciple on the mountain? Dream on. Zhou Gu scoffed through clenched teeth. However, soon after, The expressions of Zhou Gu, Zhuiju, and the surrounding cultivators shifted once more. The clamor around the arena gradually subsided, leaving only the resounding boom of Su Taiping's punches, akin to cannon fire. On the stage, Su Taiping relentlessly swung his fists, resembling a tireless bull charging toward Qin Yuan. How is this possible? This must be the 16th consecutive punch, yet the young man's momentum shows no signs of waning. Instead, it is intensifying. Finally, amidst the silence, someone voiced the collective confusion of all present. Is this truly the Green Bull Fist? A question arose. The Green Bull Fist is merely a commonplace martial technique. Many individuals present had practiced it, and numerous people were capable of executing the charging bull assault that Su Taiping currently employed. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the bull charge is the ultimate technique of the Green Bull Fist. To unleash it with full force necessitates a profound reservoir of true energy. For most individuals, executing 4 or 5 consecutive punches is already a remarkable limit, let alone someone like Su Taiping, who can unleash them with the ferocity of a tempest. Boom, boom, boom. After Su Taiping unleashed more than 10 punches in rapid succession, the confusion and bewilderment on the faces of the crowd transformed into sheer astonishment. They soon realized that Su Taiping's bull charge not only surged forth with the intensity of a storm, but also escalated in power with each successive strike. Bang! At that moment, the astonished onlookers discovered that Qin Yuan's body had, astonishingly, been grazed by Su Taiping's fist energy. Despite possessing the indomitable skill, Qin Yuan was unable to completely fend off Su Taiping's blow. Even though it merely grazed him, a gash was instantly torn into Qin Yuan's shoulder, a testament to the tremendous force behind that punch. What was even more alarming was that Su Taiping's onslaught showed no signs of diminishing. His punching speed had reached a level so swift that some spectators struggled to perceive it clearly. Boom! Just as the crowd's eyes failed to capture the movement of Su Taiping's fists, Qin Yuan's body, appearing to drift with the wind, was struck by an overwhelming force, sending him hurtling backward. Although a layer of protective energy surrounded him, Su Taiping's punch had indeed landed squarely upon Qin Yuan without evasion. His speed had finally surpassed the reaction time of Qin Yuan's true energy. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, many cultivators beneath the stage could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Old Qin's indomitable skill had been breached. Chapter 77. The Flowing Water Technique. Comprehending the true essence of the Green Bull Fist. Bang! Though Qin Yuan was struck by Su Taiping's punch, the unique energy he cultivated mitigated much of the force. And just before he was about to be flung off the stage, he executed a technique to anchor himself firmly to the ground. Boom! However, no sooner had Qin Yuan's feet touched the ground than Su Taiping's fists were upon him once more. At that moment, Su Taiping's punch was even more formidable than before. The resonant roar of the bull, summoned by his fist energy, made him appear as though he were truly leading a herd of charging bulls into battle. Bang! With a series of strikes, Qin Yuan's evasive maneuvers became increasingly frantic as he was hit several times. Flowing water technique. Just as the crowd anticipated that Su Taiping's next punch would utterly shatter Qin Yuan, he suddenly let out a furious roar, and his aura surged dramatically. Streams of true energy, reminiscent of flowing water, coiled around him, forming a colossal water sphere that enveloped him completely. Bang! Then, Su Taiping's fist collided with the fluid-like true energy. Unlike before, this punch sank directly into the sphere, with much of its force dissipating instantly. It merely succeeded in creating a dent in the watery energy without harming Qin Yuan. Old Qin still has a trump card. Could this be the flowing water true energy? Old Qin has actually mastered the flowing water technique. The spectators below were once again in an uproar, astonished that the situation could still reverse at this juncture. This technique was originally intended for the Seven Peaks Conference, but it seems you have benefited from it instead. Qin Yuan let out a cold snort, then brought his palms together, reciting an incantation that caused the swirling water-like true energy surrounding him to coalesce once more, forming a massive sphere that shielded him within. Bang! At that moment, Su Taiping seemed utterly oblivious to the changes in Qin Yuan, relentlessly throwing punches, his strength only swelling further. Bang, bang, bang! Amidst the resounding, thunderous collisions, both Qin Yuan and the onlookers fell into a profound silence. They had initially believed that Su Taiping's earlier strike, which had shattered Qin Yuan's unyielding technique, represented the pinnacle of his power, yet they were unprepared for what was to come. 69 punches. 70 punches. Could it be that this young man truly intended to unleash a full 108 strikes? A cultivator who had been silently counting Su Taiping's punches exclaimed in confusion. Impossible. Under such overwhelming force, the Qingyo fist could never achieve 108 strikes. Someone retorted emphatically. However, these rebuttals grew increasingly feeble amidst the resounding echoes of Su Taiping's relentless assault. Bang! When Su Taiping delivered his 100th strike with the bull charge formation, the water-like true energy that had enveloped Qin Yuan suddenly shattered with a resounding boom. Peeling away from his body. To the spectators, Su Taiping appeared to merely stand before Qin Yuan, his movements seemingly imperceptible. The art of combat, as it is said, lies in swiftness. Sister Lingyue, I believe I have grasped its essence. It was only after Su Taiping committed fully to delivering 100 punches that he finally comprehended the profound meaning behind Lingyue's words. He also understood why the second form of the Qingyo fist was dubbed bull charge formation. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the crowd was awestruck by the sound of 7 consecutive explosions, resembling thunderclaps, as they beheld a colossal illusory bull materializing behind Su Taiping. With a tremendous blast, this spectral bull surged forth, propelled by Su Taiping's final punch, hurtling towards Qin Yuan. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted. The water-like true energy that Qin Yuan had painstakingly gathered was utterly obliterated by Su Taiping's last strike, resulting in a burst of blood mist that sent him flying from the arena. Qin Lao has been defeated? Qin Lao's unyielding technique and the Ruoshui true energy have succumbed to the Qingyo fist? Is this truly still the Qingyo fist? A clamor of astonishment filled the air as countless astonished gazes turned towards Su Taiping on the stage. At that moment, Su Taiping's eyes remained fixed on the fallen Qin Yuan. His heart surged with newfound insights, particularly regarding the initial confusion he had harbored while practicing the bull charge formation. Why did it consist of 108 punches? At this moment, clarity dawned upon him. The preceding 107 strikes served solely to build momentum for the final blow, akin to a herd of bulls charging before the decisive moment of impact. To achieve this, one must elevate the speed and power of the initial 107 punches to the utmost limits of their capability. Congratulations, little Taiping. You have not only triumphed in this contest, but have also grasped the true essence of the Qingyo fist. The voice of Fairy Lingyue resonated in Su Taiping's mind, imbued with a sense of satisfaction. Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to approach subsequent contests as you did this one, striving to suppress your realm beneath the pinnacle of the open door stage, utilizing the techniques I have imparted to you. Although you possess the cultivation of the wishing realm, you lack martial skills and techniques that can match it. Relying solely on your cultivation in battle will not lead to enduring success. She added with emphasis. Thank you for your reminder, Sister Lingyue. Su Taiping silently expressed his gratitude to Fairy Lingyue. As she mentioned, he could have easily secured victory against Qin Yuan in their duel. For instance, he could have directly suppressed his opponent using his wishing realm cultivation. However, such an approach would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, especially considering the many contests that lie ahead. Revealing all his trump cards would undoubtedly make him a target. According to the plan, all the contests leading up to the Seven Peaks Conference are merely sharpening stones for honing my martial skills. I must seize these opportunities to refine my weapons to their utmost sharpness before encountering true masters. Su Taiping murmured to himself as he descended the stage. Meanwhile, in the audience he actually won? That was Qin Yuan. Zhou Gu was still in disbelief even after the examiner announced Su Taiping's victory. I recall that during last year's Longmen Conference, Qin Yuan fell only because he was overwhelmed by his opponent's cultivation. How could he lose today due to martial skills? Luo Ju similarly found it hard to accept. Brother, stop pondering how he won. Instead, let us consider how we should deal with this fellow. Zhou Gu interrupted Luo Ju's contemplation. What else can we do? Qin Yuan is the strongest among them. Luo Ju shot Zhou Gu a frustrated glance. We cannot simply let this kid go. Zhou Gu still felt reluctant. Then what do you propose? Should we have someone take care of him? If he were still the obscure figure he once was, it would be one thing. But now that he has made such an impression, he will surely attract attention from above. To act against him now would be courting disaster. Luo Ju scoffed at Zhou Gu. Had I known, I should have found an opportunity to eliminate him back then. Zhou Gu exclaimed, tugging at his hair in frustration. Can we trust the person who helped you change the sign? Luo Ju suddenly inquired. Naturally, we can trust him. Zhougu reassured Luo Zhu with a pat on his chest. That's good. Today's contest was too remarkable. Those on the mountain will undoubtedly take notice. And we must leave no evidence behind. Luo Zhu nodded, frowning. Brother, it shouldn't come to that. If they investigate, they will only check if that kid used any pills to cheat. They want to look into the sign change matter. We can't possibly be that unlucky. Zhougu laughed heartily, slapping Luo Zhu on the shoulder. Shut your crow's mouth. Luo Zhu shook off Zhougu's hand and shot him a helpless glare. A day later. Senior brother, how was the battle at Taiping yesterday? Early in the morning, Zhao Linglong hurriedly arrived at the sword testing ground of Qifeng. Immediately inquiring about the events of the previous day's Four-Mountain Conference from Dugong Qingxiu. Your timing is impeccable, Qingxiu remarked with a smile, raising a letter in his hand. I just received this. Let me see, Zhao Linglong exclaimed, her feet dancing on the ethereal silk as she lunged to seize the letter from Qingxiu. He merely sidestepped slightly, evading her grasp, and playfully tapped her fair forehead, saying, We'll look at it together. Why must you hit me if we are to look together? Zhao Linglong pouted, covering her forehead. Ignoring her, Qingxiu began to open the envelope. The handwriting. Why does it seem so familiar? Zhao Linglong suddenly expressed her astonishment. It's from your senior sister Xian of Lufeng. She has a junior brother who happened to be dispatched to the Qifeng Pavilion to oversee this Four-Mountain Conference. Qingxiu replied while unfolding the letter. What do you mean my senior sister Xian? She is clearly your junior sister. Zhao Linglong grinned at Qingxiu. If you continue to jest. In a few days, even if I borrow the mountain patrol mirror, you shall not accompany me to witness the Longmen Conference. Qingxiu threatened with a serious expression. Second senior brother, I was wrong. Zhao Linglong quickly admitted her fault. However, as she spoke, she noticed Qingxiu was utterly engrossed in the letter before him, showing no reaction. Could it be that Taiping lost? Zhao Linglong felt a pang of anxiety and quickly leaned over to glimpse the letter. Senior brother Qingxiu. The person you asked me to inquire about, Taiping, truly shone at the Four-Mountain Conference in the Qifeng Pavilion yesterday. He first defeated a martial artist of the opening door realm with a single punch, then broke the indestructible skill of the old master Qin Yuan along with the flowing water true energy. Following that, he continued to triumph effortlessly in the matches, securing his qualification for the Longmen Hall. Without mentioning the other matches, let us focus solely on the fight with Qin Yuan. Upon reaching this point, Zhao Linglong's expression transformed into one of astonishment, and she leaped up joyfully, exclaiming, Wonderful! Taiping has won, and it was a resounding victory. It is not merely a matter of a great victory. Qingxiu suddenly shook his head after finishing the letter. Second senior brother, what do you mean by that? Zhao Linglong, brimming with excitement, looked at Qingxiu in confusion. According to the description from Xian's junior brother, when Taiping broke through Qin Yuan's indestructible skill and flowing water true energy, he utilized only the Qingyo fist. Moreover, during the breakdown of the flowing water true energy, a phantom of the bull demon appeared, leading him to deduce that Taiping must have comprehended the true essence of the Qingyo fist. Qingxiu replied with a serious demeanor. The essence of the fist? Taiping is still so young. How could he possibly comprehend the true essence of a martial art? Zhao Linglong expressed her disbelief. This is merely a conjecture from Xian's junior brother. After all, he was not responsible for the arena where Taiping was competing. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. To truly ascertain Taiping's current strength, we must wait until the Longmen Conference to witness it ourselves. Qingxiu concluded with a shake of his head. Indeed, indeed. Zhao Linglong nodded repeatedly, her eagerness to witness the Longmen Conference palpable. However, is it not rather unfortunate for Taiping to encounter two formidable opponents in succession? I noticed that Sister Xian mentioned in her letter that both individuals possess the strength to participate in the Longmen Conference. She took another glance at the letter in Qingxiao's hand and casually remarked, Luck? Upon hearing this, Qingxiao's brows furrowed. Indeed, is this luck not exceedingly adverse? I shall ascend to the peak and pay respects before the statue of the five ancestors, seeking their blessings for Taiping, Zhao Linglong said earnestly as she pondered. This does not seem to be mere luck, Qingxiao replied, shaking his head. Just as Zhao Linglong brought it up, Qingxiao's keen intuition as a high-level cultivator instinctively reacted. Not luck. Second senior brother, do you not think this is intentional? Zhao Linglong then caught on. While her demeanor was often carefree, she had undergone years of training and possessed a modicum of vigilance. Junior sister, you need not worry. I shall handle this matter, Qing Xiao said, taking the letter from Zhao Linglong's hand and expressionlessly placing it back into the envelope. Although the selection at the Seven Peaks relies solely on Xiao Taiping's capabilities, if anyone believes they can easily manipulate him due to a perceived lack of support, they are gravely mistaken. Qing Xiao's tone turned somewhat frigid. He was a person of cool exterior yet warm heart, and once he decided to assist Su Taiping, he would see it through to the end. Certain matters, if pursued by those in power, cannot remain concealed. Bang! In the West Wind Pavilion, the master, Lu Songshan, first kicked Zhou Gu, sending him flying, and then slapped Zhuo across the face with a resounding crack. You two imbeciles. Lu Songshan, veins bulging on his forehead, pointed at Zhou Gu and Zhuo, berating them fiercely. Do you dare treat such critical matters as a joke? How could you even think of swapping signatures? You possess audacity beyond measure. Lu Songshan nearly shouted these words. Master, this plan was solely mine and has nothing to do with Brother Zhua. I implore you to plead on the mountain's behalf. Only expelling me, Zhou Gu pleaded as he rose to his feet. Chapter 79, Longmen Conference. Is Uncle Baihong still alive? Now you choose to show loyalty. Why did you not think beforehand? Lu Songshan scolded. Was that meal at Kingswood you free? Did you not see how Uncle regarded that boy with special attention? How dare you plot against him? Lu Songshan expressed his frustration. But Uncle, Zhou Gu started, only to be interrupted. You dare call him Uncle? That is Master Daoxian. Lu Songshan lowered his voice, panic evident in his eyes. Yes. Zhou Gu nodded vigorously, frightened. Master, my brother and I indeed erred. We accept any punishment, be it death or mutilation. At this moment, Zhuo, who had been silent, knelt beside Zhou Gu. Elder brother, this matter does not concern you. Let me bear the responsibility alone. Zhou Gu anxiously looked at Zhuo. Can you shoulder such a burden? Lu Songshan shot Zhou Gu a disapproving glance. The matter has already drawn the attention of the Seven Peaks, and it is quite fortunate that the two of you can leave the mountain alive. He then glared at the two. Upon hearing this, Zhou Gu felt immediately dispirited and ceased to argue. At this moment, if someone from the mountain were to inquire personally, it would render even Lu Songshan powerless to protect them. Master, considering the years I have stood by your side, could you enlighten me about the true backing of Su Taiping before we depart? Left Zhu could no longer suppress his curiosity and posed the question to Lu Songshan. In his view, if Su Taiping lacked support, the people from the mountain would never have investigated this matter. Indeed, I too find it perplexing, clearly. Both Uncle Jiao and Baihong are no longer present, so why is there still someone willing to support him? Zhou Gu joined in the inquiry. Do you think I do not wish to know? Lu Songshan shot a glare at the two. Moreover, who told you that Uncle Jiao is gone? He lowered his voice and continued. Uncle Jiao and Baihong are still alive? Wasn't it said that the demon lord of the greedy wolf kingdom has emerged? Zhou Gu and Left Zhu were both taken aback. Forget it. You two are about to leave the mountain, so revealing this to you is of no consequence. Lu Songshan shook his head, then looked at them with a grave expression and said, I have just received confidential reports from Yunlu. Not only has Uncle Jiao returned alive from the Northern Territory, but he has also slain the demon lord and severed the roots of the greedy wolf kingdom. Upon hearing this, Zhou Gu and Left Zhu exchanged incredulous glances, as if struggling to believe their ears. Thus, seizing this opportunity to leave the mountain may not be a bad thing after all. You could also assist me in managing the affairs of the Seven Swords Manor. Should the situation in Fenglegu not be handled properly, I might find myself having to return to the Seven Swords Manor one day. Lu Songshan then crouched down and whispered in their ears. Understood. The two, still in shock, nodded in unison. A few days later, at Qingzhou residence. With a quiver of arrows on his back, a long knife hanging at his waist, and a gourd in tow, Su Taiping closed the gate of Qingzhou residence and secured it with an additional lock. Tomorrow marks the first Dragon Gate meeting of the Seven Peaks selection, and he must arrive at the Dragon Gate Palace in advance. Just then, a small monkey named Ping emerged from the hood of his cloak. This time, while we are out, you must behave. In crowded places, you should stay in the gourd, understood? Su Taiping chuckled as he patted the little monkey's head. Although spirit pets are not uncommon on Yunlu Mountain, he remained somewhat concerned about potential ill-intentioned individuals, thus opting to take the little monkey along. Understood. The little monkey nodded obediently. Boom. At that moment, a celestial crane descended from the sky, creating a gust of wind at the entrance of the small courtyard. Su Taiping of Qingzhou residence. The day of the Dragon Gate meeting is near. Come swiftly with me to the Dragon Gate Palace. The celestial crane proclaimed with a slightly haughty tone, lifting its neck. Thank you for your assistance. Su Taiping cupped his hands in gratitude toward the crane, then lightly pushed off the ground, gracefully landing on the crane's back. 3 years have passed. 3 years ago, when I arrived at Yunlu Mountain, the first significant sect I encountered was the Dragon Gate Palace, where I was deemed to possess the white spirit bone and was thus unable to become a disciple of the mountain. Gazing at the sunlit sea of clouds shimmering with golden light, Su Taiping suddenly felt a surge of emotions welling up within him. This time, the qualification to ascend the mountain shall be contested by none other than myself. He clenched his fist, murmuring softly to himself. The following day, at the 7th peak of the Qingxian sect, within the ethereal abode of Yuxuanju, perched upon the western side of the peak, lay the sanctuary of Zhao Linglong's second senior brother, Duge Qingxiao. Compared to the humble surroundings of the outer disciples, this place was akin to a celestial paradise. Second brother, why is there still nothing in the mountain patrol mirror? The competition for Xiao Taiping and the others is about to commence. In the bamboo grove of the rear courtyard, Zhao Linglong, donned in a fresh emerald skirt, was holding a bronze mirror with both hands, her delicate face reflecting her frown within the mirror. Weren't you supposed to wait for my arrival before speaking? Qingxiao entered through the courtyard gate, followed closely by an elegant lady and a stunning young girl. Sister Xian, Sister Wuyu. Upon seeing the lady and the girl, Zhao Linglong, who had been feeling rather bored, instantly perked up, setting down the bronze mirror and gliding through the bamboo grove, her silk gown trailing behind her. Little Linglong, it has been a year since we last met. How have you been? Xian smiled warmly at Zhao Linglong. How could I be well? After parting from you last year, I was first confined by my father in the Yangxin Pavilion for half a year, and then, due to a trivial matter, I was placed under house arrest for another 6 months. In the blink of an eye, an entire year has slipped away, Zhao Linglong lamented, grasping Xian's hand as they walked together. Losing a fire spirit sparrow can hardly be deemed a trivial matter, Duge Qingxiao remarked with a sidelong glance at Zhao Linglong. Sister Xian, please rein in my second brother. He is always scolding me for no reason, Zhao Linglong pouted, shaking Xian's arm. The matter is in the past, and little Linglong has learned her lesson. There is no need to dwell on it. Xian turned to smile at Duge Qingxiao, her gaze soft enough to melt hearts. I know, I understand, Duge Qingxiao responded, momentarily taken aback before turning away sharply. Seeing this, Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of mischief in her expression. I feel a bit superfluous here with Sister Wuyu. Zhao Linglong released Xian's hand and instead took hold of Lin Wuyu's arm. Qingxiao shot Zhao Linglong a fierce glare, while Xian stifled a giggle and swiftly changed the subject, directing her attention to the silent Lin Wuyu. By the way, Wuyu, do you still remember Su Taiping? Who entered the mountain with you back then? Chapter 80. The Mountain Patrol Mirror. Old friends gather at Yuxuanju at the mention of the name. Lin Wuyu turned to glance at Xian, then turned away, expressionless, shaking her head. I do not remember. A slight awkwardness filled the air among the group. It has been 3 years. It is quite normal not to remember, Xian interjected with a smile, striving to ease the tension. Indeed, 3 years have passed, so it is understandable not to recall. Look, Wuyu has grown as tall as I am now, Zhao Linglong remarked with a smile, gesturing to emphasize. Had it not been for Su Taiping being the first disciple she had guided down the mountain, and the similarities in their childhood experiences, she might have forgotten the lad entirely. Although Zhao Linglong's father is the master of chiefing, she was born to him and an ordinary woman. Until the age of 7, she grew up in the mundane world, where her mother earned a living by washing clothes. It was only after her mother's illness that the young Zhao Linglong, barely 6 or 7 years old, learned to wash clothes, cook, and even brew medicine. Had it not been for her mother's passing and her eventual discovery by the master of chiefing, she might have departed this world alongside her mother that winter. By the way, Sister Xian, are you and your companions here to witness the Longmen Conference? Zhao Linglong inquired, diverting her thoughts from the past. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Su Xian. Upon receiving your letter yesterday, I learned that you had borrowed the Mountain Patrol Mirror, so I thought to bring Buyu along for a visit. Although it is merely a competition among outer disciples, it occurs only once every 3 years. Missing it would mean waiting another 3 years, Xian replied, nodding. Perfect. This year at the Longmen Conference, Su Taiping, who is entering the mountains with Sister Buyu, will also be present. You'll have the chance to get to know him, Zhao Linglong teased with a smile directed at Lin Buyu. to Zhao Linglong and Xian's surprise. This time Lin Buyu neither ignored nor retorted. A moment later, at the stone table in the bamboo grove, Qing Xiao activated the copper mirror with his spiritual energy, revealing the martial arts arena before the Longmen Hall. The contest would take place on the 4 stages positioned in the center of the arena today. Let me see, Zhao Linglong said, leaning over the edge of the table, her head nearly touching the mirror. Indeed, as Qing Xiao had described, the image of the martial arts arena appeared within the copper mirror. The 4 stages arranged in a row at the center were the most prominent features, surrounded by a throng of spectators. Second brother, do you know which stage Taiping is on? Zhao Linglong suddenly looked up at Qing Xiao. Mei Linglong. The matches at the Longmen Conference are determined by a draw, so no one knows their stage until today, Xian interjected with a smile before Qing Xiao could respond. I see. Then we shall just have to search slowly, Zhao Linglong nodded, realizing she had never paid attention to the chiefing selections before and was thus unaware of this fact. I'll look for him, Qing Xiao said, channeling a bit of spiritual energy to his fingertips as he inscribed a rune upon the surface of the copper mirror. Following the image within the mirror, he began to enlarge it gradually. Let us start by checking the eastern stage. You both keep an eye out as well. As he spoke, he gestured toward the copper mirror, causing the view to zoom in on the eastern stage. The perspective of the copper mirror shifted like a bird soaring through the air, gliding over the heads of the cultivators in the arena. No, this eastern stage is filled with old men. Taiping is not among them, Zhao Linglong exclaimed, waving her hand after a brief glance, urging Qing Xiao to examine another stage. Unfamiliar with Su Taiping's current appearance, she could only rely on age as a reference in her search. Fortunately, most outer disciples qualified to participate in the Longmen Conference were older and predominantly martial artists, making the search not overly cumbersome. Wait, there's a young man over there. Zhao Linglong suddenly called out to Qing Xiao. This person was not Su Taiping. Similarly, Xian, who had been attentively observing the image in the bronze mirror, shook her head. As the picture rapidly magnified, the young man's visage came into view within the mirror. Although he was also quite youthful, it was immediately evident that his features did not belong to Su Taiping. There was a significant disparity in both facial shape and the contours of his eyes and brows. How do you know this is not Su Taiping, senior sister Xian? Zhao Linglong inquired curiously, lifting her gaze towards Xian upon confirming the individual was not Su Taiping. This individual is named Lu Yuan. He arrived at Yinlu Mountain 7 years ago. Although he possesses a white spirit bone, his talent for martial arts cultivation is exceptional, particularly in the use of the sword. He has long been an outer disciple closely monitored by various peaks, Xian explained. Yes, Master has instructed us to keep an eye on this person as well. Qing Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. With such formidable outer disciples, let us hope Taiping does not cross paths with him. While continuing her search for Su Taiping in the bronze mirror, Zhao Linglong murmured her concerns. Any outer disciple capable of ascending to the Dragon Gate Hall is certainly no ordinary individual. Even if he avoids Lu Yuan, he will inevitably encounter others. Qing Xiao countered Zhao Linglong's worries. Could you perhaps say something more pleasing? Zhao Linglong's sentence was abruptly interrupted by Lin Buyu, who had previously been silent. What is it? The 3 turned their attention towards Lin Buyu. That person bears a slight resemblance to him. Lin Buyu pointed towards the bronze mirror. As the trio glanced down, they noticed that the youth Lin Buyu was indicating indeed shared certain features reminiscent of Su Taiping as they recalled. Second senior brother, magnify it further, quickly. Zhao Linglong urged fervently. Do not rush, Qing Xiao replied with a stern look at Zhao Linglong, then gently adjusted his hand to manipulate the seal, causing the image in the bronze mirror to enlarge continuously until only the silhouette of the young man remained. However, due to the mirror's perspective being a downward glance and the youth being engaged in writing something, the 3 were unable to discern his features clearly. Just as Zhao Linglong was becoming increasingly anxious for Qing Xiao to devise another method, the young man suddenly paused in his writing, seemingly sensing something, and lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Thus, his visage was distinctly revealed in the bronze mirror. It was a face that, while still somewhat youthful, already bore the early signs of angularity. Particularly striking were the resolute and sharp eyes beneath slightly furrowed brows, exuding a sense of tenacity uncommon for one of his age. It's him. He is little Taiping. After a moment of astonishment, Zhao Linglong exclaimed joyfully. Though he has grown significantly taller and more robust, his eyes and brows remain unchanged. It is undoubtedly him. She added excitedly. What left the deepest impression on her regarding Su Taiping was still that initial encounter, where his vigilant yet slightly defiant gaze had captivated her. It must be him. Look at the nameplate on the table before him. Qing Xiao pointed to the table in front of Su Taiping within the bronze mirror. Upon hearing this, everyone focused intently, and soon they discovered that the nameplate boldly bore the words King's Wuju, Su Taiping. Qingzhou residence. Indeed, it is the Qingzhou residence. And it was I who personally escorted him there. Zhao Linglong spoke with a face full of nostalgia. Wait a moment. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned to Lin Buyu beside her. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, Sister Buyu, did you not forget about Qingping? How did you recognize it at a glance? Lin Buyu met Zhao Linglong's gaze with an impassive expression and then turned her head away, stating blandly, I guessed. Chapter 81. The Fierce Presence of Tianqi. In front of the Longmen Hall, Sister Linghua, do you see those lights above? I feel as though they have been fixated on me, Su Taiping remarked, glancing up at the 2 points in the sky while mentally consulting the fairy Linghua. At that moment, he had already drawn his lot and secured his sign. It must be some artifact, akin to a mirage, capable of transmitting the circumstances here to distant realms, much like the dark mirror in your hand, the fairy Linghua speculated. She continued, this competition is likely being observed by cultivators from the mountain. Su Taiping nodded subtly and withdrew his gaze. He wondered if Linglong and Brother Qing Xiao could see him. Perhaps they had already forgotten about him. Lost in such thoughts, he approached the platform marked with the character D. Who is number 11 of the D character? Before Su Taiping could reach the platform, a somewhat impatient shout resonated from below. Number 11 of the D character? Su Taiping felt the name sounded familiar and glanced at his sign. Indeed, it was number 11 of the D character. It is I. He replied calmly and quickened his pace towards the platform. Which little brat is this, so fussy? Do you still wish to compete? A short yet robust man dressed in green cursed as he pushed through the crowd to gaze at Su Taiping. Has the time arrived? Su Taiping did not regard the man, but turned to the supervisor beside him. Not yet, the supervisor replied dully, returning to his tasks. We are the first. You cannot arrive earlier? The robust man glared at Su Taiping. Ignoring him, Su Taiping placed his bundle on the seat and retrieved a long white strip of cloth, meticulously wrapping it around his hands. This cloth was woven from silver silk, impervious even to blades. Once bound, it would provide a degree of protection to his fists while ensuring their agility, making it ideal for a practitioner of hand combat. Su Taiping had stumbled upon it in the storeroom of the West Wind Pavilion. Is this lad not the one who recently triumphed over Qin Yuan and Sun Hu? At that moment, a cultivator by the platform suddenly recognized Su Taiping's identity. The name of Qin Yuan was not insignificant among the outer disciples, and thus the news of his defeat spread swiftly. Some had even procured Su Taiping's likeness. Indeed, it is him, Su Taiping of Qingzhou residence. It is he. It is he. As the realization dawned that it was Su Taiping, the crowd gradually began to converge around him. I heard you defeated old Qin's immovable skill using a set of Azurock's fist? In hearing that Su Taiping was indeed the one who vanquished Qin Yuan, the burly man in green, despite abandoning his earlier disdain, spoke with a tone that still reeked of provocation. You merely got lucky against old Qin's half-hearted attempt. After binding his fists with strips of cloth, Su Taiping lifted his head, calmly locking eyes with the green-clad giant. You possess some self-awareness after all. The man in green scoffed, then pointed his thumb at his chest, declaring, since you are familiar with that old rascal Qin Yuan, you must have also heard of my infamous reputation as Ghostly Shadow Foot, Tianqi. Upon hearing this, the crowd surrounding them erupted into murmurs. Clearly, many present were aware of Tianqi's notoriety. Isn't Tianqi the one who, during the last 7 Peak selection, killed a man with a single kick after winning a match? I recall him, although he faltered at the Dragon Gate conference. Every opponent he defeated was either dead or severely injured. In that 7 Peak selection, he killed 4 in total. Through the whispered conversations around him, Su Taiping began to gain a rudimentary understanding of the man before him. However, the truth was, he had never heard of this individual prior to this moment. I apologize. I haven't been in the mountains for long and am not well acquainted with these matters. This is my first time hearing of your esteemed name, Mr. Tianqi. Despite overhearing the murmurs, Su Taiping decided to speak candidly. Upon hearing these words, Tianqi's face darkened instantly. His rough visage, reminiscent of a butcher, suddenly radiated an aura of murderous intent. As this bloodlust manifested, The surrounding cultivators recoiled in fear, rendered silent. Why does he exude such a heavy air of killing intent? Su Taiping furrowed his brow, his fists tightening as he pondered quietly. Nevertheless, those familiar with Tianqi's temperament would not be surprised by the murderous aura he displayed. For he was known to be jealous, irritable, and exceedingly prideful. He reveled in belittling and mocking others, yet could not tolerate even the slightest hint of disdain directed at himself. This deeply distorted personality had directly led to his strong inclination towards violence. Over the years, many cultivators had met their demise at his hands due to mere verbal disputes. However, Su Taiping did not exhibit any sign of trepidation, continuing to meet Tianqi's gaze. No matter how intense Tianqi's bloodlust was, could it truly compare to the demonic tiger of Qingfeng Gorge or the fiery patterned python of Zhuxi Valley? Su Taiping, Tianqi. The time has come for you both to ascend the stage. Just as the tension between Su Taiping and Tianqi escalated, the voice of the supervising examiner rang out, shattering the charged atmosphere. Taiping, this man's murderous intent harbors a hint of wild beast-esque ferocity. He must have cultivated some sinister technique that nourishes his energy through killing. You must exercise caution. The ethereal voice of Fairy Lingyue echoed in Su Taiping's mind. Su Taiping nodded subtly upon hearing this. He had sensed an unusual aura emanating from Tianqi moments ago, and Fairy Lingyue's confirmation solidified his instincts. 7th Peak. The bamboo grove in the rear courtyard of Yuxian residence. What is the matter with these people? How could they encircle little Taiping, bullying him for his tender age? And what is the cause of the hostility from that chubby fellow in green? What grievance does little Taiping hold against them? These ruffians must have perceived him as solitary and without support. Observing the solitary silhouette of Su Taiping surrounded by the throng in the bronze mirror, Zhao Linglong was immediately filled with righteous indignation, wishing to soar to Longmen Hall and defend him at once. Chapter 82, Battling Tianqi. No wonder he triumphed over Qin Yuan. Xiao Su Zian was amused by Zhao Linglong's indignant expression. However, she was well aware that Zhao Linglong possessed such a temperament, often standing up for the disciples of Qifeng. Do not be agitated, dear Linglong. These individuals must have recognized little Taiping as the one who recently bested Qin Yuan. Hence their gathering to witness the spectacle. She gently patted Zhao Linglong's hand. Entrusted by the Peak Master with the task of selecting disciples, Zian had some understanding of these outer disciples. The man in green, named Tianqi, had arrived at Yunlu Mountain 7 years prior, previously the leader of a gang. In a fit of rage, he had exterminated over 100 members of a rival gang, and fearing retaliation, he sought refuge in Yunlu Mountain. At this moment, Duga Qingtian also spoke up. Like Zian, he possessed some knowledge of these prominent outer disciples. Why would Qing Xian sect accept such a notorious felon? Zhao Linglong inquired, puzzled. Glancing towards Duga Qingtian, it is said that he has offered to donate all his accumulated wealth and family martial arts, the spectral shadow foot, to Qing Xian sect in exchange for entry into the mountain to evade his enemies. Zian responded, this man is not only ruthless, but possesses remarkable resolve. He seems no easier to deal with than Lu Yuan whom you just mentioned. Zhao Linglong's tone turned serious. She did not allow her biases to cloud her judgment of Tianqi's capabilities. His greatest asset lay in his family's spectral shadow foot, which was comparable in lethality to any superior martial art. Otherwise, there would not have been so many outer disciples falling victim to him. Even while on guard during the last chiefing selection, Qingtian nodded gravely in agreement. The competition is about to commence, Zian reminded them, her gaze fixed on the bronze mirror. Zhao Linglong and Qingtian redirected their attention to the mirror, where Tianqi and Su Taiping ascended the stage, taking their positions without further ado. Su Taiping assumed the stance of the green ox fist, while the provocatively postured Tianqi raised his left foot, crimson energy swirling around his robust thigh like flames. At this sight, the onlookers in the bamboo grove held their breath, eyes wide in anticipation. On the Longmen Hall arena, a sharp clang resonated. The referee swung his arm forcefully, striking the bronze gong beside him. Boom! Almost as the sound of the gong reverberated, Su Taiping and Tianqi simultaneously vanished from the arena. When they reappeared, they were already in the center of the stage, trading blows with fists and feet in a rapid flurry. The speed of Tianqi's legs matched the swiftness of Su Taiping's punches. In an instant, the fierce winds generated by their strikes surged forth like waves from the arena. Su Taiping could actually withstand Tianqi's phantom steps. It was no wonder he had triumphed over Qin Yuan. The spectators below, their expressions filled with astonishment, found it hard to believe that a mere youth, relying solely on the green ox fist, could contend evenly with the renowned Tianqi, master of the phantom steps. With a resounding crash, Su Taiping's bullhorn-cracking mountain collided against Tianqi's leg, which descended like a battle axe. Once again, neither could claim victory, and they found themselves locked in a stalemate. However, the clash of their energies produced ripples of force that enveloped the spectators below with an overwhelming pressure. Though it appeared that neither made any movements, the clash of their energies continued unabated. Su Taiping's residual twilight energy wrestled with the unknown essence of Tianqi's phantom steps, as if engaged in a fierce contest, each striving to push the other back. "Get down!" Suddenly, Tianqi roared, and in an instant, the muscles in his grounded leg bulged significantly. With a thunderous crack, he stomped down, shattering the rocky surface beneath him. Leveraging this force, he executed a swift turn, channeling all his strength into the kick aimed at Su Taiping. With a deafening boom, the protective energy surrounding Su Taiping shattered. A tremendous force bore down upon him like a mountain, pressing heavily from Tianqi's leg against his arm, causing him to sink, with the ground beneath him cracking further. "You little brat, my foot is not only swift, but also heavy. Watch me crush you." Tianqi sneered, and his leg muscles swelled once more, augmenting his power further. Yet this time, Su Taiping remained unyielding. Not only did he resist the downward pressure, but the energy that had been suppressed by Tianqi now surged forth once more, becoming turbulent and fierce. With a thunderous explosion, Su Taiping's energy suddenly erupted, and the force that had been held down in his arm surged upwards, forcefully pushing aside Tianqi's robust thigh. Initial mastery of the open-door realm? The sudden surge of energy from Su Taiping sent a shiver through the hearts of all present. Most of the outer sect cultivators who could ascend to the Dragon Gate Hall had already broken through the open-door realm. Yet those exhibiting the energy fluctuations of initial mastery, like Su Taiping, were few and far between. However, they were unaware that even this energy was a result of Su Taiping intentionally suppressing his abilities to refine his martial skills. Just as Su Taiping lifted Tianqi's thigh, his prepared left fist came crashing down towards Tianqi's groin. With a swift motion, Tianqi retracted his legs and positioned himself to evade. However, Su Taiping seemed to have anticipated his intentions perfectly, as his already prepared right fist struck toward the very spot where Tianqi sought refuge. A dull thud resounded as Tianqi's protective energy shattered against Su Taiping's fist, delivering a solid blow to his waist that sent him staggering backward several steps under the weight of the impact. Before Tianqi could regain his balance, Su Taiping appeared before him once more, as if he were a shadow. "Get away from me!" roared the infuriated Tianqi. In response, he channeled his energy into his right leg and delivered a powerful kick aimed at Su Taiping's approaching fist. The collision of fist and foot produced a resounding bang, causing Su Taiping to merely sway slightly, while Tianqi was jolted back several paces by the recoil. It was during this retreat that Su Taiping seized the opportunity to execute his technique, the charging bull formation. Before Tianqi could steady himself, Su Taiping's fist landed heavily on his chest, followed by a second, third, and fourth punch. He charged forward like a rampaging bull, his fists replacing the horns as he relentlessly assaulted Tianqi. Chapter 83, Battling Tianqi. Is this truly the charging bull formation? A mere child, just a mere child. Completely overwhelmed by Su Taiping's onslaught, Tianqi felt a humiliation he had never experienced before, driving him into a frenzy. Ignoring the force of Su Taiping's punches, he unleashed his powerful legs, whipping them towards Su Taiping like whips. Boom, boom, boom. The spectators could only watch as fists and legs blurred across the arena. However, it soon became apparent that while at first Tianqi's ghostly leg technique could keep pace with Su Taiping's fists, after over 30 strikes, he was reduced to mere defense. In stark contrast, Su Taiping's punches continued to grow in ferocity, each one more powerful than the last, the speed of his strikes becoming mere afterimages. Bang! When Su Taiping unleashed his 90th punch, Tianqi's legs could no longer keep up, allowing Su Taiping's fist to slip beneath him and crash heavily into his abdomen. Boom! The force of that punch lifted Tianqi's robust frame off the ground, propelling him backward several feet before he barely managed to regain his footing. Is this truly the Green Bull Fist? Is this truly the charging bull formation? Witnessing this scene, the crowd below the arena was filled with astonishment and questions. Nevertheless, Tianqi showed no signs of surrender. As he steadied himself, his muscles swelled once more, ripping his clothing apart, and with a furious roar, he spun around and delivered a fierce kick towards Su Taiping. Bang! This kick possessed significant power, causing Su Taiping's fist to momentarily pause under the force of the impact before he launched another strike. Yet, this was merely a fleeting halt. Su Taiping's next punch surged in strength once again. Bang! That punch sent Tianqi's body reeling backward once more. As the final few strikes of the charging bull formation approached, Su Taiping's momentum reached its zenith. Bang! Bang! Each subsequent punch sent ripples of anticipation through the crowd, while simultaneously battering Tianqi's legs until they were raw and bloodied. At this moment, no one harbored any doubt regarding the youth's ability to triumph over Qin Yuan, not to mention his formidable martial prowess at the minor completion of the open door realm. The profound understanding of the true essence of the Green Bull Fist was sufficient to outshine all other outer disciples. Boom! At this juncture, Su Taiping's charging bull formation culminated in its final strike. The force accumulated from hundreds of punches converged into this one decisive blow. Thus, when he unleashed this punch towards Tianqi, the spectators were suddenly struck by the illusion of an entire mountain toppling before them, crashing down upon Tianqi. Boom! Yet at that moment, Tianqi, who seemed to have lost all capacity to defend himself, was suddenly enveloped by a surge of crimson true energy. His previously modest stature of merely 5 feet surged to an imposing height of 10, and his flesh and bones contorted into a form reminiscent of a ferocious beast. You have forced my hand. You have forced my hand. With a thunderous roar, the now monstrous Tianqi planted one foot firmly on the ground, raising the other like a colossal axe, slicing towards Su Taiping with a deafening crack of the air. Bang! The fists and feet clashed once more. This time, Su Taiping's long-prepared final strike of the charging bull formation seemed to meet Tianqi's leg with equal force. The spectators were left in stunned disbelief. This is dark magic. Tianqi has cultivated dark arts. A voice broke through the astonishment. Die? You shall die? However, Tianqi appeared to have succumbed to madness. Utterly disregarding whether his nefarious techniques would be exposed, he continued to unleash a flurry of leg strikes upon Su Taiping, each blow resonating like thunder, causing the entire arena to tremble. The crowd erupted in chaos as the two examiners brandished their weapons, preparing to intervene. Meanwhile, Zhao Linglong and her companions before the bronze mirror wore expressions of anxiety. Senior brother, Tianqi is clearly violating the sect's rules. Why aren't the examiners stepping in? Just moments ago, Zhao Linglong had been cheering for Su Taiping, completely unprepared for Tianqi's sudden resort to dark arts. Taiping still chose to engage rather than retreat from the arena, complicating their ability to intervene. Qing Xiao shook his head. Do not fret, Taiping appears unfazed. He must have a backup plan, he added reassuringly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong and the others turned their gaze to Su Taiping in the bronze mirror. They soon realized, as Qing Xiao had predicted, that Su Taiping exhibited no signs of fear, remaining composed as if he had anticipated this very attack. Boom! After skillfully evading several of Tianqi's leg strikes, Su Taiping suddenly executed the wind shadow step. In an instant, his figure darted forward like a gust of wind, closing the distance to Tianqi. Bang! He delivered another heavy punch to Tianqi's abdomen. At this moment, Tianqi's physique was as hardened as that of a mythical beast. He only took a step or two back, but managed to withstand Su Taiping's punch. Boy, my opponent, Tianqi, shall never leave the arena alive, he exclaimed, a manic grin spreading across his face as he unleashed another powerful strike with his thigh, thick as a pillar. Bang! Su Taiping did not retreat. Instead, he continued to engage in a fierce exchange of blows. Ignoring the backlash that threatened his arm, he began to alternate his punches, once again executing the bull's charge. Bang, bang, bang. The arena echoed with the rhythmic sound of their collision. How could he still perform a second bull's charge? Could his body endure such strain? The spectators were momentarily taken aback. Although the bull's charge consumed little true energy, it severely drained physical stamina and could shatter bones, making it exceedingly rare for a cultivator to complete a single set, let alone a second. However, they soon found themselves astonished as Su Taiping not only maintained steady punches, but astonishingly began to match the speed and force of Tianqi's ghostly leg strikes. The exchange of fists and feet resumed with renewed vigor. It was crucial to note that Tianqi was currently employing malevolent techniques. He had previously exerted all his strength. How was it possible for him to increase his speed and power now? Ziyin gazed at Su Taiping's reflection in the bronze mirror, her face etched with confusion. Su Taiping's increase is not merely in speed and strength, but in his comprehension of the blue ox fist and his mastery of timing and his opponent's habits. Observe closely. His bull's charge is executed without any superfluous movements, perfectly timed with Tianqi's build-up and release of power, Qing Xiao murmured, his gaze fixed intently on Su Taiping's image. With this reminder, the others began to notice the changes in Su Taiping, their expressions shifting from concern to astonishment. Chapter 84. Defeating Tianqi, the perfect blue ox fist. Bang! Just as they spoke, Su Taiping in the mirror delivered a heavy punch to the knee of Tianqi's attacking thigh, then swiftly turned and struck forcefully beneath Tianqi's hips, causing a frown to crease Tianqi's brow. This was the first time such an expression had crossed Tianqi's face since he began employing his malevolent techniques. And this was merely the beginning. With that blow, Su Taiping initiated his second bull's charge. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the roar of the bull's charge, Tianqi's ghostly leg strikes were gradually suppressed, forcing him to rely solely on defensive maneuvers. Witnessing this, the supervising officials, who had been ready to intervene, lowered their weapons. Clearly, this was not their moment to act. Moreover, encounters with disciples of malevolent techniques were not uncommon for them, occurring several times a year, so they remained composed. No, this is impossible. How could I lose to a mere brat like you? Realizing he was on the brink of defeat once more, Tianqi was filled with shock and fury. He recklessly unleashed his malevolent techniques, the crimson true energy around him surging once again, his physique growing even more robust. Bang! What rendered him despairing was that Su Taiping's bull charge formation was not only gaining potency, but doing so at a pace surpassing even his malevolent techniques. The 100th punch. In the midst of this contest, Su Taiping, filled with exhilaration from his recent achievements, let out a triumphant roar. Following this, his fist, akin to a cannonball, struck once more against Tianqi's robust thigh, specifically the knee. Bang! With a resounding crash, Tianqi staggered perilously close to falling. At that moment, Su Taiping launched his 101st punch. Bang! This blow landed heavily on Tianqi's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Roar! Unyielding. Tianqi opened his mouth and bellowed, his crimson aura erupting violently, as if he were forcibly channeling some arcane technique. The 103rd. Su Taiping's response was a punch that surged forth like a stampede of bulls. Bang! The impact reverberated through the arena, scattering Tianqi's blood energy asunder. No. With a contorted face, Tianqi was filled with resentment. Bang, bang, bang. He sought to retaliate desperately, yet as his blood energy began to rise, Su Taiping relentlessly pummeled him with punch after punch, dispersing it entirely. The 108th punch. At last, the second series of the bull charge formation reached its climax with this blow, which Su Taiping deemed the finest he had executed since embarking on the study of the Qing fist. But it was not over, not yet. Realizing his fate was sealed, Tianqi suddenly bit through his own tongue, recklessly igniting his blood energy with his dark arts. Roar! With a growl that was more beast than man, Tianqi's flesh swelled grotesquely, transforming him into a half-man, half-wolf monstrosity that lunged at Su Taiping. Confronted with this grotesque being, Su Taiping did not retract his fist. In that moment, confidence surged within him. He felt as though, even if the formidable tiger demon of yore stood before him, he could shatter it with a single punch. Su Taiping's gaze was resolute as he faced the creature's head, delivering a powerful strike. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the creature's head shattered into fragments. The arena beneath them crumbled entirely under the weight of that blow. Boom! A cloud of dust engulfed the air. As the dust settled, the copper mirror revealed Su Taiping's face, though viewed from a high angle. The intensity of his focused and vigilant gaze, coupled with his taut physique, emanated an indescribable sense of oppression. Was this truly the Su Taiping of 3 years prior? Ziyin stared in astonishment at the reflection in the copper mirror, her expression one of disbelief. It was challenging for her to reconcile this Su Taiping, who had obliterated a malevolent practitioner with mere fists, with the boy from 3 years ago who had been shielded by Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong. It was indeed him. Qing Xiao, however, wore a subtle smile. Though his physique had grown considerably and his appearance had slightly altered, that unwavering, resolute gaze was unmistakable. He murmured softly, recalling the determination Su Taiping exhibited 3 years ago when he chose to descend the mountain for 3 years of rigorous training after being diagnosed with the white spirit bone. Indeed, it was he. At that moment, Zhao Linglong also nodded firmly. However, over these 3 years, Xiao Taiping must have endured considerable hardships. Beneath her seemingly carefree demeanor lies a remarkably sensitive heart. She instantly noticed the scars adorning Su Taiping's arms and the blood seeping from his wrapped fists. Fear not. Once we ascend the mountain, I shall protect you. After a moment of emotional reflection, Zhao Linglong abruptly reverted to her optimistic disposition, placing a hand on Dugong Qingxiao's shoulder and earnestly promising from afar, "It is premature to discuss this matter." Just as Dugong Qingxiao's brows had unfurled, they now furrowed again, his gaze fixated intently on the copper mirror before him. "Didn't Taiping win that match?" Zhao Linglong queried, puzzled, as she looked at Dugong Qingxiao. He offered no explanation, merely gestured toward the copper mirror. "See for yourself." Upon his words, Zhao Linglong and Zian redirected their attention to the mirror. At that moment, the reflection captured a prominently displayed notice board. As Dugong Qingxiao magnified the image, Zhao Linglong and Zian quickly discerned 2 familiar names listed, Su Taiping and Lu Yuan. Xiao Taiping's next opponent is actually Lu Yuan. Zhao Linglong exclaimed in astonishment. The Dragon Gate Association's matches are overseen by Elder He Long, ensuring no manipulation occurs. It can only be said that Taiping's luck is rather unfortunate, Dugong Qingxiao mused with a wry smile. "Senior brother, what is Lu Yuan's level of skill?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Linglong inquired anxiously of Dugong Qingxiao. Although Qingxiao and Zian had previously mentioned that Lu Yuan was a focal point of interest for the various peaks, Zhao Linglong remained unconvinced and sought confirmation. Based on what she observed, had it not been for the prior match against Tianqi, Taiping might have had a 30 to 40% chance of success. However, at this juncture, it seemed he barely stood a 20% chance. Dugong Qingxiao's expression turned grave as he articulated his assessment. Derived from Taiping's last performance, combined with his understanding of Lu Yuan's capabilities, Taiping's misfortune was indeed palpable. Zian nodded in agreement, exhaling softly. "We, the 6 peaks, have monitored Lu Yuan extensively. Although he possesses a white spirit bone, his family's wealth has afforded him an unceasing supply of spiritual herbs and elixirs throughout his upbringing, now elevating his cultivation to a mid-level open-door realm. Moreover, he practices the rare Yang Blade, a treasured martial art passed down through his family. It is worth noting that Tianqi's Ghost Shadow Step is merely a competent martial skill," she elucidated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong's expression grew increasingly laden with concern. "Do not dwell on it too much. Given Taiping's recent performance, I could persuade Master to admit him to the 7 peaks," Qingxiao reassured Zhao Linglong. "Wouldn't Xiao Taiping's efforts over the past 3 years be rendered futile?" Zhao Linglong's gaze fell upon the youthful figure standing before the notice board in the copper mirror, her eyes brimming with sorrow. "Senior brother, did you notice the scars on his arms? Look closely. The new wounds overlap the old ones, undoubtedly the result of injuries sustained during these years of rigorous training. A seemingly ordinary technique known as the Qingyo fist, yet he has cultivated it to such an extraordinary degree, undoubtedly expending immense effort. His singular aspiration is to become a formal disciple. Is it not excessively unfair that, merely due to his status as an orphan, devoid of any familial or social standing, the fruits of 3 years of labor and dedication might be rendered futile?" As Zhao Linglong contemplated this, she bit her lip and turned her gaze towards Dugong Qingxiao. Had she not witnessed Su Taiping's earlier match, she might have believed that bringing him to the 7 peaks was the best choice. However, now, the thought that the countless hours of toil invested by this young man over the past 3 years might culminate in nothingness stirred a profound sense of resentment within her. If she felt such discontent, how much more intense must Su Taiping's feelings be? Yet, Zhao Linglong remained blissfully unaware that what she observed in Su Taiping was merely the tip of the iceberg of the burdens he had shouldered during those 3 years. "I do not believe he will lose." At that moment, Lin Buyu, who had been silent throughout, suddenly spoke. The others turned to her in astonishment. "Why do you say that?" Zian asked,
puzzled by Lin Buyu's unexpected assertion. Sometimes, she found it quite challenging to discern what her junior sister was truly thinking. Intuition. Lin Buyu replied with a calm demeanor, locking eyes with the three before redirecting her gaze toward the bronze mirror. She vividly recalled the scene of the young man descending from the maple forest, delivering a powerful blow to the demon tiger. It remained etched in her memory. In her eyes, the young man who had the courage to confront the demon tiger alone could not possibly falter at this juncture. Nevertheless, when Xian and the others pressed her for more, Lin Buyu fell into silence once again, refusing to utter a word despite their inquiries. It seems the competition is about to commence. Ultimately, the attention of Qing Xiao and the others was captured by the sight of Su Taiping and Lu Yuan stepping onto the stage within the bronze mirror. Wait, is Taiping planning to use a blade? He can wield a knife? As they observed Su Taiping unbinding the cloth from his hands and resting his hand upon the hilt of a blade at his waist, expressions of surprise adorned their faces. Even Lin Buyu was not exempt from this reaction. Before the Dragon Gate Hall, upon the heavenly platform, a young gentleman clad in white greeted Su Taiping with a smile. Junior brother Su, your previous match was truly enlightening. Please do not mention it, senior brother Lu, Su Taiping replied with a smile. I had hoped to approach you for an introduction, but alas, fate has drawn us as opponents in this match. What a pity it would be if we could ascend the stage of the 7 peaks together, Lu Yuan expressed with a hint of regret. Su Taiping discerned that. At least from the manner of speaking, Lu Yuan's words did not seem insincere. Naturally, he would not be so naive as to lower his guard simply because of this expression of acknowledgement. In his view, once one steps onto the platform, there are only adversaries, not friends. If you are both prepared, we may commence the match, the referee on the platform reminded them. Junior brother Su, your execution of the Qingniu fist in the previous match was exquisite. It has piqued my interest, and I finally have the opportunity to exchange a few techniques with you, Lu Yuan remarked. As Lu Yuan spoke, he took 2 steps back, adopting a stance as if to draw his sword. Alas, it seems I must disappoint senior brother Lu. At this moment, Su Taiping also retreated a few steps, placing his hand on the hilt of the long sword at his waist, continuing, in this match, I will use a sword. You will use a sword? Lu Yuan was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Indeed, Su Taiping had always carried a sword, yet he had seldom wielded it. To abandon his renowned fist technique in favor of a sword was perplexing not only to Lu Yuan but also to the onlookers, who were left in a state of astonishment, unable to comprehend Su Taiping's decision to forego his esteemed Qingniu fist. After several rounds of competition, the crowd had nearly accepted that the Qingniu fist was Su Taiping's ultimate skill, with some even speculating that his interpretation of the fist technique differed from theirs. Moreover, it should be noted that standing before him was Lu Yuan, a practitioner of the formidable martial art, the Li Weiying Do, which seemed akin to striking a rock with an egg. Many believed Su Taiping was merely posturing, confident that he would revert to his Qingniu fist as the match commenced. Chapter 86, Battle with Lu Yuan, the absolute kill of 7 kills supervisor. I am prepared, Su Taiping remarked, glancing at the supervisor not far away. I am also ready, Lu Yuan responded, his expression now devoid of confusion, replaced instead with curiosity and excitement. He thought, interestingly, after 7 years at Yunlu Mountain, few dared to wield a sword in my presence. Since we are all set, let the contest begin. The supervisor proclaimed loudly, then waved his arm, striking the nearby gong with a resounding clang. With a sharp sound, almost simultaneously with the gong's echo, Su Taiping and Lu Yuan unsheathed their long swords. 2 streams of sword energy surged forth like fierce winds from either side of the arena, ultimately clashing with a resounding metallic ring. The sound of their collision, accompanied by a shockwave, sent Su Taiping and Lu Yuan retreating to their original positions. This initial strike was clearly a test of each other's strength, neither exerting their full power. Yet, this brief encounter ignited a fervor among the observing disciples. This youth truly knows how to wield a sword. Though it was but a single strike, it already carried a sense of prowess, far from that of a novice. Indeed, this was not Su Taiping's first experience with a sword. Over the past 2 years, he had devoted considerable effort to mastering the 7 kills sword, aiming to possess more trump cards for the 7 peak selection. With Ling Yue's guidance, his progress had been substantial. We have underestimated Taiping, Qing Xiao remarked, a smile creeping onto his lips as he witnessed the event unfold before the bronze mirror, his earlier tension dissipating. In addition to practicing his fists,
Has little Taiping ever rested over these 3 years? Zhao Linglong's expression was one of shock. The situation remained grim. Taiping had only trained with the sword for 3 years, while Lu Yuan had at least 2 decades of experience, further bolstered by the guidance of a master, making his foundation incomparable to Taiping's. Ziyin continued to harbor doubts about Su Taiping's success. Boom. Yet, as if to counter her words, Su Taiping, who had been confronting Lu Yuan with a dagger in hand, suddenly pivoted with remarkable agility, launching himself toward Lu Yuan like a tempest. His finely forged long knife ascended in a diagonal slice from below. Lu Yuan, however, was equally prepared. With his own treasured blade, he countered Su Taiping's attack, unleashing a force that radiated like a blazing inferno. The golden blade aura he conjured extended several feet, its might promising death or grievous injury to any caught within its path. As Zhao Linglong and the others felt their hearts constrict with anxiety, Su Taiping's blade abruptly shifted direction, merging his form with the weapon in a dazzling arc of light. With a thunderous whoosh, he evaded Lu Yuan's strike and reappeared behind him. From the vantage point of the bronze mirror, Lu Yuan seemed surrounded by a shimmering blade aura, reminiscent of a full moon. In that fleeting instant, Su Taiping seized the hilt of his knife and brought it crashing down from behind Lu Yuan. Boom. In the nick of time, Lu Yuan managed to react, parrying the blow with all his strength. Nevertheless, the tremendous force transmitted from Su Taiping's long knife compelled him to retreat several steps before he could regain his footing. This was the 6th move of the 7-kill blade, Full Moon. Ziyin gasped in astonishment. In just 2 short years, he had mastered the Full Moon technique? Her disbelief was palpable. The 7-kill blade, being a superior martial art of the Qingxian sect, possessed considerable power but was notoriously difficult to master. Many outer disciples, after 2 or 3 years of study, found themselves unable to even learn the 3rd or 4th moves, let alone the notoriously challenging Full Moon. Su Taiping was indeed well prepared. Zhao Linglong exclaimed, her excitement causing her to pound on the table. The Full Moon technique, comprising 3 essential steps, luring the enemy, evading their strike, and delivering the fatal blow, required seamless execution, achievable only through countless hours of practice. Clearly, Su Taiping had dedicated significant effort for this 7-peak selection. Qingxiao's gaze towards Su Taiping in the bronze mirror suddenly turned grave. However, relying solely on the Full Moon would not suffice to defeat Lu Yuan's Luyang blade. He added solemnly, as Qingxiao surmised, after sustaining the Full Moon technique, Lu Yuan grew invigorated, launching a full frontal assault. The arena erupted with the fiery blade shadows of the Luyang blade, driving Su Taiping to retreat repeatedly, forced into a defensive stance. The tides of battle shifted in an instant. Although the 7-kill blade could be regarded as a superior technique, it paled in comparison to the Luyang blade. Unless he could fully grasp the 7-kill blade and master the 2 ultimate moves, otherwise, victory was elusive. Ziyin furrowed her brow. Perhaps Su Taiping will surprise us once more, Zhao Linglong remarked, her eyes gleaming with newfound confidence in him. This time, neither Qingxiao nor Ziyin contested her optimism. Both began to share in the anticipation, their gazes fixed intently upon the bronze mirror. Boom. Within the mirror, on the Tianzi arena, Su Taiping, embodying the essence of the blade, darted forth just as Lu Yuan's sword swept past him, narrowly evading the strike while swiftly maneuvering behind his opponent with the 6 kills Full Moon technique. Junior Su, such a move is futile against me, Lu Yuan. Suddenly, Lu Yuan turned his back to Su Taiping and bellowed. As his voice resonated, he spun like a top, unleashing a torrent of golden blade shadows that erupted magnificently like a radiant sun, cascading outward in all directions. The impact shattered Su Taiping's Full Moon technique. Yet, at the moment of the technique's demise, Su Taiping vanished from sight. In an instant, 7 afterimages of Su Taiping surrounded Lu Yuan from all angles, manifesting the lethal execution of the 7 kills blade. Witnessing this spectacle, Ziyin, standing before the bronze mirror, rose abruptly, her tone laced with incredulity. As her words fell, Su Taiping's 7 afterimages transformed into 7 blinding arcs of light, each delivering a ferocious strike upon Lu Yuan, obliterating the surrounding blade aura. Suddenly, these 7 afterimages converged into one. Su Taiping, gripping his long blade, appeared above Lu Yuan. Without hesitation, he brought his sword down with devastating force. Despite Lu Yuan's utmost effort to resist, he could not withstand this fatal blow, being sent hurtling backward, his protective aura severed, leaving a gaping wound across his chest. Ecstatic. Yet, just as he was about to plummet from the stage, he halted himself, unleashing a mighty roar. Flames erupted around him as he grasped the hilt of his treasured blade, exclaiming, "Flame slash." In an instant, his aura surged like a tidal wave. Fiery energy emanated from him, merging into his weapon. With a piercing metallic resonance, Lu Yuan became one with his blade, transforming into a formidable blade shadow stretching over 10 meters, slicing towards Su Taiping. The terrifying blade shadow swept across the arena. However, at that moment, Su Taiping, with his long blade, morphed into a spiraling silver arc, akin to a darting flying knife, swiftly traversing the stage and cleaving through Lu Yuan's blazing aura, striking him directly. Caught off guard, Lu Yuan was hit squarely in the chest. The protective heart mirror he relied upon shattered under the force. A cloud of blood mist enveloped him as he was propelled outward by the immense power of Su Taiping's strike. This blow, too, originated from the Seven Kills blade. Specifically the second ultimate technique, Soul Pursuit. It could traverse dozens of meters in an instant to strike down a fleeing opponent. The onlookers, including the examiners and spectators, were left in stunned silence. Lu Yuan had been defeated. Not only did he lose, but he also fell short in the art of the blade. The youth emerged victorious. Not only did he win, but he did so using the very techniques in which his opponent excelled. The lethal second form of the Seven Kills blade, Soul Pursuit. Life Claim. Before the bronze mirror, Ziyin stood in a daze, her eyes wide with disbelief as she murmured, "Is it truly possible for someone to master these two forms within 3 years?" She turned to her equally astonished senior brother, Qing Xiao. "Brother, is the Seven Kills blade truly this difficult?" After Su Taiping's triumph, Zhao Linglong, brimming with joy, also glanced curiously at Qing Xiao. Rather than difficult, it could be deemed foolish. Qing Xiao pondered briefly before responding. "Foolish?" Zhao Linglong queried, her face a mask of confusion. The techniques of the Seven Kills blade, along with its mental framework, are not inherently complex. In fact, grasping them can be simpler than mastering the Green Ox fist. The challenge lies in the necessity of practicing each move to absolute perfection. One must train until the execution of the blade becomes an instinctive reaction, ingrained in the muscles and bones rather than merely in the mind. Thus, the only method to master the Seven Kills blade is through relentless practice. Day in and day out, year after year, without a single day's respite until the techniques are perfected. Furthermore, the lethal second forms, Soul Pursuit and Life Claim, can only be practiced once the body has memorized all the techniques of the Seven Kills blade. A challenge akin to the foolish old man moving mountains. Consequently, many declare that the Seven Kills blade is the technique of the foolish. Qing Xiao earnestly elucidated to Zhao Linglong. This method of practice is exceedingly tedious. Mastering the lethal second forms within 3 years demands immense perseverance. At this, Ziyin nodded in agreement. After absorbing their explanations, Zhao Linglong was momentarily taken aback, then cast her gaze once more at the figure, slightly slender, reflected in the bronze mirror. What efforts has little Taiping truly expended over these 3 years? She suddenly found it hard to fathom. Just then, a snow-white lark appeared above the bamboo grove. "This seems to be the messenger bird of your Six Peaks leader," Qing Xiao remarked, glancing at the lark and then at Ziyin. "Indeed, it appears the leader has summoned me." Ziyin nodded. As she spoke, she extended her hand towards the lark, retrieving the message from its leg. "Ziyin, what does your leader wish to discuss with you?" Zhao Linglong inquired, her curiosity piqued. At this moment, with Su Taiping having triumphed in the Dragon Gate Assembly, her previously anxious heart felt a sense of relief. Ziyin glanced at the contents of the letter before smiling. "The leader has asked me to inquire about Su Taiping, and if possible, wishes to facilitate his arrival at our Six Peaks." Clearly, the leader of the Six Peaks had already learned something of Su Taiping's past with the Seven Peaks. Impossible. Zhao Linglong promptly rejected the notion, grasping Ziyin's hand. "Tell that wicked woman that Su Taiping is a disciple of the Seven Peaks. She should abandon this idea." Upon hearing Zhao Linglong refer to her own leader as a wicked woman, Ziyin couldn't help but burst into laughter. She gently patted Zhao Linglong on the shoulder and said, "Very well, I shall convey these matters to the sect leader." However, as she spoke, she suddenly turned her gaze towards Qing Xiao and, with a radiant smile, remarked, "Given Taiping's performance today, It seems likely that not only our 6 peaks, but also the other 5 peaks will send representatives to negotiate with him, potentially offering terms that surpass those of our 6 peaks. What do you think his choice will be? Upon hearing this, Qing Xiao furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Zhao Linglong, upon grasping the implications of this statement, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. She thought to herself, if Taiping truly stands out from the selection, he may very well become the subject of competition among the peaks. Our 7th peak ranks the lowest among them. Would Taiping genuinely choose us? Rest assured, at least before the final contest of the 7 peaks, Taiping will not make any decisions, Qing Xiao said with a calm smile, glancing at the concerned Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong pondered for a moment and then shrugged nonchalantly, saying, if Taiping does not choose the 7th peak at that time, I can understand. After all, my father, that lazybones, has been a dismal performer, consistently placing last in the annual 7 peaks competition, all while claiming to be indifferent to fame and fortune, which has led to our best medicinal garden and spirit beasts being snatched away by the other 6 peaks. If your master hears this, I fear you may find yourself in confinement for half a year, Qing Xiao replied, both amused and exasperated. Do not let him know, Zhao Linglong cautioned. Realizing her slip of the tongue, it is still too early for us to discuss such matters. Qing Xiao shook his head and then produced a scroll from his robe, unfurling it upon the table. This roster was obtained from a senior proctor this morning. The 7 individuals listed were my initial predictions for those who could become formal disciples. However, we must now exclude Lu Yuan. He gestured to erase Lu Yuan's image from the scroll and continued, as for the remaining 6, should Taiping encounter them, his chances of victory would be less than 30%. Chapter 88. A fortnight of physical conditioning. You said the same when Taiping faced Lu Yuan, Zhao Linglong retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Qing Xiao. At her words, Qing Xiao's mouth twitched, and after clearing his throat, he replied, these 6 are quite different. None of them possess the white spirit bone. 2 of them have likely already surpassed the Wanyu realm and can wield some low-tier spells. The other 4 have all achieved great success in the opening door realm and have also mastered their own martial arts techniques. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong's brows knitted slightly in confusion as she questioned, with such cultivation and talent, why are they still placed in the outer sect? At this moment, Lin Buyu turned his attention to them, evidently intrigued as well. They are either disciples who have violated the rules of the mountain or have a tainted reputation. Some have even voluntarily chosen to enter the outer sect for the sake of experience, Xian explained on Qing Xiao's behalf. Isn't that profoundly unfair? Zhao Linglong exclaimed, astonished. Fairness? Qing Xiao chuckled wryly and shook his head, stating, the 7-peak selection devised by the sect leader was merely a means to placate certain outer disciples, ensuring they remain content tending to the medicinal and celestial fields below the mountain. Think carefully, Linglong. Throughout all the previous 7-peak selections, how many white spirit bones have ultimately triumphed? Ziyuan reminded Zhao Linglong. Upon reflecting, Zhao Linglong indeed realized that among the outer disciples who transitioned to the inner sect in past selections, very few possessed white spirit bones. The path of cultivation is undeniably harsh. Innate talent surpasses all else. Qi practitioners excel beyond body-forging martial artists, and even the likes of Taiping, who has mastered the 7 kills blade and the Qing Niu fist to their utmost, may still struggle against the spells of a true cultivator. Even after witnessing today's competition, Qing Xiao remained skeptical about Su Taiping becoming an official disciple. However, he reassured Zhao Linglong, you need not worry about him staying on the mountain. Having Su Taiping remain here is already a commendable outcome. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhao Linglong could not shake her sense of unease. Senior brother, the final 7-peak selection should be in about half a month, correct? Zhao Linglong inquired of Qing Xiao. Indeed, Qing Xiao replied, turning to nod at her as he conversed with Ziyuan. Could you please reserve a spot for me to observe the competition? I wish to enter closed-door meditation at the heart-nourishing pavilion for half a month, Zhao Linglong stated earnestly. You intend to meditate? Qing Xiao voiced his disbelief. Closed for half a month, no disturbances, she affirmed. Days later, having returned to Qingzhou residence, Su Taiping affixed a wooden plaque to his door. Following his performance at the Dragon Gate conference, he had been inundated with visits from fellow cultivators. Overwhelmed, he felt compelled to hang the sign. Su Taiping, I just glimpsed the roster for the 7-peak selection on your table, chirped by you, who had transformed into a small sparrow, perching on Su Taiping's shoulder. Are there any acquaintances of yours? Su Taiping asked with curiosity.
This roster was delivered by the West Wind Pavilion the day before yesterday. It offers a brief introduction to the 28 outer disciples participating in the 7 Peaks selection. Some of them I have heard my father mention. They were once disciples on the mountain, but were expelled due to misdeeds. Their innate talent and cultivation levels far exceed those of ordinary outer disciples. Baiyu expressed with concern. Having formed a soul contract with Su Taiping, their fates were intertwined. One's glory was the other's, and one's misfortune was shared as well. In terms of cultivation, I have already reached the Wangu realm, Su Taiping remarked as he walked. That is not the same. During the 7 Peak selection, you cannot employ the Zhongwan ring or the ice-breathing technique. They each possess their own specialized techniques, making it difficult for you to compete solely with martial skills. Baiyu continued. Baiyu had witnessed Su Taiping's prowess at Dan Xiaoping, yet through their time together, it had become apparent that both the ice-breathing technique and the Zhongwan ring were tied to certain secrets, rendering them unusable during the 7 Peak selection. In such circumstances, he would be akin to a warrior bound by shackles. Little one, you observe quite astutely, a voice suddenly resonated in Su Taiping's mind, belonging to the fairy Linghua. Her existence remained unknown to Baiyu until now. Consequently, the intuitively sharp Baiyu regarded her as a secret held by Su Taiping. I contemplated this 2 years ago. Su Taiping continued as he walked. Are you suggesting that you have made some preparations? Baiyu inquired, somewhat astonished. Indeed, Su Taiping nodded. Could it be that you have secretly cultivated a form of magic? Yet that seems implausible. The techniques taught to outer disciples by the Qingxian sect are mostly superficial and ineffectual. Su Taiping's words deepened Baiyu's confusion. I have indeed practiced a different form of magic, but that is not what I have been preparing for the 7 Peaks selection. Su Taiping remarked as he made his way through the back door towards the medicinal garden in the courtyard. What exactly is your preparation? Baiyu's curiosity intensified, and he flew directly in front of Su Taiping, blocking his path. Body tempering. Su Taiping pondered for a moment before responding. He had no intention of concealing this. Body tempering? You spent 2 years preparing for just that? Baiyu found it rather bewildering. In this world, both cultivators and spirit beasts like him prioritize refining qi over the body, with some cultivators even believing that body tempering hinders their cultivation speed, which explained Baiyu's strong reaction. With all due respect, if you intend to rely on martial skills to earn your place among the 7 Peaks, it is impossible. Baiyu expressed his disappointment. A martial artist engages in body tempering primarily for the better cultivation of martial skills. Thus, he viewed Su Taiping as having taken a misguided path. Su Taiping initially did not wish to elaborate further, reasoning that they would witness the results at the 7 Peaks gathering in due time. However, at that moment, Fairy Lingyue called out to him, Little Taiping, you have worn that item for 2 years. It is perfectly fine to take it off occasionally. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping contemplated for a moment and then casually nodded. He too wished to verify the effects of his 2 years of body tempering. After all, it was the method imparted to him by Fairy Linghua. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed through the back courtyard of Qingzhou residence, as if a heavy object had struck the ground. Even the house trembled slightly. Following this, Baiyu exclaimed in disbelief, You madman, you have trained with that thing for 2 years just for body tempering? Aren't you exhausted? Doesn't it hurt? Su Taiping's calm voice floated away with the mountain breeze. I have grown accustomed to it. Chapter 89. The 7 Peaks Gathering. New friends and old fill the seats half a month later at the first peak of the Qingxian sect, Qianglu Peak, on the Xinjiang Plain. A colossal sword, towering dozens of feet high, was embedded vertically in the center of the Xinjiang Plain, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. Facing the giant sword was the arena, the final stage of the 7 Peak selection. Today, 28 outer disciples would compete for 7 coveted spots to ascend the mountain. Surrounding the vast Xinjiang plain stood rows of cloud towers. These towers, nestled against the mountains and clouds, primarily served the first peak disciples for cloud appreciation and meditation. But on days like the 7 Peaks gathering, they naturally transformed into spectator stands. Although the hour was still early, the disciples of the 7 Peaks had gradually taken their seats on either side. Laughter and conversation occasionally echoed from above the cloud tower. Brother, it seems we have arrived late. Zhao Linglong sighed with a forlorn expression after searching several cloud towers without finding a seat. It's not my fault. You insisted on secluding yourself for half a month, yet you ended up sleeping for 15 days without waking, and I had to come and rouse you. Qing Xiao shot Zhao Linglong an exasperated glare. Brother,
You cannot blame me. The heart-nurturing pavilion is unbearably dull. After entering, my father even locked the door, leaving me with nothing to do but sleep. Zhao Linglong replied, looking quite aggrieved. Qingxiao, Linglong, there are seats available here. A sweet voice floated from the seating area ahead. Zhao Linglong looked up to see Sister Ziyun of the 6th peak. Lin Buyu was also seated nearby. So, brother, you had it all planned. Zhao Linglong grinned at Qingxiao, who shot her a fierce glare in response. Sister Ziyun. Without hesitation, Zhao Linglong leaped forward, landing directly in Ziyun's embrace. Qingxiao, I saved a spot for you too. Ziyun called to Qingxiao. Thank you, Sister Ziyun, Qingxiao responded, a rare smile gracing his face. Why are you still engrossed in that illustrated book, Buyu? After settling down, the restless Zhao Linglong leaned toward Lin Buyu, who was deeply engrossed in a book titled The Enchanted Adventures. Her expression turned one of surprise. Out of boredom, Lin Buyu glanced up at Zhao Linglong before returning to her reading. It's not quite like that. It's because our master believes Buyu only knows about cultivation and lacks understanding of social nuances. So she provided her with numerous illustrated books to learn about human affairs while reading. Ziyun explained, bemused. That troublesome woman only knows how to cause chaos all day. Zhao Linglong pouted. After saying this, she forced her way closer to Lin Buyu, joining her in the reading. Why does Sister Linglong always refer to our master as a troublesome woman? Ziyun curiously asked Qingxiao beside her. When she was about 7 or 8, your master came to the 7th peak to visit ours, and they happened to meet. Seeing how adorable she was, your master insisted on taking her back to the 6th peak for a few days of play. She thought she had encountered a villain and hid under the rainbow bridge of the 7th peak, too frightened to emerge for an entire day, thus holding a grudge until now. Qingxiao explained with a hint of helplessness. Ziyun couldn't help but burst into laughter at this. Just then, a crane's call suddenly resonated above the sword-settling plain. Everyone looked up to see a spirit bird soaring through the sky, carrying a disciple as it descended directly onto the arena of the sword-settling plain. Following this, the voice of the overseer rang out. Beishan, Gingyue Pavilion S. Gongsun Sheng. Please take your seat. Clearly, the overseer was introducing the disciples participating in this 7 Peaks gathering. It is uncertain from which edition of the 7 Peaks selection this manner of introducing disciples originated, but it has now become a ceremonial tradition of the event. Gongsun Sheng. Is he not one of the individuals you mentioned last time, senior brother? Upon hearing that name, Zhao Linglong immediately straightened her posture and turned to look at Qingxiao with a serious expression. Qingxiao nodded in affirmation. At that moment, several figures descended from the cloud tower, followed by hearty laughter resonating from the sword suppression plateau below. These individuals seemed to be welcoming Gongsun Sheng. Zhao Linglong observed the approaching figures and remarked, those should be Lu Chun and his disciples from the 5 Peaks. Gongsun Sheng was once Lu Chen's senior, but he was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the mountain for violating sect rules. However, possessing the Xianling bone and remarkable talent, he has been absent for 7 or 8 years. If all goes well, he is expected to return to the 5 Peaks this year. Ziyun, familiar with the 5 Peaks, quickly recognized Lu Chun and began to introduce him to the others. Upon hearing Lu Chen's name, Lin Buyu suddenly lifted her head and coldly remarked, a disgrace. After saying this, she resumed her focus on the book in her hands. Qingxiao and Zhao Linglong were momentarily taken aback, then turned to Ziyun for clarification. Ziyun first supported her forehead and then, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, explained, last time we were ambushed by the tiger demon. Lu Chun abandoned her and another female disciple to seek help. The girl has held a grudge ever since. The two understood immediately. I too believe Lu Chun to be of poor character. Every time I encounter him, he leers at me with those shifty eyes, Zhao Linglong scoffed. If he dares to act like that again, tell me, and I shall have his eyes plucked from their sockets. Upon hearing this, Qingxiao's expression turned icy, a surge of killing intent enveloping him. Senior brother, there's no need for that. Zhao Linglong chuckled awkwardly, signaling Qingxiao to calm down. Junior sister Ziyun. Just as they were discussing the next group of outer disciples entering, a strikingly handsome young man with an air of mischief approached their seating area, accompanied by a tall, proud-spirited youth. Jin Heji, are not the disciples of the 1st peak over there in the cloud tower? Ziyun glanced at the cloud tower opposite and frowned slightly. This individual was Jin Heji, the 2nd disciple of the current generation at the 1st peak, and the youth behind him was Yi Xian, a recently rising disciple within the Qingxian sect. I heard my junior sister was here, so I came to have a look, Jin Haji said with a light, somewhat frivolous smile. There is no space left here. I advise you and your junior disciple to find another place. Zhao Linglong shot Jin Haji an exasperated glance. Is that so? Jin Haji smiled again. As he spoke, he patted the shoulder of an unfamiliar disciple seated in front of Zhao Linglong and grinned. Junior brother, could you please make some room for me and my junior disciple? Why should I have to move? The disciple was intently focused on the happenings at the arena when suddenly interrupted, displaying visible displeasure on his face. Who do you think you are? Ji Haji of the first peak? Ji Haji leaned closer to the disciple, his expression frigid as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the disciple shuddered and hastily pulled his junior brother aside, saying, It is I who am blind to the greatness of the mountain. Please, senior brother, take a seat. Let us move elsewhere. Why must we go elsewhere? The forcibly pulled disciple protested, but before he could finish, he was abruptly kicked away by the increasingly impatient Yi Xian. Leave. Yi Xian coldly admonished the two. You. Go, hurry up. The kicked disciple wanted to argue with Yi Xian, but was swiftly dragged away by his companion. Are you courting death? How dare you offend those two fiends? And what if I do? Are they not disciples of the Qingxin sect? Can they be compared? One is the son of the first peak's master, and the other is the master's personal disciple. What do you have to contend with them? Their whispered conversation echoed from a distance. Ji Haji and Yi Xian, however, remained unfazed, as though nothing had transpired, and directly occupied the two vacated seats. Junior sister Ziyuan, when will you come to my dojo for a visit? The snow tea flowers I cultivate have just bloomed. We could appreciate the flowers while exchanging insights on our cultivation. Ji Haji, holding a folding fan, turned with a smile towards Su Ziyuan. No need. I am currently in closed-door training and lack the leisure, Su Ziyuan declined outright. Skills can be honed gradually, but once the flowers wither, we must wait another year. Ji Haji continued to press. Why must you persist when Sister Ziyuan has clearly stated she is unavailable? Zhao Linglong interjected, glaring at Ji Haji. You little girl. Did your mother not teach you to refrain from interrupting when others are speaking? Ji Haji's face hardened as he regarded Zhao Linglong. Senior brother. Sister Linglong's mother has long since passed. Your words might upset her, Yi Xian remarked coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You. Zhao Linglong was momentarily rendered speechless by indignation. Ji Haji. Yi Xian, are you two here to cause trouble? Qing Xiao stood up, his overwhelming aura sweeping across the cloud tower, causing Ji Haji and Yi Xian to feel an immediate reaction in their blood and energy. Yi Xian was particularly affected. Blood seeping from the corners of his eyes, on the verge of collapse. Senior brother Qing Xiao, Su Ziyuan tugged at Qing Xiao's sleeve. Aware that if Ji Haji and Yi Xian were harmed, Qing Xiao would likely face severe repercussions from the sect's regulations, a scenario she wished to avoid. Come to watch the Seven Peaks Conference, and do so quietly without buzzing around like a fly. Qing Xiao scoffed, gradually withdrawing his imposing aura and resuming his seat. Ji Haji and Yi Xian felt as if a great burden had been lifted, yet their gazes towards Qing Xiao were filled with resentment. Shishan, Taiping of the Green Bamboo Residence, take your seats. At that moment, a name familiar to Zhao Linglong and the others suddenly resounded above the Jianjinping. It is little Taiping. With an expression brimming with excitement, Zhao Linglong rose to her feet. Lin Buyu, who had been engrossed in his reading, also lifted his gaze towards the sky above Zhenjianping. There, a celestial crane descended gracefully, bearing a slightly slender youth. Could it be that boy? Jin Haji recognized Su Taiping at that moment. Although Su Taiping had showcased remarkable prowess in a recent contest, Jin Haji had paid little attention to those earlier matches. His presence today was entirely due to Su Zian. Is this the one chosen by the Spirit Bone Monument, yet reduced to mere bones? Yi Xian remarked coldly. His curiosity piqued. Having been within the sect for 3 years, his air of arrogance had only intensified. Are you all truly waiting for this boy to triumph at the Seven Peaks Conference and become an official disciple? Jin Haji suddenly turned his gaze back to Zhao Linglong and her companions, a smirk gracing his lips. What of it? Zhao Linglong shot him a glare. Despite understanding Su Taiping's slim chances, she would never concede such a notion in front of Jin Haji. Perhaps Sister Linglong remains unaware? Among the 28 participants, several were former disciples expelled from the mountain. With them present, how could that Su Taiping possibly secure one of the final 7 spots? Jin Haji cast a disdainful glance at Su Taiping on Zhenjianping. Although he had not focused on the previous contests, He was somewhat familiar with the candidates vying for a chance to return to the mountain. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Linglong furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for a response. Senior brother, Sister Zian, let us go and meet little Taiping. Without acknowledging Jin Heji further, Zhao Linglong took hold of Zian and Lin Buyu, making her way to Xinjianping to see Su Taiping. At Xinjianping, it became clear why so many outer disciples faltered at the Seven Peaks Conference. Noticing that many participants were surrounded by welcoming disciples from the mountain, Su Taiping felt an overwhelming sense of solitude amidst the bustling atmosphere. Are you Su Taiping? At that moment, a tall middle-aged man approached him directly. Who are you? Su Taiping did not recognize the man. I am Gongsun Sheng, a fellow disciple participating in the Seven Peaks Conference. Gongsun Sheng coldly regarded Su Taiping. What do you seek me for, senior brother Gongsun? Su Taiping recalled seeing Gongsun Sheng's name in the roster, but remained puzzled as to why he was being sought out. The matchups have been announced. Your first opponent is me. Gongsun Sheng pointed to the large notice board beside the arena. Upon glancing over, Su Taiping noticed the match list had indeed been posted. In that case, I look forward to your guidance, senior brother Gongsun. Su Taiping replied with an unperturbed demeanor, considering this merely a preemptive greeting from his opponent. Guidance. Gongsun Sheng chuckled, then turned to Su Taiping with a face full of mockery, inquiring, do you truly believe you are worthy? Upon hearing this, Su Taiping furrowed his brow, perplexed by the palpable hostility directed at him by Gongsun Sheng. Are you acquainted with Lu Chun of the Five Peaks? Gongsun Sheng further probed. At the mention of Lu Chun, Su Taiping's expression darkened. I have heard of him, but we are not acquainted, he replied. To be candid, my former junior disciple harbors a strong aversion towards you. Hence, after the match roster was announced, he specifically requested that I ensure you are severely defeated in the forthcoming contest, Gongsun Sheng said with a grin. The revelation of Lu Chin's disdain for him instantly reminded Su Taiping of the sisters Lu Qingmei and Lu Ziqing. However, upon further reflection, he reasoned that Lu Chun could not possibly know that he was the individual from that fateful day in the Red Maple Forest. Could it be that he has held on to a grudge simply because I spoke back to him that morning? Su Taiping speculated, contemplating the pettiness of Lu Chun. Are you suggesting that I should withdraw from the competition voluntarily? Su Taiping met Gongsun Sheng's gaze. If you are wise, that would indeed be the best course of action, Gongsun Sheng coldly retorted. His true intentions were now laid bare. The prior provocation was but a ruse, while the threat was genuine. Gongsun Sheng had observed Su Taiping's 2 matches at the Longmen Assembly. Though he believed he could hold his own, he recognized that Su Taiping's fighting style was particularly depleting to an opponent's true essence. Not wishing to jeopardize his own subsequent match due to Su Taiping, he sought to intimidate him in advance. Even if the intimidation failed, it would at least serve to unsettle his opponent. We shall meet on the arena, Su Taiping replied decisively, turning to stride towards the edge of the platform. This unexpected boldness took Gongsun Sheng by surprise. You foolish boy. Do not refuse a toast and invite punishment. Boom. Just as Gongsun Sheng moved to intercept Su Taiping, several piercing sounds erupted above him, followed by the swift arrival of figures at Su Taiping's side. Little Taiping. Among them, a girl clad in red hastened towards Su Taiping. Initially taken aback, Su Taiping's eyes soon sparkled with delight. Linglong's sister. Taiping, it's been so long, the girl greeted warmly. Soon after, Qing Xiao and Zian joined Su Taiping. Big brother Qing Xiao. Sister Zian. Su Taiping joyfully saluted them, pleasantly surprised that Linglong and the others had not forgotten him and had come to greet him personally. Taiping. Do not falter against these worthless adversaries, Lin Buyu said, stepping forward to address Su Taiping while casting a glance at Gongsun Sheng. What do you mean by that? Gongsun Sheng was about to erupt in anger when he found himself confronted by Duga Qing Xiao. Gongsun Sheng. Have you truly fallen so low as to rely on threats against an outer disciple to secure victory? Qing Xiao glared coldly at Gongsun Sheng, his formidable presence hitting Gongsun Sheng like a heavy blow to the chest. Humph. Gongsun Sheng let out a cold snort, casting a fierce glare at Su Taiping as he declared, we shall meet on the arena. With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Senior brother Qing Xiao, you should not have provoked Gongsun Sheng at this moment. It does not bode well for Taiping, Ziyan expressed her concern. Su Taiping was taken aback. He had not anticipated that senior sister Ziyin and the others would come down to personally welcome him, showing such genuine concern for his upcoming competition. This long-forgotten sensation of being cared for warmed his heart inexplicably. "Senior Sister Ziyin, you need not worry," he replied with a smile, shaking his head. "I shall not be defeated by Gongsun Sheng. Commence the competition immediately. All unrelated parties, please vacate the premises." At that moment, the voice of the examiner resonated through the air, amplified by a sound transmission talisman. "Little Taiping, remember, do not overexert yourself during the match. Even if you cannot prevail at the 7 peaks, we will find a way to bring you to the 7th peak." Zhao Linglong hurriedly advised Su Taiping as she noticed the examiner approaching. This statement was the primary reason for her descent to see him. Su Taiping was momentarily taken aback. In fact, during this time, individuals from various peaks had made overtures to him through the West Wind Pavilion. Yet none of their propositions could compare to Zhao Linglong's promise today. No. To their surprise, Su Taiping suddenly shook his head with a smile. "What do you mean, no?" Zhao Linglong and the others were momentarily stunned by his response. "I am determined to fulfill the promise I made to Senior Sister Linglong and the others. To win the 7-peak selection and become an official disciple of the 7th peak." Su Taiping gazed earnestly at Zhao Linglong. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong and her companions stood in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. "You all, leave at once. The competition is about to begin." At that moment, an examiner approached from behind, sternly reprimanding them. "I will be waiting for you, little junior brother." Qing Xiao chuckled, patting Su Taiping on the shoulder before taking Zhao Linglong's hand and soaring away on their swords. "Years ago, I casually suggested he train diligently and participate in the 7-peak selection after 3 years. I never imagined he would remember it all this time." On the flying sword, Zhao Linglong glanced back at the young man behind her and murmured in reflection. "With such determination, even if he does not become a cultivator, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future," Ziyin noted solemnly, evaluating Su Taiping. Previously, she did not hold much hope for Su Taiping, as he was merely a mortal, and her attention was primarily drawn to him due to Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong. Yet, in this moment, Su Taiping's resolute gaze made her understand why. After 3 years, Qing Xiao and Zhao Linglong still held this young man in their thoughts. The first match, Su Taiping versus Gongsun Sheng. Moments later, Su Taiping and Gongsun Sheng ascended the arena, where the examiner once again announced their names through the sound transmission talisman. "Do not think for a moment that I will hesitate to strike you down just because you have Dianga Qing Xiao as your support. You will regret not withdrawing from the competition in advance." On the arena, Gongsun Sheng cracked his knuckles, flexing his muscles while casting a cold gaze towards Su Taiping. Having failed to intimidate, he found himself humiliated, which greatly displeased him. Chapter 92, Battle with Gongsun. Qingyo fist against Golden Bell Shield Supervisor. "I am fully prepared." To Gongsun Sheng's surprise, Su Taiping exhibited no sign of fear in response to his threats. Instead, a fierce battle spirit surged within his eyes, as if he could hardly wait to engage him in combat. "Gongsun Sheng, are you ready?" The supervisor nodded slightly at Su Taiping before turning to Gongsun Sheng. "I am ready." Gongsun Sheng donned a pair of gloves crafted from the hide of a spirit beast, narrowing his eyes as he assumed a fighting stance. "Since both parties are prepared, let the match begin." The supervisor's voice reverberated across the entire Zhangjian Ping through a sound transmission talisman. Boom, boom. Almost simultaneously with his proclamation, 2 intense waves of energy erupted on the arena, unleashing ripples of power, followed by a lion's roar echoing across the platform. Gongsun Sheng unleashed a powerful punch, propelled by an angry lion phantom formed from his fist's energy, aimed directly at Su Taiping. This was Gongsun Sheng's signature technique, the lion-killing fist. This martial art, requiring the combination of true qi and incantations, transcended mere martial skills and was considered a form of sorcery. Boom. Before the punch could land, the angry lion, materialized from true qi, lunged at Su Taiping with its gaping maw. This energy-formed phantom was no mere illusion. Its power was nearly equivalent to a tangible attack. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, the raging lion phantom was shattered by Su Taiping's powerful bullhorn shatter. Immediately afterward, Su Taiping's figure vanished from its original position. In the blink of an eye, he enveloped Gongsun Sheng with dozens of punch shadows. A mere distraction, Gongsun Sheng scoffed, disregarding the surrounding punch shadows, and concentrated all his might into a single punch aimed at Su Taiping's body. Bang! 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 However, before his fist could reach Su Taiping, The punch shadows instantly transformed from ethereal to corporeal. Heavy punches rained down upon Gongsun Sheng, shattering his protective aura and sending him flying. Wonderful. In the stands, Zhao Linglong cheered loudly for Su Taiping, oblivious to the gazes around her. Meanwhile, Jin Heji's expression darkened. What had transpired was no mere distraction. The multitude of punch shadows was entirely due to Taiping's astonishing speed, far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary eyes to comprehend. At this moment, Qingxiao nodded in satisfaction. Ultimately, boxing was a martial skill. Although Gongsun Sheng had been stripped of his advanced sorcery training, even low-tier magic was not something a mere martial artist could easily overcome. Jin Heji sneered coldly. His skepticism towards Su Taiping was not solely based on prejudice. Clang. Just as the conversation unfolded, a golden light suddenly illuminated the arena, revealing Gongsun Sheng enveloped in a golden shield. To her astonishment, he had actually reconstructed the golden bell shield at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, Sister Xian furrowed her brows. The protective power of the golden bell shield was far superior to that of the golden bell talisman, making it far from easy to breach. Bang! Just then, Su Taiping delivered another powerful punch, the horn bull smash, striking heavily against Gongsun Sheng. Yet, not only did Gongsun Sheng remain unscathed, but the vital energy that Su Taiping had amassed around his fist was also forcefully dispersed. The azure ox fist could not break through the golden bell shield. Qingxiao, too, wore a frown. If even the golden bell shield could not be shattered, the victor of this match was already clear. Jin Heji snapped open the folding fan in his hand with a crisp sound, then smiled brightly as he began to fan himself gently. Roar! As if to affirm Jin Heji's commentary, the moment Su Taiping's fist momentum was halted by the golden bell shield, Gongsun Sheng unleashed a long-prepared lion's roar fist, accompanied by a roar reminiscent of a lioness, along with a lion-shaped silhouette of condensed vital energy, charging fiercely towards Su Taiping's chest. Bang! This punch struck heavily against Su Taiping's abdomen. Crack! Just as Zhao Linglong, feeling increasingly anxious, feared that Su Taiping would be gravely injured by this blow, she suddenly heard a sound akin to ice shattering emanating from Su Taiping's body. Upon closer inspection, she saw large chunks of icy crystals cascading from him, as if a plaster mold had detached from a sword blank. The shining armor of the residual twilight technique? Su Xian suddenly rose to her feet. The ability to condense ice armor around oneself indicated that he had fully comprehended the second layer of the residual twilight technique's true essence. Qingxiao's eyes also sparkled with excitement at that moment. Mastering the second layer of the residual twilight technique was entirely distinct from fully grasping its true essence. Only by completely understanding the first layer could one condense energy into ice. And only by fully comprehending the second layer could one form the shining armor on the surface of their body. Although this shining armor was not particularly hard, it could assist a cultivator in deflecting a single attack in a moment of peril, just as Su Taiping had just demonstrated. Boom. Almost at the instant the shining armor shattered, Su Taiping's fist surged forth. With a resounding thud, his fist struck heavily against Gongsun Sheng. Despite the protection of the golden bell shield, Gongsun Sheng was still pushed back several steps by the immense force of the horned bull smash. Boom. Just as he struggled to regain his balance, Su Taiping's aura surged dramatically. In an instant, his figure flashed from its original spot, revealing the ethereal silhouette of the azure ox surrounding him. He then began to alternate his punches rapidly, each one landing with tremendous weight upon Gongsun Sheng. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the cacophony of impacts, Su Taiping appeared as a ferocious azure ox, relentlessly charging forward. Gongsun Sheng had no opportunity to counterattack, relying solely on the golden bell shield for defense. This was the first time I had witnessed someone elevate the charging bull formation to such heights. Although Su Taiping still failed to breach Gongsun Sheng's golden bell shield, Su Xian was nonetheless astonished by the ferocity of his strikes on the giant pain arena. How did he discover the formidable power of the azure ox fist? She turned her gaze toward the side, looking at Duge Qingxiao. Perhaps it is merely because the green ox fist is the only martial art he can afford. Donggu Qingxiao gazed intently at Su Taiping on the arena, murmuring to himself. Upon hearing this, Su Xian and Zhao Linglong exchanged bewildered glances. Indeed, a solitary boy with no support, living deep in the mountains, relying solely on a few acres of medicinal gardens. How much merit currency could he possibly earn in a year? It is likely that even the green ox fist was obtained through his frugal means. Little Taiping, all of this is what you rightfully deserve. Do not give up. Gazing at Su Taiping, who was still desperately throwing punches on the arena, Zhao Linglong whispered to herself. Bang! Just then, Gongsun Sheng suddenly took a step to the side, his feet seemingly nailed to the ground like iron stakes. He then clasped his palms together and shouted, unmoving as a mountain. As soon as the words left his lips, a golden light erupted around him, and he became as immovable as a stone statue, impervious to Su Taiping's fierce onslaught. This fellow, has he truly refined the golden bell shield to the unmoving as a mountain realm? The faces of Zhao Linglong and the others changed dramatically. Could the green ox fist possibly breach Gongsun Sheng's immovability? A look of concern crept onto Donggu Qingxiao's face. Chapter 93, Defeating Gongsun. Has the green ox fist broken the golden bell shield? Truly, he was once a formal disciple of the Five Peaks. Witnessing this, Jin Heji on the cloud tower smiled faintly. To have cultivated the golden bell shield to the unmoving as a mountain state while still at the foot of the mountain, what if he has perfected the green ox fist? Ultimately, the power of his punches would only diminish, while Gongsun Sheng remained utterly unharmed. He gently fanned himself with his folding fan. This statement left Zhao Linglong and the others unable to refute. Boom. Yet, Su Taiping on the arena seemed to have heard the mockery. And after delivering an entire 100 punches of the running ox fist, his momentum surged rather than waned, escalating significantly once more. Bang! When the 101st punch landed, Gongsun Sheng, who had remained utterly motionless until now, exhibited a slight wobble. The group's eyes brightened instantly. They had not anticipated such a swift turn of events. Following the execution of the 101st punch, Su Taiping's aura intensified dramatically, and his momentum began to rise again. Boom! The 102nd punch struck. Bang! This punch caused Gongsun Sheng's body to show clear signs of movement. Before Gongsun Sheng could regain his footing, Su Taiping's momentum surged once more. Bang! The 103rd punch landed, sending Gongsun Sheng staggering back several steps. The inner disciples of the Qingxian sect on the cloud tower erupted in a commotion. No one had expected that the green ox fist, which they usually regarded with disdain, could actually breach the unmoving as a mountain. This is impossible. How could the mere green ox fist accelerate the power of his punches so rapidly? At this moment, Jin Heji could not help but furrow his brow. In stark contrast, Zhao Linglong and Donggu Qingxiao's expressions relaxed. How could it be impossible? Before them stood a living testament. After enduring in silence for so long, Zhao Linglong finally spoke up to refute. In this instance, it was now Jin Heji who fell into silence. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the tumultuous uproar and chatter of the audience, Su Taiping's fists descended, each blow heavier and more urgent than the last, while Gongsun Sheng staggered once more, retreating towards the edge of the arena. You think you can force me off this stage? Not a chance. Just as Gongsun Sheng was on the verge of being driven off the platform by Su Taiping, he suddenly let out a fierce roar. He then slammed his fists into the ground, embedding his arms deep into the arena, and with a sinister grin, he challenged, "Come on." In his eyes, Su Taiping had no recourse against his golden bell shield other than to use brute force to push him off the stage. Thud. Su Taiping, however, paid no heed to his taunts. His fists continued to rain down with relentless rhythm. Each strike resembled a colossal hammer, crashing down upon Gongsun Sheng. Although, like before, the moment Su Taiping's fist connected with Gongsun Sheng, it was met by a shimmering aura of golden runes that enveloped his form. This time the residual force of the blow penetrated the golden bell shield, impacting Gongsun Sheng's body. The overwhelming power left Gongsun Sheng with an eerie sensation, as if he were being besieged by numerous assailants wielding clubs. While it was not enough to inflict serious injury or mortality, it was sufficient to send chills down his spine. He pondered, what sort of fist is this, that its strength can breach my golden bell shield? Little did he know, Su Taiping's blows were infused with a formidable strength that transcended this realm. No, it must be due to my golden bell shield not being fully developed. He continued to exert every ounce of effort into fortifying his shield, reassuring himself internally. He believed that had it not been for the relentless barrage of strikes, one after another with scarcely a pause, he would have been able to mount a counterattack after withstanding this blow. Boom. At that moment, Su Taiping unleashed his 107th punch. The force behind it felt as though a mountain was bearing down upon him, making Gongsun Sheng's heart tremble. Yet, despite this, he remained confident in his golden bell shield. Just 2 more punches remain. Once your momentum wanes, I shall undoubtedly shatter your skull with a single blow. Gongsun Sheng gazed at the punch descending upon him, a cruel smile creeping across his lips as he began to envision how he would torment Su Taiping afterward. Thud. Just as before, Su Taiping's fist struck the crown of Gongsun Sheng's head. However, this time, as Gongsun Sheng was once again enveloped by the golden aura, Su Taiping's fist trembled visibly just before impact. This slight quiver amplified the force of his strike exponentially. The immense power pierced through the protective golden bell shield and surged directly into Gongsun Sheng's body. Boom! With an explosive sound, Gongsun Sheng suddenly collapsed to his knees, a gaping wound appearing on his forehead, stark and alarming. That night, the scene of the celestial maiden Lingyue striking the peacock with her wings, resulting in a spray of blood mist, bore an uncanny resemblance to the present moment where Su Taiping, through the golden bell barrier, had inflicted grievous wounds upon Gongsun Sheng. Upon witnessing this, several discerning cultivators in the audience, such as Qing Xiao and Jin Heji, almost simultaneously rose from their seats. Had the Qingyo fist shattered the golden bell barrier? Many stood in disbelief, their faces reflecting astonishment. Unlike the earlier moment when Su Taiping's fist merely compelled Gongsun Sheng to retreat, this time, his strike had genuinely inflicted severe injury. No, it's not broken yet. Gongsun Sheng's golden bell barrier remains intact. Someone quickly refuted, having noticed that despite the impact of Su Taiping's formidable punch, Gongsun Sheng's protective barrier still enveloped him. Boom. At that very moment, Su Taiping unleashed his final, 108th punch. This blow was again directed at Gongsun Sheng's head. However, after a brief moment of shock, Gongsun Sheng's eyes widened in terror. The peculiar force behind the previous punch had instilled within him a dreadful premonition. He felt that even with his golden bell barrier still in place, Su Taiping's punch could obliterate him. I admit, bang. Before Gongsun Sheng could utter the word defeat, Su Taiping's fist came crashing down upon his head. Boom. Amidst the resounding explosion, the ground beneath Gongsun Sheng's knees shattered completely, and a thick mist of blood erupted around him. Yet, even then, the golden radiance of his barrier did not dissipate immediately. Bang! Only after several breaths did Gongsun Sheng's golden bell barrier shatter alongside his flesh and blood. Gongsun Sheng was dead, crushed to death by Su Taiping's fist, and his form was rendered unrecognizable. Silence enveloped the arena, a profound stillness prevailing in the cloud tower above. Chapter 94. Ji Wuyo, Mastering the Sword with Qi. An outer sect disciple, a youth of mere white spirit bone talent, had slain a formidable opponent like Gongsun Sheng, a practitioner of spells, possessing commendable roots, and formerly a formal disciple of the mountain, by relying solely on a martial art that could barely be deemed superior. This left many of the inner sect disciples present in a state of disbelief. To them, it was akin to a child wielding a stick, managing to slay an adult. Brother, what immense effort must one invest to deliver such a remarkable punch? Zhao Linglong stood dazed, murmuring to herself, surely tenfold, perhaps even 100-fold, of the effort of an ordinary person. After all, the path of martial artists offers no shortcuts. No matter how exceptional your talent, one must toil night and day. Honing each punch, responded Duga Qing Xiao, furrowing his brows. Rather than being astonished solely by the power of Su Taiping's punch, their thoughts gravitated more towards the tremendous dedication that lay behind it. Meanwhile, Jin Heji, seated before them, exhibited a glint of malice in his gaze. In this round, Su Taiping emerged victorious. At that moment, the adjudicator on site announced Su Taiping's triumph. Brother, Taiping has only one match left. Upon hearing that sound, Zhao Linglong turned to Dugu Qingxiu with a face full of excitement. Aside from this final match, there remains the necessity to challenge the disciples of the Seven Peaks. Qingxiu corrected her. Challenging the Seven Peaks is merely a formality, isn't it? At that time, senior brother, you can simply guide Su Taiping. Zhao Linglong thought optimistically. The challenge is conducted in a sequence determined by the peaks. Qingxiu shook his head and continued. It is too early to discuss this. We must first ascertain who Taiping's next opponent will be, whether it be Ji Wuyo or Qi Bailey. According to the match schedule, Su Taiping's next adversary will be selected from among these individuals. I sincerely hope it is not Ji Wuyo. He silently contemplated. Based on his prior investigations, Ji Wuyo, while not the strongest among them, is undoubtedly the most perilous. On the arena, Su Taiping sighed deeply. His victory in this match was far from easy. During his confrontation with Gongsun Sheng, he could distinctly sense that his opponent was holding back. Had he not seized the initiative from the outset with the bull charge formation, forcing Gongsun Sheng to withstand his attacks with the Golden Bell shield, had he not utilized a portion of the 1,000 layers strength to ultimately breach the Golden Bell shield, it was highly likely that the one lying on the ground now would have been himself. After this match, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to gain the upper hand, Su Taiping. Once the competition commences, they will likely seal off your striking paths at the first opportunity, denying you any chance to execute the bull charge formation. At that moment, the voice of Fairy Lingyue resonated within Su Taiping's mind. Su Taiping glanced down at the disciples preparing to take the stage, noting their vigilant gazes directed towards him, and he nodded subtly, acknowledging. It resembles our predictions prior to the contest. After all, having prepared for this competition for 3 years, he and Lingyue had long since contemplated the various possibilities that could arise during the match. When the time comes, you might consider removing any items you possess. Fairy Lingyue advised Su Taiping. In that previous round, aside from not utilizing the power of the Wangwu realm, Su Taiping had nearly pushed the power of the Qingshan fist to its limits. He had even employed a fraction of the 1,000 layers strength. This was nearly all he had in his arsenal. I wish to experiment further, to probe the extreme realm you mentioned, Sister Lingyue, to discern where it truly lies. Su Taiping shook his head. During her guidance on his fist practice, Fairy Lingyue had once referred to the concept of the extreme realm. As the term suggests, the extreme realm is the pinnacle of a particular ability, manifesting the full extent of one's current power. According to Fairy Lingyue, every practitioner should aspire to experience this extreme realm, even if only once, as it would yield boundless benefits for their future cultivation. Until this match, my victories have largely relied on my opponent's underestimations, as well as the unexpected nature of the Qingshan fist and the 7-kill blade, which allowed me to seize the initiative in striking. Therefore, in the next round, I wish to set aside these advantages and see if I can discover the means to gain the upper hand through the competition, while also testing whether I can push myself to the extreme realm. He earnestly explained to Fairy Lingyue. Very well. The Fairy of Lingyue observed with great relief that Su Taiping had not been overwhelmed by his recent victory. This selection for the 7 peaks indeed presented a rare opportunity for him to hone his skills. In the future, finding an equally matched opponent like today might prove to be quite challenging. She expressed her approval of Su Taiping's proposal. Just as Su Taiping was preparing to descend from the stage, he suddenly caught a faint shout from nearby. Turning towards the direction of the voice, he spotted Zhao Linglong on the Cloud Tower's viewing platform, exuberantly waving at him. In response, Su Taiping smiled broadly and energetically waved back towards Zhao Linglong and her companions. At that moment, a young man dressed in white, bearing a sword on his back, brushed past Su Taiping. "Little brat, you dare challenge someone from the Cloud Tower? Clean your neck and wait for me down below," he remarked coldly without even glancing at Su Taiping. With that, the long sword behind him unsheathed with a sharp sound, propelling him onto the stage. Soon after, the voice of the overseer echoed across the arena, announcing the match. In this round, Ji Wuyo faces Qi Bailey. From the Cloud Tower, Ji Wuyo. Su Taiping glanced at the stage, then cast his eyes toward the large notice board nearby, realizing that his next opponent would indeed emerge from the contest between Ji Wuyo and Qi Bailey. Both Ji Wuyo and the recently defeated Gongsun Sheng hailed from the Cloud Tower. It was no wonder that one possessed the skill to master the Golden Bell shield while the other could wield a sword. Su Taiping murmured as he observed the flying sword spinning around Ji Wuyo. That hardly qualifies as sword mastery. It is merely a technique of wielding a sword with one's qi, straddling the line between martial skill and magical art, far less potent than true sword mastery. The Fairy of Lingyue corrected him. Heeding the fairy's reminder, Su Taiping indeed discerned swirling streams of genuine qi surrounding Ji Wuyo. The long sword, guided by these currents of qi, danced around Ji Wuyo in a continuous whirl. Nevertheless, Su Taiping understood that even this technique, though less formidable than true sword mastery, still wielded a lethality that surpassed ordinary magical arts. Once more, the Fairy of Lingyue advised Su Taiping, and he quietly nodded in acknowledgement, murmuring, "I must observe this match closely."